or there isn't?
Must be.
I'm saying we have gas that is still here, therefore it must be contained, because if there wasn't a container, the gas will fuck off.
Right. What are you saying is the container for that gas then?
I don't know, it could be anything, but as long as it's physical, it's not going to be no thing, like a vacuum devoid of anything. A physical thing.
Yeah, the difference here is the belief system we came from has a claim that gravity is holding all the gas here, but
Exactly.
that's provably not true because gravity cannot prevent the gas expansion. So
It can.
it can't. I even argued with ChatGPT about this and got it to admit that the globes are wrong.
You argued with
Owlish.
ChatGPT.
Owlish.
Can you show that? Can you, did you?
Yeah. Owlish. 10 minutes
Yeah.
past the hour in the live stream voice text. Look at Drace AI's image. You see the two bowl.
Right. I see that.
Yeah.
That's,
Good. So that is literally giving you the entire gravitational force of the Earth. And
Yeah, at
still,
its strongest.
yeah,
not that.
and still
that
the
is
gas
nitrous
expands. Doesn't matter what gas it is, it's still going to fill the available volume.
Yeah, correct. That is.
So when we do this on Earth, we're going to give you all of gravity. There you go, you can have it. It's observably not affecting the gas, though.
Right, but
Right.
right. In this instance, though, you have
Oh,
nitrous oxide. As you said, nitrous oxide will fill the available space. As you
that's what gas
described.
does. That's what gas does, yeah.
Right, it'll fill the available space. However, there are other things containing the gas on Earth. There's no demonstration of gravity in this instance.
No,
You have-
so you should be, because we're doing this on the Earth.
Yeah, we're doing this where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, and
Yeah.
in the belief of the globe, the
Correct.
gravity is supposed to be able to prevent gas expansion into a vacuum, but under laboratory conditions, that's provably not true.
No, it's not preventing gas expansion. It's preventing the
That's what the globe
of
claims.
Yes, correct. So this is preventing the limit of the gas expansion. Do you understand?
There's no
what I-
difference
what I
between
mean?
up and down. Like there's no quantified difference under no conditions of the gas going up or down to the sides. It's always expanding. What you're violating is the second law of thermodynamics, and so I give your theory no hope. Its only choice is to collapse into obscurity.
Sir Arthur Eddington, 1919.
Hold on a sec, I'm reading.
It's okay. When you understand the law of thermodynamics, and we're just going to be talking about the way that energy, in this instance, high pressure moves, it always disperses into lower pressure environments.
Right.
The only thing that ever stops the expansion is a physical barrier. No physical barrier, the gas is just going to keep going until it reaches another limitation of its environment, which will be another physical barrier. Has to have a physical barrier. The consequence of having contained gas is gas pressure, though, isn't it? That's the consequence of containing gas.
You say that? Oh, gas pressure. Is that what you said?
Yeah. When you
Okay.
have a container, the consequence of containing that gas is the gas is pressurized. The force of the gas exerting on the walls of its container. If there isn't a container, there's no antecedent for the gas pressure. There's nothing to press on.
I understand what you're saying, but I understand what you're demonstrating this on a small scale, right? So if you were to create an Earth with scale that is scaled down but still has the same properties, like basically, if you were to create the entire universe, not the entire universe, the entire
Owlishness.
what?
Are you going to say lots of gas is going to stop lots of gas dispersing?
No.
I hope not.
No.
She already said it. She says gravity.
Well, you're saying that once you scale it up to a certain size, right, then the gas is going to just basically contain itself, right?
Yes.
Well, how do you know that?
How do I know it? I know it because that's what's happening.
No,
Probably not true.
guys, chill. No, that's not
Who
what's
is-
happening.
Echoing.
Right.
It was like a massive
I
echo
know.
going on.
Don't know, but owlishness, right? To
Yeah.
stop gas expanding, you need a physical barrier. You don't need more gas. More gas isn't going to stop gas dispersing. You've just got more gas to disperse.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying there's more gas preventing gas from expanding.
Yeah, but you wanted to make the Earth bigger, or
No. I was going for something and I got interrupted. But if you remember when we went through the 3 points with Miggy before, I was describing how gravity is holding. I was describing the weight of each element, right?
Mm.
And how each element will combine into to become other compounds. So you have different elements that combine to each compound. That's how we get water. Everything is comprised of a compound. So each compound has its own individual weight. So the further you go up in the atmosphere, the thinner the air gets. So you know this because when you go up higher, especially if you're climbing a mountain, this has been demonstrated. You need to bring oxygen with you because the oxygen is thinner. Why is the oxygen thinner as you go up?
There's a gradient. Can you have a gradient next to a... Okay, so here's the problem.
Yes.
We know there's a gradient. What we're trying to determine is whether you can have a gradient next to an infinite near vacuum volume without dispersing into that. Is that possible?
You just said it. You just said it, though. A near vacuum. And that was the next point I was going to bring up. It is not 100% a vacuum. Why is it not? Yes, it is. Why is it not 100% a vacuum?
It's an available volume, a near vacuum volume of extremely low pressure, right? Can you have a gradient next to that, not filling that vacuum, not dispersing into it due to gravity?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Okay, demonstrate that.
Okay, so if you go... Let me
Don't just tell us about the gradient again because we know it's there.
That's not proof.
The gradient can be there next to that vacuum. That's what we want to determine.
You just said it yourself, is the gradient.
Sorry, but that doesn't actually prove your point. The gradient actually works perfectly because we have a temperature gradient, if you didn't know, and temperature affects gases. Mm-hmm. And so the colder the gas, the more compressed the gas. Mm-hmm. And so there's less pressure. Super simple. Mm-hmm. But you want to invent gravity. Give me one scientific validation of your idea that gravity is the cause of the pressure gradient.
Because gravity is pulling each compound, each element back to Earth.
That's the claim again. We need the demonstration, Alex.
Circular reasoning.
I'm showing a demonstration I'm telling you the demonstration.
One at a time, please.
You're repeating the claim. That's not giving us a demonstration.
No, this is not a claim. This is a demonstration.
Our listeners, you're incorrect.
I'm incorrect about which part?
The gas dispersal. So you're saying that everything comes together, but gas disperses in all directions away from itself.
Correct. No. I said the elements combine to create compounds. Each compound has.
We're talking about gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does gas do?
Elements are gases. There are gases that are elements.
Okay. So what does it do? Does it?
Helium is an element.
Stop naming gases. I'm asking you a question, mate. Right. What does it do? Does it congeal or does it disperse? Does it come together or does it fuck off from each other?
It depends on the gas. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on.
Yes, it does disperse. Yes, it disperses. Yes, correct.
We don't have to talk about a few different types of gases and their relationship between each other. The gases will still disperse into available volumes. That's what gas does.
I have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, can we not just get the demonstration to back the claim, though? Because every time we ask for it, we just get repetition of the claim. Like, we know the claim, we know what they're saying, we know the story. What we're looking for is the demonstration that backs the story.
Okay, yeah. So, what exactly let me ask this. What kind of demonstration do you want that I can demonstrate to you?
Well, I told you already, right? A demonstration of a pressure gradient next to a vacuum, not filling that vacuum due to the claimed cause of gravity. So you could do it in a vacuum chamber or do it, on a planet or whatever you need to do in order to demonstrate it, right?
You.
I got an even.
Get
I
a
got an even
vacuum.
easier one for you. Just show me that your imaginary force is affecting gas and preventing it from expanding upwards, or at least restricting its expansion upwards. So you should be able to show that gas expands much slower upwards into a vacuum than to the sides.
Okay, so I already did that in the 3 points with Miggy. I posted I can't remember if it was a video of a GIF or a GIF of dry ice. So
Sorry. No, that is a
No?
relationship between the dry ice and the atmosphere around. The dry ice is slightly denser and goes downwards because of its relationship with the other gases around it. But if you hold on, if you go back 24 hours later, you're not going to have any dry ice there. It's going to have dispersed because entropy would have taken effect.
Right.
Essentially, you didn't
so
understand
not
the
that-
argument.
Okay,
Not
so
that-
what exactly are you? All right, let me, because I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to demonstrate this for you in any feasible way. Like
It's
you're
not
asking.
feasible.
I just explained it to her. It's super simple. All you need to do is get colored gas, take a vacuum chambers that are really long, both upwards and to the sides, and then show that there's a difference in expansions to the sides or upwards. You just need to prove your claims, not just repeat the claims. That's circular reasoning.
I understand. However, it's impossible to demonstrate what I am saying.
You're
So
right.
you just have a belief. You don't have any proof for it, so that's not evidence of anything. Thanks for playing.
You are
You
right.
know
It's
what-
impossible to demonstrate, though. It's impossible
you
to
know what-
demonstrate.
No,
Hold on,
that's
Sasha.
why-
Hold on, Sasha. It's impossible to demonstrate, right? And that's our entire point here, right? And this is just an exercise in kind of bringing you to that realization that it can't be demonstrated because it doesn't occur.
Oh,
Do you
sorry.
know what is?
Jimbo.
Do you know what is demonstrable?
Curve.
What? Oh, what
Do
is
you
it?
know the gas pressure with the container?
The what?
The gas pressure with the container. That's demonstrable.
Well,
But
I don't have. See, you're asking me to have access to a vacuum chamber.
No, no, no,
That's the
no,
that's the
no,
first problem.
no. What we're first asking for is
Mhm.
something happening. So an observation of a phenomena,
Mhm.
right? Now
Mhm.
that would be, in your instance, mass attracting gas.
Mhm.
But we don't have that phenomena because gas disperses in all directions. So
Right.
your first instance, when we're going to try and science the crap out of this, you don't even have a naturally observed phenomena. You haven't got something happening. You've got something happening in your head, but not something happening in the physical and natural world. We can't science this. You've got nowhere to start.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to find the evidence on your own or do the experiments yourself. I'm asking you if you have any evidence from anyone that's ever proven any of this. And I just gave you a way that you could prove it for yourself or not. We'll debunk it or would validate it if you would like to check it. But under all conditions that have been checked so far by all of the scientific community, you're just wrong. And the second law still stands.
It's not that I'm wrong. It's just that you don't believe what people tell you.
No,
You've
no,
said that.
no,
You've
no.
said that
You're
a lot.
violating basic principles. That's the issue. You're
I'm not
you're violating basic principles of how gas moves. It
Mhm.
moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Correct.
It doesn't just move to the sides mostly and down and is mostly down and is limited by the upwards directions because of the gravity. That's not factored in.
But then, why are you agreeing with me that as you get higher up in elevation, that air gets thinner?
That's the observed
I already told
phenomenon.
you.
That's
That's the effect, and what we're disputing is the cause, right? And you have a claim for the cause, right? And we want validation of that. We all see the same thing, but you
Uh-huh.
claim a cause that cannot be validated. That's the situation.
But you don't have a cause. You don't
Well,
have.
we're
a
not
cause.
claiming one. You are, so we're asking validation for that.
So, but what is your cause then?
Or for gas
I just
pressure
told
Not
you.
gravity.
or gas pressure gradient. What's the cause for gas pressure gradient? Well, first you need a container to achieve gas pressure. Then you need to put energy into the system.
Hmm.
There you go.
Yeah,
gas pressure
and
gradient.
sorry.
No, it's gas pressure gradient. Let's call that energy heat. Okay, so that would be the sun. Let's put in some cycles, some production cycles, and let's put them on the ground, where the majority, if not all, of the gas on the Earth is produced in chemical and biological cycles. You will also notice that the gas is then going away from the thing that you are saying has attracted it to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going in the opposite direction. So you still most definitely don't have a natural observed phenomenon to even ask a question about. You just keep saying gas pressure gradient, which we can demonstrate within a container and then fuck around with the energy we put into the system. Demonstratable within a container.
How are you
Not
demonstrating gas pressure gradient in a container? How are you doing that?
Literally just told you. You put energy into the system.
It's called a temperature
What they're
gradient.
saying,
Yeah,
but
I understand there's a temperature gradient.
Good.
what
So
they're
there you
saying, but
go then.
you're not saying you can never get to zero pressure. You're just assuming that, and you can't show that anywhere. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
You're
you're
assuming
correct.
zero, but you can never get to zero.
You can
Here's
never
the
get to zero.
Low vacuum, you can't do that.
Here's the
Vacuum
example.
is not zero.
Here's the
It's
example.
It's not going to happen.
Here's the example you asked for. In a propane tank, you have liquid propane at the bottom. You have a gradient up to the top. Yeah, and in a scuba tank, you have oxygen that's compressed in this tank. I guarantee you there's liquid down at the bottom and gaseous up in between that and the top of the container. Yes, we can show.
That's not gas, though.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's ask
This
Matthew
gas.
about.
Not-
Hold on. Let's
It's
ask
gas.
Matthew about this. She needs to hear it maybe from Matthew. Matthew, do gradients form in containers?
Yes.
There you go. So therefore, gradients
Oh, hey,
are not
Matthew.
proof.
So you're telling me
Gradients are not proof of no
you're telling me
container.
the gas.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Gradients are not proof of no container because we know that they form in containers. So it doesn't follow from a gradient that it's an open system with no container.
Matthew,
if you-
why is there explain why gas would have a gradient in a container, though?
Sure. In a
That's all.
container, grass. In a
That's
container, gas has a gradient because there's a slight downward bias, and the weight of the air or the weight of the gas makes the pressure at the bottom of the container slightly higher than the pressure at the top of the container. Same as uncontained atmosphere. Same thing.
See, so a
Is
gradient
that
doesn't
not-
tell you. Hold on, I just want
Is that
to
not what
point
I
this
just
out.
said, guys? Isn't that weird that we both just said the same thing?
See, so a gradient doesn't tell you no container. That's the point.
I like the way that she's.
I understand the point. But
Apparently you don't.
said you just proved what I literally just said that there.
It didn't prove it. He just repeated
You
your
did.
beliefs.
He didn't
No,
repeat my belief.
before that, he told you that this belief doesn't actually prove it. Like, Matthew would never say that this proves it because he's not that it's dumb.
Oh, hold on. I'm
sorry.
sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Can you hear my cat screaming? My cat just started screaming. I don't want to be unprofessional. Okay, he's
We
fine.
can't hear. Discord does a good job of like filtering out non-human.
I didn't hear your cat.
Okay, all right, good. All right, sorry. So, Matt, did you hear what I said when I was talking about proof of why there's a pressure gradient between oxygen being thinner as you get higher in elevation? Did you hear that whole thing?
I'm sorry, I only got here like 3 or 4 minutes ago, so I don't think I heard that.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'm glad that you didn't because I said basically what you said in many more words.
Awesome. You're both Globers. Who cares?
Yeah, so that's just
Isn't
more
that
repetition of the
genetic also?
claims, though, right? Which is what this is just more repetition of the claims, though, and we were trying to get you guys not to do that, right? We know the claims, all right? So we don't need to hear them again. What we want is the demonstration that backs the claim.
Matthew, is what you said proof that the Earth is a globe? Or that there's a pressure gradient caused by gravity?
As you know, I don't like the word proof.
that you
I
see?
usually use evidence. I say strong evidence.
Come
But no,
on,
we're
Matthew.
just talking
Come
about-
on, please, Matthew. Please, Matthew. We discussed that like a million times. Why are you doing this again?
Doing
Why
what?
you doing
I was
that?
answering his question.
Proof?
What
No,
do you-
proof and evidence, Matthew. What are you saying? What
No,
are you
he's being
saying?
a sophist. Normally, he answers his questions by saying, "Yeah, I believe that it's gravity that's causing it. like he will stipulate that now because he has a lady here he wants to play himself in front of. He doesn't actually say what he normally says. So
Drace is correct. I'm trying to impress the lady because I'm hoping that she will marry me sometime. How did you know?
Oh my God, creepy.
Matthew,
Dude,
can you
does
tell
water
me?
still
Can you-
form mountains?
Matthew, can you tell me? Can you tell
guys
me?
are so wise
water
about
still
this,
form
discerning my
mountains in your
motives.
world?
It's amazing.
Matthew, what is difference between proof and evidence? But tell me in the Croatian language, not in English.
I don't speak Croatian. I'm sorry. In
I
Croatian, they're
speak
the
Croatian.
same.
I speak Croatian. That means
They're the same word in Croatian.
evidence. Yeah. Okay. And what shall I do now?
Distinguish and be
How?
clear
How, Matthew?
philosophically.
Tell me how.
By clearly defining your words.
That means that we are Croatian. We are stupid people.
You said it, not me. I don't know why you would call yourself
Because
stupid.
we
You're
need to
not.
distinguish one word. One word has that. That two words has the one meaning, and now I need to distinguish that.
Wait, what use is it to argue about words? We're talking about evidence and proof.
Yeah, and how I can distinguish that in my head? Please help me.
Sure. Proof belongs in the realms of mathematics and logic. and
Matt,
there's-
I have problems. Proof in Croatian mean dokaz, and evidence in Croatian mean dokaz. That mean what shall I do now?
Good question. I don't speak Croatian.
Yeah, but I speak Croatian.
Good for you. I wish I did.
Yeah, and
Matthew.
I'm translating English in Croatian, and it's telling me the same word. And what shall I do now?
Carefully distinguish and use your
That means that
words.
Croatian people doesn't know what is evidence and proof.
Matthew, are circular arguments evidence?
No.
Why did you claim that earlier then?
What circular argument? What are you talking about?
Well, you claim you go out and you experience a pressure gradient, or she did, for instance, and you backed up her claim. And that experience or experience of a pressure gradient is the proof that it's a pressure gradient is caused by gravity, so that's a circular argument. So how do you justify that?
Oh, I was just describing the evidence we see that there is a pressure gradient. I didn't say that, what it was caused by.
I mean, that's a strawman argument, Matthew. You know very well that we have never denied the existence of a pressure gradient.
Yeah, pressure gradients exist inside of containers and outside of containers. Now the question is,
Show us one outside of container without appealing to the thing you're trying to prove,
Yeah.
which is a circular argument.
And then define
Oh,
the
the
difference
atmosphere.
between an open and closed system.
There he goes. He just did it. Just did the very thing he told you not to do.
Yeah, he just proved me correct because he doesn't realize how fallacious he is.
Matthew's assuming there's no container going up into space.
And you were assuming there is. So now where are we at?
Well, we
Well,
can
we can
demonstrate. Sorry, we can demonstrate. You can't. You can just point at the sky and declare. Which will
We
be
can-
what you've both been doing for the last 10 minutes, repeating the same fucking argument and using your argument as proof. You point and declare. You don't demonstrate ever. You can giggle all you fucking want, but you don't demonstrate ever.
Yeah, we can demonstrate gradients in containers. You cannot demonstrate gradients due to gravity, and this conversation is just meant to be a demonstration of that.
Yeah, let's talk about gradients in a container, a closed container. What do you think is the cause of that gradient inside of a closed container?
Don't have a cause claim, do you?
Yes,
Okay, what is it?
the weight
Bending
of
and
the air.
wobbling of space-time. Oh,
You
no, it's the
validate
weight of
that
the air.
cause claim.
Yeah, air has weight, and so you'd expect it to be slightly higher pressure at the bottom of the container than at the top of the container, and that's what we observe.
Okay, weight.
Sure.
Right, air
Weight's
has
the
weight.
cause?
Right.
Okay, so what's to do with gravity?
I wasn't
So-
talking about gravity. I was just trying to avoid that subject by talking about weight. Everybody agrees that weight exists. We
What
say it's due to gravity, but
What direction's weight?
weight is down.
Awesome. And which way is all the gas going?
Everywhere.
Yeah, gas bounces around everywhere with a slight downward bias.
There you go. Slight downwards bias to its
Yeah.
way, which is absolute fucking
Pat,
bollocks.
let me
But Matt, why do you
Show
have
us
to
evidence
avoid?
of that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
How'd you weigh gas?
I've already been. So
How'd you-
Matt,
oh,
let me
let-
catch you
let-
up
let me-
with.
Yeah, Alice, just go ahead.
Let
How'd
me
you weigh
catch you up
gas
with
without a
what.
container?
Let me catch. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's what I sound like. Let me catch you up to what I've been trying to convey to them is that if you look at the periodic table of elements, this is all rehashed. You guys don't have to listen, but so if you look at the periodic table of elements, you have each element has its own individual weight. So we all agree that things have weight. That's where we all kind of nod our heads and say yes, we agree.
Yes, mass has weight. Exactly.
Exactly. So each
Do.
element
No.
has its own weight. Each element has its own weight. Each compound has its own weight. So if you have oxygen having one weight, helium has a different weight. So that's why helium will float in a balloon because helium is lighter than air. Therefore, it has an upward gradient. I'm sorry.
So density again.
That's not density.
Yeah, not gravity.
You
Good
just
job.
debunked weight.
That's density.
You just
That's
debunked
That's
weight.
not density.
Weight doesn't
Yeah,
go
it
down.
is.
density.
Weight will go up
What-
if density is thicker. You debunk your own weight.
Yeah, weight is relative to the medium it is in. Like weight is a conception made by humans because we weigh things in air, and from that we created this convention. We use weight, and later on we created mass, that convention. But weight itself is just a convention in air. It's not a fundamental property of matter. You change the medium around the thing you're trying to weigh, and suddenly its weight changes because the pressure it's pushing down on the scale is not the same.
What?
Holishness. Is it helium? Is it helium less dense than air?
Is helium less dense than air?
Yeah.
I don't. You know what? I've never measured the denseness.
Yes,
or
yes, yes,
non-denseness of
yes,
helium.
yes, it is, and it will go up. Is it up or more dense than air?
Is what?
Is it up or more dense than air?
You're not really okay.
Is it
You
apple
can't
more
ask
dense than?
me-
Is
you
it
can't-
is it apple more dense than air?
You can't ask me if an apple
Why?
is more
These
dense
people-
than air.
Is it or not?
That's not a valid question.
Oh my god! Oh my
It really
god!
is.
He just said helium is less dense than air, so he's asking you is apple less dense than air?
That's not. You can't sit here and be like, "Hey, there's
But
something."
But if
hey,
I
look
drop
at
the
this
apple,
thing.
if I drop the apple in the air, I
Let me
need to
ask you
know what.
this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you
tell me.
this.
Why?
Can you
Why are you
hold-
asking a question? He's trying to ask you one. Why does this happen every time we have a Glober being asked a question? And the first thing they want to do is ask their own question. Can you just answer his?
Yeah, you have yet to grasp fully what he's trying to tell you and ask
Okay,
you.
yeah,
So
go ahead.
try
go
to
ahead.
follow
Ask the full
along.
question.
Is it apple more dense than air?
Yes.
And
Oh,
what
no.
shall we, and what will do apple if you throw in the air?
It falls down
Why?
because it is an object.
More dense than air.
But here's my question: can you hold on to air?
If you drop apple in the water, what will happen?
I can contain air.
It will. You can contain air, right? But you can't reach up and grab a handful of air and go like, "Look at this cool handful of air I've got."
No, but I can get a bag and I can contain a gas
But you
in the
know,
bag.
you know what you can also do. You
Like
know
a
what you can
balloon.
also do. You can take an apple and you
Yeah.
can put it on top of something, right? And
Yeah.
then you can have a really brisk
Nice.
wind blowing through, and it'll blow the apple over.
Of
Awesome.
course.
You can take a plastic bag, so you can arguably say a plastic bag
Mm.
is more
You can-
dense than air. You can hold
Yeah,
a plastic bag in your hand.
Owlish, you
No
can
idea
leave
what
the
it's
apple.
about.
You can leave the apple on the floor, and nothing will happen if any energy influencing anything on apple. Apple will stay there forever. Do you
It
know
will
that?
not stay there forever.
It will stay there forever. If any energy is not influencing the apple, it will stay there forever.
So, but here's the thing: you're comparing two things that aren't the same. You can't say a gas is more dense, is less dense than an apple, and be like, well, that proves it. You have to take two like things to compare them. That is literally the epitome of apples to oranges. It's not the same thing. You
Okay, we
can't
won't
take
talk
two
about- we
things
won't-
that aren't the
we won't-
same.
We won't talk about water evaporation ever again. So, if I need to keep gas, I know you're making me laugh now. If I need to keep gas in an area, we're going to
That's not
contain
making
it.
you laugh because it's very
Yeah, yeah.
funny.
I know it's quite cool. If I want to keep gas in an area, I need to contain it. Otherwise, it's going to fuck off in it.
Yeah,
Okay, and if there's no container, what happens to the gas?
it keeps on flying away.
Yeah, it just keeps on flying away.
Just
See,
keeps on
that's
flying.
the problem we've got. What do you say stops gas from flying away apart from a container?
I'm not going to say it again. I don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to do the
Because-
circular argument thing.
Exactly, because what we're going to need from you is the observation. Something actually happening, and you haven't got that yet.
But what I keep trying to explain to you is you
Because
keep
don't have
saying
natural phenomena.
things are denser than other things, right? So what I was saying is that helium is lighter than gas. I mean,
Awesome.
helium is lighter than oxygen, right?
Yeah.
Helium is a gas.
But you can't
How
say
far
therefore
is
it's
it down?
space. You're saying therefore it's space. You can't say that.
You're once again, though, talking about relative density, and you're not demonstrating the
How are
cause
you-
behind it.
How are you proving that helium is more dense than oxygen? Or oxygen is more
Yeah.
dense than helium?
You're not.
How?
Yeah, that's what
how
I'm
you-
saying. It has to do
how?
with weight.
You put the helium in the balloon and it's going up. That's how.
Right. That's nothing to
Right.
do with density. That has to do with weight.
What?
That's,
No, hold on.
that is
Because
literally density.
Go on, man.
How is
Oh
that
my God.
density?
That is literally density.
How is that density?
Why does the
Weight.
anvil float on Mercury?
Why does what?
Why does the anvil float on the top of Mercury?
Why does it? I don't know.
Yes, you do. Say it.
I don't know. I don't
Anvil.
know
You have
how-
a pool of liquid mercury. You put a big ass metal 100-pound anvil on it.
I've
it
never
floats
seen
on
that
top.
before.
Yes.
Right,
The-
Floats on
Let's-
top.
You're seeing right now.
I'll tell you what, let's take it to
Let's
something
go into
she has seen. Sorry. 44 minutes past the hour. Going to live stream voice text owlishness.
Yeah.
Do you see the image with the ball and the two cups? Yes?
Yes. I see
Okay.
the. Oh, okay. We got the grape.
Yeah. All we've done is, I think we've introduced salt into the fluid, right? And the grape or whatever is moved. Now that's because the water solution has now become more dense.
Hmm.
So scientifically, right? If I manipulate the density, I have the phenomena of something fucking moving. So scientifically, it's density because that's the only thing that I've manipulated.
Okay, but
And de-
let's pretend for a. Okay. All right. I got you.
Only
I
look at
got what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Good.
But
It's just when you start running off really quickly onto something else, just let it settle for
Yeah.
5 minutes. Do you understand?
man.
Yeah.
okay.
All
All
I've
right.
done.
Are we still gonna go back to the? I don't even remember what we were initially discussing.
the fact- It's quite simply that you do not have a demonstration for your claim. You just point and make declarations that the sky is a vacuum and because of gas pressure gradient. But that's not a demonstration of the claim.
I mean,
All you've been
Matthew
speaking
was
about for the last,
making. Oh, sorry.
yeah,
Go
don't
ahead.
fucking worry about it, Matthew. All we've been talking about for the last 5-10 minutes is density, and you going no. Then we give you two examples of, well, the anvil on top of Mercury. Why is the anvil on top of the Mercury? Because the Mercury is denser. Why is the grape moved in the solution? Because I've made the solution more dense. Demonstrating that scientifically, this is the only cause. Because I haven't varied and manipulated anything else, have I?
It's also super simple to see. If you scroll down, you see I posted a little picture here. A steel ball sinks to the bottom of the water. A steel ship with the same weight as the ball floats in the water. The difference is there's space inside the boat, and so the overall density of the boat is less than the ball, and therefore the water as well.
Uh-huh.
I think something you're missing here is that you're not really supposed to be arguing, no, not density, not weight. You're supposed to be arguing that gravity is the underlying cause of these things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be the correct thing to do within your belief system if you actually parroted it correctly.
And even if you prove
well,
that,
obviously I'm not parroting it though.
Even if you prove something with that thing's falling or whatever gas is doing, you know, on the end you need to deal with the water in the nature, and that's the problem, because that thing should to curb the water in reality, but doesn't do that.
That's cool. That's
You
a
know,
cool
all these force, you know, what we are discussing now, what should to do or what should to be, you know, on the end should to curve also that water in reality, but doesn't do that. That's the problem, the biggest. We can discuss now about 3 hours about what is gravity. But okay, let's say that gravity exists. Okay, let's check it that now. That gravity must curve the water in reality, because this is sphere, gravity is working, everything is all right. Curvature is there. But it
Sorry,
isn't.
I'm watching this video of the anvil and the Mercury.
Yeah, the Mercury is more dense.
It makes sense because it's a metal.
It's a liquid metal. Yeah, it's possibly toxic too.
It's not a liquid metal. It's just a metal.
The anvil
It just has a really low.
metallicness.
So you're saying mercury is not a liquid metal now?
At room temperature?
It's liquid.
Okay, okay.
So we don't have
say
three states of matter. We just have solids.
You do, but you said that it is a liquid metal specifically.
It is a liquid. It is classified as a liquid at standard room temperature. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
It's a liquid.
I wanted to make sure. Wanted to make sure we were on the same page. That it is not a.
It is a liquid.
Classified as a liquid metal, or that it just has a low.
It's a liquid element.
Same page. I don't know if we were still reading the same book, mate.
Yeah.
It's a liquid element?
The liquid element.
What do you mean by a liquid element?
He means red cow.
That's what Bob is.
The
metallic element is known to be liquid at standard temperatures.
You're the one who keeps bringing up the periodic table.
This is very basic stuff.
Yeah, right. I'm asking you. Okay,
kind of like how you don't find. Hold on, it's kind of like how you don't find steel in the ground. You find iron, and iron isn't in like these refined chunks or anything like that. It's ferrous. You find ferrous areas and you combine it all together to create iron. In the same way, this is a metallic element. It's not
Obviously, you've never
metal.
played Minecraft.
Right.
You gotta work on those jokes.
Tell us about Minecraft.
No, don't.
Please don't tell us about Minecraft.
I was joking. Sorry.
Minecraft's flat though, right?
No,
let me
it's
ask
actually cubed. It's a cube.
It's flat.
Let me ask the nice lady. What is a Carmen? What is that to you?
What?
What is the Carmen line? Have you heard that word?
A Carmen line?
Yeah.
No, what is that?
That's supposed to be where space begins and the atmosphere ends in education, science. You believe in that?
I don't know what it is, so I can't say if I do or don't.
I just wanted to say that.
I'm not going to make comment on something I don't know what it is. So.
Well, if there was a Carmen line, which I believe you're claiming, the gas would just disperse into the vacuum. It would never stay. It would never be held from a gravity type force. So that's where you're debunked. Unless you can show that, then it's pointless.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're asking of me.
Nobody else.
I tried to explain your claim and why it doesn't work. Gas would just disperse into the vacuum. It would never hang around at a Carmen line. That makes sense to you?
No, I don't know what that is, so I really can't comment on it.
Okay, carry on.
Sorry,
it's just the same thing as always. It's just the same thing as always, though. You can't have an adjacent vacuum medium, right, to the air pressure here on Earth because it would fill that, right? It's just the same thing we've been saying the whole time.
Okay.
You just need to think about what's the available volume. That's it.
The available volume is the entire vacuum of space.
Pretty big volume.
I just completely lost my train of thought. I don't remember what point of the conversation we were in. We were talking about liquid elements, right? I was looking that up.
No, we were kind of moving away from that because
sorry, I was saying that to myself. I was looking that up.
Okay.
You can carry on.
Because weren't we talking about density with the air gradient, the air pressure gradient?
Yeah, I thought we were done with that. I mean, we kind of thoroughly covered that subject, right? Or
Well, we kind of thoroughly covered that subject, and you have yet to concede.
oh, okay. You were waiting for my concession. I see. Well, I'm not going to see. It's
Stubborn.
I don't know. You're asking me to demonstrate.
You're practically asking me to go against the natural law. You practically want that.
Me? I want you to go against the natural law?
Yeah. Can you go against the natural law, please?
I mean, I'm not. I don't know what.
I cannot. If you can, I cannot. If you can, it would be nice to see how you can do that.
I can't concede to something that I can't.
Can you violate natural laws? Yes or no?
Me personally, no, I cannot.
Yeah. Can anyone at any time? No. The answer is no. Natural laws apply in this way. Your claim, though, is against this law of nature.
It is against the law of nature as you know it. As you know here on Earth.
That's an appeal to ignorance. That's an appeal to ignorance. Sorry.
How many different...
sorry, Alison, we're dealing with the Earth.
Right, we are. We are dealing with the Earth.
Exactly.
However,
so
what I am
were
saying...
you just talking about, saying that I'm just dealing with things on the Earth? Where the fuck are you going? We've been talking about the Earth the entire time. That's where natural laws apply here on the Earth.
Yeah, right.
Here on the Earth.
But see, I'm including the space. I'm including space in my argument. So,
well, the thing you're imagining.
Hold on, everybody. Before everyone spurgs out, do you have proof of space?
A lot of people do.
No, do you?
There are a lot of people who have proof of space. A lot of people in this forum, in fact.
Where?
Are you asking me where in this Discord that people have proof of space?
Yes.
You said a lot.
Yes. I think there are people here who own telescopes.
What?
So just look up, and that's a vacuum. That's a vacuum above you.
You said, do people have proof of space? I said yes.
Yeah, space is a vacuum. Right? Space is a vacuum, right?
Okay, let's throw aside for a second the vacuum part. You said, do you have proof of space?
You have proof because space is defined as what?
What exactly are you asking? Are you asking me if I have
proof?
When I say,
hold on,
everybody. When I ask you, do you have proof of space? When I say space, what do you think I'm talking about?
Are you asking me, do I have proof that space exists? Or are you asking me, do I have proof that space is a vacuum? Which one are you asking?
No. Those are, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Because when you say space, you are talking about a vacuum. They're the same thing.
So you agree that space is a vacuum?
No, I do not. There is no space vacuum because the space you believe in does not exist.
So what are the people here on Earth, in this Discord specifically, when they have telescopes and they're looking up, what are they seeing?
They're seeing celestial lights and they're seeing the night sky.
Not space. There's no vacuum.
There are people here who have posted images of Saturn.
Yeah.
So what?
That's Saturn.
Yeah, and where's the vacuum? Where's the vacuum? Have they posted images of a vacuum?
But you said that they're seeing lights. If they're seeing lights, how are they posting pictures of Saturn?
Stop. You need to parse this data a little better in your mind. The entire model of the sky that you believe in is false.
Okay, so let me post. I'm gonna post something here. This is a message link. 57 past the hour. Click on that Discord. I don't have embed, so you have to click on it. But Sheepdog Legend on 2/5/2023.
Yeah, where's your proof? Where's your proof that that is a solid object that's millions of miles away, made of gas, sitting in a vacuum?
Yeah, and sorry, Sheepdog Legend will not claim that there is a vacuum of space.
However, they did post an image of an object in space that is not a light in the
my God. Oh my God. What's your IQ?
4.
Excuse me.
If you see the image of something, what does that tell you?
It could be a water medium.
What are you saying? That it creates its own light? Is that what you're claiming? It's
It could be a
creating
water
its own
medium.
light. It's a what?
It could be a water medium.
Oh,
you don't know.
A water what?
No, what are y'all doing? Listen.
Yeah.
A water medium? What did you just
Look
say?
what y'all do. Look what y'all do. Look what y'all do. Now I'm just going to have to ban her, and then I'm going to have to take punitive action against some of y'all. How's that sound?
Why would you ban me? Come on, man.
Does everyone understand the rules now?
Always.
Okay. Now you see a light in the sky. Tell me what the light is.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you. You see a light in the sky. Tell me what the light is. And how you know.
Well, a lot of
Go
those
ahead.
lights are stars.
Oh. Perfect. Prove it.
Well, there's one right above your head most of the time.
How do you, where's your evidence that any of the other little lights in the sky are anything like the sun? Where's your evidence?
Well, there are people with telescopes, just like people here on Earth with telescopes,
I asked
or
where
just
your
like the
evidence
people in this
was because
forum.
telescopes are not going to tell you that.
They're not going to tell me that
No, they're
something
not.
that looks like the sun
They don't look like
that is
the
in another.
They do not
You
look
can't
like
see
the
that.
sun.
Yes.
Post a picture of the sun and post a picture of a star through a telescope. Do it.
They're not the same thing.
Yep, I don't look the same.
Always baffles
Why are
me
you
as well.
saying? Why are you saying? Like, to me, it's a lie. You're lying to me when you say they look the same. Why would you lie to me?
Why would I lie to you?
Yeah, because you're
man.
clearly lying to me because you know they don't look the same, don't you?
They do kind of look the same.
How?
Well, they both. I mean, they're not the same size, obviously, because they're millions of light years apart.
Can I ask you something? Are you in a galaxy? Do you believe you're in a galaxy right now?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
There are other planets around.
No, I asked how you know you're in a galaxy.
I don't know how to answer that question.
You've never thought about it.
It was so
I
many
have, of
times
course,
on
thought about
television.
it.
Has anyone gone out and taken a selfie of the galaxy? How do you know you're in a galaxy?
Hey, that's what they send out those.
So you think
Probes
according
for.
to your heliocentric, celicentric model, they have sent something out beyond the galaxy?
Bro, you can't send
You
something
did.
out. Are you asking the galaxy or are you asking our solar system?
I am asking the galaxy. How do you know that you are in a galaxy?
That is such a weird question.
How do you know that you are in a galaxy?
That is a bizarre question. I don't know how you're.
It's bizarre that it's bizarre that you have never asked yourself, how do you know? How do you think they know they're in a galaxy?
Where do you think you are?
Oh God.
I am on Earth.
You are on Earth, correct. So
I am on Earth.
what is all around
And I
you?
do not speculate about anything else beyond Earth until I know what I am on. I don't know everything yet. Stop. I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to give you a story. I'm not going to give you a narrative. I'm not going to look outside and say, maybe I'm like one of those dots of light. I'm not going to do that. I am asking you how you know Because for you, it's a certainty. You know you're in a galaxy. Now tell me how you know.
So I don't know how to answer your question.
You don't want my question.
It's not that I don't want to answer your question.
I don't know,
I don't know how to
ability,
answer your
boys.
question without
wanna answer the
referring
question.
to something that you don't believe in.
No, you can't answer the question. Even if I believed what you believed, you wouldn't be able to answer the question.
Because obviously we have telescopes. We have imagery.
Okay, so are you...
We have satellites.
How does a telescope see backwards like a selfie? How do you know you're in a galaxy?
She said satellites also.
How does looking out your window tell you everything about what you live in?
Bro, my brain is melting. Like you were just you were just way beyond. You were way beyond.
You are melting down because you have never had a genuine, real thought given to you. And now you have one.
This is not a thought, sir.
This is literally what cognitive dissonance is.
No.
You have been asked a question about your reality.
This is not cognitive dissonance, my friend.
This is cognitive dissonance.
No, it's not.
Tell me what's irrational. Everyone be quiet. Tell me what's irrational about my question. Tell me.
Because you're asking something. You're asking a question that does not have an answer, and then you're expecting me to come up with an answer.
Wait. It doesn't have an answer?
No, it does not have an answer. You're asking me.
How does it not have an answer?
You're asking me for a question. You're asking me a question that does not have an answer because the answer doesn't exist. You're asking me for something that doesn't exist.
Your answer. So wait a minute. Your answer is you don't know if you're in a galaxy.
You know what? I can't even.
Think about what you just said.
I want you to think about what you just said.
Oh,
I want you to think about the whole thing that just happened.
The crafted trap that I always lay.
Tonight I want you when you're laying in bed.
I know you want me. I promise. When I'm in bed.
Listen, tonight I want you to go lay in your bed, close your eyes.
Can I say something?
Are you going to take care of me after I close my eyes too?
I absolutely will not come within 1,000 miles of your bed or you.
Totally fine.
But I want to
now,
live rent-free.
Are you ever gonna answer the question? How do you know?
Rent-free in your mind forever.
You know that you live in a galaxy.
Because that's what it is. That's what.
How do you know? I didn't ask you to declare that's what it is. I asked how you knew.
Why can't we just say telescope or lens optics?
No, stop.
Bro.
How do you know you are in a galaxy?
How do you know you're in a body?
Because I can look down and see my body.
You can look down and see your body. How do you know your eyes aren't making it up?
How do you... Okay, so you're going down to solipsism. Are you?
Yeah.
Are we just brains floating in a jar?
Where we are. This is where we're going.
Are we now just brains floating in a jar?
Are we a simulation? How do you know we're real? How do you know you're real?
She did it.
I know that he's real.
He broke up.
I know that he's real because I am real. We are discussing here about flat Earth.
Don't answer her. Don't even entertain that solipsism nonsense.
How do you know that
How do you know, sweetheart? How do you know you're in a galaxy?
How do I know that you know that I'm real?
See, yeah, and so your answer is maybe nothing is real. Think about that.
Yeah, maybe nothing is real.
Maybe I need to wake up now.
Are you a simulation?
I win. The only argument you have is maybe nothing's real. The only argument you have, honey, is nothing is real.
Do not call me honey. That is
honey.
Oh God, that
sweetie,
is disgusting.
baby, listen.
Ew.
The only answer you have.
Bro.
The only answer you have is nothing is real.
Oh my God.
Owl, are you here now?
Oh my God.
Owl, are you 100% here now?
The only answer you have is that nothing is real. That's it.
That's not my answer. That's my question.
What's your answer?
You're asking me a ridiculous question.
Typical woman can't take accountability.
Whoa.
Literally can't admit to what you just said. That's
Excuse me, hold on. Let me roll back. For just a second.
Admit can't even admit.
A typical woman can't
Yeah,
even admit.
exactly.
A
See, this is all,
typical
this is all she can do. This is her level of intellect.
Owlishness, are you? Do you know that you are appealing to nihilism?
Well, hold on a minute.
No, I am
So
not
we brought
appealing
up
to
the
nihilism.
telescope.
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
really? Oh,
Yes,
really?
you are. You're appealing to nihilism. Yes, you are.
I am not.
Yes, you are. You just said nothing
I have
is real.
not said.
You
I have
said
not
nothing
said,
is real.
I asked
Said
you
nothing
if
is real.
anything is real.
When asked a rational question about where you got the knowledge about where you live, you said maybe nothing is real.
She believes telescopes are real, so obviously she believes the lens in the telescope is real. So, dicks.
Hey there, Meme. This is the base department. We're just saying, hey, we're impressed with your work.
Thank
This
you.
is Moon calling to Nixon. Please hang up and try again.
All right, y'all. All right.
I'm sorry, but you actually had to stoop down to woman comments to make
I didn't stoop. I didn't stoop.
You
hey,
did.
Hey, listen,
You
listen.
absolutely did. You had to
Listen, everybody shut up but me. I didn't stoop. I just stepped on you with my foot.
You had to stoop down to
Listen,
men
all you
versus
have,
women.
all you have, this is all you have, which means I already know I've won.
All
Like,
you
you're
have,
upset. You're
all
clearly
you
upset.
have is
You're
I
upset.
am man. I am
Yeah.
so smart.
Yes.
I am big
Listen how
smart
mad she
man.
is. Listen how mad she is. This is how mad she is.
Feed that narrative.
This is angry.
Definitely tell
Sorry.
her mad.
Let's
Sorry,
bring
guys.
out the telescope,
Sorry.
please. She brought
Straight, straight into characteristic.
Jedi, let me speak for a second, Jedi.
No, shut the fuck up, man. You're pissing me off. You've already pissed me off tonight. So it's basically straight into character assassination.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying
yeah,
to
yeah, sorry, hold on. Yes. So, yes, this is what me meant. What you've been doing is literally what every woman does on a piece of paper, one after the other. And when I turned around to you and said, now it's character assassination, you just went, yeah.
Yeah, because you're stooping down to this is what
Stooping down to your level because you're that low. I promise.
you
Is
think
that what you were about
I'm
to say?
low.
Is that what you were about to say, sweetie?
Listen, can you stop?
Listen, honey.
all you can do is stoop to pejorative language. You can't have a conversation with somebody.
Well, you said I wasn't real. You said none of us were real. You said none of us were real.
I assure you, I'm not a
language.
I assure you, I'm not a
You
robot.
said none of us were real.
I assure you, I'm not a robot. I assure you, you brought up the freaking telescope. I assure you, you're not going to bring up the lens in the telescope, are you? Thank you very much. Exactly.
Thanks, kid. Thanks. All right,
Oh, you're welcome.
that's enough.
You're welcome. Here,
Thank
you brought up the
All right. Thank you.
Maybe telescopes are
How
not
do
real.
you know? If it's all a joke to you, how do you know that you're in a galaxy? How do you know?
All right. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to answer your question because
That's right. Don't. And so you say we aren't real. Maybe we're in a simulation.
No. See, I wasn't saying that we aren't real. I'm saying how do you know you're not real? Because you're see, the point I'm trying to make is you're asking me a
ergo
question.
sum. I think, therefore I am. Now, how do you know that you are in a galaxy?
So the point I was trying to make with that question wasn't to
You don't
say
make points
that you're
with questions. You make inquiries with questions. So how do you know that you are in a galaxy? How do you know that you're in a galaxy?
Listen, you got to let me answer, okay?
Hey, I've got a teenage daughter. It's not going to work on me. How do you know that you're in a galaxy?
Keep talking over. My goodness, sir, you have to let me answer the question before you ask another question. That's how that works. That's how talking works, okay? If you keep talking,
it's the same question. It's the same question.
Okay, you have to let me answer the question then.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Girls are funny.
So, the reason why I'm bringing up the fact what is real, what is not real, blah, 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 is because the question you're asking me is not a question that can be answered, and then you're taking that question.
I can answer that. I can answer.
Shut up for 1 second.
I can
Sasha,
easily answer.
Quiet. Everybody,
Sasha! Shut up! Gosh, good gracious.
See, I simped for you right there. It's okay.
Okay, cool. Anyway, is everybody got their hands all tied up and everybody's going to keep their mouth shut for 4 seconds? Can we do quiet time?
Just go.
Okay. The reason why I feel like your question is not answerable is because you're taking a question that does not have an answer, and then you're using it to prove a point that doesn't exist.
It doesn't have an answer.
You're asking. No, it does not have an answer.
Are you sure?
You're basically you're posing a question right now. You're saying, "How
Why
do I
don't you
know
type it
I'm
into
in a
Google?
galaxy?" Are you gonna let me
quiet.
finish?
Hold on. I promise. Type into Google, how do we know we live in a galaxy?
I'm not going to type that into Google.
Just do it, because
again,
Google's going to answer the question.
no, listen. I understand that Google is going to give me an answer.
There is an answer.
There is an answer. Oh my god.
So what are you saying
Let me just appeal to you for 1 second.
One.
Uh,
How do you know you're in a galaxy?
Four.
Oh, how do we realize we live in a galaxy? The Hubble astronomer Edwin Hubble announces the Spiral Nebula Andromeda is actually a galaxy, and the Milky Way is just one of the many galaxies in the universe.
Right. So how do you know you're in a galaxy?
You know, I just know.
There you go. That's it. Thanks. That's all I wanted.
The word you meant to say is trust.
Yeah. No, not even, guys. Don't put words in her mouth. She just knows.
I just know, man. I just know.
Just know, bro.
Yeah, I just know.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro.
Yes, exactly.
Source, trust me, bro.
Somehow I don't trust you.
All right, thanks,
Don't use
Sasha.
2-year-old names in here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't trust you because I know the answer of that question. I don't trust
You know the answer?
We don't, guys. We
I
don't
know
give
the answer,
answers.
yes.
We
Okay,
don't give
Sasha,
answers. We don't make claims.
Please give me the answer. Please, Sasha, go ahead and present us with your answer. Go.
What is the question? I know the question. I'm
Did the vodka
joking.
come out?
I'm joking.
Hey, why did it just get banned from the text channel?
Okay, come on. I will give the answer.
Who banned me from the?
How I know that I'm living in galaxy? I cannot know that because I should go outside. I should be in rockets. I need to believe all that stories what NASA and that mean that you know. Do you know why you know? You know because you believe that it's fact, and that's it. You believe that it's fact, but it is not. That's the only thing. You believe that it's a fact. We all believe that it's. I believe that it's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I believe like if you want to statistically, I'm global. I'm not flat earther because I'm 52 years old and I believed in globe 45 years.
Mm-hmm.
That means I'm global still somehow mathematically. You know, I'm still like growing my mind with, you know, that sea level things. You know, Switzerland, for example, mountains. You know, they have mountains. And they have heights of that mountains in Switzerland. Can you imagine that? And that it's above the sea level. And now my question is, which sea level? Adriatic Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the Atlantic Ocean? Which sea level Switzerland using for mountains?
Sir, did you just ask me which sea level?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is only one sea level. It's sea level.
Okay, good. And now my thing is this: I'm the child, and I learn in school sphere, and I had a ball, a sphere, and sphere could be big, small. You can measure it. It have radius, it have curve, you know, and everything. But you have no. Do you know what you don't have on the sphere? A level.
Okay.
There is no any sphere that has any level. Any sphere. If you show me one sphere with a level, I don't know. You will be the Nobel Prize girl who from the sphere showed me, I don't know, level. That would be very great to see. You know, sphere is curving in every part, and it's starting to curve from the point where you are, and there is no level, and we have sea level everywhere. Every continent have sea level, one level. You said it's one, and we are saying also is one. and all about its elevation.
Uh-huh.
That's for kids,
Okay.
Story.
Keep on going.
Do you want another story? Rivers. We have rivers.
Yep. Keep going.
You go to the delta of the river, Let's say Mississippi. And now you turn around and think how much of curvature it's to the source of the Mississippi. It's big one, is it?
Yep.
And how it's possible that it's curving down to the source, and river is going from the source direction to the river. It's going from the source to the, delta.
How is the river?
Yeah. How is Mississippi curving to the source?
No, I don't know how to answer your question.
Let's go to the delta of Mississippi.
Wait, are you implying that? So you're implying that the Earth is a slope, is what you're saying?
No, I'm implying that rivers are coming from the mountains, and going down to the sea level.
No, that's the Mississippi does not come from a mountain.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Doesn't matter. Even better. Do you understand me that we are on the delta?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Do you know what is delta of river?
Yeah, I know what the delta of a river is, but I don't understand what you're saying about a mountain.
That's when river is finishing. It's finishing it's going to the sea. That point.
Mm-hmm.
And now you look into the source, other 500 miles. How much is Mississippi? And there should be curvature. I don't know, like 5, 6, 7 miles of curvature going down.
Right.
And that river the Mississippi is going down to the source from the sea level. It's going down.
Right. So what you just said, though, is that the reason the river is meeting the sea is because there is a slope that is allowing it to go down to the river, right?
No, I'm telling you that river has one direction. It's going from the higher elevation to the lower elevation.
Where is the higher elevation?
Can you imagine the globe when I speaking about river?
Well, I'm asking you, where is the higher elevation that it's coming from?
It starts way up in Minnesota, my lady.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you should do your own research. Yeah, always goes from higher elevation to lower. That's how rivers flow.
Okay, so you're saying the Earth is a slope.
Jesus Christ.
Because it goes from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
I'm just being quiet. Y'all wanted to argue this weird point.
No, look, are you retarded, miss?
I don't think so.
No, she's not. She's not. I'm about to fall asleep.
She's legitimately this dumb. Okay, I got it.
No. Listen, we're done with the river thing because that's going to bore me to death.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move to 1.22 miles of
No. I am going to get my answer.
Galaxy.
How do you know you're in a galaxy?
Because it's a fact.
How do you know you're in a galaxy?
Cue the Jeopardy music.
And we're not leaving this point ever.
Did Sasha just say because it's a fact?
Well, he was mocking. He was mocking you from earlier. But until you give me some rational reason that you know it, or you can just say, I don't know, I just believe it.
I think Sasha, you can get Sasha to explain. I think he knows.
Do you know or do you believe?
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw it over to Sasha because
No, so I'm going to mute Sasha.
He was making a good point about
Stop trying to involve other people. You're accountable. Stop trying to run away. Is it a belief or is it knowledge that you have?
Can we go back to the fact that you're asking me a question using pejorative language? Are you retarded?
Is it a belief or is it not?
A retard woman? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Is it a belief? Is it a belief or is it knowledge?
Retard woman, speak about.
Is it a belief or is it knowledge?
It's both.
Come on, Alice. I mean, this is
it belief or is it knowledge?
Don't be offended, by what other people have said.
I'm not offended. If you have knowledge, I think it's really funny.
Cool. All right, it is funny, and actually, I wouldn't have approached it the way that other people have, but yeah, I mean, just answer Ian's question.
All right. It is a belief.
It's a belief. Thanks. We can move on now. Hey.
Thanks.
Do you understand the difference between a belief and knowledge?
Hey, and guess what? We all used to believe it.
Question. Answer the question. Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Do I? Yes, I do.
What's the difference?
Well, a belief is like believing in God. A knowledge is like this apple weighs 2 ounces because I measured it. Because I weighed it on a scale.
Well, belief can also be trust, right? If you trust somebody, you believe what they say, right?
Yep.
So belief is the expectation of something of which you have no knowledge. So you may believe it's going to be sunny today. You may believe you're going to ace your test, right?
Well, those are testable things, though.
But before anything happens, you believe, right?
I believe in a thing called love.
Sure.
Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. Sorry.
Just listen to the rhythm of my heart, yeah.
That's all good. Hey, man, there's a lot of truth in music.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Helio.
I'm a dick like that.
You are definitely a dick, yeah.
So what is knowledge? Exactly.
What is knowledge?
Yeah.
Them some things you know.
So it's a certainty of something, right? A certainty from fact.
Knowledge is certainty from fact.
Right. Like this table is right here.
I can't see your table. I don't know where it is.
You heard me knock on it.
Is it to your left, to your right, in front of you?
It doesn't matter where it is.
You said right here. I don't know where right here is. Is it to your left, to your right, in front of you? Is it on the ceiling? Is it
underneath you? Can you stop? Can you stop? You know exactly what I mean. Stop it.
So fatherly.
I feel like I'm talking to my daughter when she's on her period. Holy cow. Crazy, I know. So now that we know that you know the difference between
you made children with who?
Now that I have 3. So now that we know now that we know you know the difference between knowledge and belief.
You have her in a dungeon? Jesus Christ.
Oh, absolutely. I keep all of them in a dungeon. I throw them scraps every day. So now that we know that you know the difference between knowledge and belief, you understand that what you have, you truly do understand that what you have is a belief.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not just saying that to run away from it. You know that you believe you live in a galaxy.
Oh, I'm not running away. I'm still right here, and I do believe that
you
we live in a galaxy. Yes, I do believe that, and I will continue to believe it.
But
it doesn't matter what evidence.
Listen. You don't know.
I don't know.
That's right.
But there's a lot of things that you also don't know that you believe.
Yeah, except I'll tell you. Wait. There's things I don't know that I believe.
Yes.
Like what?
Like what?
So there's a lot of. For example.
Yes.
You don't know what those lights in the sky are, right? What do you believe that they are?
I have no idea.
Right. Why do you think?
What I know, listen, I'm going to tell you something I know.
What is that?
When we measure long distance on the Earth, there is no measurable curvature.
Okay. How do you know?
I just told you when we measure long distance, there's no curvature.
How are you measuring?
The measurement.
How are you measuring?
You take a known height of something like a lighthouse or a surveyed hill or a surveyed mountain. And then you pull the distance from there with a known distance from it and known height of yourself. And you can calculate.
8 inches per mile squared.
What else should to be calculated? Something else?
Hold on. No, just please. Approximately, yes.
Yes, there's a whole other mathematical equation that is more precise, but
sure. Why don't you tell us what it, hold on. Don't tell us that. Tell us what it is.
What, the other mathematical equation?
Yeah, 1.22 times the height of the observed squared. Yeah, go ahead. Tell us what it is.
No. I was just saying that there is a more. You didn't let me finish again. Jeez.
I already know what it is. I already know what it is, and I already know you don't.
Listening ears.
I already know what it is, and I already know that you don't.
Okay.
See, the problem is that the parabola and the other calculation. The parabola and the other calculation are the same up to 1,000 miles.
Sir, if you would have let me finish,
we only need 10 miles.
Listen, I was literally about to say that. That's why I said.
We only need 10 miles. We only need 100 miles. It's way short of 1,000.
Sir,
if you were really hold on, and if you were really going to do what you just said, you wouldn't have interrupted at all. You would have just let it go on.
You just kept on
because it wouldn't have mattered, which means you lied again. It means you lied again.
How am I lying? You're not even letting me finish what I'm saying.
Because I've talked to 1,000 of you.
1,000 of me?
Yes, you are just like every other one that comes in here. Same excuses, same attitude.
Talk over all of them too? Do you call all of them sweetie and honey?
Yes, I do. I treat everyone with disrespect who's disrespectful.
Do you call everybody else sweetie and honey and princess?
Absolutely. I call Jedi honey all the time, right, honey?
That's right, darling.
Mwah.
Those are actually my preferred pronouns.
That's right.
Can I ask you a question? Can you find some formula math where it's not saying 8 inch per mile square, it's saying 73 inch per mile square?
No, I agree that the calculation is 8 inches per mile squared. That is absolutely accurate. If he would have let me finish, what I was going to say is there is another calculation. However, it is only accurate after 1,000 miles, and it is not even that far off. So the other mathematical equation is just more accurate. However, 8 inches per mile squared is still
just as accurate up to 1,000.
So can you see 1,000 miles away from the surface of Earth?
Hold on.
No, you cannot.
Okay, well then there you go.
So here's the issue. We measure across long distances with known heights. There's no measurable curvature anywhere.
Unless you have proof that there is, Owlishness.
If something's not curved, what is it?
Oh, it's flat.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So if Earth doesn't measure any curvature, what is it?
An oblong spheroid.
No, that you would measure curvature.
I think pear is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was going with.
No, because his claim is that there's only 34,000 feet deflection on each side, which is essentially 0 on the scale of 24,901 miles. So no, it's not a pear.
Okay.
It is a more perfect sphere. The claim is that it's a more perfect sphere than a cue ball.
Cue ball?
Yes, like on a pool table.
Why specifically the cue ball? What about the 8 ball?
They put a cue ball under a microscope. The surface of it is more warped and more pitted than what they claim the Earth is.
What about the blue one? Or the yellow one? The 7?
Stop trying to divert. You're not funny.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. Girls aren't funny.
Oh,
no, girls aren't funny.
My bad.
Look, just because you laugh at yourself doesn't mean anyone's laughing with you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So?
What's up?
So if the Earth measures flat, what is it?
I mean, I guess it's flat. I mean, you just did it. Man, that's it.
Yeah, I guess that's it. That was easy.
Yeah, you did it, man.
See, you could get there.
Yeah, but can you refute it? Do you have any evidence that says that he's wrong? Has anybody ever proven that there is a curve to you?
He did, but you guys don't like that evidence, so I just.
You talking about Aristophanes?
No, I'm not talking about Aristophanes.
I think he's talking about the outer space stuff.
You like to tell like his little sun stick experiment. You don't like that one.
That's not an experiment. Sorry,
it's not proof of anything.
That's what I just said. I said you guys don't like his little sun stick experiment.
No. It's literally not a proof of anything. It's not that I don't like it. It's that it doesn't prove anything.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Why don't we like it? I mean, we've discussed this before. What have you taken away from what we've said to you? Why don't we like it? It's not a handshake dismissal, is it? There's a reason why we don't like it.
I can't remember what you said, honestly. I can't remember what you said. Can you remind me?
Yeah, cool. Stand underneath a light and walk away from that light. You will notice that the shadow increases. So there's two answers for shadows increasing, right? It's not just one. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why we don't like it, because it doesn't prove anything either way.
Okay, because the sun is in different spots in the sky.
Yeah, that's what you see every day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
You see the image that Drace posted?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at something else. I was looking at
you see the sun move across the sky. You just see the shadows move.
Yeah.
I see it.
So, right, can we stop posting so many pictures in here, guys?
No.
Yes. All right, so.
No, you can keep posting pictures. I can see what you're looking at.
You see the flat, and you see the curve, and they have the exact same measurements.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, one's flat and one's curved, but they have the same measurements. So what's it prove?
Hold on. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Oh, is one of them like bowed or something?
Yes, one of them is bowed.
Huh.
So it doesn't prove anything, does it?
Nope.
If it shows both, then it proves neither. So why don't we like Aristophanes?
Oh, because the sun sticks don't prove anything.
That's right.
Sorry.
All right. So it's not our problem, is it?
Nope.
There you go.
Good. I like that.
Yep.
At least we got to an understanding, because the way you phrased it was like, we just don't like it, hand wave dismissal because we're flat earthers. No.
No. I couldn't remember why you didn't like it.
No, that's fine.
I just couldn't remember.
No, that's fine. We just wanted to make sure that you did understand. I mean, you've been in the server for a while, so we just wanted to make sure.
But wait, you said your proof wasn't Eratosthenes. Did you state what your proof of curve actually was or not?
No, I did not.
Would you like to?
I don't really have anything cooked up right now, so
that's fine.
I've been talking for how long has it been? I don't know.
You're a woman.
So let's just get this straight. You, in your mind, you're 100% in a galaxy, but yet you can't even provide any proof that there's curvature of the Earth. Isn't that a little strange?
Yeah, it is. It's a little bit strange.
Well, you know what?
I'm sorry, my brain's a little bit like waxed.
If you want to go simmer on that for a while, that's fine. We're going to be here.
I got like elevator music playing in my head right now.
Awesome.
It's nothing
but.
You
sure it's not circus music?
Oh my god!
It's Flight of the Bumblebee.
It's like, hold on. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to post that.
So it's fine. Hey, look, we can move on to somebody else. Is there anyone else in here?
I need to get something to drink that is not alcohol. It's going to be soda. So I'm gonna listen for a bit. Okay.
That's fine.
I did get tired to join the server, but he has yet to actually get into the VC. Gonna work on that.
Yeah. Get that.
Just a guy we were talking about earlier.
No level is Not drinking.
Knew the vodka was flowing. It is.
It's not. No, I don't have any. I have to not give in to my alcoholism.
Bull girl. You sound like a vodka and Red Bull girl.
No, I don't like vodka and Red Bull. I kind of like my heart, actually. I would prefer to not have a heart attack. Oh, look at all these people joining. I'm gonna go on mute for a bit.
Try to find some curve while you're at it.
So, is there anyone else who wants to step into the gauntlet of getting repeated the same question to?
Half an hour? There doesn't seem to be anybody new, mate. I mean, fucking Globe Whisperers here. That's about it.
Yeah. It is. I'll tell you what's funny, though. Hold on a second. I got a text from my ex-wife. Hold on a minute.
Oh, God. Don't change your mood, mate.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Wait, did you just say ex-wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear about the guy who was going to get married to his ex-wife again? But then she realized that he was just after his money.
He just wanted his money, but
God, people need to work on their jokes, man.
Like it.
Here's a video that I mean, look, like somebody posted, "Hey, girls can't be funny." I was like, I can think of some like comedians that are really, really funny.
Ellen? You're going to say Ellen, aren't you?
Hell, well, but she can be funny sometimes.
There you go. There you go.
No, I was thinking of. I mean, have you guys ever watched Nikki Glaser?
No, I don't watch women comics.
Dude, I mean, she's notorious for like at big roasts of other like comedians and actors and shit. She's just like balls to the wall, freaking.
Yeah. Girls Talking Dirty just isn't funny.
Okay, well, I think she's funny, so fuck it.
Not to me, anyway.
Yeah, but you haven't watched her.
At least he didn't mention Chuck Schumer's daughter.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell's funny just by looking at her.
I mean, I have to admit, she comes over for the D, and I don't say no. But
yeah.
Like the big girls memist.
Say what?
What's the odds is it?
Say that again? What's the what?
I think I was breaking up. I had to re-enter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, were you saying that about Rosie O'Donnell?
Ugh.
She's a beast. Literally.
Beast, all right.
About her. I'm over for the D, and I don't say no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I said. No, I was talking about my ex-wife. She sometimes wants the D, and I don't say no.
Oh, even after all the shit?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that often happens. It's all good.
Is that why you were talking about being addicted to toxic women?
Yes, that is why I'm being addicted to toxic women. Yes, that is exactly why.
She was like, yeah, everything that happened, but we still need to, fulfill our needs, right? That happens a lot, A lot of people don't talk about it, but they,
Yeah, nobody talks about it, but
yeah, but it does.
Everybody knows the score.
Yeah.
Not a chance with me, mate.
It's just like the person, so it's just like goes unsaid, Just, like roll the baby.
So that was an interesting conversation.
Yeah, Allison I think I was here the night she came in, and I think I checked her in, and that was the last time I talked to her. I think she was here for a while, but it wasn't as deep a conversation it got into.
Wasn't really that
got into tonight. Well, I mean, it can't be too deep, with that kind of bullshit.
What we've done here is we've set up a long gauntlet, and everyone just keeps retrying the very first punching bag. They just can't get past it, and it just keeps swinging and hitting them. They just won't dodge it.
Thought she was going to maybe get it after Miggy's 4-hour-long 3 questions. But,
like we always said, Timbo,
she went the other way.
Yeah, we're not here to convince anyone. You have to figure this shit out for yourself.
She has chosen the path of the anti-flat earther. Instead of, I put a little comment to her. Instead of coming in here and asking us what we think and learn what our argument is, she's done the opposite. She has gone and sought out the anti-flat earther material and is actively learning that material and then poorly regurgitating it in here.
Thanks.
Yeah, she may have, after the first experience, gone to other servers or something and just got. That was not a good experience. Well, I mean, hopefully she learned something, by trying to be cute and stuff. No, and if you're interested in the topic, learn both sides, make your decision. Nobody here is trying to convince you.
Get up, Jim Pandas.
Well, hopefully she didn't make her wear there. Those guys are way worse than we are.
I drop in there every now and again. You know who's always there? Flat-a-Day Saints.
Fucking hell, right?
He just
stirring the pot
in the background, making these
him and Jen CBR, Jen's there, and they're a lot too. It's just like, congrats to you guys. If you want to stir the pot, you freaking argue with those idiots.
It's so funny. Someone will be making a sentence, and then they'll say flat in the sentence, and you hear Flat-a-Day Saints go, "You said flat."
You ever just go in there and just sit in the room and listen to the bullshit they talk about?
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't open my mic.
I can't stand it. They're such. They're Gorgons, man. They're the weirdest motherfuckers you'll ever meet in your life.
Yeah, a bunch of soy boys. They're just
gross, man.
Fuck, man. I wouldn't get along with any of those people in real life.
Pure degenerates. Like, not even kidding. One of the main guys in there's a scaly, which is like a reptile furry.
You've seen his picture, right? You know what Jim Panda looks like? Have you ever seen his?
Oh, we're not going to pick on scaly. Okay.
All right, my bad.
How do you spell scaly?
What's a lizard? Come on. What is he? A lizard furry.
Spell it.
He's a lizard. He's a lizard furry. Like one of their big supporters for the longest time. He was a lizard furry, and he was over in that whole group.
SCALY.
Yeah, and a scale.
I know what a scaly is.
Yeah, she knows. She's under 50, guys. Of course she knows what it is. She probably knows what Fuda and Dick Girl and everything is. Child of the internet.
Yep.
Fuck. What are you talking about? I must live under a rock, I tell you.
Just go Google Blue Waffle and all the other stuff.
By the way,
you guys want to join Lemon Party?
No.
Spell that again? Al, spell that again.
All right, guys, go for it.
Lizard furry.
SCA. Yeah, just put scaly and then plus furry.
Scaly furry.
If you
see it's like
Helio, make sure you turn the safety settings off and go to images.
Yeah.
That's the only way you're gonna.
That's the only way you're gonna find. Like, what do these guys go to conferences and just wear their costumes and shit? Is that kind of?
No, the images aren't that bad, actually. If you go to images, they're not that bad.
Yeah, they're
But
fine.
do they identify that way? Like, you identify as something?
Not really. I mean,
no, the scalies and the furries aren't like. That's not the same thing as like the other and the other stuff.
Wow, man. Hey, I'll be 50 this year, so.
Oh yeah, you need to start now because you're like 1,000 years old, basically.
Yeah,
This is what happens when you're
all
not
the
allowed.
scaly furries. I'm 1,000 years old.
When you're not allowed to stuff the dorks in the trash cans in high school anymore, this is what happens. We get a bunch of scalies and furries running around.
And what? Do they become the cool people? Is that what happens? I'm a scaly. Ooh, he's one of the scalies.
Bring back bullying.
I'm glad I don't know what the fuck.
Bring back bullying.
Yeah, you're older than me, aren't you, Jenna?
Fuck off.
Well, guys, like I said, I've been on the internet since '93, and I was on 4chan like a day after it opened.
Fucking
Oh yeah. See, I wasn't really hip on a lot of the like the back room internet chats and stuff until almost now.
I wasn't in the back room. No.
No, I wasn't. Like, I didn't even know what fucking 4chan was until I started going on Hangouts on YouTube. So anyway.
So what are some other names for these lizard people?
Oh, do you need some more search options? You found something you like on it?
But like, so some people dress up as lizards. What do other people dress up as?
Really cringy looking werewolves and purple dogs that look like they came out of some cartoon nightmare.
Barney costumes.
They're custom built costumes. Just go search on YouTube for like furries go shopping.
Yeah, I'll wait until I can do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of info out there.
Because if the kids jump on the computer and there's scalies and furries on there, I'll be in trouble.
I played Dungeons and Dragons one time, and that was it.
I played a shitload of it when I was in high school, but it wasn't on the internet. It was all on paper. We sat in a dark room and freaking. We didn't even have the whole setup where they play Dungeons and Dragons with a little set in the middle with characters moving squares and squares. We did it in our brain.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've been terminally online for like 28 years. So.
Yeah, I started.
I never played video games. I never played board games. No. I was a sports person.
All right, so you didn't play board games or video games?
Oh no, I like board games like Trivial Pursuit and stuff like that. But what's Dungeons and Dragons? Isn't that a board game?
No,
it's a role playing game.
Yeah, it's a role playing game where you create a character and you have what's called a dungeon master, and he creates a scenario for all your characters to go through. You build a character, and then he's the dungeon master, and he gives you the story, and then you move through the scenario.
Is he the key master?
I knew he was.
Yeah, basically the key master. You just go through the dungeon, and you get treasure and build. You get experience points and build your character up. It's similar to a lot of video games. I mean, as you progress through the thing, you get more experience points and treasure and dollars or whatever. If you're good at it, then you can freaking.
Okay, so basically what it is, it operates in something called the theater of the mind. To where you're all sitting around this table, and the dungeon master describes to you what's happening. You've got your characters, and you tell the dungeon master what you want to do. He tells you have to roll this in order to do that. But he sets up a stage for you to think about, and you all kind of participate in like this make-believe session, where maybe you're going through a forest, maybe you're going through a castle, maybe you're going through a dungeon, or maybe you're going through a field and you come upon a castle and then go into a dungeon, right? So it can be really fun. But
but I mean, with Dungeons and Dragons, they have they have multiple volumes of information. It's a universe created by other people, and then you can create your characters based on that, and then you just play that character in that universe.
Right. The books just give you a structure of what the rules of the universe are, and that's what the Dungeon Master does. So he gives you an adventure. He gives your group an adventure based on the rules of the editions of the books.
Yeah, the Dungeon Master is the
he's the Dungeon
Master and the referee. Because he can change the. But what's really cool about playing D&D?
Change the rules.
Change the rules at will. He's like, "Oh, you guys all got fucked up," but I'm gonna give you.
Or he can inject his terrifying fetish into the game.
Maybe. Yeah, I played it for years. Yeah, it was fun.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, oh no, it's great fun. Just play it with wholesome people. It's my recommendation. I always ruined the games because I'd be like, I would argue with like the store clerks or the people in the when you go into like buy your weapons. Like we went into this store and I argued with the manager and kept trying to roll to get something that I wanted, and I held us in there for like 40 minutes. Like I ruin games when I'm with them, and that's like my goal, to break the game.
I don't get down that shit. Even though it's just like when I first started, we didn't have like the big board with like blocks and shit. Oh, you're in this scenario.
Oh, we didn't do that either.
It was all in our mind. We're all sitting around the table with our characters on paper.
Well, I've never.
And it's the story, and we're all just like going through it.
You immerse yourself into the story, and so I got him to roll until I got a better sword because he was handing out our weapons at the beginning of our adventure.
So you haggle. You have to haggle. Oh, you always have to haggle.
Right, and so I haggled, and so I wanted to see his boss. And he looked at me like, "You want to see his boss?" I said, "Yes." And he told me I had to roll something.
He might be the captain of the Thieves Guild.
And so he was. He had to go back and look in the back room to see if he could find a better sword. And I got like a much better item.
Yeah.
So it was great. It is. It's fun, especially
if you have to know how to haggle. Then even in that generic or created scenario. I mean, if you had a good dungeon master, it was always fun.
Well,
I'm not a good dungeon master. I'm a good player, but I was never.
If you have a dungeon master that gives you the leeway to have a good time, then it's going to be a good game.
And it'll be good for him and for you because the only reason you play the game is to have fun, right?
Well, the only reason I play games is to win and break them. To me, that is fun.
Sure, but you can't break the dungeon master, though. So you should be a dungeon master.
Every time. But the truth is, they enjoyed it when I did it.
Sure, yeah. It's all good. Anyway, do we have...
I think they probably hate me now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I want to apologize. That woman brought up the telescope, and I was trying to talk about the lens in the telescope. And George Lucas had asked me about the pictures I had posted. So I wanted to explain that I believe my personal belief is in the electromagnetic fields. I believe Earth is a realm. And so everything is perspective and optics. So I was trying to nullify her argument right from the get-go, and that's all I'm trying to say. And thank you very much. I meant no disrespect.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's all cool. I mean, my understanding, it may be limited, and it probably is because I'm not a cameraman or telescope guy, but I've been doing this for quite a while. But with optics, the larger the lens is. The scope of zoom. When you zoom in, you have the large lens when it's at its 0 point. Then when you zoom in more,
well, it's more specifically.
Then you're actually seeing less, not more.
Correct. It's more in the filters. Like if you use a fisheye, it's going to be curved. If you used a wide eye,
That's
it's
not
still
what
going to
I
distort it.
That's not what I was saying.
Okay, well, clarify. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
All right, so you're using the same lens, like I'm saying a telescope. When you zoom in, you're not expanding your field of view, you're lessening your field of view.
Correct.
You know
You're
exactly where
narrowing it.
you're pointing, and you can expand what you might see at a certain distance, but you're lessening the broader field of view. So if you know where to point this telescope, microscope, freaking camera, or whatever, you're zooming in on a certain point. So you're lessening your field of view.
Correct.
To focus on a certain point.
Correct.
It doesn't
Tunnel
matter
vision.
how large the lens is.
Correct, Helio. Tunnel vision, but with the telescope.
All right. So if you have 100 millimeter wide lens, the more you zoom in, you lessen your field of view because you know exactly where to point it to find out what you're looking at. And you're going to find what you're looking at. You know where it is, because if you don't know where it is, you don't know where to focus.
Well, that's very true, Helio. Very true. But also, if you use infrared versus Blu-ray.
No, I'm just talking about optical view because that's where the argument started. Just like,
exactly.
People say, like, oh, we have telescopes. I mean, that's just a general. We have telescopes. Now, are you talking about an optical telescope? Or are you talking about radar telescopes? Radar telescopes are a different animal.
Well, right. Well, right. One goes off of a light frequency, and the other goes off of. Well, I mean, they all go off of a frequency in optics, and that was my point.
No. Optical telescopes are one freaking body, one instrument that is used from one area. Radar telescopes travel sometimes over miles. They have radar information that is fed back into. These aren't optical telescopes at all. The radar telescopes are not optical at all.
Understood. The radar telescopes are off of a frequency vibration and a ping, whereas the light.
And then that information is fed back through the radar telescope into a team of people that are getting the information, and then they go into Photoshop and recreate it into something what it would look like if it was real.
This is an awesome conversation,
man. That's all I was trying to say.
Y'all
you weren't trying to say that.
Please, y'all are both gonna put me to sleep and make me die laughing. Please stop.
Boy, my boy.
So, Jedi.
Yo.
Say something to me.
What would you like me to say to you, darling?
I don't know.
Well, it's just like when they say telescopes prove that Earth is a globe. And then, no, I mean, it's bullshit. We already know that. Anyway. That's my answer to all that.
That's your answer for Jedi. Awesome work.
I did get my affirming the consequent wrong. Really
If telescope, then curve. Curve, therefore telescope. Or is that where we're going?
Keep you busy.
Oh, that's their answer. Yeah. That's all I was saying.
Or no, when is it Jedi?
Yeah, it's good.
If Q, therefore P, and nothing. That's the whole argument. If Q, therefore
it's zero. It's zero. Ultimately.
If telescopes, therefore curve.
If curve, therefore telescopes.
I had a really good one today. It was if sound, therefore ball.
Yeah, I saw. Where is that little guy? What's his name? Taint? Or is it
Tired?
Tired. Okay.
Yeah, he can hear the Earth. He can hear it. He can hear it spinning or being a ball or whatever it is he hears. So it's a ball.
I think I was listening in during that.
I hear Earth. Do not tell me I know as it is Earth spin. I don't even know what accent that guy's going to have when he opens.
It's like, even without your senses, you could know.
That's some crazy white noise bullshit.
I got Professor Phil in my ones this morning, going on about Foucault's pendulum.
I recommend you don't even friggin'
Professor
respond to that motherfucker.
Didn't Professor Phil go to Bulgaria and have sex with that lady boy? And then what he did was that lady boy came in here and his name was Bad Boy. The son of that lady boy was born and came here. And his name was Bad Boy. He took his mother's last name.
This is his last comment. Mate, we academics live to be famous. We don't give a flying shit about the money. If I had any inkling that all the space agencies like the one I contracted with until I retired were feeding the public bullshit with respect to space and satellites, I would write out the front cover of The Age exposing the bullshit. I would be famous. I'm an expert in orbital mechanics, and I would be able to shut them down in 5 minutes flat. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say,
he's so full of shit.
Yeah, my dick is more famous than that mongoloid.
Didn't he say the Mercedes in my garage shows that I make satellites?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
What the fuck?
His evidence that he was correct was that he had a Mercedes. This was the time he said that in this chat. And what I did is I went out and took a picture of my Mercedes and threw it in here too. Remember?
Yes, friends. Yes, friends. And when he was here, he basically admitted that he doesn't see anything happen. He just looks at lights on a screen and fiddles a joystick.
Yeah, he just likes to play mind games with us, which he's not even good at. So
also he claims to have been either involved or the lead on Chandrayaan-7, which crashed. So his claim to fame is crashing a satellite worth, tens of millions of dollars.
Liar altogether.
Wow.
Crashed it.
Also, he was peddling for a think tank to so like they were planning to revisit the moon, right? They're coming up with all this bologna sandwich stuff that they're going to need to do, and one of them is how do you have a tank like to hold your gas and fuel and all of these things when you get there. It has to be very small because like down here when we make tanks to hold things, they're big, they're heavy, they're bulky. It takes a lot of money to get them up there. And so he had this think tank he was supposed to be responsible for, to help out the moon effort, right? For all the Globers, because when we go back to the moon, somehow that proves something. But anyway, his think tank was a Discord group. He was soliciting people to join a Discord to talk about a moon mission. Now,
he didn't start that.
Hold on, friend. Hold on.
My bad. I'll shut up.
Just think about it. He's a quote-unquote professor, supposedly worked for India Space Agency, and he's recruiting people on Discord for a think tank for a moon mission.
Oh, he's a scam artist.
All the time. Yes, maybe. Or what else could it be? It's a very easy segue considering what we were just talking about.
Yeah, he's a paid shill.
No, maybe a psychopath.
I gave you a hint. What were we just talking about? Adults getting around a table, having fantasy games about how they play out in the world with rules.
They probably have another server where they're just going, let's play with these flat earthers.
Right, dude. Is it at least possible that he's an older man who LARPs as an important person in the space agencies, and he hangs out with a bunch of older people, and they all pretend that they're actually members of the space agencies. And it's just like fantasy football, but for nerds.
I'm shocked. If only what you were saying, like, even remotely surprised me, because I've never believed him. I'm sure.
What about there's the other guy from New Zealand, with freaking the helicopter guy. He could be part of that group too, but he's not even good at it. No, I don't think they would even let him into that. He's so embarrassing. I can't remember his fucking name right now.
Live action role playing moon mission. That's hilarious.
Freaking, what the? You guys can't remember the guy that can't just begs to come back in here. He's just like, and he's drunk all the time. What's his name? The guy from New Zealand.
And Helio would.
Yeah, because
And what did he do though?
Oh, it's
Well, he's supposedly a pilot of a helicopter, right? It's Raza.
Yeah.
Jazza.
Yeah, Jazza. Yeah, Jazzaconda. Yeah, that dude.
Oh, Jazza.
But I don't think they would let him in that group because he brings up so much bullshit.
Jazz is
but anyway,
from the whole argument, isn't he?
I mean, I don't know for sure. He's retired from all the circles I've been in. But
That's the thing. Jazza, like over a year ago, like Jazz and I used to talk because we were both like really into Warhammer. And my impression with Jazza was that he was not on their side.
Yeah, but when he came into the live stream, he always caused a problem.
He was a troll. That's all Jazza was. Jazza was never serious.
All right, so I don't think he's part of that group. So
Jazza never said anything. Yeah, and by the way, Jim and Veach hated Jazza.
Yeah. Jazz is on his own trip. Jazz is on his own trip. That's
Veach. The problem is I think that Jazza actually has some character and scruples.
He does.
Even though he's nuts. And Veach and those other guys are kind of like, scumbags.
Yeah.
It's just like, how many times have we given Jazza, the rollback, come in here and freaking, make an ass of yourself all day long? And then it's just like, now you're gone. He's just like, but he still wants to hang out with us because he's
no, but Jazza, he is an actual helicopter. He's an actual helicopter pilot.
Well,
yep.
He probably knows how to fly a helicopter. I don't think I wouldn't ride in a helicopter.
That wasn't one of his arguments.
He knows how to do it, but I wouldn't ride in a helicopter with him.
No, dude. His argument was that he lands, he's safe, and nobody dies, and therefore the Earth has to be a globe.
To me, that's like the minimum requirement of being a helicopter pilot is that you don't die.
Yeah, but the thing is he always made the argument.
Just go on a trip with him, and then we'll drink Jack Daniels the whole time, and then we'll launch, and then we'll land and be like, "That was a cool trip, bro."
Right, but you've heard this argument before. Like, airplane pilots are responsible for people's lives. Yeah. They rely on the Earth being a globe. Nobody died, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, and airplane pilots, they travel thousands of miles sometimes.
Yeah, without any deaths, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Anyway,
so if y'all want to know how I solved their little moon mission problem, I'll hint you in. It's very easy. Took me like less than 3 seconds. So basically, what you do is instead of carrying a rigid container to hold the fuel, okay, all that you do is you carry some fabric-based container, whether it's polymer coated or whatever you need to resist the gas that you want to hold inside. You fold it up like a parachute, right? And when you get to the moon, you also bring some cable wire, right? And when you get to the moon, you construct the cable wire in a frame formation, and you just expose the container to the vacuum of space, which will cause it to pull itself to the wires, which will contain it, and you then fill it with your gas. Problem solved.
Wow. And so the fabric of space you can attach to it?
Huh?
I thought you were saying you can go to the moon. And
yes, Helio, you can totally fill this container with beer and not gas if you so desire.
Fill it with liquor, Helio.
Fuel is needed, but liquor is quicker.
Just remember, inebriate, then lubricate.
Yeah, so it's like, then they had Helio join, right? And they ended up with their space mission. When they got there, they inflated 2 of the tanks, right? They're like, all right, now connect the oxygen tank to the homestead. so we can start breathing. And Helio was like, wait a minute, we were supposed to put oxygen?
Yeah.
I just brought the beer.
Just put beer in here, man. It was like they took Barney from the Simpsons.
Well, they did a couple experiments, traveling around the dark side of the moon before they actually could figure out how they could actually utilize the lunar lander, right?
Yeah. But I just wanted to draw a contrast to this idea of Dr. Phil, right? Or whatever the heck is Professor Phil, whatever the heck his name is. And his little think tank of Glober zealot retards. Okay, they couldn't figure out a container that was lightweight that they could bring up, right, to then fill with fuel on the moon. He mentioned this about the think tank, and that was one of the problems they're working on. I answered it for him in less than 3 seconds. Right on the spot, live on the air. Okay, the retarded flat earther against his whole entire think tank of self-professing professor retards.
And what was the response?
What color is your Cadillac?
Yep. I'm sorry, mate. What color is your Cadillac?
He's got a really bad Australian accent too, because he's always about to cry.
Yeah, he does. He always sounds like he's about to shed gentle tears.
Yeah. It's like yelling but about to cry at the same time.
If you don't listen.
What if his daughter estranged him because she's a flat earther, right? And now he's like,
oh, imagine how angry.
That's why he's got to use such unscrupulous and manipulative tactics in people's DMs, trying to manipulate them and all this weirdness. Probably tells the ladies, I'll give you a ride in my Cadillac. We could talk about the globe sometime.
That gets him wet every time. just like a clip from some hentai, just gushing water. Whoosh!
Yeah. That's funny. What color? I mean, some of you might own a Cadillac. I don't. But what if you did own a
burgundy,
a top of the line? Yeah, I was thinking like burgundy, or of course I could do black, but that's
look.
kind
The
of
proper color of a Cadillac is burgundy paint, burgundy seats, burgundy carpet, burgundy dash.
Yeah, I'd be
that is the
fucking with
color
burgundy.
of a Cadillac.
That's cool. Yeah, I'd be messing with that. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be a pink Cadillac. Pink Cadillac.
I'm gonna show y'all the flag of my people. Here we go.
I like Cadillac. It's one of my favorite. I mean, it's the crown of the Chevys, right? Get a Cadillac.
Oh man! Listen, I interrupt this stream to bring an important time wave message. Somebody posted something. Yeah, somebody posted something in the stream just now, which appears to be footage from Shazam, starring that dude. That's not supposed to be him. So, did that prove the Mandela effect or debunk the Mandela effect? Because I'm not sure which universe we're in anymore. Whether we're in the pre-Mandela, post-Mandela, sideways Mandela.
You mean Shazam or Captain Thunder? Thank you very much.
No. Wait a minute. There was a movie called Shazam, came out a few years ago. That wasn't this cartoon guy.
Well, no. See, I have the original. I think it's. I put it away on a shelf somewhere. I'm not sure if it's a 50-year. I think it's a 50-year anniversary, and that picture I posted is actually from inside that book. Back when
that's a comic, but but there was a movie Shazam came out with a guy. I can't remember his
the original
name.
The original Shazam was a Native American, and Shazam came about because of a lawsuit with DC Comics and Superman, and Stan Lee and Marvel.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
That's all that, but the shit still happened.
Right? I don't know what you were talking about. And I'm sorry.
Shazam and Captain Thunder, but I think I heard on the wind that there's another Shazam movie coming out, and I don't think it's going to have the same character that came out a few years ago playing Shazam. But
anyway,
that doesn't surprise me. Batman changes too.
We're talking about the Mandela Effect Shazam, which is about a genie, not a superhero.
Oh, you mean the one with Shaquille O'Neal?
Or not?
Or the one with the other guy that they said never played it?
Yeah, that's not Shazam. It was a.
That was his name. Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it's not.
There was
what's the actor?
What is it called, man? There was I should know this. I saw it years ago. Then they said I didn't see it, and then I tried to figure out who it was, and suddenly it was Shaquille O'Neal and not the other guy.
No.
Man, what is that?
Yeah, Shazam always in the comics was a guy with a lightning bolt on his chest, which wasn't Flash, right? But Shazam was. He had like Superman powers.
Yeah, Sinbad. There it is.
Yeah, Sinbad. That's who it was. Not Shaquille.
Yeah, a lot of people remember.
And then you have videos where you can see where he didn't freaking. Yeah, he said he didn't. I never played that character. It's like, bitch. I saw the movie.
Yeah, I swear to God, man, I saw Sinbad in that movie, and then the last time I it was Shaquille O'Neal. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, what was the name of the movie? It wasn't Shazam. It was Shazam. I thought you guys just said it.
Well, I don't know if you debunked it, AI, or you confirmed it, because there was Sinbad, and then there was Shaq. And I remember the one was Sinbad, and then later it was Shaq. So
I've seen both, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, same.
Shazam, what was the name of it?
The one with Sinbad's gone, man. It just disappeared.
They were different movies. They weren't the same movie, so.
But it wasn't Shazam. Shazam is a different freaking character. It was something else.
Yeah, I think that's the confusion, because Shazam's always been Captain Thunder or Shazam.
Yeah. So it wasn't, with Shaq and freaking Sinbad, that was a different thing. Yeah. Anyway. But maybe we're all confused about that. But Shazam is like a Superman type character, but just like a little goofier.
Change the subject. Please, God.
Yeah, let's do it.
Any god.
Yeah, go ahead and change the subject.
Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here shit posting and reposting memes.
Yeah, the subject isn't applicable for this location. If you want to talk about this, go to chill chat.
I was gonna ask where to go, because I don't want to clog up the live stream, and I'm sorry. Like, I'm really not trying to spam, so I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of like action movies and science fiction. We've been talking about it for a while. Hey, meme.
Yes.
You were talking about Dungeons and Dragons shit. Let's get back to.
But I make the rules.
Yeah. Well. Do you though?
It's also if one guy goes off topic, that's not a cue for another guy to go even further off topic.
That's true. All right, so let's roll back on to. We still have Alcinous here. Maybe she's been looking at some shit, or do we have new people that need to be talked to, or haven't talked before?
In heaven, no rolls.
Oh, in heaven, yeah.
That's Pea Drinker.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Since you already know, then you already know. Why are people
He was posting in
so
lobby earlier,
obsessed?
revealing himself. So, yeah.
All right, then. Do what it do, don't it?
Does.
Who are we talking to?
In heaven, I think.
In heaven.
Right. You might not know who he is, Jedi.
I don't know who he is. You're absolutely right.
Right, you're gonna find out. Have fun.
Oh my
He's a
goodness. Jedi, if you screw this up.
Do I get my flat Earth card revoked?
Yes. I have no idea who it is. I just gave him VC verified so he can just function.
Cool. So in heaven, you want to talk to Meme and Jedi?
And he left. And he's back. Hello, hello?
Hi.
That's Stephen Hawking. What'd you say? Hi.
God. Hello, in heaven. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
What brings you into our server today, my friend?
Yeah.
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 Well, it's a fair answer, right?
I guess it's an answer. In heaven, in heaven, what brings you into our server today, mate? So I didn't actually catch a reply if there was one.
God.
God brought you here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's me, but your microphone seems to chop off. Right.
Someone's in the bad mic gang.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to say that God's brought you into the server is kind of... I mean, if you say so, mate, but what interest do you have in the Flat Earth as a subject, mate? Come on.
I like to talk about the truth.
You like to talk about the truth?
The truth? The true?
You want push to talk?
Yeah.
Right, that's why your last words seem to be getting cut off then, buddy. Hold on to that button for a little bit longer, yeah?
Yeah, I said I like to talk about the truth.
There we go. So you like to talk about the truth. So what is the truth to you, mate, about the Earth? Is the truth that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Or is it the truth that the Earth is a flat, stationary, topographical plane?
I would say neither.
Oh, neither? So what do you think the Earth is then, my friend?
The dry land.
Okay. So what about the waters of the Earth? Would you say they are curving or they are level, apart from the waves and shit?
Well, I don't think that Earth is water.
Okay, so we're going to be on the subject of Earth is the ground, the rock, and the dirt bit, yeah? That's where we're going to sit around for the next couple of weeks. We're talking about the entirety of the Earth, which includes the water bit as well, mate.
Well, yeah, I don't believe that.
You don't believe in water?
No, I don't believe that water is Earth.
Okay. Would you say it's part of our domain? We can sail across it, for example, swim in it, and fish exist in it.
I mean, it's possible.
It is possible that fish exist in the water. It is possible that we sail across the ocean.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking hell, man. I don't really know where to go or what you're bloody going on about. But ultimately, we're having a discussion about the Earth and what it is. You seem to be referring to the rocks and stuff. I'm talking about the water. And you seem to be denying that water exists.
Oh, you're talking about Earth or water?
Well, I'm talking about the environment that we use. So we build on the land, and fuck me, we can build on the water too. Tunnels and shit.
I try to stay on Earth.
Okay, so what about when you sail on a boat on the water? Are you still on Earth, or are you going to conflate the issue and go back to dirt? Are you still on the Earth when you sail a boat across water?
I mean, if you're on the water, right? Yeah, you're not on Earth.
Someone else can have this idea.
Isn't the water on Earth?
Yeah, isn't there Earth under the water?
Yeah.
So in essence, then even the water is part of the Earth, since it's on Earth.
Well, a lake would be part of the Earth because there's, the land is under the lake, and it's not like the sea is just an infinite bottom void, right? There's land under the water. It's just not dry land. It's wet because water all over it.
Yeah, I like dry land.
Now, I know you like dry land, but anything that's made of actual earth, the dirt would be considered the earth. So the earth is still under the ocean. It's just covered by water.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the water is not Earth.
Well, the tree is not earth, and the building is not earth. But the water is on earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and when we say earth, we're not specifically talking about anything except the holistic system, colloquially that we are describing as the earth. We are in the system of the earth.
Oh, okay, I see.
Okay, well, that's what we mean. So would you agree with that?
Well, no, I just like to talk about Earth.
So like in a biological sense or in a geological sense, like like to talk about dirt or the land?
Earth. Yeah, Earth.
Yeah. What's your thing with Earth?
Hey, I could ask you that, right? You're here too.
I mean, you could.
What about salt flats? What do you think about those?
And that's just another name for Earth.
Yeah. Why do they call them flat?
I mean, maybe they're flat. I've never been to one. I wouldn't know.
You should look into it.
I've seen a mountain before. That wasn't very flat.
So you said you seek truth, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
So wouldn't you want to seek the truth about everything?
I mean, I might already have the truth about everything.
Okay. I'd be glad to hear it.
Well, so you want to know, like, the shape of the Earth? Is that what you want to know?
No, I just want to hear whatever truth it is that you have.
Hey, we could talk about the shape of the Earth. I mean, that's what you do here, right?
Sure, you can tell me what you think about it.
Is flat a shape?
I never said that Earth was flat.
Yeah,
no, I know we're asking you to articulate to us what you think.
Well, I mean, I can show you in person an infinite number of times of Earth taking the shape of whatever it's in.
Okay. But
so, I mean, is that science?
No, it's not really.
So if you and me go to the sea and I can show you Earth taking the shape of whatever it's in an infinite number of times, and anybody can do this, that's not science?
Shapes aren't science. Shapes are math.
Yeah, it's not science. Science requires a dependent variable and an independent variable, cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, so I'm putting the Earth into a container, right?
Right. But what does that prove about the Earth?
I don't think.
And then the Earth is doing something because I put it there, right?
Well, if you put it there, the Earth isn't doing it. You're putting energy into the equation.
Yeah, but is it still true that Earth will take the shape of whatever it's put in?
Who put the Earth in something?
But you could say God.
Well, are you saying it is in something?
I think so.
Okay. Why don't you describe that to us?
I mean, I think it's clear. Like we can't go out of it, but we can see through it.
Okay.
Because there's got to be something that's keeping the air here.
All right. Jeddah, you want to have that? Since we got past.
I'm still on the putting Earth in the fucking bucket is doing science. No. I'm not waste my time, man.
Well, I'm not sure.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know what science is. I thought that was science.
No, science deals with cause and effect relationships. Putting dirt in a bucket isn't science, mate.
Oh, all right.
I mean no disrespect when I say this. It's going to sound very disrespectful, but it doesn't sound like you're looking for any type of truth or you want to have a conversation. You know exactly what we're talking about, and you're just conflating terms and issues and just saying dirt in a bucket.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the Earth and how it, how it acts under certain conditions.
How it acts under certain conditions. Is there a point you're trying to drive towards?
We're just having a conversation.
No. I mean, look. I have conversations all the time, but it'd be a lot easier to have a conversation if you gave me something to work with. Or not.
Yeah, I think you uncovered his plan to not give you any information.
Mm-hmm.
Dead air, boys.
Can we tell him now AI or no?
Yes, you can. My best AI.
I mean, technically, we're not supposed to talk about them positive or negative in the stream.
It's have to be positive.
But
Negative.
that's very simple. I'll just deafen the stream for 3 seconds. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Good.
Now that we've revealed the secret alchemy of turning lead into gold, we now return to our regularly scheduled program.
God, it's turning lead into golden showers.
It is, isn't it? Fucking hell. Somebody needs to change his name to IP3.
Oh, this guy tired. He's gonna be a trip, man. He's gonna be a trip.
You better come in.
I've got a nasty trap laid.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike's fine. I'm okay. Thanks for asking.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great. That's awesome. My husband's been on my phone trying to get us on this plan all day, and he's pissed. I don't have my same number. Everything's just a mess.
Come on, tired.
Why are we waiting for Tide again? What's so special about him?
Oh, remember the messages from earlier, where he's like, he said he wanted like visual evidence, or he wanted evidence of the curve, but you had to like close your eyes.
Oh, that guy.
Yes, that guy.
Yeah, awesome. Okay.
I wonder if people hear that statement out of context and don't believe me, but yes.
What? What lunacy is this? What do you mean with your eyes closed? What?
He said he can hear the curve. Do you think I'm making this up? Don't you?
Well,
you think I'm
at this point, like, I hope he can feel my foot up his ass. What the fuck?
He might just have synesthesia.
This is getting stupid, man.
We passed stupid years ago. Now we are on the outer reaches of the human imagination. We are beyond what you can comprehend as even being able to define as in the realm of stupid.
Man, imagine tasting purple, bro.
Yeah. Oh, now
so how did the conversation end there? Like, how did this continue?
Okay, so this was on another server, and Aristotle was posting pictures from that server, and so we're like, "Hey, look, tell him you're posting y'all's conversation on this server on a live stream, and get him over here so we can get him on voice." And now we finally got him over here. Now we finally got him in the VC text, and we're trying to get him onto the stream. Because lunacy like this needs to be like recorded and documented. It needs to be documented, man.
True.
I want to figure out how we can taste the rotation of the Earth. That's what we're waiting for.
I know, right? Yeah. Since we can't feel it, we have to taste it, smell it, and
listen. it's worse than that. He told me that we can't use visual evidence. He said prove flat Earth without using visual evidence, and then he claimed that he could hear the globe. So I said, what are we going to do? Hear it, smell it? And I just was trying to reduce his position to absurdity, but then he actually doubled down on it and went with it.
I thought you were about to do a Faith No More song. So he's like the guy who kneels down at a glory hole. He kneels down at a glory hole, but it's not gay because he closes his eyes.
Fucking ridiculous. Dude.
And now he's back to using visual evidence, but it's visual evidence that involves looking away from the thing that we're talking about.
What?
Yeah, well, I showed him the black swan, and he said, well, I can look at the sky, and that confirms that what we're looking at there is circular, was the word he used.
I can look away from the thing. And what the... Oh, get him in here.
Yeah, visual evidence is not admissible, except for when we're looking away from the thing we want evidence about.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone tag them all at once.
I'm in.
So, what was his name again? Trained? Tired. Tired. There it is. There we go.
This is actually kind of fucking sad, bro.
Yeah, it is. We're just like sharks. Like, throw your chum overboard already. God damn it.
You said chum. Fuck, man. Oh my god, dude.
Flat Lloyd Wright. He's the one guy who tagged the wrong person.
Oh, capital T tired. Well, bad luck, mate.
Can't do anything right, Flat. Gonna have to take away that value. Oh yeah, Flight 8 did too. How about that? Sure, if you have a big bonfire, you can take a metal ruler, put it through the fire, and say this fire is flat 1 meter wide, or put that meter in another direction and say this fire is 1 meter high, still flat. What?
Maybe. I mean, it's fucking up there. One of the most ridiculous fucking things I've ever heard. It's right bloody up there.
Flat fire.
The fuck? See, this is what these people get reduced to. Fucking blatant absurdity. Right? We try and have logical conversations with people, and then ultimately, we can't fucking know anything. Nothing is fucking real, and then people say that fires are flat if you fucking put metal rods through them. Where the fuck are we, man? Makes no sense. I'm getting pissy with this.
Ball-tired logic.
Yeah, take the word logic out of it, man.
Ball-tired lunacy.
There you go. That's better.
When I read that, this is all I have. This is my only response.
Did you post a picture of a pear that goes lol what?
No. Posted a picture of Mike from Red Letter Media.
I'm going to stick my head next to memes.
Press play on it.
Look, if the Earth was obviously a spinning fucking ball in the vacuum of space, they would have proved it within the last 8 years, not just come here and said absolute fucking bollocks and absurdity, right? That's what we get on a daily basis. Absurd bollocks. Fighting the people's imaginations, fighting their fucking egos, but ultimately, the Earth's a spinning ball, right? This server shouldn't even exist.
Yeah, exactly. If it's so easily proven, this flat earthers would not exist. It's just that simple.
It's not some religious idea that we got out of a fucking book. We practically tested the claims that they make about the Earth. We went to go and try and find the curvature of the Earth. No, we can't see it.
Based on their shit, based on what they used, apparently.
Azel, why don't you have the flat earther roll yet?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't come here often. I just
Okay, well,
come
let
here.
me give that to you. There's that manage button. There it is. Edit rolls. Go
Whatever
to-
you want, papi.
Oh, sí, está bien.
What?
Flat earther. There you go. Oh, I can take off that VC verify. Edit rolls.
I don't think I have a flat earther roll, but I still have VC.
We don't think you're a flat earth. That's why, Kim.
Yeah, Kim.
Well, that's just ridiculous.
I don't got it either. Well, you got silver. That's a flat earther roll.
Yeah, well, you can't be silver or gold without flat earth, so it's automatic.
If somebody wants to remove VC verified from me, I'd be all right with that.
I got. Yeah, we're supposed to remove that. Manage. You're right. You don't have. How did somebody miss that? That's weird. We can take off. You don't need valued anymore. Silver FE.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's see. What else is there down here? You don't need link embed because you can do that with everything else. All right. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
Where are we going?
I don't know. My God, there's like 100 rolls in here.
We're going nowhere. The Earth is stationary. Remember?
Yeah. The Earth starts spinning every time I scroll through the rolls. The Earth starts. Holy shit.
I love how somebody gave me the Southerner roll. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Silver, Fe, iron, yes. Flat Earth. What's the best evidence for the globe? B1, low IQ. Wow. I realize I'm guessing it's out of context, but it's probably not. Fear, because he's in a nurse's smock. Tired is either extremely foreign or he's like 7 years old. Like, those are the only two options. Because his English is so bad, it's incomprehensible sometimes. I'll just end up banning him for being a filthy Xenos.
A filthy Xenos?
Yes, it's a Warhammer expression.
Freaky alien genotype?
Yes. Well, I guess he's not coming in.
It appears so.
You know the acronym for freaky alien genotype?
Well, let me type it out because I'm tired. Fapt?
No, it's just genotype's one word, I think.
Oh yeah, FAP. I don't know. Fat Hammer's pretty good.
No, it's FAG, bro. It's
And there's the fappening. I remember that.
Fap. There's no P, man. What do you mean?
You said Phenotype, right? That's a P.
Geophenotype.
Geno.
Oh, genotype. Oh, okay. So it's like the Film Actors Guild.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I thought you said phenotype. I was like, oh, FAP? Was that supposed to be like...
Sorry, man. Just thinking about, what's it called?
You were thinking about the Film Actors Guild, weren't you?
No, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z, the abridged series, you know?
I don't. I'm into older anime.
Older anime? Berserk?
Yeah, like Berserk, Vampire Hunter D, that kind of stuff.
Oh, Vampire Hunter D.
I know Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah. Well, there's one that wasn't from 2000, but there was also one that was from 1986.
Yeah, the 86 one.
Yeah. I love both of them.
The most current D I know of is from Elden Ring.
Who was the that looked like D? Because they have an outfit you can make that looks like D. They have the obvious Guts outfit, which every edgelord did the Guts outfit. I'm gonna go be the beast.
I dig the Geyseric outfit though.
Oh yeah, the Geyseric outfit. Yes, the Skull King is great. It is.
No, before he was Skull King.
Oh, that's the more shapely armor. Yeah, I know the Geyseric picture. Yeah. Yes. I am also assuming that Geyseric did become the Skull King. I think it's obvious.
Yeah. But but do you know who is the obvious Geyseric outfit in Elden Ring?
I don't remember his name. I had 409 hours in it, and I don't remember his name.
Come on, man. Radahn.
Rodent? My build was Radahn's swords.
Yes, but Radahn's armor is literally just Geyseric's armor, bro. This is all it is. They even put his bloody horse in it.
Yeah.
Hey, Mimus.
Yes.
What happened to the debate last night with Bad Guy? I had to go to sleep.
Bad Guy, he continued to accept his sodomy over and over and over.
Yeah.
And then he kept begging for it, and so we kept doing it. And then he ended up getting banned because he just, sent out too many death threats to people.
Oh.
Death threats? Why?
Yeah.
Because he got his butt fucked in Flat Earth debate?
Yes.
He was on
I just was listening to it go down. It just did not sound good. He just sounded like a complete idiot. It was just... He had no idea even what his claim was, which I just thought was amazing. But
isn't his claim the Earth is a ball?
Mm-hmm.
You think that?
I still have no idea what his point was. I was so confused.
Neither does he.
Like, Mimus was the only guy who was actually talking that actually knew what he was talking about. And then Bad Guy was just talking out of his ass.
You hear that, Jedi?
Yeah, motherfucker. The fuck?
No, I was just the loudest who knew what he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what happens when you raise kids, man. You learn how to control people.
Yeah.
You control people, bro?
Always. Only after I tricked him into the van.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Did they seriously believe that you have candy in there?
No, I just put a bunch of manga in there, and I always lure weebs.
You gotta be careful, man. Cat girls are usually dudes.
I don't have a comeback. Because I was just going to say I always have to use like the spray on them because they never met a weeb that didn't stink.
Now I really feel bad if Lepizzle ever got his dream come true.
Who the hell is Lepizzle?
There's a name I haven't heard.
Oh my word!
He was one of the guys. He was a zealous Glober that we had. He's a good sport though, but it's like his daydream was to like join the raid on Area 51 and free the cat lady aliens, and then that way one of them might marry him.
Filthy waifus.
Yeah, like I saved you, so you have to marry me. She's like, I'm pretty sure that's against intergalactic law.
I wonder if the Pizzle still exists. Because he hasn't been on this server for like 3 years or so. Yeah. I mean, don't all answer at once.
Yeah, but well, listen. Once Pumpkin left, his reason for living kind of went.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, "Oh man, I want some chocolate," and she was gone, and he was like, "Oh." So, no chocolate for you, Lapizzle. You're gonna have to stick to vanilla or lemon.
I mean, if you're a romantic diehard at heart, you might postulate that since they both disappeared around the same time.
Hey,
you never know.
Never know. There might be some mocha babies out there.
Mocha babies.
Yeah, because Lapizzle was a white boy and Pumpkin was a black girl.
Oh.
So.
What happened to Flat Earth
the
debate?
best part about a fictional story like that, which you can't validate, is that you can pretend it's anything you want. Like a real romantic idealist could say, they fell in love, put apart their differences, and another person could be like, yeah, he totally kidnapped her in a van and took her to Area 51.
Yeah, turned her into a cat lady.
Or anything in between.
Yep. Oh, AI. What I want to do is I want to get us a speech, a text to speech bot that does AI voices that we can use to have like Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson people say things in here. You can just like prompt it in the chat.
Mm.
We can get him to say horrible things.
That sounds pretty cool.
You know what I'd rather have? I'd rather have a bot that sounds like them trying to sound like somebody else, so you can recognize it's them trying to sound like somebody else.
Oh yeah.
That way you can talk to somebody and they're like, wait a minute, aren't you Jordan Peterson? You're like, no, of course not.
No, absolutely not.
Actually, quite a good impression. Wow.
Definitely need a Trump bot.
Yeah, even with with that, if we did actually have clips from those guys, I mean, we might have a copyright or not copyright issue, but maybe could, if it was analyzed, if it's only a few seconds, it probably
No. It's if it's an AI bot, it's transformative anyway.
Okay.
We use it all we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, other channels do it all the time. There are people putting up 17, 20-minute gaming sessions between the last 5 presidents.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It is pretty. It's
another bot idea that we never did was just like record a woman's voice, just basically agreeing and all these types of affirmation language, like, oh yeah, it's interesting, tell me more. Yeah, of course, yeah, sure. And basically just like throw a Glober in there with this bot and just see how long the Glober will go before he finally figures out.
Here, I made this. I don't know why I made this, but I made this. And then put text. Just one of those things. I was like, I'm going to make that into something. I could do 10 hours of this and make a video. Just press play on it. Imagine an hour video of that. Right.
I'm not hearing the audio, but what I see from her lips says bad choice.
No, my choice.
Oh, my choice or bad choice. It could be anything.
Yeah, because how I got
She
it.
ain't nobody's choice.
No, how I've got it clipped is where I've got the raw clip saved, so I could just like repaste it like 1,000 times and just make like a 5 or 10 hour video or whatever, and then just post it, like upload it, get like 80 million views because it's retarded.
Dude, you know, even with that just little clip, you could have like clips of stuff. My choice, all kinds of different shits. My choice. You know, with humans making choices.
If you clipped an hour of that same thing,
my choice. Just
I think it's already too long.
I like
this.
this
You can even make one like that. It's just like my body, my choice. My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
You know what's funny, Helios? Half of them do look like you.
Well, that's it. It's not. Well, do you think I look funny, motherfucker?
If you were a woman, you would.
Yeah, if I was a woman, I would look definitely funny. Hey, what if I identified as a woman and it just went out there and said, "Hey, my body, my choice. I'm a woman."
Oh, here, we're in the new Goblin era. Look, I've got the Goblins. Goblin era. Somebody actually shuddered.
That was me, yeah.
Bottom left is definitely a goblin. And the bottom right. But yeah, just like it's the nose. It's the nose.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you're not being very nice to these young women. Are you sure they're women?
Hold on. The girl in the top right, the cop on the top right, she's just like Michael Dorner because she can take on 6 cops at a time.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, she's a cop, and then top left is obviously Greta. I don't even the other two.
Bottom left is the Wicked Witch of the West when she was 10, I think.
Allison is.
Oh, Allison, you have no idea. I love toxic women. That's why she still comes over for the D.
She loves it. She loves it.
Yeah, she does.
So, dude, she hates toxic women too.
Yeah. Oh, she's probably a toxic woman. But I mean,
maybe so. But she spent like over an hour talking to you, bro.
Yes, but let's educate the youngins.
Yeah.
Ballishness's proposition was true that the majority of women leave men because the men are somehow toxic, aggressive, or abusive. Then that would demonstrate itself in the divorce statistics. But in actuality, divorce statistics indicate that the number one reason why women leave men is financial. It has nothing to do with how abusive they are.
Yeah.
So
money.
Go learn something about the socio-cultural paradigms that exist in the modern day.
80% of all divorces are executed by women on the primary reason of finances.
Or dissatisfaction, and typically when it's in dissatisfaction, it does have to do with finances, but also power. The majority of women majority of men capitulate to women because they were raised by women and don't actually know how to be men. And women are naturally and biologically and instinctively attracted to men. So the more men act like women, the less attracted they are. The woman then gets the ick and then starts to come up with excuses to leave.
And explore further.
It's really not because the men are being like rude or dicks or all of that things, because women actually admit when pulled in secret that they are attracted to that things, not to mention that they demonstrate that attraction by who they choose to date.
They're actually more attracted to assholes than nice guys.
Yep, can confirm.
Like that one comedian
look,
said.
it's
"You're
really
leaving.
really
I'm packing
power.
up and I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, we have a woman. Flats, is that right? I mean, not you specifically, but have you experienced? That's the case where women are more attracted to the bad guys versus the nice guys.
I don't know.
As far as at least you've been married for a long time, so it's kind of like maybe that's.
I haven't been married that long. I mean, we were together.
Flatsy,
We were
when you
together
act
and
like
had
a
our
bad
son.
guy, do you get women attracted to you? I mean, I don't know what Helio was trying to ask there.
This guy, she definitely pulls. Funny, no.
All right, let's let her finish her reply, though.
All right. Damn, Al, I was wrong. You are cute. You must have a lot of British heritage.
Fuck off, man.
Oh, dude.
The ears, the eye.
Dude. That does kind of look like. That does kind of look like Nathan Oakley's child that he had with Smurfette.
Yeah. We down here call it chronic British face.
Right. I'm going to get my teeth fixed and come and see you.
Well, what? Why would you bother getting your teeth fixed before they got knocked out?
Good point. Yeah. Fair enough.
Ooh.
Man, this is kind of fun at the moment. Man, who else can we make fun of? All right, let's see.
That thing that Level has just put up reminds me of that game where you had to like pick. What was it? Like pick and choose, where you put somebody's name or face down. It's just like a game.
Hey, I volunteer to be made fun of.
Ooh, me too. But I don't even volunteer for it. I'm just kind of a victim.
I don't know enough about you to make fun of you. So
yeah.
Actually, yeah, dude, Kim is so cool. I can't make fun of her, man. Shit. Or are you guys talking about me?
I have a southern accent. I mean, come on. I'm right for the picking when it comes to making fun of somebody.
what's wrong with the southern accent? That's nothing.
Yeah.
Especially people across
Nothing's
the
wrong
world.
with it. I got it.
Don't you hear my obvious southern accent?
Mine too.
No, Mevius.
I'm born and raised Savannah, Georgia. I have no accent. Don't know why. Everyone thinks I'm from the Midwest. And everyone thinks I'm a Yankee because I'm like hyper aggressive and talk real fast.
Well, you are hyper aggressive. That's not part of that. But it is hard to tell from that you're from Savannah because a lot of people in Georgia that I've met they have very
Here, Helio. This one I posted this one just for you because it's targeted at you. Okay.
The Rain Different Worlds. You fuck.
I like that. You have to read it all the way to the bottom. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Fucking hilarious. All right. Man.
I will tell you this. If a toxic woman is really mad at you, do not respond with 4chan green text. She'll turn violent.
Well, imagine.
Yes.
Sure, it's fun though, right?
Oh yeah, they'll respond.
Hey, you remember my old phrase, torture a narcissist. Ignore them.
Yeah, but what about my addiction?
Which one is that?
Narcissistic women.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Fucking yeah, I usually, mostly what on here we deal with narcissistic men a lot. But yeah, it's but like in real life, yeah, that could be a thing. I don't even, I just mess with you guys on here. I don't get out much.
Here, this is my advice for everybody in life.
Yes.
Get into fights with strangers. I actually, been threatening to do some on the street shit with Flat Earth. I mean, should I? Shouldn't I? Because I know I can get into trouble out there.
First, get as drunk as possible first.
I've done that. Yeah, I've gone to bars, been talking to Flat Earth, and people wanted to kick my ass.
Guys, we have a moral quandary on the table that we have to powwow to figure out whether we should do it or not. So, should we or should we not use owlishness as DM bait for other Globers? So what we do is we have her go into their DMs and say, you know what? These Flat Earthers are kind of make a lot of sense. I need a big, bad, strapping Globe Earther to come in here and talk to Globe Earth to them so that I could be reassured of my position in life. Will you please come White Knight for me, Mr. Big, Strong Globe Earther? Now, would that be immoral to ask her to do such a thing?
Alice,
yeah, that's too much. Thanks.
No, do it. Come on, just get some simps in here so we can have some fun.
Oh, Tired responded.
Oh, Tired! Wow.
Owlishness, could you call for the globe for us, please? Is that all right?
Holy shit, Tired's alive. I thought
even just talking about it yielded results.
That's proof of the plan working already.
He's like, I swear, I heard that woman.
There's a Glober female in the dangerous precipice of falling off the edge of insanity.
I will ask her for pictures of Bob's and Vagine.
Bob's.
See, she's laughing. You guys are sociopaths. You guys are sociopaths.
Now, listen, friends. Let's set the record straight, okay? We got to set the record straight for our two friends here.
Yes.
Okay, Flat Earthers don't do those kinds of manipulative tactics with people's relationships. Meanwhile, the Globe Earthers that come here have made bets among each other to sway a Flat Earth girl via romantic interest to then believe them more to try to get her back to the globe. Now, of course, they have no intention of being truly romantic with this woman, pursuing a relationship. They just want to use her, right, to win the bet and elevate themselves among their peers. And of course, they're going to leave the woman by the wayside. Now, they may meet up with her and sleep with her and, waste her and do all of these things to her. But rest assured that they're despicable. Not only that, but they get people fired from their jobs. And the list goes on of the immoral and despicable things that the Globers that operate around this community have done. It's very interesting, is it not? How this topic seems to bring out the best in people.
Yeah. It's a good thing nobody on that server could ever be successful with that. Surprised no one has told me I'm going to hell for posting that.
Especially owlishness.
No, I posted a picture.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, okay.
It's... Well, do what it do. Hey, man.
Well, dude, I mean, you got to think about it from a pragmatic and benevolent standpoint. It's like ugly guys, right? They dream of beautiful women. Poor people dream of a rich spouse. Is it wrong for a Down syndrome lady to dream of a handsome, intelligent, well put together man falling in love with her?
Right. It's my duty.
Sure. It's just like,
Exactly.
you know what? You know what's really funny since you guys bring that up? And
Helio slept with a retarded girl.
No, I didn't. But check this out. I just saw something. It was a short video on Facebook that just came across my feed today, and it was what's that? That show that has the guy from. God dang it! Anyway, it was the cops in Mississippi. The old show with the guy from.
Yeah, it's that guy from that thing.
No.
The dude.
The dude.
You know who I'm talking
remember
about.
their fucking name. Anyway.
Yeah, him.
From that thing,
I just don't remember this. I haven't watched the show in a while. God, you remember the show was based in Mississippi? It was like a cop, black cop, and a white cop.
In the heat of the night?
In the heat of the night. Anyway, so that's what it was. It was like, they were like interrogating this guy, and the guy was like, hey, so you were sleeping with, or you had sex with this girl. He's just like, she's 18 and she's legal. And then what's his name? He has like a Carol. What's the white guy's name? The actor, the guy from.
I don't remember.
Anyway, he's like, he was like, but she's retarded. That's what. Sorry.
I remember that. There's a clip of that going on.
Yeah, I saw it on Facebook today. I just can't remember the actors' names and all. Yeah, it was in the heat of the night. It was just like the black detective was like, "Hey, so you did this and this." And it's just like he said it was mutual. She's 18, and then fucking I can't fucking believe I can't remember his name. Character, but anyway, he's like, she's retarded. He's like, but that was just the end of the clip. Just funny you guys were talking about that. It's not funny, but whatever. It's just advantageous or whatever.
I think it's funny that Heretic's being silly tonight.
Well, it's just like can't people that can't they have fun too? No, he's just like, hey, we were having fun, But I don't know the entire story. I don't know if he took advantage of her and abused her or anything. Maybe they just had a little fun. Maybe she wanted to have sex. I mean, just because you're retarded doesn't mean you don't or whatever. It doesn't mean you don't want to have sex and have fun.
Helio, it sounds like you're describing a situation to the police at your door right now. The way
I know. Well, I just was thinking about that. Just like after I saw it, I was just like, maybe she did want to have fun with him. But when she's 18 or whatever, I don't even know that was just a little clip I saw on Facebook. Now, is it my fault that I saw that? And I went through all these thoughts. Maybe she already knew him, and they actually did get to know each other, and they. I haven't watched the fucking show. It was just a scenario. It's a story. But I mean, sure, maybe she liked him, and they finally hooked up. Fucking hey, man.
Mm-hmm.
What do I know?
And that's exactly what he said to the cops. What do I know?
What do I know?
I'm not a psychologist.
Well, I mean, maybe some. I mean, never mind. We're not going to get into the deepness of that. Whatever. It's just like that. I've been seeing some shit on Facebook about this guy. Supposedly, there's this
We
woman.
heard it. We heard it.
No, this is another thing.
A different woman?
Yeah.
Right.
That had some type of hormonal issue that didn't develop after she's like 12 years old forever or something.
Like every woman?
No, not mentally. Physically. Like she has not. She's not developed into a woman.
Do you just have a list of like increasingly incremental inappropriate topics?
This is the shit, dude. I see this shit on Facebook, so it's not my fucking fault. I see this shit on Facebook.
Describing a lolly.
Anyway, so there's this big issue. This dude fell in love with this woman that is like 26, but she looks 12 because she didn't develop past that because some type of disease she had, and everybody's giving him shit about it. This is what's happening on Facebook.
A birthday attempted tickle, not a full tickle until it actually.
I'm just telling you, this is what's fucking happening on Facebook. I know you guys don't use Facebook a lot, but I mean, this is what people are saying. And then thousands of people have opinions. Oh, he's a fucking predator. It's like, no, I actually really love her. So she's actually 26, but she looks like a 12-year-old. It's just like fucking crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. I don't even know.
We do have a guest. Majorist Worms has joined the server. I believe I remember Majorist Worms from yesterday. Was only in the live stream voice text, didn't have the courage to come and speak, and when there was a time when it went quiet, they'd already left. So Majorist Worms, if you have the ability to speak and you've got your microphone, you can join in the conversation, mate. All right. Just what
No rolls.
Well, we can sort that shit out, I'm sure.
Who is it?
Majora's Worms.
Majora's Mask. Where is he?
Just above my
Majora's Worms.
There we go.
See Majora's Worms. Yeah, we talk all kinds of shit amongst each other, but if you're new here,
he's got control. He's got control of his mic now.
All right, cool.
Awesome. So, Majoris, welcome to the server. You've got control of your microphone because Meme's just given it to you. If you want to get involved in the conversation about the Earth and what it is, what it does, and where it does it, you've come to the right place, mate. Oh, look at that. Typing in voice text. Done you.
Broken my gang.
It's apparently, that's still suppressed. I don't know what that means.
Still suppressed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm being suppressed. All right, hold on.
It's on your side, yeah. You have to unlock your own mic there. Worms.
You are not server muted, sir. You can unmute.
Help, I'm being suppressed.
Yeah.
Maybe leave and come back.
User, unsuppress thyself. It's fixed.
Then
speak. Yeah, it looks good on my side. I mean, yeah, bro. You should be able to open your microphone.
Guys, it's fixed.
Unsuppressed.
Awesome. So unmute your microphone and use words.
Hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, my friend. So what brings you to our server?
One of my friends. I think y'all talked to him last night. I don't remember. I was only on. How long was I on for? Like 20 minutes?
So peer pressure brought you here.
Technically, yeah. I also kind of want to listen to what you guys have to say about flat Earth. Because I lean towards the globe theory more, but I'm open to both, and I want to listen to both, and I want to learn about both.
Okay, friend.
Yeah, and to be honest, the best way to come to your own conclusion about it is to listen to both sides and understand both sides.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to listen to both sides.
There. So what would give you the elevator pitch, right? And then we can discuss the details out more. So the basic elevator pitch of the proposition of the shape of the Earth is thus: the only relevant topic is the physical dimensions and structure of the surface. All other topics are ancillary and technically irrelevant. So if you want to know what the shape of the Earth is, you directly measure the surface. Just so happens when you measure the surface, it doesn't conform to convexity, and if something isn't curving by ipso facto deductive reasoning, it must be flat. Therefore, when you go out and measure large bodies of water and demonstrate that they're flat, therefore the Earth is flat because 70% of the known territory is water, and therefore it can't be curving around in the manner necessary to be a giant spinning floating space sphere. Therefore the Earth is flat. The end. Full stop. I yield the floor.
Okay, that was a pretty good explanation. Thank you.
I mean, it must make you scratch your head, right, when somebody turns around to you and says, when we measure the Earth, we don't measure any curvature.
Yeah, I'm always scratching my head, man. It's always confusing to me, and I'm always. Sometimes I do question the globe. Like honestly, I think like I come on here and I listen to what you guys have to say, and I start to question it.
You understand that we're primarily talking about the waters of the Earth as well, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Some stuff. So when we observe over distances of water, and when we measure over distances of water, we don't find any curvature anywhere. None at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a huge problem if we're on a ball, right, and that ball doesn't curve.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for example, do you believe that you've seen the curvature of the Earth, and if so, where?
I don't believe that I'm seeing the curvature of the Earth anywhere. I think human beings are too small to be able to see the curvature on a planet as big as Earth.
I understand what you say, but according to the mathematics of the ball, we should most definitely be able to see the curvature of the Earth. Now, let me just be clear, I'm not talking about left to right curvature, I'm talking about curvature away from you. So the argument, say, boats disappear over the curvature of the Earth. Have you heard that one?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so that's the type of curvature that, according to the mathematics, we should be able to see. For example, they give us the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth, don't they? They tell us how big the Earth is. Yeah. So, with a little bit of mathematics, we can figure out, for example, where the geometric horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface. Now, that calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which might just sound like numbers at the moment. But if you're making an observation over a distance of water at an altitude of 1 foot, then the physical geometric horizon is going to be 1.2 miles away. Now, I know you said that the Earth is really big and really, really small, but the maths dictates we should see curve. But we don't. 1.2 miles away is where the horizon physical curve of the Earth would be if you are sitting at the beach, for example. So, understanding that, would you agree that maybe you haven't thought about it enough, and maybe the Earth isn't so big we can't see curve?
Maybe.
I mean, that's understandable, right? But ultimately, you've heard about the argument of ships going over the curvature of the Earth, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, which kind of suggests that, hey, we should be able to see curvature of the Earth because it's getting in the way of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so the Earth isn't so big, my friend. It is big enough, yeah, but ultimately we should be able to see curvature. Definitely it getting in the way of things. Were you around yesterday when we posted an image called the Black Swan?
Yes.
Awesome. So it's in the live stream at the moment. Would you mind taking a look at it for me?
I have been taking a look at it.
Awesome stuff. So you know exactly what I'm going to ask you. Where's the horizon in comparison to these oil rigs?
I think it's at where A is labeled.
Where A is labeled?
Yes. In the newest picture that Levelist put in.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong one. Let me look at Levelist one. So I got you. Where A is labeled. So not behind the oil rigs. It's in front of the oil rigs.
No, A is in the back.
A labels behind both of them.
Yeah. Gotcha. So the oil rig's marked at 9 point whatever it is miles away. Yeah. How far would you suggest the horizon is?
Do you think we could stay?
It'd be over 10 miles. I'd suggest probably not 15. Maybe
we could
11 or 12 miles.
Yeah, we can say it's, no less than 10 miles away, right? Could be further, but no less than 10 miles away. Now, this observation's taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water, right?
Yes.
You understand why we're bringing this up. So if we are making an observation at 1 foot above the water, using the mathematics of the globe Earth, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, the physical horizon must be 1.2 miles away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So this is demonstrating that geometric claim is not visible to us when it most definitely should be. It should be in front of these oil rigs, but it isn't. Why do you think that is?
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay. What do you think that I'm demonstrating to you? Do you think that I'm demonstrating to you physical curvature, or that the horizon is an optical phenomena? What do you think the horizon is now?
I'm gonna say optical phenomena.
Awesome, and you'd be right as well. I could probably give you other images from the same location taken on different days, and the horizon might be, for instance, in front of the oil rigs, might be between the two oil rigs, or again past the two oil rigs, demonstrating further that this is an optical phenomena and not curvature of the Earth. But according to the math, the horizon physical obstruction should be at 1.2 miles away. Now we can go further than this. We can get to images of, say, where the horizon's at 20, maybe 30 miles away. Still clearly demonstrating the horizon is optical and not physical. Remember again that we're talking about water. We understand what water does when it's within a container, in a cup, or in a swimming pool, or whatever, a lake, whatever the size of the contained water. So we're just observing water to be level at any distance. Now, if we can make these observations, and we do, from various locations around the Earth, and the water is always level, there is no physical curve of the Earth to be seen anywhere, what do you think is the logical conclusion?
The logical conclusion would be that the Earth is flat.
It would be. Observably, and in this case, measurably too. It is measurably flat.
Yes. So I have a very quick question. What do you guys think about the pictures that NASA has from space?
Does somebody else want to take this one?
Well, they don't mesh with what we observe or measure.
Okay.
Again, if they go up to space, turn around and take a picture of the Earth and say, look, the Earth is a ball, then we're just going to go back down to the beach again, and we're going to measure that claim to see if it's true or not, and the water's still flat.
Okay. So I have an article on my phone that sort of helps explain the globe Earth. It basically says that a long time ago, Galileo looked towards Venus in a telescope, and Venus was passing through phases just like the moon does. This could only happen if Venus had an orbit closer to the sun than Earth. Do you guys think Earth is the center of it? Do you guys think that everything orbits Earth?
Everything orbits Earth. So I'm not making a claim to this, it's just so you can maybe understand a little bit better, so you've got a visualization in your head.
Okay.
The Earth is the floor of the universe. Right, we're on the ground, and whatever is happening up in the sky is happening up in the sky. Yeah, Venus might be going around the sun. That's fine, but the Earth is still the floor underneath what is going on up in the sky. Just because things go round and round and appear to show phases doesn't make the Earth to be a ball.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty self-evident that the stars reset every single year. You can go out, set up a camera, plant it inside some concrete so it doesn't move, take a photo, Come back a year from now, all the non-wandering stars will be in the same exact spot they are tonight.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. It was really good.
Like one thing I would add to that is like what I would try to avoid doing is trying to mix the flat Earth with all the globe stories about like solar systems and planets and universe, space, and all that stuff. Because it's really not compatible at all.
All right.
Right.
Thank
so
you.
let's refresh ourselves. We began this journey tonight that the Earth itself measures flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I preface that by saying the proposition proper is the surface properties of the Earth, which are non-contingent upon anything in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not the cause of each other. They're not resultants of each other. So when you imagine the objects in the sky that you could see from the ground in a matrix of 3D objects like you would see in a child's nursery, hanging over a crib with the little balls rotating around other little balls. Okay, that diagram, that model only exists in the nursery, in your mind, in CGI on television screens. There's no frame of reference that any human has ever possessed to be able to verify the body relationships between any of these things. However, it's highly irrelevant. If the surface measures flat, and all these claims, right, that require the Earth to be a globe are automatically false, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So all you're doing is just working out a systemized indoctrination of an idea that's been fed to you your entire life that you can see clearly in your mind as a working model,
Mm-hmm.
like the kid's little lullaby thing that circles over their head in their crib at night.
Yeah.
Okay? But that's all it is. So to say things like, reading a quote where this could only happen if the orbit was closer, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Whenever they say those types of sentences, they're assuming that this little model that they made on their table or on a piece of paper is actually the reality that they live in. But that's not the case. So what you should be thinking right now is scratching your head and saying, why am I so predisposed and programmed to think about the Earth in a retroduction interpretation from the sky rather than from tangibly accessible measurements of the surface I'm standing on? Because it's much more rational to tell yourself, if I want to measure my table in my kitchen, I pull out my tape measure and my level, and I get to measuring the table. It's not rational to think, oh, I'll measure the table by looking at the ceiling. I yield the floor.
Hey, AI, do you think that most people have they've deferred all of that part of their rational ideals or whatever to the experts, quote unquote, and they have other shit to think about?
Yes and no, because yes, that the end result is that they yield over their rational faculties to think about these matters, but it begins at a stage of psychological development when your psyche is predisposed to determine the nature of the realm and the home in which it lives. Once that is imprinted upon your psyche, it's no longer in the realm of rationality. It's now part of your identity.
Sure. Yes, exactly. So the reason that they won't consider what we're talking about, and it totally goes against their realm, in their mind. They just won't even consider. They won't even consider it at all. say flat earthers are dumb, or whatever, which we're obviously not dumb, but just like the consideration, it's almost like they're scared to even consider it.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's not even a topic for consideration. Like, for example, if someone questioned to you why you're so adamant about speaking English, your response would be, that's just the language that I speak. Now, the reason why you speak English is because you were saturated and imprinted with the English language during the psychological stage of development in which you imbibe language, right? Your body, your mind is cued for adopting a language at a particular point in time in your developmental cycle. And all you have to do is be exposed to any language, and you will just be imprinted with that language for the rest of your life. So much so that people call these things like heart languages, right?
Yeah,
you may be a polyglot.
And it's culture is involved as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the globe paradigm is very much like that. It's given to a child at a vulnerable stage in their psychological development, right? The same way language is. And it's just an imprint on your psyche, and it literally becomes part of your identity. And if you study anything about psychology and protecting the identity and the ego, the death of the ego identity is the same as the death of yourself. So you essentially fight against it as if someone's trying to kill you. So a lot of what happens with the globe arguments, which we already know, is cognitive dissonance and self-defense mechanisms, because the body and the mind are literally trying to defend the ego, which is yourself, your seated self.
Yeah, you can hear the physical pain in their voice. The squirming that takes place.
But you can also identify with it as well. Just like we've all gone through the same process. I used to think the Earth was a globe, but I don't anymore. Well, I won't speak for everyone, but bro, I mean, it took me a long time to actually come to grips with. All right, this is something to consider. Even though I was like quote unquote truther for a long time, it took me a long time to get a grip on what people were saying about flat Earth. But I wouldn't say it was necessarily tied to my ego. It was something personal to me, because I've always been a spiritual guy, so it was like, it's a different avenue for me than it is for, a lot of other people. So it's just like, I'm spiritual, but if you're scientific, whatever that means, I think that's a harder road for people to really get a grasp on it. Not that I don't understand, the scientific part of it, what their grasp on science, because I've always been a creation believer and a believer in God and all, the spiritual part was always a part of it. But people that are trying to use science to say, well, it just could have been this. Well, that's still a religion, science, their astrophysics and all, their belief in astrophysics and Big Bang creation theory, that's their creation story. Well, I have my own creation story, and it's based in reality, in my opinion, right here on Earth. Whatever religion you believe in, all religions believe in Creator, and they say, well, we're just going to try to figure out how all this shit could have happened on accident. No, that's still a creation story, whether or not you believe it. But you have to believe in a creation story that you can't prove. Just like you would say, well, you can't prove God exists. Well, you can't prove that the Big Bang exists. Yes, we can. No, you can't. Because look at how, anyway, we can go on, on and on with their idea about, you know.
Our candidate would wish to speak about gravity in space.
Sure, let's do it.
Yes. So I was on last night, and I heard you guys talking about a vacuum and how you can do a simple experiment here on Earth where you have two jars, a jar that's a vacuum and a jar with a gas. And when you remove the barrier between the two jars, then the gas is going to go up into the vacuum. And you said, why wouldn't this also happen in space? I think that it wouldn't happen in space because of gravity and our atmosphere. But I'm aware that you guys don't really think of gravity as an option.
Well, it's because it's just a claim.
You don't.
Right. We have no physical proof that outer space exists.
Or gravity.
Because it's just a claim that's not backed by demonstration or experimentation, right?
So, Worms, you in the live stream voice text? Do you see the image posted by a levelist at 47 minutes past the hour?
Yes,
that's what you're talking about.
Looking at it.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yes.
What I want you to remember is this is done on the Earth where all the gravity is. So, observably at the moment, gravity is not affecting the gas, and it's not affecting its natural wanting to find entropic state. Okay, it's just going to follow this law. It's just going to fill the space available to it. Gravity is observably not affecting this gas.
Mm-hmm.
And the claim is that gravity is stopping the gas going into the vacuum of space, right?
Yes.
Here we have the entire gravitational pull of the Earth, and it is not stopping gas dispersal. So it's not happening, mate. This is a law. Go on.
No, you can carry on. I'm sorry.
All I was going to say is this is a law of nature. This happens always.
Okay, so I was going to ask if gravity is a fantasy, then what keeps, let's say I jump, what's keeping me on the planet when I jump? Why don't I just float off?
Haven't you created an answer before you've asked the question?
No, I have not. That's why I asked the question.
Why would you expect air to support you in the air?
And why would it be gravity anyway?
Well, the question is, guys, what's gravity? Is it a cause or an effect?
I'd say it's an effect.
It's an effect? Okay, so it wouldn't be gravity that causes you to fall down. Because the effect is the observed phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's the cause of the observed phenomenon?
So that's a counterbalance. That's a counterbalance, right? So you jump up and you fall down.
Hold on, Helio. He's thinking. Let him think.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know, man.
Right. So obviously gravity can't be the cause of gravity, right?
Yes.
Okay. So even though someone might say gravity is things falling down, well, that's the observed phenomenon. But what causes it? And if you ask an astrophysicist or anyone in that field, they're going to say, I don't know. They're going to say...
You're asking what causes gravity?
What causes the phenomenon of things seeking a particular direction for lower density? In other words, why is all the density facing mostly in one direction?
That's a really interesting point, Meme. Dude, that's just
Helio,
like you were saying.
Let it simmer. Let it simmer. Let it simmer. Let the aroma fill the air.
Astrophysicists say the same thing.
Yes, they.
Kind of wish I was an astrophysicist right now. Maybe I'd have a bit of a better
but
answer.
they give the same answer.
Hey, you could make a lot of money just making up stories. Go for it.
Wait a minute. Did you say I wish I was an astrophysicist so I might have an answer?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear an astrophysicist tell you that they don't know?
Yeah.
Cue that up.
Well, here's the thing. Anyone can give you an answer. Is an answer a truth?
No, an answer is not truth, technically.
Right. So we're not looking for answers. We're not looking for stories or narratives or explanations. What we're looking for is the truth about things. So outside of some kind of experimental data, which isn't in astrophysics, there's nothing. Because the only thing that we can actually manipulate to test what varies the fall rate of anything is the medium in which they exist, which means that the independent variable that we test as the cause is literally the air. So things are orientated downward. We call it down because that's where the lowest level of density is. Now, why that is, you're asking the wrong. I don't know how to tell you that. I can't give you the why. I can only tell you the how. Science isn't going to tell you why. It's going to say, here's the mechanism. So, for instance, if we had a vacuum chamber and we put a hammer and a feather in it, right? And we dropped them at the same time, what have we manipulated to cause them to fall at the same rate?
You manipulated air, right?
Air. So the cause of them falling at the same rate is the medium in which they exist. So the only proof that you can derive from that is that they're more dense than the medium that they exist in. And two, like let's say people say, you drop a brick, it falls down. Well, the brick didn't start in the air. Energy was put into the brick. And you lean down, you exert force to lift it up, remove it from rest, and drop it.
Yeah, was there any force exerted on it before you lifted it up?
Was that a question? Did you ask if there was any force on it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you want to answer it, you can. If you think, whatever you think.
I think that there was a force on it, and that force is gravity.
But there's a problem. There's a problem.
I'm aware there's a problem.
Gravity can't be the cause and the effect. Would you be willing to say at least this? I'm not going to force you. Would you be willing to say that there are serious holes in the idea?
There's holes.
Okay. So it would be fair to say, you don't know, this could be true, this might be true, this might not be true.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's open for question.
Fair enough.
So my question would be:
here's something else about the brick, though. When the brick's just sitting still, and then you put your hand on it, you pick it up, and then you drop it. The brick weighs something, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right. So that's weight. Now, in if I'm not wrong about this, in Newtonian physics, that's how you calculate the weight of something, right? Which is not the we're talking about outer space gravity or whatever, or maybe I'm just, this is baby step gravity shit. It's like you touch it, you pick it up, and you're adding a force upward, and then you let it go, and then there's force downward due to the weight of the brick. But once it hits the ground again, it's not moving anymore.
Yeah.
Still has weight, but there's no force. There's resistance from the ground. Anyway.
So did you say it's falling because of the weight of the brick?
You did, yes.
Yeah, sure. Because it's more dense than the atmosphere it's in, or whatever. Then
yes, but along with Newton's laws of, so what if I drop something of a different weight? Would it fall at the same time? Because that's already been proven.
So technically, no. So different elements kind of fall at a slightly different rate. When we talk about the constant, it's not constant. It's kind of an agreed upon average. After loads of tests around the world, they have different results, come together and find the mean result. So the average. Okay. But also, when we drop, for example, gas, that don't go down. That goes everywhere. We're only talking about solid and liquid objects, not gas. Yeah, things fall down. I pick up an apple and I drop it and it goes down. Awesome. But if I've got a container of gas and I open that container, the gas disperses in all directions. So we're not talking about everything falls, because not everything falls. Some things go up.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right, Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's not as simple as you might think it is.
So, for example, sorry, Helio.
No, please go ahead.
Back into the vacuum chamber that Meme had us in when we were dropping a bowling ball and a feather. Let's also add a small container of gas up there, and we drop them and we all release the gas as well. Yeah, the solid objects are going to fall, but the vacuum is not going to be a vacuum anymore, because there's now going to be gas in it in every single direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So going back to the space bit where there's a vacuum and we've got gas here, what we're demonstrating to you, like with kind of baby steps, is we might be able to drop balls, but when we let go of gas, it disperses everywhere into an available space. Now, obviously, space is a vacuum, so there's lots of space for the gas to disperse into. That's a law of nature that seems to be, I don't know, overlooked, for want of a better word. Every time you go to space, it's supposed to be a vacuum. That bit there violates this law of nature that we're talking about when we're talking about what gas does. The only way that you're going to have a vacuum chamber is to have a physical barrier between the gas outside and the non-gas inside. We can reverse that around and have a container of gas with a vacuum outside. In both instances, you're going to need a physical barrier between the two, or they will just become homogeneous and be one, as in there will be gas everywhere if there wasn't a physical barrier. Do you understand that?
Wouldn't the barrier between, like, Earth and space, wouldn't the barrier be the atmosphere?
No, the atmosphere is the gas. It's just another name for the gas that we breathe.
The atmosphere is gas. Gas cannot contain gas by physical laws.
Yeah, so the atmosphere isn't the thing that's containing gas. Let's go to space. Do you know what Jupiter is, right? It's a giant ball of gas. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, we understand that if we're going to have a ball of gas, we're going to need like a football around it to keep it there? Like a balloon, a physical barrier.
Yes.
and especially if outside is a lower pressure environment. Now, to have a ball of gas within a vacuum is fundamentally ridiculous because it breaks laws of nature. You can't have an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, for example. So every time people like to point up at the sky and say, hey, look, there's Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum, they obviously don't understand laws of nature very well. Because you know as well as I know that football balloon keeps gas there. Pop the balloon, gas goes away. Right? Sounds childish.
I just looked it up. I just looked up your Jupiter thing. And it says that the pressure... Here, I need to go back to it. The pressure is so great inside its atmosphere that the gas becomes a liquid.
That's awesome.
Due to what? Due to what?
Due to the pressure in its atmosphere.
Not due to gravity. You just have to say that. Come on.
What happens to liquid in a vacuum?
No.
Turns into
on
gas
Jupiter, there's no vacuum because it's similar to Earth. The pressure's so intense because of the size of Jupiter, because the gravity's so intense. That it's Anyway, I mean that's the story. But anyway, go ahead, guys.
What is the definition of gas pressure? Worms.
Is it okay if I look that up really quickly?
Yeah, of course you can, mate. No worries. It's kind of in the word.
In the meantime, the answer to the question is that liquid exposed to a vacuum boils and evaporates.
The force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container.
Excellent.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
A good one.
Sorry, Helio. So that's a perfect description, right? So this is an antecedent consequent relationship. The consequent of containing gas is that gas will now exert a force on the walls of its container. Like when you pump your football up or you pump up a tire, right? That's gas pressure. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How do you have gas pressure then if there's nothing for it to press upon?
Yeah, I mean, gas.
This question.
Atmosphere or gas cannot contain gas. That's by that definition. Yeah. Exactly.
So how do you have gas pressure if there's nothing to press upon? How do you keep it there if there's nothing physically containing it?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know.
You know what? But you did know a minute ago. You said gravity. Gravity. That's how the planets do everything. Gravity knows how to contain gas.
I would have said gravity, but that's a fantasy with you guys.
No, it's not a fantasy with us. We're talking about what this. You just looked up the scientific term. And they told you that that's impossible. Because gas cannot contain gas. Because gas is only contained with a container. I mean, you can only get gas pressure with a container. So you can't have outer space, like the way they describe outer space with Earth. And, rockets going to outer space or different planets and everything, they all hold their own, they create their own containers due to gravity from all these different planets. And where do the gases come from, by the way? Are they produced from the planets or do they come from outer space? No, the claims are that all of these gases originate from the planets, quote unquote. Helio. I know I'm being a dick.
Helio.
But I guess I'm going
for the Clover. We're here for the Clover, Helio.
I'll shut up. Going too far. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Jedi, you're up, Jedi.
Oh my gosh.
Don't get me started. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
We basically got to the point of, if there's no physical barrier for the gas to press upon, how do we have gas pressure then? Now, you said, well, I don't know, right? because there wouldn't be another way to have gas pressure without something to press upon, and there wouldn't be another way to keep gas in a space without something physically containing it so it would stay there. Now, you said that we don't like gravity. Well, there's a good few reasons why we don't, but I'll tell you what I will do. I'll give it to you in this instance. You can have gravity. The problem is it's still not affecting gas. Observably, it's still not affecting gas. Remember the demonstration about 10 minutes ago of the two vials and the separation between the two? Remove the separation, the gas fills the space. That's done here on Earth where all the fucking gravity is, and the gas still dispersed into the space above it. Gravity is just and only the direction down. You drop a ball, it goes down. I release gas from my container and it goes everywhere. So even if I was to give you gravity, and I've kindly done so, it's not affecting gas.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Worms, but the globe is supposed to be an open system, correct?
Correct.
So how do you think that might be possible?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a demonstration of this anywhere before?
Once. I don't remember it very well, but I remember seeing it.
You saw gas pressure without a container?
Not exactly.
Sure about that?
Not exactly. Not exactly. It's complicated. I'll try to find it. I'll look it up and try to find it. Okay.
Yeah, but you said that you remember seeing it, right?
Mm.
So do you remember enough of it to put it into words? Like what did you see?
No, honestly, no. I don't.
Can I jog your memory?
I'm gonna try to look it up and find it.
In the meantime, I'll give you some examples. So, the most common examples, which are attempted, are putting a very dense or condensed gas in a local area towards the ground, and it'll generally stay there for a greater period of time than it normally would. Right, like sulfur hexafluoride, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, it diffuses into the environment. But the key one in question is called the Tokamak reactor, which is a highly ionized gas, which is held in place by a plasma field, which is held in place by a highly charged electromagnetic field, which is held in place by, you guessed it, a big-ass container. So let's just wrap this up short. There's no demonstration anywhere of gas pressure just being there without a container.
No.
Zero. Zip. Zilch.
Nope.
And like the other thing that Globers will say is they will basically just point at the air and use that as the example for the metaphysical claim that can't be demonstrated, which would of course be begging the question.
I'm at a loss, honestly.
I wanted to go back to, you made a statement earlier about the Earth being so big and that you believe humans wouldn't be able to tell if the Earth was curving or not. I wanted to give some context to that. If we're down at the beach and we're standing right on the shoreline, so the front part of our foot's in the water, the back half's on the sand, and we're 6 foot tall, how far What is the farthest distance away that the horizon can be, according to the globe math?
Hold on. I don't know because I haven't really studied that much into it. Hold on. Oh.
Let's just say at a 6 foot observer height, how far is the maximum distance that the horizon can be?
No.
Square root of 6 times 1.225.
I'll just tell you so you don't have to do it, and you could take my word for it or not, but it's 3 miles.
Okay, thank you, because I was trying to do the...
Yeah, I mean, so it's only 3 miles. I don't know how often you go to the beach, but it is, let's just say it's very, very easy to see objects way farther than 3 miles that are on this side of the horizon, not on the other side of the horizon. Obviously, not on the other side of the horizon. So you're trying to... can you... So that's just to give you some context, as you're saying that the Earth would be so big. Does a 3 mile horizon, does that sound like a gigantic Earth?
Not 3 miles doesn't sound like that much, no.
No, it doesn't to me either. So, that claim that you don't think humans would be able to see it, do you think that humans would be capable of inventing measurement tools to measure the curvature if it did curve?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you know what happens when those tools are taken out into the real world to find the curvature?
Let me guess. They do not find curvature.
Ding, 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 ding.
So what would be the number one proof that sold you on the globe?
Pictures from space.
Oh yeah, we did that, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, we get it, mate. Right? We all grew up with this stuff. We all believe the same stuff that you did. I'm in my mid-40s now, and I believe this for 40 years. Right? We all believe this stuff. We all believed it primarily because pictures from space. But when we go and try and test the claims, we don't find any curvature anywhere. We don't find any motion to the Earth anywhere. And when they give us this evidence from space, we then start to understand that space, in the way that they define it, can't exist. So the evidence comes from Narnia, and their claim can't be verified. It's a bit of a problem, don't you think?
Yeah.
So that's why we're all here, and that's why the server's been around for 7 years, and it's going to be around for another 7 more years, mate. One of the fascinating things about being in this server for so long is speaking to people like you, people who still think that they live on the ball and have got all the evidence for it. Mate, if somebody came in here and gave us direct evidence that we can verify for the claim, this server wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be having this conversation. We're not idiots. We're just people that critically think and go and test people's bloody claims. We don't believe things just because people say them.
Most of us didn't want to be flat earthers. I tried to prove the globe to be true. That's why I ended up as a flat earther, because it's undeniable if you look through all the evidence objectively.
Yes, exactly the same. I spent like 2 months just like in abject denial of this can't be real, looking everywhere on the internet for there has to be proof somewhere, an actual measurement. It can't all be assumptions and calculations, but it was.
I cussed at my computer screen when YouTube suggested me a flat earth video.
Fun.
What's really, really funny to me is like when we get the cope of why would it matter, or like it doesn't matter. It's like, well, you try telling people in your like real life environment about flat Earth, you'll find out that it matters quite a bit.
Well, and they're saying that usually as they're desperately trying to hold on to the ball, which clearly matters to them.
Yeah, it was actually one of the things that kind of unnerved me, like when I started talking to people about this, because I basically got the same 10 to 20 responses from like hundreds of people. They all said the same thing, basically word for word. It's like they didn't have an original thought about it at all.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a disconcerting part. It's kind of like the Matrix, where people just turn into Agent Smith. They just start repeating the same thing over and over again. And it's not logical. It's the thing they were taught as children, and it's so ingrained within their identity that they just cannot consider the alternative. And I think that's how this honestly has propagated for so long, is because this has been part of mandatory education for so long that when people grow up and they're in this astrophysics or whatever field, like I have a friend who is or was an astrophysicist. He quit his field after we argued for years, and is trying to work on creating AI right now. But the point is, they and I, even back in the day, we have this idea of how the world is, and when that's really strong, that can really influence your perception. And if you read about biases and you read about fallacies and logic, it becomes super clear when you're objective.
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like that's one of the biggest problems. Like not just on this topic, but many other topics, and like trying to figure things out, is that people are just not taught how to think logically. What are logical fallacies, cognitive biases? You know.
Yeah, I think that's by design. I think because if you look at the fancy boarding schools that the rich and powerful put their children into, they teach them logic there. But in the public schools, they removed that from the public curriculum, and only way to actually find that is to go specifically into philosophy. And in all the movies and the TV shows, they tell you, if you don't want to make money when you grow up, go into philosophy. So they already primed them not to look for logic, not to get any logic, and so they think they're using logic, but the only thing they're using is logical fallacies, and so they're effectively retarded and so easy to manipulate by whoever wants to manipulate them.
Like Worms, you don't think it's a little weird that your mind keeps on trying to take you to the stars and to the galaxies? Don't you realize that all of that stuff is first predicated on the thing that you're standing on actually being the globe that they say it is? Does that make sense to you?
A little bit. If you could maybe elaborate on it, make it a little more clear.
Well, you know, how many flat stretches are supposed to be on a ball?
None.
So if we can't find a curve, then can you be living on a ball?
Well, technically, no.
So if you're not living on a ball, then how can we be in some in the vast vacuum of space inside of a galaxy? How can all those other things also be true if the first thing isn't true?
I don't know.
I just posted a little picture in the livestream voice text chat, and if you read this is how they determined the distance to the sun, and they basically assume Venus is the same size as the Earth, and then like do the calculations based on that assumption. Like they don't even have any solid evidence that it is these balls circling all this stuff, but we just assume that Venus is the exact size of this ball Earth that we already assumed that we don't have any evidence for, and then construct the whole model based off of that. That's very flimsy, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, I'm at a loss. I don't know what to say, so...
Yeah, something's telling me that you're a little more concerned about your friends and family than you are about the Earth actually being flat.
What do you mean by that?
You are fearful of having to describe yourself as a flat earther or to defend the flat Earth in a social setting. That's kind of what it feels like to me.
Well, send your buddies in here. We'll sort them out.
Yeah, just send them in here and watch as they get destroyed, and then you'll understand that, oh, they don't have anything for it either. And then the longer you stay here, you'll see PhDs coming in through here, physicists, mathematicians, astrophysicists. They'll come in here and they get racked. And then you'll know, oh, they don't have anything either. And then you could just be like, okay, maybe I should go out and test it for myself, because all these authorities that I was supposed to trust can't actually provide any evidence.
Yeah, you made that comment earlier. I wish I was an astrophysicist so I would have an answer. They've been in here, dude. They've actually been in here. They didn't have an answer either.
They can't prove that black swan horizon's at 1.2 miles. They don't have some secret knowledge that the rest of us are lacking.
Yeah, big surprise. You're experts. They're not actually experts.
Well, they are experts in the story and the idea. So it's really fun to actually argue with them, because we don't have to actually teach them how the story goes to break it. So the conversation is actually more productive.
Yeah, that is true. We do spend the bulk of our time teaching globers about the globe.
There's an astrophysicist who hangs out in this chat pretty often, and he won't even open his mic. He just sits and listens. He doesn't even... it's Faulkner, Danny Faulkner. He doesn't come off mute.
Hey, look, Worms, I know that you might be, struggling to find answers and stuff, but it's a very honest position to be in. Maybe don't try and fight it so much, okay? Just think about it. Go out and maybe do some tests, watch some Flat Earth videos and have more conversations with us. But ultimately, this is your own journey, mate, and we're not trying to sell you anything. The only thing that we're trying to help people do is critically think about the stories that they're told. This one, when you critically think about it and try and verify it, is demonstratively untrue. The Earth isn't a ball. We ain't rotating on an axis because there isn't a ball in the first place. And the place called space can't exist in the way that we're told. Don't fight it so much, man. You don't have to go around and tell your parents and all your friends at school and stuff. You can keep these thoughts in your head. You don't have to exclude yourself from peer groups. But ultimately, you're going to walk out of this conversation a bit more wiser.
I'll think about it. I'll sleep on it and I'll think about it, and I'll definitely think about what you said, because I'm open for,
Well, that's the way you came in. You want to understand the globe Earth, and you want to understand the flat Earth, and make the decision for yourself. It's fine, mate. Not a problem at all. We're happy to have those conversations with you. As long as you are honest and, you go away and think about those things that we've spoken about, and maybe you'll come back tomorrow or the next day with some more questions. That's fine.
You have to be willing to put the work in, though. You have to go down to the bottom of the server and watch all those videos down there. You have questions. There's definitely videos down there that will answer your questions. So, do the work on your part.
He's doing okay just by being able to entertain it, because usually, they can't even get that far.
As long as you're
Very true.
cordial and you have questions, we're patient with you, and you're not rude or anything, dude. All of us, are here to learn and teach. So that's what we're here for. It's all good.
What friends did you come in with yesterday? Was you by yourself or was there a group of you? I can't remember.
I was on my own yesterday because my friend had to get offline. His username, here, I'll send you his username. It's going to be in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll look out for your friends as well. Yeah, we'll look out for your friends as well.
And invite your friends here. I mean, we're not, just like Jedi was saying, we're not here to convince everyone Earth is flat. We want to have the conversation so that you understand both sides. You come to your own conclusion.
We want to convince you to look at the globe claim and look at reality objectively.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here's, it's like, go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord so you can find the Flat Earth truth. No. We're going to have the conversation with you because the majority of the people here used to think the Earth was the globe too. And so we've done a lot of discussions and research with people from all across the globe. And we've come to our own conclusions. So it's the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
I know you're getting tired, Worms, but have you got any other questions before you go?
I'm not really tired yet, but thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I learned a lot today. So thank you very much.
That's our pleasure, my friend. No problem at all. Welcome back anytime, yeah? And obviously you don't have to go now, mate. Not at all. You can sit around and listen to us talk shit if you want. That's absolutely fine.
And, if you have friends that you think might be interested in the talk, invite them here, and we can talk to them too. So.
I'll see if I can get one of my
point out, because you sound kind of young, but I would just say that you're already demonstrating more maturity and intellectual honesty than many people that are older.
People that are our age.
Good job.
Yeah, I like that. I like that about it. That's a good point. Yeah. It's like a lot of young people.
I mean, like even something
a lot of
as
young
simple.
people that are more mature than the older.
Yeah, I mean, like even something as simple as being able to say "I don't know" to a question. That's pretty rare because usually they won't be able to say that, and they will just make something up on the spot to defend their position.
That's a really good point.
I mean,
man.
I was told to be honest, and I didn't know.
I just wanted to give you some feedback, like you're demonstrating some maturity and intellectual honesty.
And you should expect the same thing from us. If I don't know, I'll tell you the same thing. I don't know.
Okay.
So,
thank you very much.
Appreciate the combo, man. That's good stuff. Thanks, Jedi, for facilitating that. It's a really good combo.
Mate, it's always my pleasure.
Helio, you helped.
I helped.
You started being quiet. Oh, Siga.
I helped. Anyway, I'm sitting back, but it's just like I always try to help. I'm always in the background, but not always. But sometimes I'm like in the foreground, and sometimes I make a fool of myself. And I own that shit. When it do happen, it do.
Hey, here you go. If y'all just had a good convo, somebody needs to clip it so we can rebroadcast it. Just saying. What's up, everybody?
Yes. What's up, Dave? Conversation for say the last hour, half hour, 45 minutes or so. Really good, cordial at least.
Wish it was as easy as just like, I'll just grab that, clip it, boom, record, post it back. Not as easy as you might. Well, it could be easy if I just hit record when I knew. This is like I do these 12-hour recordings. If I knew something was going to happen, boom, I could start recording it and then hit stop at the end, and then I just, then I can edit it later. But
I thought that's what
I don't know when I wasn't doing that. I was just listening.
I didn't say you had to do it personally, Helios. There's plenty of people who know how to do that shit. I'm not one.
It's just like if something starts, just all you have to do is download OBS. If you're going to be in here listening and hit record, record it. Well, but I don't, either way. We can capture clips, but you have to download the video later and then edit it and all that kind of stuff. But if you can record it directly, while it's happening, do a little cut and paste, upload it. That's cool.
If somebody was displaying any intellectual honesty, I just got here, but that's always a good thing. Is all I was saying.
Yeah, I think that kid that was in here just a minute ago.
That's a big hurdle to be able to admit that you don't know something instead of trying to make up bullshit about it. That's a good thing, right?
It's rare in here sometimes when new people jump in. They're just like looking for ways to get out of it. Like, you flat earthers can't be as smart as you sound because you think the earth is flat. Shit. Everybody in here used to think the earth was a globe, so we are as smart as we sound. We're as smart as you because you think the earth is a globe. I don't even know. It's almost impossible for me to think of, remember what it was like to think the earth is a globe at this point, because it's been like 8 years for me. So I'm like, I don't even remember what that was like.
Well, you probably weren't thinking about the earth nearly as much back then.
I was thinking about creation before that too, because I'm a religious, or not religious, but creation person. So I was definitely, I've always, like my entire life, I was like, this is our realm, this is our guy, I wasn't like looking for Earth happened on accident through Big Bang Theory. And as soon as I heard that evolution shit, I was totally against that shit in high school. So I was always like a creation guy, but I was, at that point, in high school when I heard about that evolution stuff, it's like, man, I'm confused about this. It's like, how did God make the universe? When you're looking at the Bible, and it's just like, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So, like the first chapter of Genesis, earth, just earth and heaven. And then sun, moon, and stars. Fourth day. There was a lot of stuff that happened before and after.
All the plants and animals were here.
Yeah.
Before the sun came.
Before the sun, right? So it's just like, bro,
think about
there's something going on here, man.
What's up with the implications of that one right there?
Yeah,
I love
bro,
that.
And it's not just the Bible. That's not the only creation story. And it's just like, bro. And so I was trying to, I never considered, flat earth. And as a matter of fact, when I first heard about it, I thought it was the dumbest shit. It was like, no. Okay. But once it really hit me, I was like, all of that, everything I was confused about, throughout my entire life about creation story, freaking hit me, bro. It wasn't a big deal. But yeah, I never bought the evolution stuff they were trying to feed, shove down my throat when I was in high school. It took me a long time to resolve that shit in my spirit and my mind. So. But once it hit me, it was just like, oh, all right, never mind. Now I see what happened.
Well, Helio, I just did a quick scan. We currently are populated by people that do not accept the globe as reality.
What a bunch of heretics.
You guys continue. I'll be monitoring.
Wait, Dave, who doesn't accept the globe?
All the globe heretics in here.
Oh, heretic. Oh, no. No, heretic. Yeah, he's total. He's total glober.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm convinced. After what we heard today.
Yeah, but it was Aliceness, wasn't it? Aliceness got you. It's like she got to your feels.
I was on the fence before then.
Well, I missed
something about just hearing the claim repeated over and over.
Sorry, Heretic. What was her number one globe proof? I missed it.
Well, she repeated the claim of gravity over and over. And just with enough repetition, I went, yeah, this has to be true.
Oh, man, gravity. You got, oh, my God. I understand. I got to change my icon now after 8 years. Go ahead, Jedi.
I was just going to say she needed to say gas pressure gradient at least 5 more times before I bought it. She didn't repeat that one often enough.
Maybe I should hold off until she does that.
Yeah, a couple more times and I might buy it.
Just need a little more chanting. Maybe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave. Didn't mean to cut you off, buddy. Really didn't.
No, you didn't. I was done. Continue. I was simply
I think I was here the first night she joined, and I thought she was just like, kind of cool or whatever, but she kind of went off the rails tonight. It's all right. That often happens.
I've seen it be worse than tonight for sure. She seems to have chilled. Yeah, she seems to have chilled and mellowed a little bit. She had a couple of run-ins with Quantum Eraser. I mean, that's going to ruffle anybody's feathers, right?
Oh, not on here, though.
Yeah.
Oh, on here? Was it like... I haven't seen Quantum Eraser around here in a while, so it must have been...
Yeah. I mean, I've only seen him 3 times in the last 2 months, to be honest with you.
Yeah, maybe it was another time. I mean, she thinks she's sly, but not so much.
She started out like, "Oh, I'm open. I'm on the fence. Like, I kind of want to learn."
Yeah, it's just like depends on who she's talking to. She thinks she's sly, but no.
After a certain point, the mask comes off. Maybe they don't even know that they have the mask on, but then eventually they're like, "Yeah, no, I'm all globe."
She definitely, I could tell it tonight when she came in there. I was like, "Oh my god, what the fuck are you saying?" Because I talked to her one night and it was like, I'm cool. And she's playing the pretty butterfly. And then just like tonight, because I only talked to her for a little while, one night. And then tonight, yeah.
Well, first they like want to be cordial, I guess. And they're like, yeah, I'm just kind of like, listening in, just trying to figure it out.
Hey, but I'll give her props though, because all the trolls we get in the YouTube chat shows, like we just beg them to come in here and they'll do the same thing, just be like, hey, what about they're going to bring the same bullshit arguments and just kind of like that same feel, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they have nothing to offer, but I really just want to talk for the sake of talking, and I really don't have anything to offer. And then I'm going to tell my friends that all the flat earthers are assholes because they wouldn't let me talk. But we did let her talk. But that's what they do, when they bring nothing to the table, absolutely nothing to the table.
Helio, are you suggesting there is no empirical evidence for this globe model that everybody thinks they live on?
Yeah, I think that the last meme I posted is it pretty much thinks what I think. That exposes what I think about this globe. Trash.
Everybody keeps talking about this globe. Nobody wants to show it to us, do they?
They keep trying, but every time they try to show us this globe, they obfuscate, they infiltrate, they do all kinds of twisted, weird shit. They whine and bitch about how we just won't let them talk and all this kind of stuff. It's like, well, dude, all we're asking is for the evidence that the globers exist. And their best evidence is not on their side. It's like their best evidence is, why don't you believe NASA? Why don't you believe the news? That's their evidence.
Yeah, why don't you believe people? That's
their fucking evidence.
That was an argument I heard the other day, and it went like this. The guy started out with, well, flat Earth is a religion. Okay, you guys are religious, and that's where you're getting this from. You're just religious. And then he was like, for the globe, his argument was, well, why don't you just believe these people? Just believe scientists. So, like, I mean, who's the religious one?
Well, it's just like, well, I mean, then we get into the logical fallacies. We can go that.
But the projection.
They definitely, we should do this one day. Just go down through all of these, people that say, that claim we're just being ridiculous by ignoring all the evidence of the globe. We should actually do it every day. Just go down through the logical fallacies every single day of the bullshit that they claim. All right, so we have one logical appeal to authority, appeal to.
Yeah, but I mean, just imagine the projection. Like, the Earth is a globe because I trust people, but flat Earth is just a weird.
I trust people that I don't know. Right? Do you know this? Well, I mean, I saw it on the news, bitch. Okay, well, that's appeal to consensus. Okay, it was just like we could go through so many logical fallacies that they think you're wrong because you don't believe what everybody else believes. I mean, it essentially turns into politics at that point. I'm like, how about reality? We're living on Earth. All of us are living on Earth. You don't have to get fucking so excited about it. It's about where we are. We're here on Earth. Now, there's definitely something to get excited about because we are here on Earth. But you don't have to be so offended because we don't think what you believe is real because some asshole on the fucking media told you something happened or the scientist told you something is real or whatever. You just believe it. You don't have any proof for it. Just like we go through the steps and all right. I know I'm ranting, Sonny.
That's just making the stream a bit worse, Sonny, to be fair.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want me to stop ranting, just say shut up.
No, I'm just messing around. I'm just messing with you, Helio.
I know, but I'm just saying. I mean, this is sort of. It's an exaggeration, but at the same time, it's just. Well, we have to go through this process as humans. But I mean, it's just like, hey, bro.
It's Friday night.
I know it's Friday night, but.
So what happened to karaoke?
Well, we just got off a trip. I don't know what you were doing, Sonny. Were you listening or?
I've been listening for a while.
All right, cool. So we're just kind of going through the we're doing the psychoanalyzing of what happened, the past, over the past few hours, or at least I'm trying to,
last few years.
In my own mind, or at least the past few years, or my entire life. Fuck it.
You know what I noticed? Does it seem like this? Like when that time occurred in 2017 for me, it seemed like every year was a multiplication of exponentially of lifetimes within that 1 year. Every year was like 4 times more
than a
It's
regular
just
year.
Hey, Sonny, the guitar's not necessary, but you know, there's something I always thought something was off. You know, like even when I was a kid, I was thinking it's some fucked up.
Guys, let me interrupt for this broadcast to shout out to the audience. Somebody wants to click the link, come in here and discuss the shape of the earth. If you think you live on a globe right now, that's fine. We all used to think that, most of us anyway. Back to you, Helio and Son.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the globe Earth. We're subject to globe where we live now. You know, under authority, under governments.
There's a globe
Most people-
inquisition going on.
Yeah. Not inquisition, because that means you have an ability to inquire about it, which we're doing now. But as far as everyone's concerned, the Earth is a globe, except for us, bro. And so we're the opposition to the Inquisition. I don't even know if that makes any sense. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. It's just like, what is this? How was this globe something when it cannot possibly be true? What's even stranger about it is that all the collegiate people, the PhD people, and or bringing everybody. You don't have to have a PhD or whatever.
Wait, are you
religious people?
Are you sure we don't need a PhD to go look at a horizon? You sure about that?
Yeah, I know that.
I don't know. I think
everybody thinks the Earth is a globe.
I think going to the beach requires a PhD. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. No, but the uneducated or uncollegiate, they think the Earth is a globe too. And the religious people, they think it's a globe. So
someone else has the proof. It's never the person you're talking to. It's someone else, someone with higher credentials, someone with higher authority, someone with a better lab coat. Someone else has it.
Where's this globe that they keep talking about? None of us here can find it, but apparently they believe it exists, but it's a belief on their part.
It's the first and only ball in history that I know of that has no measurable curvature. Go ahead.
In history, they can go through their history and say, well, they were actually dumb. They didn't really have a globe. And they'll say, well, Galileo.
But didn't you hear? They measured 0.5 millimeter of curvature.
0.5 millimeter of curvature? Yeah. Where did they measure that one at?
In a tow tank. They had to compensate for the Earth's curve over 138 meters, which amounted to 0.5 meter or 0.5 millimeter of adjustment.
Did you say toe tag? What'd you say?
It's a toe tank. Yeah. Yeah, Sensible dropped the link when he was here, I think.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Nonsensible. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, it has a sagitta bulge of 0.5 millimeter. Yeah, and they know that because they already knew that the Earth was a globe, right? So then they just concluded that this tow tank must have that
actually
sagitta bulge.
Proves that it's not true. So anyway,
they start with the assumption that it's a globe, right? Then that body of water must have a bulge, right?
Anytime you start with an assumption and you don't, you said Mr. Sensible. That dude's a fucking idiot.
No, he's really sensible.
Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Karma's got a flat smack story she'd like to share with us. That might be interesting.
Let's clear the floor.
What's up, Karma?
Yeah. Please.
Karma, go.
I'm using push to talk, so let me know if it's not coming through really well or anything.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's cool.
Yeah, sorry. Basically, I've been on a dating app because Trace and my friends convinced me to do it. And using flat smacking is a great way to get rid of guys you don't like, by the way. Just a small tip for girls out there. But basically, I was talking to this total idiot, and he was just shooting himself in the leg, left and right. So I do what I do best, and I try to help them give themselves a chance. So I'm like, okay, just here's a chance to impress me. Got any good conspiracy theories that you know to be fact? And he says he has a deeply scientifically orientated mind. And then he says, simulation theory.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's what I was gonna say, Jim.
Yeah, so simulation. So you just like you were on the dating app and he said simulation theory.
I was trying to give him one last chance to impress me, and he brings simulation theory, and I'm like, okay.
It cannot be. It cannot be.
It's like he didn't know shit about what you got going on.
I try to be nice though, and I'm like, it's still just a theory. Got anything confirmed but rejected by mainstream? I mean, and he just goes on about simulation theory and stuff.
Did you ask him? Say, hold on, I want to hear more about. So he said, did you like go back and forth with him about it?
Well, it's kind of like, okay, he basically says, I love the theory which states that life is a simulation. And I say, it's an interesting theory. I don't lean towards it myself, more of a synchronicity across the universe, golden ratio, and what is creation without a creator type myself.
Yeah.
And he's like, fair enough. And I'm like, but still, just a theory. Got anything confirmed, but rejected. And he says, the beauty of life is a simulation. That the only way to demonstrate it's true or false is by showing it's true. Ha. Not my kind. No, it will be a deception on your side. And I'm like, what the fuck is he even trying to say?
Did you stop talking to him?
Dodged a bullet.
Oh no, at this point I start flat smacking him because I just say, my favorite personally is the debunking of the globe, NASA, and that whole shebang. Blew my mind when I first came across it. And then I told him to watch NASA fail compilations and stuff. And he's like, haha.
Is he a fellow? He's in Iceland.
Julia, stop
too?
interrupting.
I know. I was just asking if he was in Iceland too. Of course,
Well, he's on a dating app in Iceland and has an Icelandic name, so I'm guessing it's Icelandic. But here's the funny thing. He was going to try to brush past the fact that I'm obviously a flat earther because I'm hot, so he just wanted to get me on a date anyway. So he keeps trying to say things like, you'll tell me more in front of a bottle of red wine. I think I'll have to debate that. Ha ha ha.
Oh, smooth.
My answer, well, if you can find a direct measurement of curvature or even an example of air pressure next to a vacuum without a container, repeatable and testable, of course, otherwise it isn't scientific, then I'll debate you. But unless you have those, it's not going to be a debate.
I like this. This is good. This is really good. Keep us informed with your later dating app kind of.
It's not done yet.
Oh God, sorry. I do apologise. Carry on.
He says, I'll need to know more about the initial theory before to know what I'll be looking for in the universe as an example. Just like a good telescope, you need to know what you're looking for. Heh.
God.
Impressive.
And I reply, it's basic really. When you compare the numbers given and taught about the globe model and test reality, it doesn't match. There's no draw. Just look for a curve calculator, and you can even make your own observations with a nice camera and see buildings and stuff that should be obscured by the globe. And there's a ton of laser tests, and I just start really going into this. Hang on. And then he says, so you believe the Earth is flat? And I was just typing something about the record photography or something, shattering the globe model. But then I say, no, I just know it's not a globe. Don't have to believe anything. Though I was pretty shocked when I found out it doesn't curve, to be honest, since I believed in the globe until 2015, until I saw all the proof. And that's when he says, thing is, just when I'm flying 3 kilometers in altitude above Flúðir, I can see the curve of the Earth.
Genius.
Well, it can't be a flat simulation, can it?
And then I say, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's too low to see it. You're probably just seeing the curve of the window bending the light.
This is I'd love it.
Yeah, he says, I can open the window in my small airplane. I'll take you a picture and you will tell me it's the lens of my camera. Ha ha.
Well, he better show that to the Neil deGrasse Tyson. Set the scientific community straight, right?
I know, right? I try to encourage him to send me the pictures anyway, even though, it's not going to prove jack shit. And then he's like, I'm sorry, I'm open to a lot of theories. Haha, but this one is really beyond my limits. Haha.
Yeah, reality beyond my limits.
Did he keep saying ha ha?
Yeah, he's not open to reality. Just fantastical sci-fi stuff, but reality, not. That's a step too far.
It's not even the worst part yet. Hang on.
Continue. Please, everybody should have. Continue.
Okay, so I'm like trying to be nice because I've realized he's probably going to cut this, and I'm going to throw a little bit more info at him before I cut him loose. So I'm like, no worries, it's a world shaker. I get it. It's one of those things you need to check yourself. You shouldn't take my word for it. I didn't. I checked for myself. But when you grow up and I talked about some stuff, and I was like trying to get him to like actually look into it, and then he says, there is, and that's for sure. But there are stuff that have been proven in 1600 and that are not discussed. I thought he was changing the subject, and I'm like, you have a specific thing in mind? Like, alternative history is always interesting as well. And he's like, the fact that the Earth is not flat, Galilei, 1564 to 1642.
Genius.
What do you do?
And
Look at the sky?
at this point, I'm laughing, because I'm like, ha ha ha, oh really? And why do you think that's a fact? Did Vicky tell you? Pretty sure Vicky would also tell you there are 76 genders. And then I start laughing at him with a lot of emojis. And he's like, but I'm sorry. My sources are not Vicky. This is science, experience, knowledge, and even self-observation. So he observed himself? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say that he observed Galilei proving the globe, but he cannot describe how.
Did he use a selfie telescope?
76 genders thing. What the fuck was that all about? Did he say that?
No. Keep up, Helio.
My bad.
No worries. That's what Karma said to him.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you get it. Okay, so I start laughing at him and I say, how does that apply the scientific method? Because if it doesn't, it's pseudoscience. In case you didn't know, to be considered science, it needs to apply the scientific method. So what's your independent variable? Because now I'm just teasing him at this point.
You are.
Yes.
Yeah, I
What
know.
independent variable? What you describe as pseudoscience. Thank you, but with PhD in quantitative finance, I think I know how to conduct a proper scientific research. But I appreciate our early discussion. You will not change my mind, and I will not change yours. So I said, haha, okay, buddy, have a nice life. If you want to believe there's science behind your belief, I won't stop you, though I do encourage you looking for it. And then I do more laughing faces at him. And at that point, I'm much done.
That's brilliant. That is really, really cool. Please keep us informed of any other conversations you have with these people. That is brilliant.
Oh, and send them on here. Send them our way.
It's just a brilliant method because normally the problem is for hot ladies that these creeps, they just don't give up. But when you shake their world so much and they go into spiral and cog this, they don't wanna.
No, it's like guys can. It's a different way, dude. I think what was going on, and I think what you were doing, Karma,
I feel you.
was letting him know that I don't know. Were you just like trying to find a date, or were we just like saying, "Hey"? And once you figured out, he was like, "Never mind." It's just
Good points.
I mean, where's the flashback?
Well, it's more like I'm 30 years old. I've never had a boyfriend because all I do is take care of the family and go to work. And everybody who knows me has been pushing me to actually put myself on the market and give guys a chance.
No,
Maybe there's a guy out
you
there
should
who's not
find a
retarded.
good man, though. You should find a good man.
Well, it's a small country, so it's hard to find.
You're not gonna find it. You're not gonna find it on some internet site. Not necessarily, but maybe you could. Maybe you could.
Well, it's not even places to meet people here because you got to think it's pretty cold here. It's not like we congregate outside, you know.
Yeah, we don't really have a culture where people go and talk to strangers or meet in a square or a bar and talk to random people. We're very isolated in a way.
Sorry, guys. What is the population of Iceland?
300,000.
There's no one.
I don't know if that came through. I don't think I pressed it properly.
Yeah, I mean, are you gonna find a good man through the dating app? Oh, well, that guy wasn't the right guy, obviously.
Well, she just needs to find either a truther or someone that's open to listening to the evidence and then making an informed decision. Like, that it's possible to find that wherever. And just like I think Meme was talking about earlier, like just meeting a guy anywhere, like in her job or out and about.
Hey,
this is just to help her break the ice and get used to talking to guys.
Hey, Drace and Karma, we're gonna send you good vibes and prayers to find the right person to procreate or whatever. I don't know if it's some 300,000. Iceland's a small island, but I mean, dude, we love the Icelanders. So we love.
Is this helping the conversation, Helio?
Probably not. I'm being a dick again. No, but seriously, I mean, it's if you have to use dating apps in Iceland, holy shit. I'm not saying you don't have
dating
to.
apps is where it's at in Iceland. I mean, literally,
No, but the story.
Every single female coworker I've had and my top 3 female friends have all told me to get on apps.
Really, and so you tried it, and then that's what happened.
This is how you get rid of the shit guys that are being fuckboys.
Yeah, have you not been listening? This is how this is how you beat away from you without being a dick the assholes that you want to get rid of as a hot lady. This is just a smart method to both spread the flat earth truth and get rid of undesired attention.
Okay, cool.
Like 2 birds with 1 stone, I like it.
I prefaced it that way before I started telling the story.
I dig it. I'm so glad you shared it. Maybe I misinterpreted or fucked it all.
I want to tell Karma, I think it was an excellent story. I think it's funny. His go-to was Galileo. He probably did.
Yeah, that was freaking awesome.
Karma, do all of your conversations kind of go this way?
No, really, it just really depends on the guy.
Do you always try to go with a truth angle when you're having conversations?
I help myself checking if they know anything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's a really good way to figure out at least if somebody's open-minded or not, right?
Yeah, but you start with a soft check usually, you know? You don't go straight into hardcore truths. You go for looking for baby truthers because those are the ones that are easy to show the rest of it. But when you talk to somebody, like for instance, the guy who had a crush on me at work ended up cock-dissing on me so hard at even the mention of alternative history. It was hilarious.
You broke his spirit. Right? He was like,
maybe after he cock-dissed.
Yeah, that's what it says. She's just like, thought you were somebody else. He still likes you though.
He has the link to the server, right?
What are you talking about, Helio? You don't know these people.
No, I'm just talking about somebody had a crush on her on work, and then she found out. Anyway, maybe hearing.
Not very good at listening, are you?
Maybe I'm not.
You're filling in some
I think it's just he's had one too many to drink.
Yeah, I have.
And it's just it's normal.
I'll shut up, guys.
Anybody can make a mistake.
I'll shut
Helio,
up.
give yourself a drunk Arthur roll.
Please come in with more of these conversations. I'm dying to hear the next one.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I've told you about the guy from Tunisia, right?
No, I haven't heard that story.
That indirectly fell in love with Drace.
No way.
Oh, tell me more. Man. Okay, so it's one of those times when you get one of those random messages from a random foreigner out in the world. Just because you're a pretty lady, you're gonna get a lot of those where they're like, "Hey" or "Hello" or "What's up, princess," and all this random stupid shit. One time, a foreigner sent me a message, but he was also in a group that I'm in where I help foreigners learn Icelandic. So I thought, okay, he wants tutoring. Turns out he was just trying to hit on me, so I just started flat smacking him to get rid of him. Turns out he is a flat earther. Now, I have Trace next to me, which means like I can go. What was the name of the scientist who did the thing like this? And he'll be like, "Ah, yes, the name of the guy, the year of the thing." So whenever we talked about anything, like I was out flat smacking the flat earther until he was starstruck because I had Mr. Professor on the side here, and by the end of speaking to him for like a day, he was already, or like for a few hours, maybe 1 or 2. He was already like talking about how I should move to Tunisia to marry him. And I was like, bruh, we're not even in a relationship. And he just acted like we were about to get married. And I had to literally break up with a man that I started talking to 2 hours ago, even though we never started dating. And he was kind of heartbroken, but I ended up just leaving him a message on like how to not shoot himself in the leg like this next time he meets a flat earth girl, so it doesn't just scare them all away. Because he just kept trying to convince me to move to Tunisia. It was getting pretty insane, and I'm just like, Tracy's in love with you.
That's hilarious. But that's what's going to happen if you're going to show yourself off to be, let's say, really well thought out and concise with the things that you put across. Sometimes people are going to go, "Oh my goodness, this woman is an absolute goddess. Wow, I found the one." And yeah, it's going to take them 2 hours. You poor, poor, poor girl.
I just need to find one that's either willing to move to Iceland or lives here already, because I am not moving the fuck to Tunisia. I don't care if you have a lot of land and a farm and some shit. I'm not moving from Iceland.
Well, y'all gonna make Dead Air Dave say one more shout out to the audience. Click the link, join the conversation. Plenty of smart people here that accept reality as it presents itself. Continue, Karma, and whoever else.
There's 29 people watching on YouTube.
Why watch there?
What? Italian, what?
Yeah, why watch there? Just join the conversation.
Talk to your favorite.
Talk to your favorite flat Earth celebrities.
That's your favorite flat earthers, man.
I mean, they follow us around, right? They're in the YouTube chat every single day. They're fans, right? Come on down.
Come on down.
I mean, I can't deny that. Like some of them,
they are huge fans. They absolutely love to hear us talk about flat Earth 24 hours a day. Thank you so much.
Some of them have been here for years. We're talking like 5 years, just like almost every day, all day. If that's not a fan, I don't know what is.
We got to elect a president in the fan club, man.
They're bigger fans than most of the flatties on this server.
They're like, nobody watches your show. Well, it's just like, well, we get at least, 1,000 to 2,000 views every month. Somebody's watching. Come on, man.
Appreciate it.
People are watching every single day.
Yeah.
And then they're in the YouTube chat. They're in the freaking Discord, bro, every single day. It's like nobody's watching you. Well, then what the fuck are you doing here? Why we hear feedback, Come on. Fans of the flat Earth. Sometimes we don't appreciate your feedback because sometimes you're total assholes and dickheads. And then you could make the same complaint about us. But most of the time we're not. We're just responding to you being assholes and dickheads. Yeah, that's right, Karma. They're here because they're fans of the flat Earth. I mean, they think it's a show, right? That's what it is. As they think flat Earth is a show. They really have. They never ever bring evidence that the Earth is a globe.
No.
But they think flat Earth. This particular platform is a show. And when we actually, call them out for their evidence that the Earth is a globe, their only evidence is that, well, doesn't everyone in the it's an appeal to authority. Doesn't everyone believe that?
What happened?
No,
I
the
thought it was
answer-
me.
Yeah, he just stopped talking. I think the answer to what he was asking is no. Everybody doesn't believe the Earth is a globe. Everybody, there's a people who believe all sorts of weird things. There's also us who just don't accept claims without evidence and have actually gone out and measured the world for what it is, and it doesn't curve as would be required for the globe. So we're just sitting here waiting for someone to provide evidence for the globe. I mean, how long does it take?
Well, it's funny because they'll say, like, you don't want evidence or you just won't believe it, but we're literally sitting here asking them for it.
8 years and nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
8 years is a good enough time to, patiently wait for evidence of the claim. 8 years. Just not good enough.
Level.
But I mean, I'll be literally asking them for it, and they'll tell me, well, I won't give it to you because you don't want it, or you'll just reject it. So well, I'm asking for it. Why don't you just go get it if it's there?
It's like, how are they divining this intent from us when we're asking the complete opposite? It's so illogical.
Better be some dense evidence.
Bendy water.
I think the problem is they consider fallacies as evidence, and so we have this fundamental difference in what we consider valid evidence. Like, to them, the Earth is a globe because boats appear to go over the horizon. I see boats appear to go over the horizon, therefore the Earth is a globe, is a valid proof. But it's just a fallacy. It doesn't prove anything.
You're right about that. Yeah, they get frustrated with presenting their fallacies to us. Yeah, because they do think that those are evidence. We shoot them all down, and they think we're just hand-waving it away, and we just don't want to believe them because they don't get it. They don't get what evidence is.
No, we try to show them the evidence, and there's no ball. But
yeah, but then they do what they accuse us of doing, which we don't do. They do the exact thing they say we do, and they ignore the evidence and just deny it.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Perfect. Fascinating dichotomy.
It is super fascinating. That's one of the things that really intrigued me when I first got into this, was the psychology of the globe believer, why we are stuck in this belief, even though you're presented with evidence that contradicts it. You just latch onto any idea that appears to confirm it, and that's where I started looking into the biases and fallacies, because it's such an ingrained thing into the public consciousness, and so it's a hard thing to actually break free of. But I mean, we could do it. They should be able to.
Yep.
Yesterday I had a conversation that went, well, you're just religious. And I said, well, where's your glow proof? And he said, well, I trust people.
Okay, Matthew Lawrence.
Well, trust is a synonym. Yeah, trust is a synonym with belief. You trust someone, you believe someone. So, yeah.
Well, he's basically appealing to like a priesthood, right? It's appealing to a doctrine of men. But I'm the religious person because I'm just talking about what I see when I go outside and observe reality. But he is the down-to-earth, like, skeptically minded, rational person, trusting what people say.
It's just like boats going over the curvature. What curvature? Who told you there would be that the horizon is
Earth curve?
Earth curve. Yeah, who told you that?
That's funny, yeah. Boats going over the curvature to prove curvature is also begging the question fallacy, because the curvature that you're trying to prove is in your premises.
Exactly. Yeah, you're looking at an effect and then attributing it the curvature that you imagine.
And who told you the horizon?
Helios, why do you do that every time?
I do. My bad, brother.
No worries.
Classic.
Well, you can do it now.
Okay, now I'm going to do it. Who told you the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
Bill Nye, the science guy. Come on. Everybody knows that.
Well, I mean, but that's the same argument, right? Boats go over the curvature, and the horizon is the curvature. It's the same fucking argument.
Bill Nye did a nice presentation. He had a little string and a boat. And
it's the very thing that we're trying to verify, though.
Yeah.
That's exactly the thing that we want to verify, that boats going over the curve is actually boats going over the curve, right? And they just point at it and reassert it. Well, that's what we want to know, whether or not that's what's happening, right?
Yeah, but they have no evidence. I mean, people believe it, but they have no evidence for it.
Well, they also believe like black holes collide and create fucking,
Yeah, but that's also a different argument too, flat Earth dude, right? So that's in space. We're talking about what happens here when we look across Earth.
Yeah.
The word being, the key word being across, when we're looking directly across Earth.
Yes, exactly.
So it doesn't matter which part of Earth you're standing on. You're looking directly across Earth.
Guaranteed.
Perpendicular, 90 degree.
100% fact.
Boom, 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 90 degree. Geometry is, it's not that hard to figure out. We have triangulation, we have fucking rectangles, we have squares, all that shit's. There ain't no spherical. There ain't no. This is Earth is rectangles, fucking triangles.
Oh man, it just looks flat. You're looking over a curve, but your line of sight is bent. Your line of sight's bent by refraction.
Sometimes that could be true in certain situations, but no, we're talking
Everything
about squares and rectangles and triangles.
Everything is so curved that it just looks flat. It just looks like straight lines because they're all so curved, every single one of them.
That's my favorite line, man, that those Mongos came up with. I'm like, what? Oh, you're gone. You're stretching now, baby.
That is what they're saying. They're saying that everything is so curved. The path of light is curved. The Earth's surface itself is curved. It's all so curved that it ends up just looking flat.
Yep.
Well, it's just like, how far do you have to bend light to make it look flat when we're all looking at the same fucking thing?
It doesn't matter, because it's still just more fallacies. They're trying to use the absence of evidence as evidence.
They say that all the time too. They say, "Hey, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence." It's like, well, this is your argument now. You're just appealing to having no evidence. Well, that'll help.
How does that work in a debate? I mean, it really means nothing.
Yeah, it sure does.
It's like, all right, well, let's move on to the next topic because you just negated your own non-proof.
You just told us you don't have any. So why are we still talking?
Yeah, but that's the problem, because they're not capable of understanding that they're not logically congruent and that they're incoherent and irrational when they make these arguments. And so we're generally forced to try to show them that, but then they go just into denial and just don't want to hear it.
Hey, but we're not against them. We're actually here for the people that are using logic and common sense. Yeah.
Or even the ones that are not, because like I spent so much time just trying to help a lot of these people. I sent them messages explaining how the fallacies work. I give them citations for it. Some of them are like, oh, okay. Some of them are like, I won't look at the citation.
Awesome.
What can I say? We love our fans.
Yeah, but hey, guess what, Drace? I think you've reached a lot of people. We have reached a lot of people. So, don't get discouraged because we have a lot of detractors. Just pay attention to the people that, that are actually listening to us.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Nothing they could say could shake my confidence. Nothing they could say could do anything because it has no effect on my lived experiences that prove the Earth is flat. Like, they would have to come up with experiments and evidence that can prove everything I have seen in my life to be wrong.
Yeah, I promise you, all of the other detractors that are public on our platform, there's a lot of people. I get messages and influence from other people that appreciate what you and I and all the other people here do. So, even though we get frustrated and talk a lot of shit here, there are a lot of people that appreciate what we do. So don't ever get discouraged, And you probably do too. You probably get some positive influence, positive reactions from your videos and stuff. Yeah.
I don't care about that thing.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the negative reactions are all from the same people. For the most part, we're fighting against some freaking weirdos that really want to shut us down. We're actually reaching a lot of people, and so never get distracted.
They don't want to shut us down. They want to make money off of our asses.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Those fucking damn anti-flat earthers, man. They're all bringing in money, man. Every one of them, thousands of dollars, thousands.
Well, they're not going to make any money off of me, but I'm just talking about people like
they are making money off our content. They are making money off our content, like he was saying,
sure.
Because the YouTube algorithm pushes their content above all of our content, and so if anybody looks, that's what they see, and so they get all these artificial reviews through that.
They get the wits at debates, and they all that.
Sure,
shit.
But I mean. Hey, Flat Earth dude, have you ever volunteered to go ahead and do a debate on Flat Earth, on modern day debates?
No.
Yeah, I won't either.
No, I have not. No.
Okay,
I did my debates.
I have my reasons, and I won't. But you know who comes in here? People that whatever. I mean,
the Tartaria guy, Sean, and his buddy are.
Yeah, cool.
They're trying. I told him, man, bring your debate into here.
No,
game on. Bring it.
No, that's anyway.
Bring it here.
We're not going to talk about that on live stream, but anyway.
No, but they could do it in chill chat if they want.
That channel is a partner channel here. So and actually, I support that channel.
They're friends of ours. But there was one guy the other night, man. He's a moderator over there. He came in here even last night. I think he was in here, wanting to have a debate with us. I'm like, yeah, in here, no problem.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm talking about philosophy and fundamental, I mean, even spiritually or whatever. It's just like, hey, this is people. It was like, oh, no, it's a game. I'm like, it's just like now I'm here in a debate and I can just act like a fool and I can say whatever I want. That's not what necessarily we're about. Even though we have a lot of fun. But as far as like real philosophy and spirituality and core ideas, we actually want that to be the focus, but we also want it to be fun too, because people are listening live and everything. It's like, and then people just like sit. If all we're gonna do is sit and bitch about all night how people treat each other and all. I mean, nobody has fun with that. But I mean, just be on your honest self. I mean, nobody here as a flat earther is trying to convince you to be flat earth. But if you're fucking really curious about it and you want to know why we think the earth is flat and you want to know something about our story or whatever, you can ask us. We're genuine people. We're not trying to convince anyone. You can listen to the information and convince yourself. I'm open about it. It's not a debate for me. I've already been through the shit. And so have you, Flat Earth, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been through it. I'm fucking on the rocking chair.
It's just like, I mean, this channel is not a debate channel. It's just like, hey, go to the 24/7. It's just like, yes, going to 24/7. You're really curious about the real flat earthers. We're not gonna sit here and debate with you about it. It's like, this is why we know the Earth is flat. Boom. You can ask questions, but we're not gonna freaking pissant around with you.
We are not here to change your mind. You do that yourself.
Yeah,
it's more of a therapy channel than a debate channel.
Maybe, yeah, that might be it. Hey, what's up, Jenny?
Hi. Yeah, this is like a conversation channel. I mean, we do debates, but a lot of people don't know how to do it right.
It depends on the feel. We feel the room, but for the most part, it's just like.
And for the most part, people don't know how to debate correctly. Fallacies everywhere.
Yeah. Yes, broken geometry.
So, yeah.
Like Midi HC said in that broken geometry.
Hell yeah, man. So debate is definitely an overused English word I would have to put up.
I got the geometry in my pocket.
I got the geometry.
Wait, is Midi in here though?
No, I haven't heard from Midi in a while, but I have a feeling we'll see him. If we say his name 3 times, he might show up.
Midi!
Get your ass in here, Midi!
See him show up, man.
I would piss my pants if he showed up.
That would be awesome. I'd love to see Midi.
I miss him so much.
He knows we're here. I think he thinks about us.
He'll be back.
Oh, you remember that meme that I have? Is like, it's Kermit the Frog, like sitting with his hand up on a thing, and it says, "I think the beer thinks about me while I'm at work." So Midi, man, if you're listening,
Midi,
get your ass in here.
Midi.
Yeah, he's a cool dude, man. Midi is one of the coolest dudes.
We have to just collectively think about him. And
I promise you, within tonight, or sometime this weekend, he's going to come back. Just keep talking about him, and motherfuckers show back up.
Whatever he's doing in his life, whenever he thinks about Flat Earth, he thinks about us.
He'll be coming back. Yeah, I miss him too, guys.
That's funny.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite Favorite dudes.
From
He's from Brooklyn. He's got that Brooklyn style.
Good night, Chris. Good night, Drace. That was good to hear you, Drace. I hadn't heard you in a minute. Good. It's good.
Drace chicken. Oh shit! Yeah, they're like.
Yeah, they got weird.
Yeah, it's no. I mean, just saying. I mean, in Iceland, it's like freaking 7
Karma,
hours.
she's gone. It was like 5 a.m. She's got to go.
Yeah, it's really early for them.
These maniacs are still going, huh?
Well, we're on the West Coast, baby.
Yeah, we are.
Hanging on the left coast, as they say.
Yeah. It's the earliest for us, eh?
Right.
Well, you in California too, Heretic?
Nah, Canada, but same time zones. Yeah,
same time zone. Though.
Wait, what?
He's up north.
Yep.
I can't even forget. I should know where.
Yeah,
like north of Seattle, eh?
Yeah,
eh?
What's the fucking name of that city?
Vancouver, man.
Vancouver,
right, yeah. You got it.
Vancouver, eh?
Well, I gotta. Somebody told me.
On Cherry Avenue.
Yeah, in Vancouver, Ontario. Yeah.
Heretic, you ever see Great White North?
No, not really, eh?
Yeah. It's a comedy, eh? About drinking beer and going to Canada or being in Canada.
Yeah, we met.
Tell me about it. Story of my life.
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, eh?
And there was another beer story
in the
about
80s,
Canada.
I think.
That,
in the 80s.
What was that one with
Rick Moranis? Yeah, it's
Rick
Great White North.
Moranis. Oh yeah, but that wasn't in Ontario, was it? I thought it was.
I don't know.
Talking about My Blue Heaven.
No. It was
Great White North. Anyway, eh?
I thought it was in the mid part of Canada.
Level of Snow is what I'm talking about.
I don't. I just hopped in.
Never mind.
Ontario, you say? Oh, well, whatever. That's
good.
I don't think it was in Ontario. Hold on. I'll find it.
So was Smurf acting up, man? Did he get muted?
He can come off mute. He served his time.
He served his time. Okay.
Strange Brew.
Strange Brew. That's it.
That was portrayed.
Strange Brew. That was the one I was thinking.
Yeah, it was set in Canada.
It's been so long, dude. I can't remember shit, man. Apparently.
But I don't think it was in Ontario, though.
I got the CRS disease, apparently. Shit happens. But I can remember a song as soon as I hear the first, measure.
Is it a problem?
Strange Brew was a song by freaking Eric Clapton back in the 70s.
Okay, how about
movie
to spark your memory? Da 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 da.
That didn't work, man. Okay, now I'm really fucked.
Hey now, baby, step into my big black car.
Wait a minute, what are we doing?
Name that tune.
What the fuck? Why doesn't it tell me
Anyway.
set
Hear me, or should I be loud?
I have no idea what we're doing, Jen. Help us out here.
Sorry. I'm deaf
Save
in
us,
one
Jenny.
side.
Save us. Come on. What do
Hey,
you
Jenny, this is up to you right now. You are the host. Go, Jenny.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you've been
Shoving me in the middle?
You've been nominated the host right now because we're all kind of fucked up. I'm trying to figure out where Strange Brew was hosted from. It's in Canada, but I'm sure.
Well, there's this great website called InternetMovieDatabase.com.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm just trying
The Encyclopedia of Entertainment.
I mean, I know Rick Moranis was in there.
Level of
My favorite.
Where are we going here?
My favorite.
I was in Ontario. Yeah, I was in Ontario. I was on the total fucking other side of the fucking continent. Yeah, I was in Ontario. But anyway.
Yeah, it was.
That's where they makes most of the fucking Canadian movies is in Toronto.
I guess so. I don't know. They make a lot in Vancouver, dude. I mean, Vancouver was like the Hollywood of fuck all, man, north.
They're starting to make more out west.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
really?
they do a lot in
Okay.
Vancouver.
Well, this one
They used to get
apparently is
these
in
cheap
Ontario.
rates, man. I remember back in like the early 2000s, late 90s, they were like Vancouver was giving them these super killer rates to come up there and make movies.
Hey, does anybody do a really good Canadian accent?
Heretic can, for sure.
Yeah, because he actually fucking lives there.
I think that just might be how I talk. I guess
Okay,
this is a Canadian accent.
Okay, I mean like a heavy, thick one. Okay, and you could do like read off like 200 proofs or something in your really big Canadian accent. I think that'd be good.
No.
So all you have to do a Canadian accent is say "a."
Oh, yeah, that's all you have to do. Just talk as normal, but add "a" to the end.
Just add "a."
Yeah, it's like, how you doing, eh?
How you doing?
What's going on, eh? That's about it. Keep it simple, man. Don't mess it up, man. Keep like flat earth, man. Keep it simple, man. Where's the curve? Man?
Make frequent mention of Timmy's.
You know what?
works in Minnesota as well. Dude, you gotta call it a brewski, eh?
I couldn't even
Can't call
tell
it
you were
beer.
Canadian, so it's like you have to pretend to be Canadian, even though you're Canadian, because your accent is not that.
Okay, what the hell is Canadian?
Well, it's
We have
just
no
like
identity.
you know,
Hold on.
like you can tell I'm. You know, I've lived in the South for a long time.
Right, you're a
but
dead giveaway. Flat
really?
Earth's
So
dead
I'm
giveaway.
like a Southern. You can tell
Fucking
that I'm a South guy.
Dave Hinkle's a dead giveaway. I mean, you guys.
No, Dave Hinkle's a dead giveaway, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about me. I'm just so. How long
You know
before?
what, Dennis? To amuse all of us, including yourself, maybe for a while, like you could stay in character, like having a really heavy Southern accent. I just love accents; they're fun.
Yeah,
I
they
wish I knew what mine was. You know, like if I was from Australia and what my accent would sound like to somebody from Australia. You can't do that for yourself.
Yeah,
You can't
no,
do
it's just
it.
like it's like I was born in Ohio, but I grew up in Arkansas, and but it's just like I never really was like for a while I fought the Southern accent, you know, and so I'm
Wait.
like, there's like kind of a combination.
Okay, so like with the Canadian accent, it's not just having a at the end. I mean,
Yeah, he knows that he was just
a boat. I mean, just different.
a boot.
It's just whatever this is.
Just whatever you are normally.
Yeah, I can't tell. There's no accent to me because it's just like normal to me.
Just the way you talk.
All right,
Just like yeah.
All right, am I being not racist, but I'm thinking stereotypically, like from movies and such, what a Canadian accent is supposed to be. And you're saying the best representation was Strange Brew, so I should watch that.
Yes, guaranteed.
Yeah, but I don't think so. You don't sound like those guys. But
he needs to sound like.
Definitely watch that movie. Definitely watch that movie. It's freaking hilarious.
It's pretty stupid. It's just
Yeah,
like
it's stupid. It's just like they find a
Pretty
mouse in
fucking
their
stupid.
beer and they're like, "I'm suing the company," and they get lifetime worth of beer, and they're just like, "That's pretty much what."
Yeah, it's stupid. Don't watch it.
Accent. You know,
There's comedy, and there's stupid comedy.
I like Rick Moranis though.
Yeah,
Moranis is great.
Well, it's just like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Yeah, that's a good movie.
My Blue Heaven. That one's good.
Yeah, and freaking Ghostbusters. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Rick Moranis' character was really good in that movie. I don't like all movies altogether, but certain characters and certain Rick Moranis is like when he saw.
I mean,
There's certain
Ghostbusters.
scenes like where he saw the demon wolves and shit. You know, his reaction. That shit. I mean, Rick Moranis has some. I mean, it was the 80s and shit. I mean, it's just like you have to consider certain eras and styles.
Right.
Yeah, so.
It was a different era, for sure.
Rick Moranis is a freaking brilliant actor.
Helio, you ever seen Beer Fest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's corny.
It's corny. I love the
Well,
ending.
it's kind of like
the ending of that movie was the best ending of every movie I've ever seen in my life.
it's like Dodgeball. I saw something about Dodgeball the other day with freaking one of my favorite. He's not my favorite actor, but one of my favorite comedic actors, Vince Vaughn, bro. Vince Vaughn, bro. That dude. Like some of his characters he played, Vince Vaughn, it's either like, ooh, that's freaking weird, creepy, or it's just like,
Hey, we got a question.
yeah. Anyway,
We got a question. All right. So Tired says, what is the empirical standard for flat Earth?
The empirical standard.
He's going to have to elaborate the question because
empirically we observe the Earth as a level stationary plane. Don't you?
Well, what about the empirical standard of the globe? That's what we're having problems with. That's why we're all here.
Yeah. What about that?
So what about that, man? Let's talk about your thing first.
I mean, I answered it. Do you guys agree with me? We observe Earth as a level stationary plane from here on Earth.
This is the guy who told me. This is the guy who told me to prove flat Earth without using visual
I don't have to
evidence.
source it.
Hold on, Helio. He said this is the guy who told me to prove it without using visual evidence, and I said, "What do you want me to do? Smell it, hear it?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah."
The same guy?
He argued for hours that he could literally hear the globe. He said he could hear the curve. That's what he said. And he said he wanted it proved without visual evidence. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to take empiricism, right, and just broaden it to mean
tired, so he must be asleep.
Yeah, he's.
Give that guy.
He wants to slap the label empirical on a bunch of stupid crap that isn't that, right?
And so all right, let's ask Tired, can you give us what you mean by empirical? Can you just tell us what you mean by that? Because all of us, including you, from Earth, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear and whatever senses you have, we all experience this place as a level stationary plane. So what do you mean by that?
He's not even talking.
Can he just
I was
come in?
trying to get him into the combo and put up his question, and now you don't want to talk. That's kind of weird.
No. He's been doing that all day, just like Heretic said.
He
won't come in here and talk to us. He won't.
I don't know what to say if he don't want to follow the rules of how it works around here. Oh, he ain't gonna laugh.
Don't ban him yet because Meme wants to talk to him. We worked kind of hard to drag him into the server, so like baby steps to try to get him on the mic.
Okay, we need to let him know that he's probably going to be called a mongoloid, and he doesn't need to get his feelings hurt. We'll have to tell him that.
No.
Because,
No.
Yeah, you guys.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, you guys were trying to drag him in earlier, and I didn't hear him even open his mind. Now, empiricism, here's what he says. Empiricism by itself regressing into irrational on the basis that you don't explain everything regarding your body.
I'm done.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, I'm just going to let you know you're going to be called a name or two. If you keep talking like that. I'm just gonna help. I'm trying to help you.
Just join a VC and quit fucking around, man. Please, thanks.
Quit fucking around. No. As a matter of fact, being in the voice channel, opening your microphone and typing in the VC is almost essentially the same thing. So if you don't respect the room altogether, then you're about to get fucked.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Why isn't he? Is he just listening to YouTube or what's going on?
Probably because I don't see him in this room.
He's not in the VC, right? Yeah.
If he's just listening to the live stream on YouTube and he's posting this bullshit,
I'm gathering.
I'll just I'll put him in cog dis in a heartbeat because he's too pussy to come in here and talk to us.
My guess would be he's all of 26 years old. Oops. And so his brain just finished developing, so it's trying to figure things out. And
apparently,
I don't know. He needs to go back to the drawing board, maybe.
Well, unless we look at the article he just posted, Principles of the Philosophy of Irrational Empiricism, then we don't understand, that's irrational. The entire fucking argument is irrational. Of course we've looked into this shit before, Tired. Your argument is tired, and you have to accept cookies and maybe subscribe to that fucking article. Don't be posting that bullshit in there, bro. Come on, man.
I think he's trying, you guys.
He's not trying at all.
Well, we're talking about
hold on. If you're gonna post a link here, how about you post highlight certain parts of that article and then post those in here instead of posting the entire article. You know what would be really cool is if you would open your microphone and then read off some of the pertinent elements of that article so that we can go over the topic that you want to bring up instead of being a pussy. Don't get me started. He doesn't even want to. He's just going to post something in here. He won't even freaking open his microphone. He won't even join the voice. He's just going to post something and then say that we're wrong about this, this or that. And he's trying to argue logic without actually arguing logic.
Okay, here's what I say. How about we just not pay attention to his text? That'll solve that one.
That could work as well.
Yeah, simple solution. My bad. I didn't know who the dude was, so I found out really quickly.
He wants to bend the rules of logic to include things that aren't logical.
Well, that's part of scientism. That's what they do. He probably doesn't even know his own religion, so that's probably what we're doing.
One of the rules, if you're going to, obviously he's listening to the live stream, but he's not in here. Now, one of the rules is if you're listening on live stream, you can post in here, but you should be willing to come in here and talk to us if you're going to make some big arguments. So anyway, go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen. So Tired, man, you better get your argument set up and then come in here on voice one day and show what you got.
That ain't gonna happen.
I know it. Especially some of the bullshit that he just posted. Well, Shane said he called into this Truther show. What's this? Demonstrate. Well, no. We brought Demonstrate in there a couple of nights ago.
What? Really?
Yeah, that didn't go so well.
Did they glitch out and shit, or what?
Yeah, it was not good.
He was here yesterday. He spiraled. He tried to use like Foucault's pendulum and some stuff like that.
That was bullshit.
Yeah, I was like, "What's the IV for Foucault's pendulum?" And he's like, "Well, okay, let's see. Let's get a bunch of flat earthers and a bunch of globers, and a whole bunch of us will do a Foucault's pendulum." It's like, dude, it's not an IV. What are you talking about? And he just kind of spiraled and left.
That's unfortunate.
Just try to kind of a total dick.
I guess that just goes to prove that we're all hypocrites. He's saying he's a truther, but yet he turns a blind eye. So sad.
Just like I said, I'm gonna post something in here.
Okay, so this channel, do they wear NASA t-shirts and shit or what?
T-shirt.
I mean, I'm just trying to keep it simple and getting right down to it.
Dude, I just go out in public and be like, NASA, they just wear that shit. NASA, they don't know shit about NASA. Like, NASA.
They're in space.
They're in space. She's a huge fan. It's like I'll wear an Iron Maiden t-shirt like nobody at business and have a fucking, Eddie the fucking half-dead skeleton shit. I'll be like, yeah, Eddie. Fuck yeah, Iron Maiden. But if you listen to the lyrics on Iron Maiden, it tells you the government's full of shit. And but then people wearing NASA t-shirts, they'd be like, they wouldn't lie to
So do you
me.
think wait, I got a question for you. So do you think that there's dudes from back in the day who used to wear Iron Maiden t-shirts and shit? You think they wear NASA shirts now?
No, they probably wear NASA. Yeah, that's probably just like when Iron Maiden first came out. Most of the older people like my age would be like, they'd wear a NASA t-shirt before Iron Maiden because they're totally sold out to the government. And be like, fuck yeah, NASA space is so fantastic. I'm voting Democrat and Republican. I'm all about that shit, y'all. What you got, man? We got rockets going to Mars and fucking Elon Musk. All that shit.
Time out. All right, but do you think that it's a possibility that there's some old time stoners from back in the 80s and they wear fucking NASA shirts now? Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, fuck yeah, because they still think the Earth is a globe and be like, NASA. I'm not on NASA's side, but I'm on fucking Elon Musk side, or I'm fucking Virgin Galactic side. It's just like, it's just like, which side are you, bro, with space? It's just like all the fucking space. I mean, shit. I mean, fuck those flat earthers, man. We going to space, y'all. I'm fucking 50 years old, but I always knew. It's like, man, these flat earthers now trying to tell me the space ain't real after all this shit. I mean, come on, man.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah. No, I'm making jokes, but I'm not making jokes because all these motherfuckers actually think that all this bullshit that they put out through the propaganda, doesn't matter if you're in school or not, or it's all been put out through all of the propaganda in the news and everything. Space is real all the time.
They have to do that, right? If they weren't blasting you nonstop with that propaganda, nobody would ever think that that's what the sky is. Nobody would ever have the concept of the idea of outer space, right? They have to just bombard you with this stuff so that you'll think it.
They put out so much fucking propaganda from decades and decades ago. Man, that shit probably transferred through our DNA and shit. Like coming out like
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, man? I took enough LSD back in the day I already know that I'm already out in the universe, bitch. I mean, I got all that shit on top of my shit, on top of all the other bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just fucking with you guys, but you know, I mean, it's just like, should you be slow or fast? Just like take a look at the world around you. You know, just like, should I believe the news? The answer is no. Should I believe the government? The answer is no.
Should I go to McDonald's? Hell fucking no.
But sometimes you do anyway.
Oh my God.
All right, so check your heart. Check your heart. Check your spirit. Boom. We just move along as we do. We just move step by step.
Hey, you know what I just thought of when you're talking just this very moment? I thought of the, which I should know this by heart already, but it's been a while. All you gotta do is look in Genesis, the creation story. It don't sound like the heliocentric model. So, you know.
Yeah. You know, actually, I was talking about that before you joined tonight.
Yeah, where the sun was, well, there was light and dark, and on the third day, the sun.
Yeah, sun, moon, and stars didn't come till the...
Wait! Where is this light coming from?
Yeah.
That is, regardless, I mean, I know people have talked about the difference between, what was it, daylight and sunlight.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Well, yeah.
Sure. And so the light from the first day wasn't from the sun, was it?
Seriously, where did the light come from then? How could there be day and night if there was no sun? If there was no sun, what? Do people think that that's just like a mistranslation or some shit?
And what existed on the third day?
Was it the third
earth,
day?
And the plants and everything. So the fourth day is when the sun, moon, and stars came out. And the plants couldn't exist without the sun. So.
But I can't believe that scholars have never talked about it. Maybe I haven't come across it or something, but, you know, how can you have day and night and no sun and moon? It's just creepy and it's weird that nobody...
Well, I mean, there's different creation stories, you know, in Western culture, of course. I mean, but all of the creation ideas are very, very similar. So yes, Earth was first.
Okay, but other creation stories don't sound like the heliocentric theory.
No,
do they?
Neither does the biblical creation story.
Well, the way you said it made it seem like, you know, other religions were somewhat different than Christianity's.
No. Earth is always first.
Some are similar. All the religions are similar.
Yeah, Earth is always first. And that's the way I see it. You know, from all of the different creation stories, Earth is always first. It's the only place that we can know where we exist, what we can know. You know, spiritually, mentally.
I love Genesis commentary about, you know, the books of Genesis.
Yeah, I do too. Well, I love the entire Bible, but
yeah, isn't there like what's the count up to for non-heliocentric references in the Bible? I know it's over 200, but I don't know if anybody has a more concise amount.
I wouldn't call it non-heliocentric. I mean,
well,
the heliocentrism is a cartoon that
No,
somebody
yeah.
made up,
All right, but wait. The reason why I say that is because we all know that the term flat Earth has been bastardized all over the damn place.
Sure.
Okay,
sure.
but what is described in the Bible does not match up with balls flying through space.
And it starts in Genesis 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
No. In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was something. That's what the heliocentric model goes into. So that's why I said maybe I think much on it or whatever, but non-heliocentric.
Well, with that idea, they can say, well, whatever the fuck they want to say about it. Oh, ball. And they can say, okay, well, we use radio. They can't discover these things. They say, well, one of our progenitors was Galileo, and he had a telescope, an optical telescope that wasn't even near as powerful as we could buy at fucking Walmart right now.
One lens.
And it was just like, this is how I discovered other planets were doing shit.
Fly in the sky. It looks like a ball.
And they say we're religionists.
What?
Fucking asshole.
Well, I mean, Scientism Exposed really opened up my eyes.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So, if you think I'm full of shit about this, watch Scientific Exposed, and watch. People are so with all the shit we've been through, people don't want to watch Eric Dubay shit, but watch some Eric Dubay stuff. Watch some other stuff. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to watch Eric Dubay. He's not the only one. I mean, we've had.
I got a question.
Shitloads of content out there that can show you that what they told you about the heliocentric model is impossible.
What's the one where it's like a 35-page booklet and it's about the history of scientism priests? What's the name of it? It's been too long since I've thought about it. It goes explanation into how they came up with the heliocentric theory.
Sounds familiar, but I can't think of it. You can find it.
It's calling out the scientism priests throughout the evolution of the heliocentric theory.
It must have started maybe with Copernicus or maybe Galileo. Or was it even prior to that? Because you can only do that in Western or maybe Middle Eastern and Northern European culture. Because I guarantee fucking to you that the Eastern cultures, they weren't doing globe shit over there.
There was no globe shit happening.
Yeah, there ain't no fucking. They were doing globe shit in the East. Hell no. They were, and there's a, whether you believe it or not, and I haven't found the whole shit yet, but there's some freaking pyramids in China and fucking portions of the Eastern culture is like mostly in China. That's why China's so secret, bro. And certain southern portions of Russia. I mean, it's all Eurasia or whatever. But bro, there's so many freaking pyramids over there, just like there was. Just like what they found in America and
guess what?
Egypt, bro. There's shitloads of pyramids in China and Russia. They never tell you about it, bro. There's just shitloads of them.
Hey, I found it. It's called King's Throne. Remember that one?
Oh, King's the Throne. Yeah, that was by
I was right. A History of the Evolution of Astronomy. Well, I mean, it wasn't astronomy, not. Well, I guess that would be the heliocentric theory, right? I mean,
yeah, that's King's the Throne. What's the author's name? That's a good one.
Oh, you know what? I don't remember. Actually, I think I got this off of Flat Smacker's playlist, just the folder this was in. Gerald Hickson.
Gerard Hickson.
Gerard. I'm sorry, Gerard
Hickson. Yeah, that's a good book too. And he talks about the history of the masters.
Okay, this is what the title page says. Okay, it says a history of the evolution of astronomy from the time of the Roman Empire up to present day, showing it to be an amazing series of blunders founded upon an error made in the 2nd century BC.
Yeah, that's the masters of the universe. Yeah, that's what I call them. After reading that book, I call it that bit. It's just kind of like that term hits me. That's the masters of the universe. And the influence from Gerard Hickson, where his influence, and I think he was a Mason, involved with
you can tell from
people, in Northern Europe, and how it influenced what was happening when Eric was created. He was one of the masters of the universe, creating the universe of existential, space or whatever, space reality, which is not reality. It's just it's a story that was put into the heart and mind of people about outer space, which is not and cannot be true.
The blunders, I believe, is the word he used, right?
It's been a while since I read that book. But yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's just like I just posted a screenshot of like the reference page. I had it on.
He was connected to some of the Europeans that were, before the Revolutionary War and all that kind of shit, or around that time, and how it was influencing the First World War and all. Well,
Oh, you know what? What drew me into the reference notes page? I was just kind of scanning down it real fast, but it says on page 27 to 28, and it'd be nice if there was a diagram. It says triangulation of the Earth. Can you click on that link and see if it works for you? Because I might not have my settings right.
The Google Drive link.
Yeah.
I sure already have that book saved on my hard drive. But
okay, you want me to read the preface?
Sure.
Just because. Okay. So
So it's from the University of California.
Yeah. In the year 1907, the author made a remarkable discovery which convinced him that the sun was very much nearer to the Earth than was generally supposed. The fact that he discovered was demonstrated beyond all doubt, so that he was compelled to believe that, however improbable it might seem, astronomers had made a mistake when they estimated the distance of the sun to be 93 millions of miles. He then proceeded to examine the means by which the sun's distance had been computed and found an astounding error in the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which had been invented by Dr. Halley in the early part of the 18th century and which was used by Sir David Gill in measuring the distance to the planet Mars in 1877, from which he deduced his solar parallax of 8.80 degrees. And I don't know what that would mean, but seeing that Sir Norman Lockyer had said that the distance to and the dimensions of everything in the firmament, except that's ridiculous. How could they refer? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, just keep reading.
Except
it gets more ridiculous.
Glad you appreciate that. Okay, so except the moon depends upon Sir David Gill's measurement to Mars, the author set himself the tremendous task of proving the error, tracing its consequences up to the present day, and also tracing it backwards to the source from which it sprang. The result of that research is a most illuminating history of the evolution of astronomy from the time of the Roman Empire up until April 1922, which is now placed in the hands of the people in Kings Dethroned. The author has taken the unusual course of submitting these new and startling theories for the consideration of the public because the responsible scientific societies in London, Washington, and Paris failed to deal with the detailed accounts of the work which he forwarded to them in the spring of 1920. He believes that every newly discovered truth belongs to the whole of mankind. Wherefore, if those whose business it is to consider his work fail in their duty, he does not hesitate to bring it himself direct to the people, assured of their goodwill and fair judgment. So 2 more paragraphs. Astronomy has never been regarded as a study only for the few, but now all its strange terms and theories have been explained in the most lucid manner in King's Dethroned, so that everyone who reads will acquire a comprehensive knowledge of the science. And somehow I feel like that should be quote unquote. The author takes this opportunity of assuring the reader that none esteems more highly than he himself the illustrious pioneers who devoted their genius to the building of astronomy. For he feels that even while pointing out their errors, he is but carrying on their work, striving, laboring, even as they did, for the same good cause of progress in the interest of all. On the other hand, he thinks that astronomers living at the present time might have used to better purpose the greater advantages which this century provides, and done all that he himself has done by fearlessly reasoning, devoted labor, and earnest seeking after the truth. Okay, is that kind of poetic at the end? I mean...
Yeah, sure. I mean, what that was a preface to that book.
The one is When the World Was Young. That's captivating right there. That just makes me want to read that.
You got to read the whole thing. You got to read the whole thing, because what he goes on to say after that, he talks about the astronomers and about what they say about outer space and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that was the preface. He's like, we should be honest about what we've discovered, and he pretty much in the preface called him out and was like, I don't think you're being honest, but I'm going to do it myself. You haven't read it's not even really a long book. You should read it. It's pretty cool.
Well, it says 114 in the version that I have, because it's like actual, it looks like pictures of the actual book.
Yeah, well, the one that you sent me and that you were reading from, I was reading along with you. That's the book. When the World Was Young. That was chapter 1.
Yes.
3,000 years ago, men believed the earth was supported on gigantic pillars. The sun rose in the east every morning, passed overhead, and sank in the west every evening. Now, can you disagree with that? No, of course you can't.
There's no way.
No, sir. So then it was supposed to pass between the pillars under the earth during the night to reappear in the east again next morning. It depends on what culture you were in. This idea, yeah. So you're then he gets into the Greeks and
Okay, wait. All right, wait a second. He refers to the firmament in the preface. It's like,
yeah, sure.
on what is the firmament in the heliocentric theory?
Well, it's just like, people in modern times we didn't have gas theory then, so we wouldn't know that gravity contains the gases. It's like everybody was talking about all fucking day yesterday.
Okay, so gravity was first scientifically.
I don't think you'll find the word gravity in this entire book.
Exactly. They decided on the heliocentric theory before gravity was even a thing. So that I find very unusual.
This book's 200 years old? It explains a lot of stuff.
So gravity was not a scientific conversation when they started talking about it, about space balls. Right?
Yeah. Well, they claim that Newton was the first to come up with the gravity idea because a fucking apple hit him on the head or some shit.
Yeah, and when was that? In the 1800s?
It would have been, I think it was earlier than that, but
okay.
That's Newtonian physics, what they're talking about. But
right.
The gravity that they use now is Einsteinian.
Yeah, they have to use that.
Work with space-time which is not superseded but incorporated, I think.
Ooh, I've heard the word.
They say supersede a lot, but I would say incorporated because it's a if you're going to be like, I dropped this and it hit the floor, it was like,
why would
Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped the mic and was like, gravity, this is gravity, bitch.
I have a question. So if you use the word superseded, does that mean the prior theory was canceled out, or are you saying bits of?
Essentially, yes. From what they're saying, that's where they turned the Earth into part of space-time. That's Einstein's theory, and so you can't include Newton's physics necessarily into Einsteinian physics, because that's when the Earth became the third rock from the sun.
Oh, contraire, more frere. Okay, so according to the book, it said this idea of the universe was upset by Pythagoras some 500 years before the birth of Christ. So we all know that Newton was well beyond that time. So they're figuring all this out about the universe being flying balls in space before gravity was a thing. So how do they explain it?
No, but they had ideas about it.
All right, so
it's just like I was saying, Galileo thought, balls around the universe, freaking Pythagoras, and
so the book says when Pythagoras began to teach that the Earth was round like a ball, with the sun going around it daily from east to west, and his theory was already about 400 years old when Hipparchus, did I say that right? Probably not.
Hipparchus, I think it's Hipparchus.
The great Greek scientist took it up and developed it in the 2nd century BC. How did you say the name again? Hipparchus?
I'm not looking at the same page you are. Hipparchus is the name I remember. Hipparchus, Hipparchus.
US. So he may be ranked among the score or so of the greatest scientists that ever lived. He was the inventor of the system of measuring the distance to far off objects by triangulation or trigonometry, which is used by our surveyors at the present day, and which is the basis of all the methods of measuring distance which are used in modern astronomy. Okay, triangulation and using trigonometry, that's not the same thing.
Hey, let me ask you.
I mean, that's why it says or, but...
Wait. When triangulation isn't a triangle?
Yeah, a flat surface. But trigonometry, that would be
straight lines. Three straight
trigonometry,
lines.
is that spherical math?
No. It's 3 straight lines.
For trigonometry?
How can you fucking make a triangle without 3 straight lines?
Okay.
I'm just asking you. I mean, did you take trigonometry in high school?
I think I did.
Yeah. So how can you make a triangle without 3 straight lines?
Well, here's what Google says for us. I need a refresher, right? I mean, I could struggle through the definition maybe, but all right. So the study of angles and that of the angular relationships of planar and 3-dimensional figures is known as trigonometry.
Sure. I mean, people when they're, planar surveyors, they use instruments, across Earth. They put instruments across from each other.
So trigonometry, that would be used in the Gleason's map, right, for navigation? No?
Could be. I mean, it depends on... you're going to have a compass.
It's not the same
how
thing.
you're navigating. Depends on how you're navigating, when it comes if you're
Well, the reason why I asked you that is because, you know how they usually show images above a definition from Google? Well, there's one where it's a circle, and then there's 2 lines intersecting, and then there's different lines and an angle of a quarter, and it just reminded me of the Gleason's map, that's all. Here, I'll show you.
Sure, I mean, there's several, but Gleason's is not the only map that you might utilize. Sure, I mean, check this out. A captain of a ship might have his own fucking map if he's traveled, between, several points multiple times. It's like, I know where I want to go. Here. He's not going to freaking use the Gleason's map to travel. He's going to use, he's like a commercial shipman.
Ooh.
He's just going to travel the same route every time.
Did you see what Critical Inception posted? I've seen this documentary. I mean, I've seen that it's out, but I just haven't watched it. So yeah, I need to probably take some time to.
Do you think? I know you don't think this. Well, do you think a person when they're on a ship? I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of ships that traverse the oceans and shipping lanes and freaking lakes every day.
Yeah.
You think that they just look at the Gleason's map and hope they hit the fucking port?
No, not all people who navigate would need to utilize a map.
No, they do the same shit, just like airplanes do, just like you do in your fucking car when you drive to your work. You go from one parking space to another parking space.
Well, I just think of that one guy that Flat Earth Banjo put up, and it was from 2017. Somebody who sailed around the world, like those big yachts and whatever for across the world, sailing and whatnot, and like quite a few things to say about where things should be and stuff like that. I thought it was pretty cool.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, as humans, I mean, if you're a captain of a ship, commercial ship or whatever, military ship, you go from one port, where you're going. It's not like you have to try to look at the sky and triangulate or that's not how we do it anymore. But if you get lost, if all that shit's shut down, then you could if you knew how to do it.
What's the best answer you ever got from a glober when you asked them the question, how do you triangulate on a globe on a curved surface? What's the best response you ever got? I mean, from all time, whatever you can remember.
Dude, I've never gotten a really good answer.
Yeah, never a straight answer. I get that, but if you ever think of it, randomly, in the middle.
There is no.
Oh, God, I remember. Make sure you write it down and tell me.
Shitty. Because they don't have one. And it's just
I know, but somebody in the last 6-7 years has had to have said something, and you and I just. Somebody else does.
I'm pretty sure I haven't missed that one.
Hey,
I've asked the question a lot of times.
Hey,
and I gave it, and what I gave them is just what I gave you. It's like ships and airplanes and cars and fucking trains. They don't do that like that anymore. It's like, I'm navigating with the sextant through the stars and I'm using triangulation of the stars. No, that's not the way they travel anymore. But if you get lost, you can find your way. But and they'll say, well, it's only because the Earth is a globe. That's how we know. It's like, well, fuck you, bitch. Yeah, you don't even know shit.
Yeah, that sounds like a
pussy freaking nonsense answer.
Word of the day.
Don't quote me on that.
Helio's word for the day, starting with the letter P.
Don't quote me on it.
This episode of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is sponsored by the letter P.
Hold on, let me find a better quote.
Hey, Jedi's here. Hey, we've been doing our best to keep it flat Earth, I swear.
He's probably I don't want to associate myself.
Okay, now there's an image we can all stare at for a few minutes.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Even though I said the P word, no, I ain't gonna call. I can call Jedi. He used the F word more than anybody on here. So
let's have it. Like Eddie Murphy says the F word all the time, or he used to when he was younger. Instead of saying A at the end, he'd say the F word at the end, in the middle, probably at the beginning. Can make a whole sentence out of the F word, really. You can, or at least a phrase. A phrase, I know for sure.
Kind of making me think of something else.
Fuck all the fucking fuckers. We could probably make it longer than that.
I was thinking of something with, who was it? Oh, I was listening to, no. Well, I was listening to, Joe Rogan had a podcast and he had, can't remember the name of the dude. He's an old time comedian. He was talking about
you're not giving us much to go on. What do you mean? But anyway, what were you going to say?
It's not even relevant. Go ahead.
No, you. What were you saying? I'm being
just listening. I mean, he used to hang out with freaking Eddie Murphy and
oh, Joe Rogan did?
No, not Joe Rogan, but the guy he had on the show.
Joe Rogan?
No, Joe Rogan didn't hang out with Eddie Murphy. But no, he was talking about you know how he does all the podcasts and shit. So he was talking to this guy and how he was talking about how he hang out with freaking Eddie Murphy and freaking
Who said that? Don't say Joe Rogan. I'm going to kick your ass.
No, it wasn't. I told you it wasn't Joe Rogan. He was interviewing a guy. It was back in the 70s. This guy used to hang out with Eddie Murphy and fucking. I can't remember.
Go on, I'm listening. I am listening. Go on.
It really doesn't matter. So it has nothing to do with flat motherfucking Earth.
Well, good for you. Moderating yourself. Good job.
Congratulations to me.
You did your bit for Flat Earth today. You moderated yourself.
Man, I did some. I accomplished something today. That was tight.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh,
I'm so proud. I'm so proud. So proud. Can I get bonus points?
Yes, you can. Assign your own bonus. I got you.
And I got the bonus points. It was you laughing. That was my bonus points. Thanks, Jenny.
Ding ding ding.
So were these anti-flat earthers or anybody that thinks this world is a globe?
Just don't come in here and say if the earth was a globe, ...
I don't mind that. Most of the time, if they're genuine.
Yeah, but most of the time they're not, though. When you no.
You just kind of let them go for a minute.
No,
if the earth was a globe, then
if somebody says that,
why can't we just fall off the edge?
I immediately, in my mind, I go to that. I think it was Parks and Recreation, where the brother and sister were in a cemetery, and they were saying, "Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious." I don't know if you ever. Yeah, immediately.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh my gosh. I need to find it. And oh, hey, Chris M is here. Hey, Chris M. You can join us.
It sounds like a good time for a smoke break for me. Come on, Chris, man. We can't play that shit on here. That was funny, though. Because I had that, for some reason, you asshole. I had that friggin' song stuck in my head.
Oh, you know what, Chris? Chris, I was thinking about you the other night. I swear to God. I dropped a honey bun in the motherfucking and I started playing that song. I'm like, yeah. And my coworkers looking at me like, I'm like, this is like a fun song. And she's like rolling her eyes and laughing and shit. It was so funny. Yeah. Don't drop my honey bun. Don't drop my honey bun. Don't drop my honey. Don't drop my honey bun. Don't drop my honey bun. Hey.
I guess we got to play something since everybody left, and I got to pee and smoke. So what are we gonna play besides Baby Shark? We're not gonna do that shit. Any recommendations, Jenny?
Why would they lie?
Ooh, why would they lie? That's a good one.
Shout out to Mitty! Here, Mitty.
You got that one, Chris? You can probably find it faster than
That
I
cracked
can.
me up. Thanks for that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Freaking honey bun.
Maybe shark. This is like, don't fucking get me that. Don't give me that shit stuck in my head. I had it stuck in my head for like half a day the other day.
Don't drop my honey bun.
I don't even have kids, like little kids, man. It's just like it gets stuck in my head. Please don't.
Hey. I need to learn those fucking lyrics, dude. Ooh, I need to learn the Carlton too, dude, man. That's life goals. I'm telling you, that's on my bucket list. Learn how to do the Carlton. Yep.
All right, here we go.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style, 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry, when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore, you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To stay levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional, puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary like microbes with space warp. Act astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the face.
basis. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth, and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar where I said you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Okay, one little last bit mentioning Mitty. He's in this little clip, one of my favorites from like, oh my gosh, like 3 years ago.
Yeah, can we get some better Globers in here? Come on. Where's Negator?
I thought about like Negator actually joined the Discord and I banned him, but I thought about bringing him in here just one night just to talk to him because he's actually
Special
pleasant.
night.
He's kind of pleasant to talk to, but he's actually
No, he's not pleasant to talk to at all.
No, it's kind of like frustrating, but he's not rude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he behaves well.
Yeah,
he does.
Well, you know what it is? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
Probably once the government shutdown is over with, we'll probably get some better Globers back in here. Don't you think so?
After the government shut down.
That's why Negator's not here.
That's a good one, Jen.
Curtsy. Thank you.
How about that, Jen? That was the shit after the government shut down. I'm surprised Negator's still working. Holy shit.
All the paid trolls are secretly flat earthers. Are like, fuck it, we're not getting paid right now. I'm gonna go with my flat earth account. I'm gonna go with my flat earth account.
Every once in a while, I've been popping in and out of Discord to see who's on, and there's like
nobody's in there. It's just like I'm going live on here. I'm just like, I'll go live on the other channel, but there's nobody fucking there. Why is nobody? Well,
oh, good times. Miss you, Mitty. I think Helio's got a segment of him going against someone. Actually, I think Indio did a cartoon animation of MIDI, or maybe I'm misremembering.
That was funny.
Did you hear me just now? Did Indio
Yeah,
do
I
a
just heard it. I just came back in from smoking. That was funny.
Did Indio do a cartoon thingy of MIDI? Or was that only...
Let me check his channel. I'm serious.
I know Dandelion and Witsit, and then himself, I think, yeah.
That was funny.
He needs to do MIDI next.
Oh, you want to play a MIDI song?
Yeah. I don't... Oh my gosh, I have not been in my Flat Earth folder on YouTube in forever.
Let me check.
Or is he on SoundCloud?
Oh, well, we can play SoundCloud on here. Hello. Well, we got this one. The standard. Or this one. Let me copy. And then we can go by command. This is a MIDI classic.
Oh, good.
Gonna play, or do I have to do? Bot's kind of weird sometimes. Let's try.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave.
Hell
That's not
yeah.
the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
Ew, yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so hey, so the very first, I don't think it's first because it was pinned, but it was Ace McLeod. He said first. Isn't that great? Remember that when that used to be a thing? No.
First.
First.
In live chat?
No, YouTube comments.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's still a thing.
Okay.
I do it sometimes. I do it to fuck with everybody because I do the live stream and then I'll sometimes jump in here first. It's like everybody's like, no shit. You just started a live stream. No shit, you're first.
Oh man, somebody did. I did not know Conspiracy Music Guru did a slow version of television watching News Believer.
Oh, check this out, Jen. Are you friends with him on Facebook?
No, but I just heard somebody play the song in the Discord a couple days ago. I'm like,
well, I want to say something about playing his music on the Discord
Really?
for the live stream. Every time someone plays one of his songs, I get not a strike, but a claim on the video.
Man, somebody don't like us no more.
No, it's because he put his music out on, it's a production company. They put a claim, which means that, if I'm not saying don't play the music, it doesn't really take down the video or anything. It's just like that, dude, which is really disappointing. Because I love his music. But anyway, yeah, when you play Alex's music on here, I get an email every time someone plays.
Well, if anybody plays it on the live stream, I'll pause it and tell everybody.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not a big deal because this channel's not monetized, so I'm not making any money off it anyway. So,
well, I think it's something that should go in ranked roles chat because we don't need you getting emails, right?
Yeah, I get emails of a lot of music we play on here. I'll get what's called on YouTube a copyright claim, which is not a big deal, but because, like I said, the channel's not monetized, so it's not. So it's just like if someone listens back and they have to listen to ads or whatever, then whoever's music or whatever, they might get a portion of the revenue or whatever. Which guess who doesn't? Me. Because I'm not going to get any revenue anyway. So, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Actually, and if Alex gets a kickback from that, well,
hey, you know what? Sorry to interrupt you. The guys have been having I think, flat Earth conversation in live stream voice text with Mr. Tired Ass.
I think we already went through that, didn't we?
Well, he's in the voice text having a conversation again.
Well, we can continue it. I mean, it's Friday night. Friday night, need a fight.
Okay, well, I
gotta go in a switchblade. If it's gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potato.
Oh God! Craig, did Chris
full of grease and my hair feels tight? What I need to make
all right. Well, I don't know if Heretic wanted the mic for a second and shorten up his typing and whatnot.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, definitely.
Only if Heretic wants to. I mean, we can carry on if he's got it down. I mean,
oh, I want to. Yeah, sure. You got that, Heretic?
I mean, it's Friday night. We can break the rules. We can let Tired be in the voice text, even though he's not.
We can't necessarily break the rules, but if.
Oh, it is breaking the rules.
It's breaking all the rules.
Tired is breaking the rules. He is
breaking the rules. Are like breaking the rules. Tired is talking shit in the live stream voice text, but that motherfucker ain't in here,
dude. That's why he's breaking the rules.
Yeah.
So
Tired.
Yeah.
Get your ass in here and talk to her.
So you're saying that because it's Friday night, Tired gets to break the rules?
No, not that rule. No, not fill up the freaking channel. The
happening right now
channel with all his bullshit when he's listening on YouTube.
He says he has evidence. I say go get memed and shred this guy so we can go on to bigger and better things. Let's get this over with. He said he has evidence.
Well, it's just like Heretic and me, or we can get you can too. It's just like, we got other shit to do if he doesn't have balls enough to come in here and actually talk to us.
Tired's got balls on the keyboard.
We're the keyboard warriors.
Exactamundo.
Shit.
Hey, you know how to impersonate Andrew Dice Clay, don't you?
I do. What's your favorite? What's your favorite? What's your favorite?
Wait. You can pretend that Andrew Dice Clay is a flat earther.
Ooh, I don't know if I can do it on the fly. Let me think.
Oh, well, who could you do? Who could you impersonate?
I mean, I can do Andrew Dice Clay, but I have to do one of his jokes.
Yeah, I get it, but who else could you do that's a famous impersonation that you could make into a flat earther?
Oh,
that sounds
but before all this tired shit, which makes me tired, I was gonna tell you, since we were talking about Alex and his music.
Yeah,
Alex on Facebook, he posted that Jim Brewer is going to be on Jim Brewer's podcast.
Are my dreams coming true?
Yes, I already told you that. I mean, he's had Eddie Bravo on there. Dude, Jim
I know
Brewer
that. I knew it. Yeah. Okay, so say that again, so it really sinks in. You said
I saw on Facebook Alex Michael, who is the Flat Earth music guru.
Yeah, only flat Earth, right? He doesn't do other types of gigs or anything, right?
Who, Alex?
Yeah.
Well, what I understood from the post that he put on Facebook was that one of Jim's producers contacted Alex and said that Jim has been listening to his music, wants him to come in as a guest.
And you know why? Because you know this already as well as a lot of people. Jim Brewer is a massive Metallica fan.
Yeah. Well, that too. I was sure, especially with this, like,
All right, so
Jenny, one of you, either one of you, can somebody save that video that I posted? 45 Flat Earth government documents. It's on YouTube. I posted it. I just don't want to be accused of spamming. If you could add that to a video playlist somewhere and perhaps put it in another category. I don't know what to do with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so anyway, who can
Thank you very much, Kid Civil.
What for a famous person could you do an impression of and make them sound like a flat earther? You're good with voices. Who could you do? Anyone. It could be fictitious. It could be Mickey Mouse.
Me?
Yeah. I know Meme can do Mickey Mouse. That's hilarious.
I can do James Hetfield, but
I can appreciate that one, and I probably love the shit out of it, but not everybody knows that comic. I mean, like world-renowned, known, like the president and shit or something. You know?
I bet Kid Civil could do Elvis.
What?
I bet you Kid Civil could do Elvis Presley.
Elvis? No, okay. Elvis can be a flat earther.
Hey, Kid Civil, can you do some Elvis for us?
Not singing it. Well, I guess you could
sing it.
Sound like him. Yeah.
You know what's really crazy?
Steal your heart away.
There you go. That's what's up. What's up?
All right. Well, I know you can do an amazing like New York accent, Dennis.
Oh, I mean, I can do what it do. I'm over here in Brooklyn over here. I mean, what are you gonna do? What you got there? I'm in the fucking flat Earth. All you fucking guys talking about flat Earth over here. I mean, god dang. But I'm trying not to be too offensive.
Listen, you
I
fucking.
mean, is that all the way that is that the only way that people in Brooklyn talk? It's like you fucking guys over here.
Dennis, I swear to God, for hold my freaking whopper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? I mean, what are you gonna do?
These people, they don't know how to do math. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, they got this idea about this fucking flat Earth. I mean, this globe. I mean, all right. So we got the flat Earth versus the fucking globe. All right. So we got these triangulations, and we have like curvature. What they're trying to claim over here. See, it's not over. It can maybe. So we got these over here. We got on one side over here. We got this here. This non-Euclidean geometry. This is what they claim. It's non-Euclidean geometry, and then we have Euclidean geometry. I mean, now if you really compare the two, they're really not synonymous. I mean, they're really kind of like dichotomous. You know what I'm saying? So they don't actually line up, because they can't, but they can, and if the Earth is big enough, you know what I'm saying? So we have to kind of like just go off of what we actually observe. So I prefer the Euclidean geometry, because the non-Euclidean geometry, it's really kind of out there in the universe, as they say.
Yes, Mitch Hedberg, right? Nice. That dude is a wild, way out there cat, man.
Hey, Dennis.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you ever hear the mind extinguishers? I saw Elvis at Burger King.
Say that again?
Did you ever hear the mind extinguishers? I saw Elvis at Burger King.
Well, I heard mind extinguishers part, but after that, I didn't hear.
I saw Elvis at Burger King.
1988.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I saw Elvis at Burger King. Oh my God!
Oh, it's a Burger King.
Oh my. All right, we can't be talking about no Elvis unless he's talking about the flat Earth. We're in the weeds. Somebody's gonna come in here and bust us.
Elvis is a rocket camera system at NASA. You can talk about
You know what song has been in my brain since? Hey man, there ain't nothing going on right now.
One of your songs.
No, it's a Toby Keith song.
Okay.
You know who Toby Keith is, right?
Yeah, he's new country. I like old country.
Wait a minute. Toby Keith is old country, bro. That motherfucker's been around since the early 90s and shit.
Better stop.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
This
Hank
one-
Williams. What you talking about?
No. Anyway.
That's old country.
I won't sing it then.
Okay, you can. No, you can do it. You know how to sing? Wait, can you sing him? Can you sing in Toby Keith style, like something about flat Earth?
Probably not. I mean, nobody can sing like Toby Keith, so.
Oh. Does he talk about flat Earth?
No.
No.
He talks about dancing though in this song.
Okay.
I'm thinking of.
Okay, Helio. Okay, Jenny. This is just for you.
Okay.
Here's your face. Another day. Dreaming the glow. Will be here to stay.
All right.
Nice.
Got
a funny feeling. The moment that your lips touch mine. Something shot right through me. I have to be prepared to actually do the song. Yeah, I don't know why this song really gets me. It's damn, I can't remember the name of it because there's so many lyrics in it.
That Flying Monkey song sounds pretty good. Kind of like the Sex Pistols or something. 1988. You know what I watched on YouTube earlier? These kids that went to McDonald's in 1989, which is the year I graduated. And apparently they have a 2-year YouTube channel where 33 years later they go back to the same McDonald's and they do another video. How weird is that, Helio? I want to know. Can you tell me?
Oh, I think that's
that is pretty weird.
Hold my waffle, man. Hold my waffle.
Oh my God, you guys have no idea. It's got to be 33 years later. Come on, man. Who thinks of it like that? That just goes over everybody's head. Okay.
I'll have a Pepsi, some hash browns, and chicken nuggets with a Whopper, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just thought, I good old YouTube knows what goes on in my brain and shit, knows what videos to give to me. So that's what happened today on YouTube.
I think it's weird that, this song has been in my head for days. Even though it's, most people, it was like in the top 20 of the top 40, back when it came out, but
when I saw the globe.
No, that's that. Not that. It was it's a country song, and I used to hate country, but then I started to love country because I was working in a shop where they played freaking country music all day long, and I started liking some of the songs,
What about
it's like
I'm a believer.
You gotta, don't you like Hank Williams?
It's like Toby Keith has some really good songs. I love this bar. You remember that song? I love this bar.
I like it.
Toby Keith has some really good songs.
Is he the one that does Prop Me Upside the Jukebox? Who does that one?
Freaking, I like Toby Keith, fucking Travis Tritt, man, freaking
let me look at
George Strait, of course George Strait. I mean George Strait, fucking, you gotta love George Strait. If you don't like George Strait, you're fucking out. But
oh my goodness, phone knows me. I don't have to type everything. Isn't that great?
Hey, Dennis. Give me a break, boy, and free my soul. This globe is trying to steal rock and roll.
Hey, I wonder if people that come in here and talk with us on Discord, since your phone listens to you and stuff, and then like YouTube connects to your phone and stuff or whatever, probably from all that shit you don't read under terms and an agreement, terms of service or whatever. Yeah, and then they get flat Earth videos on YouTube or other stuff. Haven't you guys done that? Talked about something you would never talk about on your phone, and then you find the shit on Google? How fucked up is that? Nobody ever thinks of that. No, I'm not being paranoid, even though I sound like it. Why doesn't anybody ever talk about that? Nobody cares. How could they not care?
Okay,
you're gonna do it anyway, aren't you?
Okay, Google, play flat Earth videos. Thank you very much.
I mean, it's just those algorithms. Sometimes it takes a while.
It was since I said that song, Toby Keith song, I love this bar, I want to hear it right now.
Go on your phone. Listen.
I love this bar.
Dennis, go to your phone and go on YouTube on your phone and go to your homepage and see what comes up. And if something comes up, do a screen.
Yeah, definitely. That song will come up on whatever fucking social media platform. Just like Toby Keith's gonna. I'm gonna look it up right now on my computer, and it will definitely come up on my phone. I'm down with it. It's like, bro, yeah. Toby Keith, I love this bar.
There's in here.
I love this bar. But that's not the Toby Keith song I was talking about earlier.
Julio is tired even in here, or is he trying to give it a rest?
Really?
What?
I said he's tired even in here, or is he trying to give it a rest?
Give it a rest.
Give what a rest?
What you talking about?
Tired, fool. Give it a rest.
Well, hey, you know what? To be honest, it's just me and you and Jenny talking. We have Chris. And,
who is guessing?
Chris is a sarcastic asshole that's just standing in the background waiting to give us shit. And Timbo, who he's the Australian guy. He may or may not be listening. He might be cooking breakfast for his family over there in Australia. And right now, and Smurf is in here. So, why are you telling me to give it a rest, bitch? I
wasn't, man. I wasn't.
If there's nobody else in here.
This fool named Tired of the live stream needs to give it a rest. I'm not telling you to give it a rest, Helio.
Okay, maybe I missed what you were saying. What would you?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh man.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize if I mistook what you were saying.
No worries, amigo. No worries, amigo.
Don't mind him. He's old. And he just gets like.
Who's old?
I'm just too tired for this shit.
Tired, you say?
Relative. It's in the mind.
Hey, I'm old. I'll be 50 this year.
I'm older. You forgot.
Yeah, I know you. Let's not talk about our age. We're young at heart all the time, every time.
I'm actually 52.
Yeah. But,
no, this year.
Yes,
52.
Timbo's listening. He said, "I'm listening." Hilo, yeah. We're all listening. Dude, I wish I could play. I wish I could play that song that I'm thinking of, but I can sing it. Dude.
Oh, are we back at Toby Keith again? What has he ever done for Flat Earth, Helio? You tell me this. How is he worthy of our conversation?
He did a lot for your mama, probably. I don't know.
Holy crap, man.
I doubt that.
All right, so let's get back to Flat Earth. You're right. Let's get.
Yeah, somebody's going to come in here and bust our chops. Everybody's all puffed up about it. Everybody's all puffed up about how we're always in the weeds and shit, and there ain't no Globers to talk to. What else are we supposed to do?
There's nothing wrong with a weed.
All right, so
man.
tired has opened his microphone, and we're back on.
No, he is gracing us with his presence. I cannot believe it's happening. Oh my god! All right,
Funny, he picks this time. More
the
weakest.
Oh, yeah. What?
Hey, Tired, is there any way you can increase your microphone volume?
How's this?
Sounds better. Yeah.
Hey, man. So why do you think it's a globe? I'm just kind of curious. What do you got?
You can work it out logically by looking at the sky. There's also.
Wait! Stop. So you want to determine what the Earth is by looking at the sky?
You can.
All right. So yeah, exactly, Jim.
From space, or is that what you mean?
Do you mind repeating that?
Are you talking about pictures from space? Is why you believe it's in a globe?
Well, no. I'm saying that you can take the hemispheric nature of, just the shape of like what the sky looks like around you, and then you can work out logically that like it's probably like that. It's across the entire planet, and so you're going to be left inevitably with a spherical shape the globe.
Oh man, I can't wait till
those were some big ass words. Can you go back through that again slowly?
Sure. So,
all right. So you can logically observe outer space from looking through at the sky.
It's not outer space, it's just the sky.
All right, looking at the sky and logically determine.
So
what?
If you look out towards the horizon, towards
you can't look at outer space and the horizon at the same fucking time.
Dude, you
look from the horizon.
Don't be mad, bro. Don't be mad. You knew this is what you're gonna get. Don't be getting all.
No, my bad. I'll shut up. You guys handle it.
You go. It's just keep it in check, bro. Come on now, you can do it.
You can go from ground level towards the sky, towards the other side of there are others behind you, and see that you're going to be left with a
behind you. See, I can't fucking help myself.
You're going to get with a hemispherical shape. So it logically follows that if you're always getting that across the world, that the Earth would be circular. If you grant the possibility that that is.
Hey, well, let me ask you something. Everything that you just said, do you think that anyone that is on your side of the argument would think that anything you said just now would be something that's plausible to make an argument about anything? Because you went backwards, forwards, up and down, and you actually pretty much said nothing altogether.
I mean, if you literally control for backs, forwards, up and down, all that's left is the ground under your feet. So,
no shit. So let's start from the ground, your feet, where you are on Earth. Let's start from there.
Okay.
Where the base is.
We're starting from where my feet is. Okay.
All right, so you're looking. Are you talking about where you're looking with your eyes or using instruments?
Well, there's Foucault's pendulum.
No, I'm talking about you personally. No, Foucault. I mean, those what they call instruments are established on different parts of the Earth. Have you ever been to one of them?
I have one at my university.
Okay, well, tell us about it.
Sure. So the idea is that the pendulum spins basically goes back and forth in one direction.
The pendulum doesn't bend. I don't even know why you said that.
Well, I didn't say it did.
You did say the pendulum bends. Yes, you did.
I think we can go to the next
ways back and
topic.
forth. Is that better? Yeah. Is that better language? That sways back and forth?
It sways. Yes, sways is a better word. Yeah.
So the idea is that it sways back and forth consistently without any external forces acting upon it. And what we find is that it is free hanging, meaning it's not attached to anything other than say the mechanism holding it in place.
Wait, if the pendulum isn't attached to anything.
Sure. So I can
hold on. Listen, how is the pendulum built? Let's go through.
No.
Yes.
Okay, just ask the one question you were going to ask. Just ask that question. What is it attached to? And he went right into something else. So he skipped over your question.
That's what I was just wondering. I mean, if you're convinced that this pendulum, we already know that you're going to say it has to do with spin of Earth. But check this out. You claim that it's not attached to anything. But how can a pendulum on Earth not be attached to Earth? Because it doesn't matter how high you make the pendulum or how low you make the pendulum, it has to be attached to a structure. It can't just be independent.
So it's attached to, I don't even know what to call this, a pole, and it's hanging freely, swaying back and forth. That's what I meant by saying.
So it's hanging freely.
Yes,
so
that's what I said when
in the structure, in the Foucault's pendulum idea, it's hanging freely. Let's start it. Let's start from the beginning.
No.
You build this structure. And then you guys are frustrated. So before anything happens, you build this structure. Just like, this is the ultimate Foucault's pendulum, and you build this structure around it, and it's like it's sitting there. Now, in my mind, in Foucault's idea would be like, let's just look at it and watch it start spinning. I don't have to push it. I don't have to touch it because the Earth is spinning. Earth spin is going to make it happen. But that's not what Foucault, that's not what he did, is it?
I mean, it's what his equation tells Soulsor, so...
Oh, not the... I'm talking about the structure.
Are you saying that the structure is attached to the Earth? Even though...
It definitely is.
Well,
it has to be.
But the string itself isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's attached, it's suspended.
Well, it's attached to the structure, which is attached to the Earth, so yes, it definitely is.
Right, so if the structure itself is on a spinning planet, and you only flick the pendulum in one direction, and it runs into the structure itself when you didn't want it to, when you didn't like flick in that direction, that would be evidence of it.
But if you never started it, it wouldn't do a shit, would it?
I mean, you kind of have to for the experiment to work.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. All right.
Next question. Are you suggesting that the force of the spin of the Earth is not...
I have a question. Why are we talking about this topic?
Because
what are we trying to get to a point?
He's saying, well, I mean, in the globe idea that the Foucault's pendulum is supposed to be proving the spin of Earth. Right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, kind of.
All right, cool.
All right. Okay, so I think my original question was, how did he know it was a globe? And then he said Foucault's pendulum.
He didn't. At least not to my understanding that he didn't.
Okay, can you recap then?
He was trying to figure out, well, if the Earth is spinning, we should find out, we should be able to test if it's spinning. This isn't even like suggesting if it's like, a globe yet. This is just proving that it spins.
Okay, so was that supposed, sorry to interrupt, was that supposed to answer my question? Like, he knows it's a globe because he thinks we're spinning?
That is not, no.
So my question didn't get answered. How did he know it's a globe?
He didn't. I told you that.
Right, in that idea with the entire structure, which I proved to you that the pendulum and the structure it's built upon are both attached to Earth. The only way you could actually make it work if you pushed it one direction or the other.
Is that we know from
who's we?
Well, we as in mathematicians know that the Earth does not spin nearly as fast as it should to even generate a force acting on buildings. Because if it did, not only would the Foucault's pendulum be, swaying back and forth if the Earth was spinning, but like every single tower of every single building of every single would be impacted by the same force.
Check this out, though. So check this out. So when you build a brand new Foucault's pendulum in whatever latitude or longitude, and you build the structure which you claim is not attached to the Earth, the pendulum itself is not attached to the Earth, which it actually is, but you don't touch it, and it's hanging, like with, you can use a plumb bob to figure out if it's not moving. In your mind, do you think that it should start moving by itself? In my mind, with their idea about the spinning Earth, I think you shouldn't have to touch it at all.
That wouldn't work.
It should start moving all by itself.
Helio, he just made an assertion, and technically, Helio, you just made an assertion. You both just made assertions that are baseless, technically.
Sure, because the Earth isn't a ball and it's not moving. So
yeah. So Helio, let me just suggest we go a different direction with this. So you're trying to assert that the Foucault's pendulum or a pendulum somewhere is doing X, because the Earth is rotating, right? That's what you're asserting, correct?
Not asserting, it's what it's detailing by the phenomenon.
It's what you're saying, correct?
But you said the math earlier too. Which math? I mean, what's that going to be?
So let's ask him if he has if he's gone through the scientific method through this. So do you know how in the scientific method you have to manipulate an independent variable in order to establish that it's the cause of an effect? Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. So are you claiming that this is a scientific experiment? Yes or no?
I mean, it was for its time.
Well,
based on how it
for its time.
It's all right. It either is or isn't. Is it or is it not?
Let's go with is. Is there a problem?
All right. So if we're going to go with is,
yes,
then,
there's definitely a problem.
In order to,
can we?
So in order to
problem.
So in order to conduct a scientific experiment to establish that that the pendulum doing X is that being the effect, in order to establish that effect is caused by Y being the spin of the Earth, you have to manipulate Y. So the question is, can you manipulate the spin of the Earth? Can you turn it on and off? Yes or no?
That is not how science works. There's no way in a trillion years that you can get the Earth to stop spinning because of how big it is.
Okay, so hold on.
All right, so if you built this structure and you didn't push it, the motherfucker would never start moving.
Actually, it would.
That was my point.
It would actually make sense why it's not moving, because it's moving consistently with the Earth's rotation based off of like if it's not moving, it's Earth, and if the Earth is moving, then it's moving consistently with the Earth, i.e. it's not moving in acceleration. So that's why it's not visually moving by our own perception. When you act on an object, you're giving it, mass times equals mass times acceleration.
Hey, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what else. If you built this structure and you think, dude, it's going to stop moving at a certain point. So it has nothing to do with spin of Earth. Because if you did build this structure that you claim is Foucault's pendulum and you push it in a certain direction, eventually it will stop moving.
So before we go off to another tangent, guys, let's try to.
You can build quasi-frictionless surfaces. And so you can reduce the amount of friction it will take for that slowness.
Tired, finish your point, make it quick, and then let Orion answer. All right, go ahead. Somebody already made him. Go ahead, bro.
Making the material in a way that is frictionless or close to frictionless. And as a result, you can actually use gravity to perpetuate the movement of the pendulum itself.
It's not a monologue, dude. It's a conversation. Can you hear me, Ty?
Not monologuing. I'm explaining, but okay.
All right. So can we go back before we go off into another irrelevant tangent? Can we go back to the question that I was asking? Let's think slowly here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right.
Well, can I ask a question?
So I asked you the question, can you stop the alleged spin of the Earth and then start it again? All right. So the answer is no, correct?
I mean, you can do it in simulation if that helps.
Dude, I don't need a long fucking thing. Just say no. Just say the fucking word no.
Practically, or we can run digital tests. I can run it on my computer.
Dude, wow. Are you seriously 5 years old? What the fuck is wrong with you? Say no.
He's kind of a derper. All right.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it's like. He doesn't want to answer direct questions. I mean, he's scared of the argument.
Okay. Well, how about no then? Would that help?
Yeah. Okay. So
that helps.
No,
I don't. Actually, what would help better is if you said I don't know instead of being a total jerk. That would be.
I do not grant it logically possible to stop the Earth. How about that? Does that work?
No, we can't stop the Earth.
Again, it's the alleged spin of the Earth. We're not even talking about something that's actually established to even be happening to begin with. We're talking about the alleged
possibility to stopping the Earth.
Okay, dude, can you guys just Helio? Can you please stop talking for a second? Can this guy pay attention so I can complete the thought before you guys just start bickering again? All right, so. Going through the scientific method.
Orion, he just left.
No, he's not. He's still here.
I apologize for any frustration, by the way.
All right. Sorry. So, if you can't turn the spin, the alleged spin of the Earth on and off, then that means that there's no independent variable for you to manipulate. And so, since you can't turn it on and off, you can't establish that that is the cause of the pendulum doing X. So how would you suggest that we establish that to be the cause of the pendulum doing X, since we can't turn that on and off? If you still think that's
really interesting question.
So the thing is,
I don't necessarily grant that is how independent variables work. At least to the degree that you're simplifying it. Independent variable, as I explained countless times beforehand in our many admittedly frustrating conversations. And again, I apologize for any frustration I may have caused you. I think that when we're controlling for independent variables, we're controlling for independent variables independent of the mind. So we're literally brute force testing reality. If we have evidence that the Earth is spinning, then we have reason to believe that the Earth is spinning by proxy. So for you to say that the independent variable, like, I'll grant you this, like, we don't know for certain, right? Like, based on that test alone, that the Earth is spinning. Fine, but we can also account for that during the days. We can account for that. We can also use you can observe it during like sunrise and sunset, during the constellations rising and setting.
Hold on. Before you just start spewing more of those things out there, let's focus. Let's analyze them. So you're saying
sure. So science is evidence based, and we use.
I know
evidence.
It's funny, Helio, but listen. So let's focus on this.
Full of shit. Because that's not even what we were talking about at all.
It's not. Like, I said, I grant that, like, you can't make a knowledge claim based off of a singular experiment.
Can you put yourself on mute?
So.
No, Orion, dude, don't fuck with me, man.
I know, but he said the important word there. Let's make sure we analyze this.
Well, let's get on key points.
It's a word knowledge.
All of that bullshit that he just said. There are a couple of key points that maybe if you caught on them, I want to see if you caught them.
I mean, we're comparing epistemology, so we're talking about reasons to believe things.
No. Don't fucking talk to him. I want to hear Orion say that he caught what you were saying.
Since he just did concede, and it is rightfully so.
No, he didn't concede shit. He's a fucking dickhead.
He did. Helio, you're drunk. Shut the fuck up.
No, I am drunk, but I heard.
Yeah, you're wasted, dude. You're more than drunk. You're fucking shit faced. Shut the fuck up. Come on.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we all take some water?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Delightful idea. All right. You just conceded that this Foucault's pendulum non-experiment, whatever, doesn't prove with absolute definity that the Earth is spinning. I agree with that. It doesn't prove it. But then the question arises, if you're going to concede to that, which you just did, has anyone ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth and demonstrated with absolute definity that it is spinning to begin with?
Can't name an experiment off the top of my head, but we have various equations to help us out along the way. Like, I have one in front of me right now, which says omega is equal to 360 sin sine gamma over the course of the day, which is 24 hours. Then you can from there you can actually calculate the angle. The sine would be the angle in degrees based off of like degrees. Excuse me. Omega would end up ending like the degree per hour that the Earth is changing based off that premise. And that's such a very interesting question. I don't know how we figured out that the Earth has 24 hours. I imagine it's because like people just like, you know, observed the Earth on a cycle for like the last however long the Earth has been around, you know. But that's a really interesting question.
What they observe, though, you keep saying this word "observe," but I mean, I observe.
Well, I would imagine. I don't really know, so.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to like paint you into a corner or get you with some kind of gotcha by saying this. I'm just pointing out to you that through your own personal firsthand observations, yours and mine, and everyone we know, we observe the Earth as flat, we feel it as stationary, and we have no demonstration.
I don't feel the Earth is stationary. I live on a mountain. I can feel the Earth rumble and move because I'm on a mountain.
Well, hold on. That's an earthquake. You're talking about an earthquake,
That's
right?
not an earthquake. Those are two different things. If you live on a mountain, you cannot. It's very damn near impossible to experience an earthquake because you're not feeling the Earth move. You're feeling it growing. An earthquake would be the shattering and spreading of the Earth, and that's not an earthquake. You're just feeling the Earth moving.
Oh, okay. Do you feel that the Earth is spinning? Do you feel like you're part of a spinning ball?
Sometimes, I'm going to be completely honest. Not in a way that it means anything, but some days I feel like the world is spinning around me for how hectic and annoying how much homework I have. But that's besides the point.
Let's keep in mind we're right now speaking purely about towards the subjective part. So, you can say that you feel this, I can say I feel that. If you can't measure to be true, then it's not.
I don't think it necessarily follows that just because it hasn't been measured to be true, therefore it's not.
It hasn't been demonstrated.
Scientism, so.
Well, if it hasn't been measured, if the axial rotation of the Earth hasn't been measured, then it hasn't been demonstrated to be true. If it hasn't been demonstrated to be true, then that means that anyone who believes that it's true has it as a mere blind belief. They merely blindly believe that it's true. None of them know it.
Again, if you have reason to believe something, then you have reason to believe something. It's a tautology within epistemology. No, I understand that. I'm just saying they can believe it. I'm not trying to shame any. Well, maybe I would be. I'm just saying they don't know. Is the point? You don't know that the Earth is spinning. To the best of your knowledge, the Earth is not spinning. I would still argue that the days are evidence of the Earth spinning. So, A's, night cycles, day and night cycles.
So what are you observing that would lead you to conclude that the Earth is spinning? What are you observing?
There's the fact that I can't remember if it's like Argentina or maybe in Chile they have a 19-hour night cycle. So
okay, so why would that indicate the Earth to be spinning?
Because for starters, it can only work on a globe Earth. The sun, for it to, let's say like the flat Earth is true, the sun would move linearly. Because we can measure empirically that the sun moves linearly across the year cycle, and if that is the case, then it's moving across the world, this, that, and the other. But like for that to happen, every single part of the globe would have to get equal amount of years of sunlight every year, which is just not the case. And so in Arizona, you get 19 hours of sunlight. You can go to Yuma, Arizona in the US, and I can demonstrate that during the summer. They actually have a holiday dedicated to it. And then in Chile or Argentina, you can get 19 hours of nighttime, and that's in the southern hemisphere. So kind of demonstrates that the Earth is independent of A, the sun, and independent B of the moon. The independent of A, the sun. So the Earth revolves around its own sun by proxy, and also kind of demonstrates that the Earth is globe because it's the only model where that phenomenon can be measured or witnessed.
All right. So
And then, sorry,
what you told me though is you observe the lights moving in the sky. You observe the sun moving as the day goes by. Correct? Affirmative.
From a personal standpoint, yeah, but like if you go to like Argentina, you can literally control for that because of the extended amount of nighttime. You get 19 hours a night, and so you can watch for 19 hours.
Hold on, buddy. I got it. That wasn't the only question I wanted to ask. So you observe the sun moving, and even people in Argentina, they observe the sun moving. Correct.
Well, they observe the night sky moving because it's nighttime in Argentina. That was
okay. Let's be a little more specific. The luminaries in the sky, sun, moon, and stars, we observe them moving, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so we observe them moving. The Earth feels to be stationary. To the best of our knowledge, it's stationary. So all I'm saying is you've just pointed out a lot of observations that indicate to me that the luminaries in the sky are moving and the Earth is stationary. You so far have given me no reason at all to doubt that the Earth is stationary.
We can triangulate both sides of that argument using math, and the one to produce a predictive model would be the globe Earth one spinning.
All right, so when you use triangulation, you're going to have to use a center point, even if you're using, well, especially if you're going to use the solar system, right?
Yeah, you can use latitude.
All right, cool. So you're going to have to triangulate your point in the solar system, position of the moon.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. During a certain time of year, which has been done. Hold on. Before all of this has happened, with.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is playing guitar?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was me.
Stop doing that.
Will do.
All right. So if you want to pay attention to how you might or might not figure out how the seasons were curated due to our position in the quote unquote solar system over time, right? Listen, we've all experienced seasons, right? Now, as far as the calculations that they're talking about, Milky Way galaxy and our position in it, solar system in the Milky Way galaxy, and we're third rock from the sun, all that kind of shit. That's, that's the stories we were told. I get that. This is what I was told too. I used to believe it. I don't think it's true anymore, but bro, we can actually, look at it and say this. But where is, what does it actually have to do with what you experience on Earth?
Easy. It tells us what the Earth is. So we talked about triangulation. Like we can point to the North Star, right? Which is like the North Star. It's like it's where everyone that wants to go north. Which, by the way, that's not even getting to like directions. Directions is a whole other thing that I think Flat Earth has a problem with. But if everyone wants to go north, you go to the North Star. If you want to go to the North Pole, North Star. If you want to look north, North Star. Find the Big Dipper, go that direction.
Sure, I get that. I get that part of it.
So,
but that's
that also suggests a spin as well, because it shows that even if like the heavens are spinning, it spins like the point where it spins is on that North Star. The problem is that like you still run an issue to where like you don't see all the stars in that hemisphere. So there's that problem. Number two,
hey, let me ask you something, Tyler. Sure. Are you familiar with the precession of the equinoxes?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Do you mind running it back for me?
I'm not gonna friggin' do. Just look it up, bro. But I mean, it's 26,000 years. But But it's just a little. It's a slight thing that has to do with North Star, but it has nothing to do with globe or flat.
Well, I was getting to that. So you said that for triangulation.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, you was.
Oh, yeah, you're so smart.
You said for triangulation you needed to select a point, so you can't. So let's say.
I didn't say that.
Well,
why did you say I said something that I didn't?
I thought.
Never mind. No, you guys have at it. I'm done talking to this idiot.
Okay, so anyway, you can do that.
Why? As soon as you say something that soon as you say that I said something that I didn't, I'm done talking to you.
Okay, well, I apologize. Anyway, you can use the North Star, and you can also use the position where you're standing. You can control for those variables independent. So you have those locked-in variables. You know that the North Star is the North Star. You know where you're at by proxy. So you have those two variables, and then all that's left is the changing parameter of the changing sky around you. So from there, you can observe the Earth spinning across that. Using Earth
from where? From where?
From where you're standing and where the North Star is.
All right.
So if north is always pointing north,
if north is always when I asked you about the precession of the equinoxes, you didn't know shit about it. And if you ask any astronomer about it, they would know exactly what I'm talking about. And you didn't know shit about it. I could tell right away. You didn't know shit about it.
Okay.
All right. Well, then shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about this. Stop talking.
Okay. I apologize to upset you.
I got a question. Why
don't
would you
apologize for upsetting me? Apologize for just trying to project bullshit and just wandering and waffling and wasting people's time. Apologize for that.
Helio, I think if I may, move on. Can we move on?
Is wandering?
No. I want him to apologize for fucking making shit up and wasting people's time.
He just said he's sorry, Helio. He just said he's sorry. What do you want?
Well, if I may, wondering.
No, but he thinks he still is right. He wasted everyone's time here. He doesn't know shit, and he's just fucking making shit up.
I mean, it's math. But
all right, can I ask him a question now? I'm curious to see what he'd say.
Oh God, we're gonna let him waste more people's time.
Well, if you can stop being drunk on the microphone, yeah.
No, right. I'm a little drunk, but I know exactly that we're gonna go through the same fucking bullshit cycle.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding, Helio. No shit, Helio.
Hey, Tim Boy, I'm not spamming. Thank you very much.
So why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Because it would naturally follow that they are either the sky is spinning or the Earth is spinning, and it's only one of the two. There's nothing between that, and you can deduce logically that again, based off of like the whole triangulation, North Star, your position, the sky thing, that the Earth is spinning.
I didn't extrapolate that. I didn't come to that conclusion after I heard you say that. I still came to the conclusion that
I didn't explain how you could, so I don't imagine you could. But like, do you grant at least a possibility that like if you look up and you see the sky is spinning, it means either the sky is spinning or the Earth is spinning, right?
Yeah. No, I concur with that. But now the question is, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is stationary?
Easy. That's where you start doing the Foucault test. That's where you start lumping in other experiments and other experiments to other experiments, and then through the conglomeration of all that evidence combined, that you come to your final deductive answer, or rather, it'll be an inductive answer. So it'd still be like some grayness within your knowledge, and you couldn't make a perfectly sound knowledge claim. That said, you can still make a logical induction, i.e., a hypothesis regarding whether or not the Earth is spinning or not. And it's just a question of getting all that data and getting all that evidence and seeing which way leads where. Of which I would argue, we talked about like astrology and other shit and stuff like that. You can like deduce the fact that like there are several pyramids across the world, the ancient wonders of the world, Stonehenge, whatever is the ECC. They all correlate to celestial phenomenon all across the different world and do it with an accuracy that just doesn't follow a flat Earth model by proxy. So
stop. Flat Earth model. For one, am not claiming a model. So you gotta cut that out, right? Throw that out the window. No, there's no model that you're falsifying here.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you personally made a flat Earth model.
Well, okay.
Look what he's saying. He said by proxy, all that shit. I mean, it's kind of like that was a jumble of crazy shit. But he said by proxy. What do you mean by proxy? I mean, it sounds like you're familiar with what we've got going on. So,
I mean, you can deduce it logically. Like, if it is the case that either, there's only two proposed models for the world, right? There's only the two. If it's not one, it's the other. If you can prove that, one model has something wrong, the evidence for the other one...
What model? There's two models. Okay, there's the globe. What's the other one?
The flat Earth model.
The flat Earth model.
Are you in a point of confusion?
Show me that flat Earth model that you're proposing. This binary system, or this binary relationship between that and the globe.
I mean, it's more of a historical one, but the idea is that the Earth is flat.
The idea.
Sun, yeah,
actually, there's many models.
The idea that the Earth is flat and completely is flat. Just let's say flat. Let's say flat in an infinite canvas. It goes on forever. Let's just say, for the sake of conversation, and as a result, the moon and the Earth, the moon and the sun, rather.
So what's the model? This is a jumble of words. What is the model?
Well, I'm demonstrating it with words. If you want me to point to a
just
picture.
cite the model. We got the globe model. What's the other one? You said the flat model, but nobody knows what that is here, because all anybody here is talking about is the way that they observe reality. We're not talking about a model. We're talking about how reality itself is observed. So, what is this model?
I mean,
can you give us an internet link, Tired? Is there an internet link you can give us so we can see this flat Earth model you speak of?
I mean, sure. It's.
Put it in the live stream. Can you put in the live stream?
I don't have permissions to. Actually,
can you direct message it to me or Heretic?
I'll just do another one.
Because it sounds like you're saying that something is not compatible with a model that nobody here has claimed.
I mean, okay, that is a possibility.
So it's like you're coming in here and arguing with things that people aren't saying. What's the point of that?
I mean, I'm not arguing with necessarily what you are arguing against. I'm arguing against something that I don't believe to be true.
Right, but nobody here believes it to be true. The thing that you are arguing with, saying you don't believe to be true, nobody here claimed it. So why come here and tell us it's not true? It's not what we're talking about.
Maybe I just want to spread knowledge. If we can all agree that,
about what?
What?
The Earth not being flat.
Okay, then give us a direct measurement of it being curved.
So the Earth is not flat, but is it not flat? But it's not what they tell us it is.
That's not even knowledge, though. It's not even knowledge.
More so that the Earth is forget the word, geos.
All right, so what the fuck is Earth then, in your mind?
Non-Euclidean shape.
That's not even
non-Euclidean shape.
Imagine
I don't have to imagine puddle. Shit! I live here on Earth.
I mean...
Okay. But it's not... Okay, so imagine it's not knowledge, is
someone
it?
Put some...
You're saying that you've got the knowledge, right? That Earth is not flat. What is that knowledge? Can you share that with us?
I already felt this going nowhere.
Evidence.
The road to nowhere leads to me.
Yeah, but this is the thing that we do here, so we have to let it play out.
So, yeah, we have evidence that the Earth isn't flat. We can, again, triangulate math. This, that, and the other. Newtonian physics, Einsteinian physics.
That's all a jumble of words again. You're doing the jumble of words thing again. So what you would do to determine that the Earth's surface itself is not flat, right, is you would directly measure a curve over it, right? So who, when, where, and how? Yeah,
You wouldn't
necessarily.
necess-
Yeah,
Mm,
necessarily. Yeah,
how so?
necessarily. Yeah,
Why so?
because that is the thing that is in question. That's what we're talking about, right? So if you want to say that the Earth's surface is not flat, then directly measure the surface to be curved.
I mean, you can do that again with the evidence that.
Okay,
a lot of
no, you
people have
can't,
suggested
because that's just
before.
you obfuscating from the point again. You're going away from the thing that we're talking about,
Well, I
right? And talking about everything else. So why would you do that? If the thing that you're talking about, i.e. the Earth's surface, is actually curved, why would you go away from it as quickly as you can and start talking about literally everything else? Why?
For starters, I reject the empirical standards that you have set forth for the Earth being not
So you
flat.
you reject empirical standards. Okay.
Well, I reject your empirical standard. I have
My what are those?
my own empirical standard. It is
What's my
APR
empirical standard that you reject? What are you talking about?
that I have to prove a curve for the Earth to be flat.
Well, empiricism is using your senses, right, to gather knowledge about the world. So I don't know how you're
don't
going to
disagree with
determine anything. What's that?
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, great. So then use your senses to gather the knowledge that the Earth is, as you say, not flat but curved. How are you going to do that?
Easily, we have the fact that we have the globe model by proxy.
Oh fuck, a model. Okay,
A model
So-
is something you can see. Yes, it is something you can infer, something you can project, and something you can measure and map out.
Second time he said by proxy. Now, by
keep saying
proxy,
that.
I mean
It's goofy.
that by proxy means that you're representing someone by proxy. But I
I'm representing my
represent
ideas.
myself. Are you representing yourself?
I am indeed representing my ideas. Yes,
All right, cool. So are you?
And I'm
so
saying-
what is this? Who's representing you by proxy?
well, I don't agree to that definition of proxy. I'm saying
so. A proxy would be, so it's an individual understanding, and so you're just going to affiliate yourself with your proxy.
well, no, I'm saying that if I had to choose between two different things, and I'm more likely to choose one thing over the other thing, it makes sense by authority and just by logical deduction that other thing is not likely, right? So
Okay, but you've set up a false dichotomy. We've already talked about this.
How so?
You've set up two models, one of which
Already been
nobody
set
here.
up. Yeah.
You've set up two models. Both nobody here actually claimed. One that you claimed.
don't have to.
Right? It's a false dichotomy, right? It's not.
you don't
It's
have to claim.
it's this globe model or this sort of unidentified flat model that you're talking about here that nobody has claimed or knows what it is. So
I mean,
that's just a false
okay.
dichotomy. It's not either this or that in this situation.
Never have I ever in 1,010 million years claimed that you believe in a flat Earth model.
Okay, then why
Have
are
I?
you here setting up a false dichotomy between a globe model and the unnamed, unidentified flat Earth model?
You know what's really curious about this? Nobody here that's a flat earther believes in a flat Earth model. So, welcome to flat Earth.
But here's the dichotomy. I'll give you a dichotomy. It's the globe model versus reality. So what are you going to do to overturn reality and prove that your globe model is true, not reality?
You can go to space.
Go to space.
Yeah.
Okay, when did you do that?
Me personally, or
Yeah, when did you go to space? If
I
that's the
didn't.
standard for proving the globe, okay. So you haven't done the thing that you claim would be necessary to do to prove your claim. So how can you know your claim to be true?
I mean, I can infer it logically.
Okay, how are you going to infer it logically? You didn't do the thing that you just said would logically infer it or prove it.
If I can look at an object here on Earth and expect it from all dimensions, the radius difference between me and the object will give me a different perspective on the object and its shape and its geometry.
Fuck, dude.
The
What the
followings
fuck are
follow-
you talking about? The radius difference between you and an object?
Yeah. So
Okay,
let's say
so we can inspect an object from all dimensions. So
Yes,
we've got
can
an
you-
object in question here, being the globe. Let's inspect that. What are we going to do to look at the surface of Earth to see if it actually is this globular thing that you say it is?
easy, you can get away from the Earth. The further
Get
you
away
are-
from the Earth. Okay,
yes,
so when
the
did
further
you do
are
that?
From the object, the further you away from an object, the more of the object you can see, right? Because of our eyes, right? Do you
Okay,
agree with
so
that?
so is this how the globe is claimed to have been proven?
I mean, it's one of many. I don't necessarily.
Is this what the ancient Greeks said that they did? They got as far away from the Earth as they possibly could to determine that it's a ball?
No, the way the ancient Greeks did it was, I told you, they looked at the sky and saw the hemisphere, like the half-circle shape in the sky from all horizons, and they inferred logically that latched on to reality by large. And so the shape of the hemisphere that they were looking from would mirror the same shape of the planet itself.
The planet, so a presupposition that it's a planet looking at the sky.
Induction.
A mirror in the sky.
No, say what it is. It's an induction.
You've presupposed the planet in the very first place. So how did they know it was a planet in the first place? So how did they know it was a planet in the first fucking place? Because you begged the question of that.
They didn't.
Okay, so how did they come to that knowledge then?
They didn't know. They didn't know what the planet that they were standing on. They assumed, they induced again that the sky was mirrored the same shape as the planet itself. I'm using the word planet. Yeah, I'm using the word planet as a stand-in, right? They didn't know for the planet. I guess in their case, it would be like the word for Gaia or the word for
So they looked at the sky and they saw a mirror. They thought it was a mirror of what they were standing on. Okay, so how did that process? Yes. How did that process work? What did they do exactly when they looked at the sky to infer this mirror image of the thing that they thought they were standing on?
They looked at the sky.
They looked at the sky. What did they look at specifically to infer what they were standing on?
I mean, well, you're only talking about the Greeks, so they noticed, for starters, that the same phenomena we notice, and that is like, planets moving, stars moving, this, that, and the other, and from that they inferred, quite logically, I might add. Admittedly, there was like some gaps in their argument.
That call it logical. Make sure you add that.
Well, I'm granting logical possibilities.
Dude, you're acting crazy. You're talking about lights in the sky moving, right? Yeah. You're not talking about anything specific. They just looked at stars, they looked at lights, they looked at planets, i.e. wandering stars, right? They saw things move around, and then they inferred somehow that they were standing on a ball. Well, where's the logic? You said quite logically, I might add. Where was the logic in any of that?
Well, I'm getting to that. Again, it's the idea of a hemisphere, right? Or a half circle from like both from all sides of the horizon going up to the sky, you would get a half circle, like a half sphere shape or a hemisphere. And they, from that, thought this was reflective of the Earth at large. And keep in mind, this is during the debate of, flat Earth versus globe Earth, and they're still going down that debate. And, there's also, I don't have it on deck, I haven't read his work or anything, but I'm pretty sure Pythagoras argues that the Earth is a circle.
So they looked at the sky. They looked at the sky. They perceived it as a hemisphere, and then they extrapolated from that they must be on a sphere.
Well, yeah. The idea is that like if this is consistent across the whole world, then
that's an assumption. That's an assumption. None of this does anything. It's just people looking at the sky, and I don't even think you know what you're talking about or what they did, because nothing in it is coherent, really. It's just like, they looked at the sky, it looked hemispherical, and therefore, I guess the sky must be a mirror.
Premises you're skipping over.
Yeah, I think you're skipping over them because you didn't give them to us.
Well, you won't let me, for starters, so...
Well, you're not talking about anything, dude. It's just a ramble. So why don't you just... you're always getting there. Globers are always getting there. They're always getting there. Yeah, walk across the world. Okay, so here's what you got to do. This is nonsense, so I'm just going to stop it. It's a waste of time. Here's what you need to do. Directly measure your ball. No assumptions. No, if the heavens do this, and if that light spins like that, and if it looks hemispherical, then I must be on a ball. None of that. Let's just measure your ball.
That's how epistemology works. So
no.
Equally, we can measure the ball. We can measure like the Earth, like empirically, first, like via Newtonian physics.
Newtonian physics. You're going to use Newtonian physics to just directly measure a shape. Okay, elaborate.
That's literally why it exists empirically.
Okay, that's literally why it exists. Okay, so just get to the part where you use Newtonian physics then to measure the ball.
Sure. So the idea is for measuring the Earth, you take the mass of the object times the density, and from there you can circulate the... worked.
Hold on. He said that's how epistemology works?
Yeah, he said...
I'm not going to let that slide, man, bro. That's not even fucking the same thing.
I mean,
he's just saying words. He's just saying words because I asked him for a measurement of the ball that he's standing on, and then he said, "Well, that's what Newtonian physics is for." That's how crazy this guy is.
Man, we can't let that shit slide, bro. Either you're gonna be here and be in the conversation and talk about the same fucking thing we're talking about, or you're just gonna fucking listen and fucking sit in the background.
Exactly.
I can do either or.
Okay, well,
stop trying to freaking fool me.
You're gonna do the or. That's what I think.
Dude. Like, what is the measurement? Like, and you're always getting.
No, don't ask him any more questions. I just muted him. That was bullshit. That's why I jumped back in. I was about to go smoke again and listen to you guys, but I couldn't listen to that bullshit anymore.
Well, it's just funny how he's always getting to it, and so many of them always
just making up phrases,
right?
He thinks he's so fancy, and he's like, "I'm going to make up phrases," which is a tell that he actually knows what he's talking about, but he's just trying to fuck with us. And
agreed.
I'm not going to fuck with you anymore. Try so you can sit there and listen. And let us talk shit about you, or just you can listen to the conversation, and eventually you're just gonna give up and move on. So anyway,
agreed. And boy, if you're in here, I was not spamming. I was replying to Owl, whatever her name is, and needs to learn to frickin' read.
No, she's cool. She's cool. But she's not as cool. She's cool.
I replied to her directly. And I'm tired of it. I'm not doing the psychology game.
Yeah, she's kind of fucking with us too. So, hey, man, Allison, if you really want to be here and you want to participate in the conversation, you're kind of punking yourself. I mean, don't embarrass yourself. Actually, get involved. I mean, if you really want to get involved, just kind of follow along, because I see what you're doing. It's not going to help. And I saw what this asshole was doing, and he left because I muted his ass. And I'm just not going to put up with that shit anymore. I'm tired of it.
Well, here's the beauty of it, Hilo. Here's the beauty of it. The propagation of electromagnetic fields from the military research, the 81 government documents, it covers the board flat across everybody who comes in here to try to troll me, and I'm going to give you all the same answer, so move the frick along already.
Yeah, Tired said, I apologize, and I gave him a fuck you emoji.
What did we even
He knew exactly what he was doing the entire time.
That was a trip, though. Like, what were we even listening to? Like, everything was just a run-on sentence of just one word after the next. He's just dropping words that just don't have any meaning. There was no meaning to anything he said.
Yeah, I was listening. I was about to go smoke, and I heard you talking to him, and I was just like, I know exactly what this fucking asshole's doing. And well, I knew it the whole time, but I thought he was going to be chill. But when he started talking to you and just went through all that shit, I was just like, nah.
Well, I kind of wanted to see where else it might have gone, even though it was completely pointless. But, I mean, it's a good expose.
I don't know. I mean,
go get your
talk to him, heretic. Are you in love with him?
Smoke break, brother. Go get your smoke break. Now I can't even fucking talk straight. They ticked me the fuck off. Go get your smoke break, brother. I'm going to do the same thing. Thank you very much.
Well, hey, man, I could have muted if you guys want. I could talk to him some more.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of curious to see where it would go, but I think he would just say more words and words and words, and none of them would mean anything. Because he said the tool that he used to measure the Earth is Newtonian physics, and that's what it's for.
But it's just for measuring. Why is just? It's like
I guess maybe he was getting
play around and make it. It's just like making cartoons. It's like blank, blank, blank. It's like blank. He's like every time he talks, it's just like a blank slate. He has nothing.
I think he was getting to probably like a Cavendish type of thing. using Newtonian physics to get the density and everything, and
usually people
presupposing the
start with
radius
that.
and a bunch of bullshit.
All right, I'll unmute him if you guys want to talk.
Doesn't ask me what a freaking earthquake is. If they think I'm stupid enough not to know what an earthquake is, then it's their freaking issue, because I'm not playing this psychology game with them. Obviously, an earthquake is when a rocket takes off and the ground moves under you. Next point, please.
Yeah, I'm too drunk to be on here on Friday night, and y'all niggas are allowing this guy to say some bullshit like that. And now when I mute him, he's like,
yeah, I don't know. He was doing the same. He was doing the same shit. We sounded like he was doing in typing with heretic.
Kimbo, I mean, can you back me up? A little bit.
I don't know. Let him. There's no one else in here to talk to. Maybe we should let him back in.
Was like, I don't know.
He was
just
talking.
like there's only so much you can freaking put up.
Yeah, but I mean, this is kind of the purpose. We might as well just talk to these dimwits because we're supposed to be doing that, right? Yeah, expose it.
All right. Well,
one more chance.
Well, he's not even in the room right now. So
yeah, I mean,
he says
I just muted him, and he can jump back in if he wants.
He says he's blocked from the server or something. I don't know. It looks like he still has his role.
All I did was mute him, so he can come back in if he wants to, and I'll mute him.
Yeah,
let me check.
Should we send him a message?
No, let me check. Damn. Oh, I didn't fucking. All I did was mute him. But
while we're waiting for him, Owlishness, do you want to talk to Kid?
Here we go.
Yeah, Alish, maybe you can translate for whatever his name was. Tired. What was he talking about?
So Owlishness is not tired. So
I freaking dare you. Please talk to me, Chica. I freaking dare you. Don't insult my intelligence ever again.
You started talking about telescopes when I'm asking you if you knew what an earthquake was.
Actually, yes, I did, because you brought up telescope earlier. See, these people don't think I listen. But you're the one who brought up telescope earlier, did you not?
I have no idea. That was like 25 million hours ago.
Okay, go drink your vodka, and I'm gonna mute myself then.
Why don't you guys have a chat about the shape of the Earth?
No offense, but not with that guy.
How about with me?
Okay,
I'm just playing of it. I'm about to go smoke and drink a little more vodka, but not with that guy.
Well, no offense, Alish, but if the earth quakes, that's obviously an earthquake, right? And if there's a tectonic plate moves under it, obviously the ground shakes, right?
Funny.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Are there rockets all over Earth?
Wait, are rockets all over Earth? How can rockets be all over Earth?
No, Helio. Hold up.
No, Alice, you're talking to me. Do you need a rocket to prove that you landed on the moon?
Bro, whoa. Are you high?
Whoa, did I just blow your mind? Are you dense in the skull? Do you need a rocket to prove you landed on the moon?
You said, all right, let me back up.
Yeah, I posted Elvis as a rocket camera system. Then you asked me if I knew what a freaking earthquake was.
Yo, park it for a sec.
Yo. What are you, a rapper now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in order for people to hear, to contemplate, listen on the live stream, when people are listening live, we actually have to sort of talk it, one at a time.
Oh, I bet you've never heard of Nikola Tesla, and you're going to insult my intelligence with Einstein and Edison, huh?
I was actually going to go back to the point we started at, which was your claim that an earthquake was caused by rockets.
No, that was not my claim. Thank you.
What did you say
You
then?
asked me if I knew what an earthquake was, and I asked you if rockets cause earthquakes. Thank you very much. Don't put words in my mouth. That's one thing you girls do to tick me the hell off.
That's what you said, though. You just said that it was
what I said.
rockets
I
take
answered
off.
rockets cause earthquakes. That was a question. I asked if it could cause
take it
earthquakes.
back a bit and just everyone calm down and have a conversation.
Yeah,
Well,
this
I'm gonna-
conversation is way better than the one we were having with the other guy.
Are you sure about that?
She's just trying to prove up a point, using me as a punching bag, and I'm not going along with that bullshit.
I think
Okay,
you're,
this
I
is
think you're getting a bit emotional, man. Like
Yeah.
just the internet. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
All right, let's get on that, man, because you two can't seem to have a conversation. So
Yeah, that's just dysfunctional. Tired, what the hell were you talking about? So we were looking for direct measurements of this shape that you think that you exist upon, and you said that Newtonian mechanics was invented to measure shapes. So what is the measurement?
Well, it's a yeah.
Hey, before
hypothesis.
hey, do you mind not taking him off track while I'm trying to get the answer?
Oh, my
mean,
bad.
that's okay.
Sorry.
I
You know
mean,
what? I'm
well-
gonna let you
Well,
ride this out.
You and Heretic will literally exchange DMs for the rest of all time. Alishness,
No.
get off your chest. What is it?
Okay, he's already off track, I guess.
I
You
mean-
already distracted him.
No, check this out. Guess who's going to keep this on track? Me.
Okay, but that's not working.
Hi.
No, it will. I promise.
Okay.
Okay, well, what is the measurement then? That's all we're looking for, just the
what are we
direct measurement.
talking about? Let's get.
Well, I already
the
told him what we're
subject,
talking
the
about,
subject,
and you said
what
you're going
is
to keep
the
it on
subject?
track. So let's
Hold
keep
on.
it on
What is
onto
the
what I'm talking
subject?
about.
What
The
is
subject is the ball he thinks he lives on and how he measured it.
I mean, it's
All
not.
right.
perfect
So, like, who are you
based off
talking
current
to?
models.
I'm talking to him, dude.
Him.
Tired.
Him is not a name.
I'm talking to the tired guy, Helio. You say you're going to keep it on track, but
All
you're
right,
making it
cool.
really
So,
hard to do
Tired.
that.
Well,
If I
he
may
just
ask-
jumped back in because I thought he
Oh
was.
my God! Don't monologue about it. Let's just get
All
his
right,
answer about
Heretic.
what was done
I'll
to
tell
measure
you
the
what.
ball.
I'll moderate. Heretic, you got it. My bad.
Okay. It's just one simple question. What was done to measure the ball you live on?
We assumed it was this perfect sphere.
You
then
assumed it.
Well, Newton did.
He assumed it was a perfect sphere. That's the measurement?
I mean, well, no. So we're
What's the
not finished
measurement
yet.
then?
Like, are you talking about in like the mass in total, or
No, I'm talking about how the sphere itself was measured. There's a specific radius claim. What was that derived from? What direct measurements of this ball they claim were taken?
that's a interesting question. So there's the Sicilian, not the Sicilian. I can't pronounce this. It's Swedish. I can link it in chat. So
You never seem to know what the fuck you're talking about. So now you're gonna
No, Sicilian's not Swedish. Genius.
okay, you're gonna drop
I
me a
see
link
Sicilian
from somebody. Maybe it was the Sicilians. Maybe it was the Swedes. I don't know what they did exactly.
Chileans. You said it. It's the Chileans. That's
The
like
Chileans, dude. You don't
Yeah.
even know who you're talking about. Okay, is there any chance you know what they did? You don't know who they are, but is there any chance you know what they did?
easy. They did the Foucault pendulum experiment.
The Foucault's pendulum is about rotation. We're not even there yet. We're just talking about the shape.
Well, if it spins, then
Well, if it spins, it's a ball. If it
spherical
spins,
object.
all my tires spin. Are they balls?
They're spherical.
They're spherical. My tires are
circles.
spherical.
They
My tires are spheres. The tires on my car are spheres.
They
What
are.
the fuck are you smoking, dude?
Oh, excuse me. They're circular.
He's learning shapes.
Yeah, he's learning shapes. That must be why you think you're on a ball, because you don't know what a ball is. You haven't learned your shapes yet. I guess that's what's going on. I'm looking for a direct measurement of the shape. You're talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's a claim about rotation. We're not even there yet. I'm just trying to
it's
figure
not
out how you know the shape of the thing that you live on, as you claim to.
It's non-Euclidean, and we know it because we can do like satellite graphing data to shape it.
Satellites need the radius in place first. You need to know the ball. You need to know the size of the ball before you can even have those. So back it up. Where did
I
they
don't
get
need
that
to
before they had
know.
the satellites? Yeah, you
So-
do. You need to have a measured radius for the orbital mechanics, right?
So
That's
before
where
we go
you're going to
that
get the
far-
rate of rotation and the velocity and everything that you need to use, how much fuel you need for the rocket and everything. You have to have the size of the ball first. So where did that come from?
Are you finished?
It's the same question as
So
every single time. Where
before-
did they get the radius?
That's an interesting question. There's a few
God.
experiments that they did it. I'd said the Chilean
not
experiment is
An
one.
experiment. Okay, that's not an experiment. You wouldn't
I
use
mean,
an
it literally
experiment for
says-
this. You would
Larry
use
said
an
it's very
experiment for
vital,
this,
so,
and
like-
it's about rotation, and that's not what we're looking for. We're asking
I mean,
you
if it's
about.
spin, this is just a circle. So, like, if by proxy, it makes sense that, like,
Proxy again.
like it would follow that, like, you could just use like pi to figure out. the shape
Nothing,
of the Earth
nothing that you say
and
logically
radius.
follows. Nothing that you've said follows.
You can't.
We've
you
asked you
can't
really
use pi
South
to find the
American
radius of a
countries
circle.
and just random words. It's very bizarre.
You can't use pi to find the radius of a circle.
Park dog tree came fence sounds gone sideways.
I have a question. You can't use pi to figure out the radius of a circle.
Pi to figure out the radius. Once you know there is a circle, perhaps. Once you know
if
that
it
there is
spins.
one. So in this case, how do you know that there's? I don't know what you're even talking about anymore. You're supposed to be showing us how you know it's a globe. You're talking about a circle. Now, do you think the Earth's a circle? What are you talking
It's
about?
a non-Euclidean shape, and we can figure that out through like laser.
Okay, it's a
mapping.
there's a claim. There's a claim. It's a non-Euclidean shape. We're asking you how you fucking know that, dude.
Because
Not
we
just
have
to
data.
repeat. What's the
It's
data?
like
That's what
honey.
we're
It came from
asking you for.
satellites.
Okay,
Honey.
satellites require the radius. You'd have to have the data in the first
really don't.
place. Yeah, they really do. You have to have the size of the
I
ball,
don't
right?
recall needing the length of my phone to tell that my phone is rectangular.
You're coping.
Yeah, but you don't even know
You're
it's a
coping.
ball in the first place. Look, before you
He's a
start
clown.
measuring the ball, before you start measuring the radius and all that stuff, you would have to even know that it is a ball and that there is a radius to measure. So how is that known? When you talk about your cell phone, you know that there is a cell phone there to measure the dimensions of. With this ball you talk about, you haven't even shown us how you know that that's there.
So it sounds like I need to read Isaac Newton's books to help figure that out. Is that?
Oh my fucking god! So you got to go. Okay, all right. You got to go
I mean,
read
he's the one
Newton's
that proposed
book.
it,
Okay,
so
I got
it
it.
makes
No,
sense,
he's
right?
not.
Tired,
He's
you've lost
not.
the plot.
You idiot. He's not the one who proposed it. But you got to go read Newton's books to figure out how you know what you claim you already know. Okay, so just
I
go
mean, I
do
never
that.
made a knowledge claim. I made an induction claim. There's a difference.
You have no knowledge. So
I mean, I don't
guess
think it's
that's
pretty well.
Yeah, but you're flexing.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
That's not really that interesting. Like I prefer songs, instead of like wanking.
I mean, it's still knowledge,
Hey,
right?
dude. Hey, dude.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Can you shut
So I
that
know
guitar
something.
up, please, mate?
So logic follows. I know something, right?
Yeah,
Why
but you
just
don't know the
stick
thing
to
that you
one
came in here
topic
claiming
and
to. Yeah. Sorry, Timbo.
No,
I
no, you're
mean,
all right, mate. No, I'm talking about.
I never made a knowledge claim
You can't
regarding.
stay on track.
I never made a knowledge claim. I said you can infer it, you can induce it, you can. It's a hypothesis. Things to be tested and researched and understood more in detail.
Oh, those are just words, dude. Those are just words.
Your words mean something, do they not?
No, they not when you use them because you just string them together at random, seemingly.
I mean, they are all referring to the idea that like you can't make. I never made a knowledge claim, so like.
Okay.
Like
That's fair.
what?
I never made a knowledge claim ever.
Well, big surprise.
You don't have any, so that's fair.
I mean, I'm shocked.
Well, I mean, I kind of actually am. I mean, usually the least knowledgeable ones are the first to make knowledge claims. He doesn't have any knowledge, but at least he's saying now he's not making a knowledge claim, so that's something, I guess.
Doesn't know elbow from his asshole. Hey, Tired, let me tell you something about these Foucault pendulums. I don't know if you've seen one before.
I did.
But I used to walk by one quite often. It was either swinging around, sitting still, or some guy was working on it.
Okay.
Okay?
They need maintenance. All right.
Yeah. So you don't get to use that for make-believe story time anymore.
I think I can, on the basis that like machines require maintenance, right, to function.
Well,
So
we're
it's,
talking about a
I mean, it
pendulum that's
logically
swinging.
follows,
We're
like,
talking
if
about a
someone's
pendulum
working
that's
on it.
swinging. Hey, Einstein.
Yeah.
We're talking about a pendulum that's. Yeah.
My
We're
apologies.
talking about a pendulum that's supposedly swinging around because the Earth is spinning.
I mean, no, it's swinging around back and forth because someone pushed it. It was because the Earth is
Okay,
spinning.
so why'd you
and, like,
bring it up? Why'd you bring it up?
The idea is that, like, if it swings in
yeah, I get what the thing does. You push it, and it comes back and forth and knocks over things, and then it stops.
Do you know what a vector
some guy
is?
works on it.
Do you know what a vector is?
Yeah,
It's a direction.
Thank you.
So if you push it in a direction, and the Earth rotates around it, and it's still going in that same direction, but like
we get the Foucault pendulum myth. We understand the mythos. Tired. If that proved anything, we wouldn't be here.
I mean, it sounds like you just don't have an empirical standard to sit on, but that proves that
sit on.
Yeah,
it sounds like you're half baked. It sounds like you're a pseudo intellectual. It sounds like you can barely play the guitar.
Maybe.
So why don't you back it down? Where's the proof that the Earth is a sphere?
I never claimed it was a sphere.
Okay, so what are you doing here? What do you got to say then?
I mean, as a non-Euclidean shape that we measure via satellites. And keep in mind, you realize how
you've said this garble many times before.
Yeah, it's just a repackaged version of
You're just telling us what you think. You're just making up your own cosmology.
Problem is that you reject the idea that, like, satellites
are you making up your own cosmology?
I am not. I'm literally sorting what cosmology. It's not even cosmology. It's astronomy and astrophysics.
Okay, well, astronomy is not science. It's pseudoscience. You understand that, right?
I didn't say astrology. I said astronomy. But even then, that's not correct.
I said astronomy.
Pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, it's pseudoscience.
Even then, that's incorrect. That's not.
Even then, what's incorrect?
That's astronomy because it's the study of the Earth. It's
what, dude, back up.
If you can't follow the scientific method, if you can't follow the scientific method, then it's not a science.
I mean, it's geographic. Like, you can.
Dude, you've lost the plot. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Hold on a second.
Am I doing this myself?
Hold on a second. Don't let this slide. He just said that astronomy.
Yeah, you were doing nothing.
He just said that astronomy is the study of the Earth.
I didn't say that. What? I said geography.
Oh, my bad.
We're not talking about geography.
No, well,
you were talking about astronomy.
Geography of what?
Geography of the planet.
Okay, so you're pointing at a light in the sky and you're saying there's mountains on it.
I mean, no.
Don't be mean. Be nice.
I don't recall being mean.
Well, you keep saying I mean. You begin every sentence with I mean. I don't know if you know that. Okay, break it. Break it. It's obnoxious.
I apologize.
No need to apologize. You are who you are. Now,
So
why don't you back, dude? If you're here to be a fool and to be, well, I'm going to play geography, I mean, utility, it's absurd. Okay.
Okay.
We all used to believe in Santa Claus. How did you handle it when you found out Santa Claus wasn't real?
I mean, it makes sense logically.
I mean, stop it with that. Does Santa Claus exist? Did you ever believe in Santa Claus?
No.
Did you ever hear about him?
Yes.
Well, were you surprised that everyone was fooled by this story of a fat man showing up at their house in the middle of the night?
Not necessarily.
You weren't surprised that everyone was fooled when you weren't fooled.
I mean, it follows because they're kids, right?
Huh? Santa Claus is an old man.
And they're kids.
Okay. And what's in every classroom?
I could be cheeky and say a globe.
Well, you nailed it. Because they're kids, right?
Sure.
Okay, so why don't you just, if you actually care about this, just back it up, dude. I mean, I get what you're going for. I mean, and your guitar is probably the least annoying thing about you. But you need to just, no, I'm saying your guitar is all right. But just get a grip, dude.
Okay. I, again, never made a knowledge.
I mean, if you were able to break the Santa Claus riddle, the globe one shouldn't be that hard to figure out.
I mean, not necessarily.
Be nice. No, don't be mean. Be nice.
You said you didn't make a knowledge claim, right? But you kind of did. right? Because you said that it's a non-Euclidean shape, right? That would be a knowledge claim.
It seems like it.
Okay, well, why does it seem like it?
Because we can shoot lasers from satellites and graph the Earth below without its ocean.
Okay, what do you mean we? What satellites? How do you get them there? How do you get the orbital mechanics for them without the radius, without knowing this claimed non-Euclidean shape in the first place, etc.?
So you can do all of that using Newtonian physics. And we know that because you can literally use Newton's gravitational law to get there from point A to point B. And so you can from there, you can calculate how much force you need to get off the fucking ground and into the air. You can calculate how much fuel you require. You can actually use all of aviation to kind of like infer the correct shape and proportion, as well as atmospheric pressure to get from here.
I can use all
ground.
of aviation to infer the correct shape? All of aviation.
Rocket? Yes, that's kind of how that works. Yes.
Okay, that's kind of how that works. A rocket. I can use a rocket to infer the correct shape of the Earth. Give me the process for that.
I didn't say the rocket to infer the correct shape.
You said all of aviation.
Well, you said show me how we can use like mechanics to even get into orbit, of which I'm. Yeah,
I'm glad you understood him, because I didn't understand a fucking word he said.
That's how you get off the ground first. Is that you have to
I don't care about getting off the ground. I care about how you know the non-Euclidean shape that you're standing on. Now you're talking about hypothesis. You don't. Okay. Well,
there's no stronger empirical evidence for shooting a laser at the ground and graphing the shape of the Earth. But even
you didn't
I
do that.
don't know how that's done.
You didn't do that. You're talking about people you think did that with machines that you can't even confirm the existence of.
I mean, I can confirm satellites exist. I worked on one.
Okay, but that's working on a transmitter. Did you launch it? Did you put it into orbit? Have you observed it in orbit?
You watched it leave the ground.
Yeah, you watched it leave the ground at best. If that's even a true story, you worked on a transmitter, you watched it leave the ground, and then it took its journey, it took its flight without you, and you don't know where it's gone to since then.
And so the only way for me to know if I have a personal story backing it up?
No, not necessarily, but you could just refer to somebody who has measured the non-Euclidean shape that you think that you're on. You don't have to have necessarily done it yourself. Not everything we post here is stuff that we did ourselves. We refer to other people, but it doesn't seem like you have anybody like that you can refer to for proof of this non-Euclidean shape that you think you're on.
I mean, it's published and like...
Okay, that's vague.
On the internet, so like...
That's kind of vague. It's published, it's widespread. Who, what, where, when, how?
I mean, it's literally on the internet. You can go find it. Like, this is... I think we talked in the past about like how you don't take responsibility for your skepticism.
What the fuck, dude? What am I even supposed to be skeptical of? You haven't even given me anything to be skeptical of. It's just like claims that started as knowledge claims that you then backpedal on and say, well, they're not knowledge claims. And I just think it like, what? It's not even, it doesn't even rise to the level of skepticism for me. You haven't even given me anything to like be skeptical about.
Do you doubt that I even think?
Yeah, kind of.
So you're skeptical.
About that.
What are you going to do to fix your skepticism or test your skepticism?
It's not my problem. I'm not going to do anything to fix my skepticism. What are you going to do to fix my skepticism about you being able to think?
I don't have to do much of anything.
Well, if you would start thinking or demonstrate that you can, then that would fix my skepticism about it. But who cares about that? That's not the issue
I don't even
here.
like you.
That's not the issue.
I'm trying to work out what he's even doing here.
He's just, I don't know.
What are you doing here?
Yeah.
I tried demonstrating how you can logically infer that the Earth is spherical.
You tried is right. Tried is fucking right.
Infer, but you can't prove.
I mean, you can induce it logically. That is evident in itself.
Around we go. Okay, let's start it again. How do you induce it logically? What did you do?
I told you could assume that from horizons, from all sides of horizons looking up, you're given a hemisphere.
Assume
the shape of the Earth to be circular.
Okay, so assume. That's okay, but we're not talking about assuming it, though. Remember, I'm talking about measuring it, right? We want to know how it was actually determined, not how it was assumed. We don't care about how it was assumed. That's just stupid. We want to know how it's known, but when we get to that point in the conversation, I don't know it. I'm not making a knowledge claim. So what are you even trying to do here?
I mean, I can point you to a general direction. So Isaac Newton written his Principia Mathematica, Philosophiae Naturae, of which you can go study and read for yourself.
Yeah, say that. Yeah, waste all your time, all your breath talking about the words and stuff, the name of the book, and what I should go and do instead of you just giving me the measurement.
I mean, you can look up the measurement yourself.
I can go look up the evidence for your claim myself, is what you just told me.
I mean, you're a scientist, so yeah.
What the fuck, dude? I never claimed to be a scientist necessarily, but
skill issue.
What the hell is that? You're doubling down on it even.
That's a skill issue.
A skill issue?
Yeah.
Oh, this is my skill issue. So you came in here with a claim that you need me to research for you, but this is my skill issue.
I mean, you doubt it exists in the first place, so, you know.
It's your skill issue to research your own arguments. You should have already done that before you got here, not go, well, some guy think maybe Newton did it, you go research it for me. Oh, it's your skill issue that you're not researching my claim for me. Dude, that's absurd.
You're not wrong, but, like, that's also the point of, like, having an empirical standard, is that, like, my empirical standard is that I can work it out logically. Your empirical standard is that you need to experience it.
Good God.
So the difference between us is that you need to go experience some shit.
That's not
You're not working anything out logically.
Hold on, Tired. So you're saying that...
oh, my God.
He's vomiting up philosophy 101 and 102.
The ultimate
or
thing
something.
Is that someone has to experience it and research the other side, which obviously you haven't, or maybe you have researched a portion of it, Tired. So we all have to experience both aspects, which, I mean, you know, as Globers, most of us were brought up in the Glober system, so we're pretty familiar with the Glober system. And even in spiritual, I mean, as Globers, we were also brought up in, you know, in Christianity or whatever, you know, Western spiritual or religious system. Some of us weren't, some were, you know, atheists or whatever. But there's also, you know, that even with atheism or whatever, there's still just like you understand certain aspects of it. So all of us come up together. And now you say, well, hey, now you have to choose flat globe. Now, flat globe is another thing now. So this is a new standard, right? Sorry, so flat globe. So with the Christian standard as globe and flat, or globe versus flat, Christian standard, right? So if you're a Christian, you're following, you know, the Roman tradition. Should I go on or should I not? I shouldn't, probably.
Well, I mean, I think Tired speaks your language. Yeah, Tired, what do you think?
I'm just wondering. It just sounds weird. I mean, it's just like it sounded like he was accusing you guys of some shit that you're not guilty of, and so that's why I just wanted to get a little rant there. But
I have a question: is that an insult for me, or is that a compliment to him?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, you're gonna get either you're insulting me or you're complimenting him.
Oh no, I'm insulting everybody.
We're talking about simple concepts. I mean, you're trying to make a big deal out of something that's not necessarily a big deal. We're talking about, you know, concepts that can be, you know, discussed, and whether or not. I mean, do you feel like you're going to come here and say, "Oh, I'm going to give you a gotcha"? I mean, is that what it is? You're just
no.
I think that's what it is, man.
That's not what it is.
Tired, you're right. It is published. 81 plus government flat Earth documents. Thank you very much.
Well,
and it's in the
I'm just wondering if he's not you. I'm just wondering if homeboy's here. Not was it Kid Civil? Or Civil?
Yeah, you know who I am. I was replying to those who keep trying to troll me and make me a punching bag. That's all. Not you guys. Not the flat earthers. The other people. They know who.
I don't.
Hey, tired.
Yeah.
Hey, Kid Civil.
Hey, tired.
Why are you gonna argue with flat earthers about flat Earth? What?
I'm
Here's
not.
the
Yo.
thing, tired.
That's the point, Yo. I'm not. It's tired and the owl chick.
No,
they
it's
won't-
tired. That's who I was talking to. My bad.
Well, you were talking to me too,
All right,
but
my
I'm
bad.
on your
All right,
side.
cool. Anyway,
Your arguments are
Just
tired.
like-
Tired.
Hey, tired. Tired. One thing. You realize that we don't just have a hunch that the Earth is flat and that it's not a globe. We know it isn't a globe. That's why you have to come in here and tap dance and be nonsensical a lot.
kind of like, hey,
It's sort of like a low key cope.
So how do you know it's not a globe?
We don't measure curvature.
Shit, you've been here for
It
how
doesn't
long?
necessarily follow just because
This
you don't
motherfucker's
see
been here for
something
4
different, it's not the
hours.
case.
Because the Earth isn't a sphere. When you
That's an
stand on the
argument
Earth,
that's an
if
argument
the Earth were, dude, okay, ask a question. Why don't you play one of your little? I wouldn't even call it a riff. Are there furfs or something? What are they?
Scales.
But
Yeah, this everybody else shut up, and I will too. Old Hoss and tired.
Yeah, tired. The whole thing is it's pretty simple. The reason why you have to riddle and say things in sequence and do some is because I don't know if you're consciously or subconsciously coping, but here's the thing, dude. If the Earth were the 3959 spheroid that they claim it is, we'd know about it. They screwed up. They gave a far too small of a number. The Earth,
Sorry,
dude.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Just think about it. You're over. If you really care about this subject, you've overcomplicated it. Because all that mumbo jumbo that's in the astronomy and astrophysics books and all the geology books that have a spheroid on a perfect sphere on the cover of them, of geology books. You've overcomplicated it. In reality, look around you. Water is seeking level. Water at rest is level.
Okay.
If the Earth were a sphere, that would not be occurring. So if you really care about it, you've overcomplicated it. But I get it. You're having fun and whatever, and you think the things you think are saying are like nuanced and intellectual. But we've heard all the crap before. Not even from people like you. We believed the bullshit once upon a time. We were indoctrinated by it too, thinking that we were being educated sophisticatedly and that we're just flying through the outer space and we're pond scum, evolved. But if you really care about it, it's simple. Water is not curving. It can't. A waterfall can exist. Water can drip out of your faucet curved, but there is no curvature on the Earth that comports with this 3959 spheroid. I don't know if that's sunk into you yet, but
I think
that's just the way it is.
I think he came in here thinking, I'm going to go and fuck with these flat earthers. I realised that he's got no arguments. Correct me if I'm wrong, buddy, but is that what you did? Like, you can admit it.
Nope.
Because you came in all macho and stuff in the text, and now you're in the chat and you got no fucking argument.
I mean,
you don't know. What you've shown us is you don't know what you're talking about.
Tired, my brother in Christ. Just learn electromagnetic levitation, brother. Don't bring
Hang
Christ.
on, mate. We're having a conversation.
Well, no, we're not. You're trying to steamroll us, and I don't appreciate it.
I'm not trying to steamroll you.
Fucking random. Hey, what were you saying? What were you saying back?
I was talking to Tired, man.
Equally, I was told I don't have an argument. I gave you the argument.
Yes, that's what I said. I said you don't have an argument.
I said you can triangulate the shape of the
If
Earth.
you're just going to introduce assumptions to us, dude, if you're just going to introduce assumptions and your beliefs and your deductions, and that's what you want to do, so be it. Don't pretend. Listen. Don't pretend your circular reasoning has anything to do with reality.
You can do the test yourself.
Oh, I can circular reason myself. I'm sure I could.
No, you can do the test for how they got the radius for the Earth yourself.
Okay, give us that test. We've been asking you for that over and over again. Give us that test.
Well, it's also the Chilean test.
No, wait, don't interrupt him. What's the test?
There's the Chilean experiment for one.
Chilean experiment, that was not an experiment. That was Foucault's pendulum. That's to do with rotation. We're trying to get the shape.
Hey, heretic, I can do anti. You can't pretend he doesn't fucking see it.
What's that story?
So
I said I tagged you, tired, with 81 plus government flat Earth documents and the Nikola Tesla equation. Don't insult my intelligence. I'm not going to do this circle reasoning with you, and I'm not going to do this psychological gaslighting.
Didn't say you were.
Well,
Can we
no,
get
but
back to this?
acting like it.
Can we get back to this experiment that he was going to show us?
I mean, you can look into it. It's how they got, the mass of the Earth.
Yeah, no, but
you can recreate
can you explain it? Can you explain it to us without reading it off the page?
I cannot explain it to you.
So you don't know it?
So how do you know that there's any proof in there if you haven't read it, don't understand it, can't explain it? How do you know that what's in that article actually proves anything?
You can work it out logically.
What the fuck, dude? That's completely illogical.
What a cop-out, man.
Yeah,
you don't even know what's in it, but you can work out logically that, look, without even knowing, without even knowing what's in it, you can work out logically that what's in it proves the shape of the Earth?
Hey, heretic, logic to him.
If what is in there is true, then the answer is correct, yes.
Okay,
how are you calling your dinner, man?
Tired, brother, tired.
If what is in here is true, then the answer is yes, because it's a test.
What?
Okay, because it's a test, that's not giving us any detail at all.
It's an experiment. So if these guys claim to find the radius of the Earth, you can do the same test / experiment and came to this.
So you don't know if they claimed it, or are you just saying they did claim it, or what?
They did claim it, and that's actually inside the experiment itself.
Can you read the paragraph where it says that?
Says actually it's to another one being the Earth's mass, which is where I found that.
And read that out for us.
So says history of measurement. The mass of the Earth is measured indirectly by determining the quantities of such as the Earth's densities, gravities, and gravitational constant. The first measurement was in the 1770s with the Chilean experiment, resulted in a value of 20% too low. The Cavendish experiment in 1978 found the correct value within 1% uncertainty and reduced about to 0.0% by the 1990s and 0.1% in the 1930s. So it wouldn't be the Chilean experiment, it would be the Cavendish experiment you're looking for.
The Cavendish, huh? You got to be joking at this point.
So I'm looking for the Cavendish experiment, which is not an experiment, but that's what I'm looking for in order to get the shape and the dimensions of the ball that I stand on.
I mean,
wasn't the Cavendish rotation? Wasn't the Cavendish the one with the two metal balls?
That's right.
Researching now, yeah.
That was mass attracting mass, if I'm not correct.
I mean, you take geometry, right? Which
with
is math.
Two metal balls.
You take geometry, which is math.
We're talking about the radius
gravity,
of the Earth,
which is also like a constant. And then from there, you can do more.
Gravity is a constant? I think you better check that one too.
Well, it's assumed to be a constant under Newton.
Big G or little g?
Just for this to be big G, is gravitational constant, which is meters cubed, kilograms.
Doesn't even know what it is.
Hey, Tired.
What is this?
Let me ask you a simple question. Let me ask you, dude.
Sorry. Go ahead, Hoff.
No, it's all right. I'm interrupting, but and I'll shut up after this. If the Earth were flat, would you want to know Tired, or have you chosen just to be lost in this nonsensical rambling of yours of the last hour?
I mean,
do you want to know?
Do I want to know?
Would you want to know?
I mean, if you have an empiricism study that is beyond your eyes.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you based on what I have or don't have.
I said,
would you want to? Would you want to know, or are you? Yes. Have you chosen to be lost in this whole? Yes. Okay,
I continue to say yes.
That's good.
My question is, I doubt every claim of truth. So
Well, I thought I was the irrational, skeptical one. Anyway,
the globe is the claim. The globe's the claim of truth.
So you claim that everything we say is irrational. Is that what you're saying?
I think all human thought is irrational.
Okay, well then just stop being a human then.
I can see how you, in your position with the kind of thoughts that you have, would think that. That's actually one of the only rational thoughts you might have come up with.
Yeah, so why are you listening to all the other people then? If you claim that every human's irrational, why are you listening to the other side about their irrationality?
You're assuming I'm listening to them.
Well, you are, because you're reading out of a book and claiming that it's true. Oh, you're reading off Wikipedia, should I say.
Okay, I didn't necessarily claim that I believe these things, but okay.
Well, that's what you're doing here then. You're arguing your point.
Infer this. And you can engage in the processes.
We're not talking about anything logical. We're talking about a measurement.
Of which you can do yourself, right? Of which you're trying to
explain the experiment, explain the observation that you were talking about, and tell us how to do it at home. Because you're arguing the point.
Right here.
Tell us how to do it.
The Vita experiment, you can do it from home.
Explain it.
You keep saying
torsion device.
Okay.
Including the building which is housed, the large balls of which is hung from the frame so they can be rotated by a pulley. Outside, figure 1, the convenience paper.
Oh my God!
Personally,
you're just reading your claim right now.
I mean, you can personally just bypass all this. You could probably just do it within a visual coder and do it virtually.
You could virtually do Cavendish without any physical objects being involved.
I can infer that you can. I have done.
Yeah, you can infer it all fucking day long, but it won't prove a goddamn thing.
I can infer that I'm a woman.
Professor test for dark matter in a galaxy using coding experiment.
Yeah, you can infer that shit too.
I can digitally be a woman.
Did that, so it actually did that. Equally, do you know why we use math in physics?
Do you know why we use math in physics? That was your question. Yeah. Do you know why we use math in physics? Yep. I mean, because when we utilize physics on Earth, it's functional. It works.
Hey, Tired, I could post you some pretty cool math and physics for Superman's flight capabilities.
I mean, cool.
Be nice.
It's logically possible.
Superman?
Is the reason why...
Wait, whoa. Are you telling me Superman exists?
Does
Superman exist?
Hold on. Yeah, give me an example of when humans, with actual physical proof, when have humans utilized physics in outer space? Do you have an example of that?
I mean, we used it to detect Neptune.
We didn't do shit. You didn't do it.
We literally found it.
We did.
Neptune by do that.
Who's we?
Please explain how they found Neptune. I want to know how much you know. Explain how they found Neptune.
Forget his name, but if you type in "finding Neptune."
No, you tell us. Tell us how they did it, because you're making another claim, so you should know what you're talking about.
No, he said we, so that we takes you out of the argument. You believe that someone else did it.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense logically. It's logically possible.
My God, you keep saying that, and then everything you say ends up being completely illogical. You give us papers you haven't read that you don't know anything about, that you say you can come to logical conclusions about the Earth from without even knowing what's in them. That's completely illogical.
Cool.
I'll click on the link.
That's not the basis of how I
All right, try
think
it.
the Earth is
Try it
flat.
out.
Okay.
I'll click on the link. I'm looking at it right now.
I don't even know why you think what you think, because every time we ask you, we get another nonsense reply.
Easy, because I don't make truth claims. I don't believe in having beliefs.
Okay.
So that's kind of why.
So discovery of Neptune was Gustav Ericsson.
That's a belief in itself, but okay.
Well, I doubt I even believe. I doubt
You know that.
Yeah, he doubts he believes
Hey,
what he
check
believes.
this out. He might or might not believe that people knew about Neptune long before modern astrophysicists.
Unlikely.
You know, there was a god called Neptune. I think it was a Roman god, right?
Sure, but
He's a Greek god, wasn't he?
Or was it Greek?
Roman.
Roman. I think it was Roman, but it doesn't.
Oh, it's Roman. Yeah.
All right, but they knew about that shit. They didn't have no fucking telescopes.
We don't know that Neptune exists because of the Romans. We know it exists.
They knew it. They knew it. You have to consider this, bro. You have to at least consider this, that they knew about Neptune before they actually found it. Or with telescopes.
The idea was that they used math to go do it.
Oh, so it was the idea the idea was that they used math.
It's literally in the paper. It's like the equation that I keep spewing out. Force is equal to G over M1, M2, R squared.
So the equations prove Neptune. The equations prove Neptune, not the actual visually seeing it. Because it's rare that you actually see Neptune from Earth. It's very rare.
The gold standard for science is you're going to find a thing, and then you find
talking about stuff that you've got no evidence of. So
the gold standard is about to say that the gold standard for science is basically an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that you have evidence for a thing, you conclude logically what that evidence says, and then
how did the people know that Neptune existed?
It was
before modern
the orbit
science?
of Uranus was irregular, and so that's a force.
How did they know about Uranus? They couldn't see that shit either.
Because they had
that
telescopes.
was a good one.
They had telescopes. They could look at it. Like, it's in the paper. They literally tell you how they did
Are you
it.
fucking serious? No,
They literally tell you how they did it. They literally tell you how you did it.
Yeah, do you not see a pattern? They literally tell you how they do everything, and it's all figurative bullshit. There's a story for everything, Tired.
Well, you said you don't make. You said you don't make truth claims. You don't make knowledge claims. You don't have beliefs. So, what orbit are you talking about? Now you have this belief, this truth claim that Uranus has some sort of a. Hold on, Helio. That has an orbit that orbits the sun, or what? What sort of orbit is it doing?
I don't know. It doesn't I imagine they said it was irregular, so I'm just going off what they said.
Okay.
If you're skeptical, you can research.
But you said you don't do beliefs, though, and now you're turning this into me being skeptical. Even though a minute ago you said you're the guy who doesn't do beliefs.
What they said.
But now you're just putting blind belief in a paper that you haven't even read.
I never claimed to believe what they said.
Well, what's the point then? What are you trying to put forward here?
I'm saying that there's a science here, and you're just being lazy.
Science, okay. What's the science then? Give us the science. You didn't read the paper. Aren't you being kind of lazy? Because you just say it's on the paper. You don't know what's in the paper. You haven't read the paper that you presented to us, but I'm being lazy, not reading the paper that you just gave to me. That is your citation that you haven't read. But I'm the lazy one.
Yeah, the flat earthers don't know shit about this, right?
I never said you didn't. But you could go
so you're gonna teach us about it and change our mind. Oh,
I might. Do you want me to? Do you want me to try?
Oh God!
Yeah. All right. Can you see Uranus? Can you see Uranus through a telescope?
The answer is yes.
Where? When? And where? Show me.
I mean, do you want to know right now? You can look up. You can look up where Uranus.
Just Google it, Helio.
Or even just Google it. No, but
Google his claim.
You'll never see Uranus through a telescope with whatever type of telescope you have. You'll never be able to see it.
Dude, just Google his claim. You're being lazy.
The
Google has
argument you're
claimed
making
for
is the argument for integrity, being that you just never done it before, therefore you can't. Which is
Did you just say reality? Did you just mention reality?
How do you know you can't for a fact?
Did you just mention reality?
How do you know you can't for a
Or
fact?
was you been talking about as
How do you know
non-reality?
you can't for a
Because
fact?
I know for a fact that you can't, because I know that people
You know that you can't
that
because
have
you can't
used
because you can't.
telescopes on Earth, optical telescopes.
But you
They
know it's because you
never
can't.
tried to find Uranus through a telescope because they can't fucking view it.
So they can't because they can't because they can't. That's a
Well,
infinite
show me
argument.
show me
That's
an optical,
circular.
show me an optical view of Uranus from an optical telescope on Earth. Show me one.
Show you one?
Yeah.
I mean, I can grab a photo for one next week if you want me to.
No,
next week.
It better be next week.
Why don't you get one now?
No.
Well, I mean, show me
Get
where
one now,
someone
have it
has
at my house.
captured it in the past. I don't give a fuck. Show me where someone has captured an optical image of Uranus. Or, well, I mean, I don't want to see Uranus, but I want to see Uranus from Earth with an optical telescope.
So, what is your empirical standard?
Oh, back to
I
this.
just told you what the fucking standard is.
I mean, you say show you, but like, how do you want me to show you
Uranus
something?
through an optical telescope from Earth. That's the standard.
How do you want me to do that?
What? Why do you care what our standard is? If you have an
Because-
observation, if you have some evidence, if you have something that you think proves something, don't worry about what we'll accept or not. Don't worry about catering to us. Just put your proof forward.
I mean, it's kind of important that
Saying,
you do.
all
because,
this shit exists, and you're just
I mean,
like,
it's kind of important that you do because it's very obvious that,
No,
like,
it doesn't
you're
matter
just
what we
unwilling.
think, dude. If
So-
you have some kind of proof
If
for
it doesn't
something,
matter what
it
you
doesn't
think,
matter
then why
what
am I
our
here?
opinion is. That's just
It
subjective.
doesn't matter
You're
what you
worried
think,
about.
then why it doesn't matter what you think, then why are you dying so hard to the Earth is flat? If it doesn't matter what you think,
We don't have
That's a
to- we
complete
don't
non
have to
sequitur to what I was
argue Earth
saying.
is
I
flat.
mean, you're
what we
arguing.
think-
It's obviously
what we think,
flat.
what any-
You're the one coming in here with saying that
So what is your empirical
because all
standard?
these planets exist.
Yeah,
and-
our empirical standard
seem to exist.
doesn't
I don't know if they
matter.
exist.
If you have something that meets empirical
You're full of
standards
shit,
that
man.
actually proves something, just show it to us. Don't worry about what we'll think or what we'll accept or not. Just put out your proof.
I mean, I can pull up a planet of your.
You know what I can do? I can take an optical telescope and look at Jupiter, and it looks fucking awesome.
I know you can. I think.
Okay, can you do it?
No,
with
you can,
Uranus?
I think.
Yep.
No, I know. I can do it with Saturn too. I can see Saturn. I can see fucking Jupiter. I can see Mars. I can even see Venus, but I can't see Uranus. Can't.
I mean, it sounds like a skill issue. It sounds like you should run some more tests on that.
Wait a minute. I think, mate, we need to run through some definitions. So you said no, and then you said I think in the same sentence. You said, I know you can because I think.
I didn't say I know because you think.
You
said
did, man.
I know I can because
I
I've
think.
done it. So anyway,
Is this like a voice chat bot? Like, this is just so
Yeah,
crazy.
It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
You're a weird
it
cat.
might as well be, I guess. You know.
Bop.
All right, but it'd be interesting to see if it's like they have these huge freaking optical telescopes on top of mountains in Hawaii and fucking California.
I live in Colorado, so like I.
All right, Colorado. So
go to the
you can
observatory.
go to the optical laboratory.
I think I can. Yeah.
All
I
right,
think.
cool. So
Do
can
you
they
think or you know you can?
I think. I don't know if it's open.
You think you know or you know you think?
I think. I'm not exactly 100% sure. I don't have certainty.
So then you think you know.
I think.
You think you think.
Yes.
You think that you think. Are you sure that you think? Maybe you need to think on it a bit longer.
You know you think? Or you think you
Giving
know?
empirical evidence I can't, so probably not, right?
Well, think you know is just thinking that you know, so you don't really need
if you're
empirical
claiming I
evidence
don't
about
think,
that.
if you're claiming that I don't think, then it's probably.
Well, you said you
because I don't
think you think, so if you think, then you're thinking. So.
I can't make a knowledge claim on whether or not I'm thinking or not.
You serious?
It's an infinite regress. I think because I think is not rational. So
Fuck,
I can't make a
man.
knowledge claim.
You're worse than I thought. So you don't know if you're thinking.
If you monitored your own thoughts, you would agree
Mate,
to
I'm
that statement
thinking
too.
right now. I think I have.
Yeah, if I monitor my own thoughts, it'll get to the point where I don't know that I have thoughts. I don't even know if I am thinking. Think about it for so long that I won't even know anymore if I'm actually thinking.
I mean, how do you know? How do you get out of the hard syllogism problem?
The what?
The hard syllogism problem. How do you get out of that?
I don't know. What's the problem?
Everything is regressing into your mind. How do you know that you're just not like demented and you're not like in imaginary land?
Oh, not another head in a vat, are we?
How do you know how do you get out of that?
Well, do we have to worry about that? We're just talking.
Yeah,
about
you do
shit.
kind of. Because like if you
We're
do,
just talking about
how do you know reality's reality?
Why does the conversation have to hit this level? Because we're just talking about something that should be readily observable and measurable and pretty much obvious to anybody who wanted to go and test it and verify it for themselves. And then the conversation has to end up in, how do you know you even actually think? How do you know you even actually exist? How do you know that anything is even real? It's just, why do we have to even
It's
know
always the same,
that?
isn't it?
I mean, you're
Stupid,
skeptical.
man.
You're skeptical of being skeptical. So like you know.
But it's not something that you should be that skeptical about because it should be pretty easily verifiable. You should be able to go to the beach, see a curved body of water. You don't,
How do you
and so then we
verify
go
your
into
living
this. Well,
experience is real?
how do we know that anything is even real? How do we know that anything even exists? Also, that you can cling to this ball story.
I mean, I'm not clinging to the ball story.
I know you're doing something else. But
so, like, how do you get out of that problem?
That's not a problem. I'm not worried about it.
I mean,
how do you get out of it?
I don't. I think you're all figments of my imagination.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead and think that. That sounds like a you problem.
At least I'm free to think. I think.
You think that you think.
I'm free to think. I think.
Oh, so you think.
Go ahead.
So, are we done here?
Well, I just thought. I heard somebody say there's a problem. What's the problem?
No, well, the problem is just that he's not sure if he even exists or if anything does. That's where it always seems to end up at the end of the day when the globe that they wanted so desperately doesn't seem to exist. Well, then nothing can.
I didn't say that I wanted the globe to exist. Now, did I?
I'm just analyzing the psychology. I'm not.
Yeah, you're psychoanalyzing me because you're being dishonest. But okay.
So tired. So there's no problem. So tired. Let me ask you this. So everything they say in the general standard about the globe is true.
How do you know it's true?
I'm asking you. How do you know it's true? I don't think it's true. I mean, that Earth is third rock from the sun.
I don't know if
that's
it's true. I do not know if it's true.
All right, so you don't know if it's true, but if it were true, we should be able to find out whether or not it's true.
If you're not figments of my imagination.
Oh man. We don't need to worry about that. This is just something we could directly measure. You can worry about whether the whole reality itself is a figment of your imagination after.
Of his fucking imagination.
It's not at that level of unknowability, okay? It's just something that you could go down to a body of water and directly observe or measure. You're claiming, well, I don't really know if it is a globe, but let me ask you this. Do you know that it's not flat?
Okay, well, can I ask you a question? Can you rule this out logically?
Can you quickly answer that question?
Do you answer mine? Can you work this out logically?
Why are we shifting to yours straight away before you've answered mine?
Yeah,
I want to ask mine first.
You want to ask yours first?
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, I'm going to ask mine first. Do you know it's not flat?
I don't know.
Yeah, but what is it? What
Okay.
is it? What is it?
Yeah,
What is
Earth.
What is
It's
that?
it. What is
So
it?
for Earth,
I'm not
you
even sure.
don't know.
I'm not even
You
sure
don't-
any of this is even real. So like,
okay, you're not sure if reality is even real, but
So
as far as
since
Earth
you've been
goes,
debunked about the dumbass globe, now you're questioning whether reality is real. That's
that
pretty
doesn't-
much what he's getting
not
at.
how that works at all. That's not how I think I put myself together at all. As I understand it,
Well, then
the way
why
I
are you
was,
asking these dumbass questions then? then?
Because I'm trying to get to truth. You guys seem to know what truth is.
No, I
Asking
don't
questions
know.
is how
I don't
you-
know shit about.
Well, we're working on it.
But I do.
So
I
if
do
I
live
don't
on Earth.
know,
I know that I live in
If-
reality, and the Earth that I live on.
if
is
I don't know and
not
you
what
don't
they
know,
told me it is.
if I don't know and you don't know, how do we put our brains together?
No. All right. Our brains can come together with this logical truth that Earth, the same place that we both live on, is real.
How do I know you live on Earth? I never met you.
Where else could he be possibly coming from? Have you ever met anybody that didn't live on Earth? Have you ever met anyone who didn't?
Everybody else in this
I don't
room.
know.
Yeah,
How do
Have
you?
Have you ever met anyone who didn't live on Earth?
That's
And
an
to
argument
be
of
honest,
integribility.
anybody in
No,
this room
I'm asking
that,
if you've
that
ever
is
met-
speaking that thinks they don't live on Earth, then fuck off.
So
Yeah, but have you, sir, ever met anyone who didn't live on Earth?
I met people who claim that.
They've claimed that they don't live on Earth? From
Yeah.
where? Where were they speaking to you from when they said that?
Claimed it.
They claimed it. Well, where were they? How were you speaking to them?
They were-
How were you speaking to them?
I guess
in
they were on
person?
Earth when they said that. Yeah. I mean, they also did one on the phone. They did it over Discord.
Over Discord. So they were using Discord from somewhere that wasn't the Earth, they claimed?
I mean, if it's in space, it's possible.
Somebody was in space using Discord, possibly?
Yeah, that can work.
That can work. Who was that?
Work
Who claims that they did that from space?
I'm just saying. Well, I'm giving a suggestion. I don't know if there's from space, but they claimed it over Discord.
They claimed
That's
over
my claim.
Discord that they were in space. And did you have
I-
any reason to accept that claim? Did they give you any
I
evidence?
Don't have reason. I'm agnostic. I don't.
Do you have reason to
I'm
believe that
agnostic.
anybody is in space using Discord?
I'm agnostic. I don't believe the claim one way or the other.
Okay, so you have no verifiable evidence of anybody existing or doing anything from
I still
anywhere
don't know
that
what
isn't
your
the Earth.
evidence- I don't know what your
Right?
standard evidence even is. I'm agnostic. I don't make knowledge claims.
Okay, you don't make knowledge claims. You don't even know if anything is real. You don't even know if you're thinking.
I'm here for the sake of the argument. That's what his argument is. Just like the only reason I want to be here is just to argue because I don't make claims about anything.
Well, he made a lot of knowledge claims in the chat. You know, he said things like the Earth cannot be flat.
Look what he just said.
When I say
Dude, he's
that-
been here fucking for over an hour, just saying absolutely nothing to benefit the conversation.
You said that it can't be flat due to sounds and sound vibrations.
I said
That was
it's
one of the claims
unlikely.
that you made.
I said it's evidence against it.
It's evidence against it. So sound vibrations are evidence against Earth being flat.
If the Earth itself is making sounds, then yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay. So if the Earth makes sounds, then it cannot be a flat plane.
Yeah, Earth has
Oh.
a vibration. We can
Well,
start
if it's
there.
spinning, that was the point.
Maybe we can get somewhere.
So you can hear it spinning, is what you're claiming.
Yes.
Okay, so you heard sounds and you knew that those sounds were the spin.
I think I heard claims, but yes.
You heard claims. Now it's come down to claims. You didn't hear the sounds, but you heard claims about
Well,
sounds.
the audio file, can be like grabbed off the internet, right?
There's an audio file. Okay, so you got an
It's the internet,
unverifiable. Okay, so you got an unverifiable audio file, right? That somebody claims is the sound of the Earth spinning.
I mean, if you want to get into it, all truth claims go into rationality, so that's why I don't.
This is why you keep asking me what my empirical standards are, because you
Yeah.
have none.
I
You
mean-
want me to lower mine to yours, which are none, so that you can say stuff like this, and it'll
He
fly.
doesn't have a standard at all. He's
That's
just
not-
making shit up. It's like what I hear you doing is make shit up off the top of your head, and you're not even good at it. So
My standard is
either stick
APRI.
around or fuck off, just like I said earlier.
My empirical standard is APRI and Bayesian reasoning. Well, Bayesian reasoning.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Well,
I can.
it looks in
Like I
practice
said,
the empirical standard is
because you
just
have
no
nothing
standard
to
at all. It's no standard
So
at all
did I
because you put
say?
forward an unverifiable audio clip from the internet which somebody claimed was the sound of the Earth spinning. What are we supposed to do with that? It's not empirical at all.
Do you know what a priori and Bayesian reasoning is?
I'm not spiraling at all. This guy's fucking spiraling. He really has no idea what he's talking about.
Do you know what a priori is?
Making shit up.
Heretic.
Or he's just like
Heretic.
trying to. He's got like the
Heretic.
trickery thing. Why don't you actually, Tired? Why don't you actually come in here with whatever it is that you're trying to talk about
right now? Yes, we get these sort of side lectures all the time. If you're trying to go through a list of buzzwords until you find a gotcha,
it's not a buzzword.
Don't bother.
I don't want gotchas.
Yeah,
I don't like gotchas
because you don't make claims. You don't believe anything you say. Okay.
I don't
so
think it
don't try to get all high and mighty, buddy.
I'm not. I really don't think it matters whether or not what I believe, as long as truth is, truth, right? So
yeah. Okay. So let those who want to seek truth, and you go work on your scales, because this pseudoscience, pseudo-intellectual gobbledygook nonsense is getting old, dude.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, everything you say that's a proof for the earth is an assumption you say yourself. A deduction, assumption, something that's logical. You say it's logical when it's completely illogical. So, dude, let those who want to find the truth find it. You said you wanted to know, so just cool your jets, bro.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out what's the standard for truth everyone is using. So, hence the whole empirical standard thing.
Tired. Everybody else here is giving you energy, including me.
Well, yeah, Tired. Listen. At the end of every argument, at the end of anything, any point anyone could make,
making arguments because no one's claimed I made an argument.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. No matter what point anyone made, or what realization you made by a point that someone else made, at the end of the day, you can just say, but what if we're brains in jars on a shelf? So it doesn't matter. I mean, I appreciate your presence. Your scales were all right. But this gobbledygook you're spewing, you even know it's all assumptions. Yeah. So just
exactly what you were saying, but you were just waiting. You were waiting for us to respond to your gobbledygook, just like
Haas, did you hear that? They don't even rise to the level of assumption because he doesn't even know that they're even assumptions. Doesn't even know
I just remember him beginning a few sentences with "assume" and "I'm assuming." So I mean. Yeah,
but he doesn't even know that he's assuming, though. He's not even sure about that much.
Well, I don't assume, but they claim to assume.
The whole cabin thing really got me. But, dude, if you're going to sit here and say, I don't make claims, I don't know claims, and then say Chile and Cavendish and Eratosthenes and Chile, and it's just nonsense. You get that right.
Well, not necessarily, because how do you know when they're wrong?
What are you talking about?
How do you know that
you don't even know? You're not even claiming they're right.
Well, I don't claim so because I don't know when.
Hey, so wrong. There you go. So if you want to just ramble around and say this guy, that guy, this guy, maybe this, that, I don't know. That's fine. But just realize some people were actually able to unbrainwash themselves from the whole story. I know it's hard to believe
something about Cavendish and the argument. At the very least, you might know something about it, and once you know something and you've heard the arguments back and forth, you can you come to your own conclusions. After you've listened to the discussion, and you don't have to have a pompous attitude against, flat Earth or globe Earth, either side.
I don't intend any disrespect with the way I'm acting. That is not my
stop
intention.
acting. Dude, you've been running around chasing your own tail, talking about all these things. Anytime anyone asks you about anything that you said that is supposedly some sort of proof of you don't tell us, then you tell us, well, I don't believe what they're saying, and I don't even know what they're saying, or if they're right.
Yeah.
So, well, dude, so listen, this was fine for this episode. I'm not telling you to leave, but maybe next time, if you actually care about this, I mean, if you want to just keep chanting all that bullshit.
It's not chanting.
Yes.
We can tell. Dude, we've been doing this for years. We know what you're about. We know.
I mean, are you doing it on purpose, or are you just sort of in this, yeah, I get it. When, you go off to university and get your sweaters and your books and you sit under that desk with the lamp, yeah, you feel like it's $1 million. And that's an apple pie. And the universe lasts forever.
I'm not that guy. I'm tired. I'm just tired.
But look, if you're chanting this stuff out of like enthusiasm for whatever, youth, so be it. But if you're doing this to try and sow seeds of doubt, you're pissing into the wind.
I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything.
If you switch the I and the R, you know what it says? Tried. I tried.
I don't recall claiming that I tried.
Nah,
it was a joke, dude.
No, you definitely did. You tried, but you failed.
What did I try?
You actually did claim that a few times. You did say things in the chat like, I tried to explain this or that, and tried is right.
I noticed it right away. The tired and tried. I noticed it right away when he first jumped in. That's right.
I didn't know that was not me and someone else.
No.
Someone else on your account, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, geez. I guess I don't know that. How can I know?
Yeah, Heretic and me fucking noticed you right
I mean, you can work it out logically, right?
I can work it out logically that, yeah, you could be a group of different people using the same Discord account.
But to be honest, why would we argue with somebody that tried to just...
Why would it be? I don't know.
An obfuscator the entire fucking time. Why would you just waste any more time with this obfuscator?
Well, if I'm obfuscating, then I apologize.
You are. No, you're not. You can't apologize for obfuscating. That's not even... You know what obfuscation means?
Nope.
Okay, well, then look it up, bitch. It's on.
So I'm going to leave, and I apologize.
It's all good. You don't have to apologize. Everything's fine.
You don't have to apologize. Oh, man. I thought he was going to play out with the scale.
Nah, there's no reason.
Did he bounce or did you disconnect him?
No, I didn't touch a thing.
I'm out of here.
Okay. He left because, dude, we all roasted his ass like freaking step by step.
But that was just so bizarre, dude. Like, he just kept putting things forward he didn't know anything about, didn't read the paper, had no clue, couldn't even describe it, couldn't begin to tell us what was in it.
For that motherfucker, bullshit. No.
And then when we didn't know what was in his paper that he put forth as his evidence that he didn't read, we were the lazy ones.
I don't fucking feel sorry for that bitch. Hell no.
That was so strange.
Strange when you're a stranger.
Yeah, I just dropped in halfway in, so think how strange it was for me. I didn't even read the prequels or shit. I did see them in the chat, though.
Well, I was talking to that guy earlier today in another server. I got him into this server, actually, because he was saying a lot of wild stuff over there. Like, he said, prove to me that the Earth is flat without visual evidence. And I was like, what do you want me to do? Smell it for you? Like, what are you talking about? And then he went into, yeah, I can hear it. He said, I can hear it, and that's what we just talked about here.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, dude, I love it. I mean, I'm I welcome that type of conversation because it exposes their ignorance.
Oh, he's back.
All right,
I was gonna say, play yourself out with a scale at least if you were gonna leave.
That's why I left, so I can go play guitar. I didn't want to interrupt.
That's cool. Yeah, playing guitar is a good thing.
So, I'm interested with this line of thinking, though. I'm interested with this line of thinking, though. Don't you think it is?
Hey, tired.
Well, let him get his question out.
Oh, I'm curious. You're doubting people's epistemology based off their ability to ground things into empiricism.
All right, tired. Let's stop the bullshit.
Well, I'm curious.
Let's get real.
I'm being serious. Why are you skeptical?
Oh, because nobody can measure a curve or a ball anywhere, so I'm just skeptical that there is one. That's all. Pretty simple.
That is a argument of integrality, and you just reversed it, but for your worldview.
No.
Oh, really?
It's not an argument.
It's not an argument from incredulity. I've asked them for the measurement, right? I'm open to the measurement. I'm waiting for the measurement, right? But none seems to be provided. And when I go and observe it myself, no curve is observed, right?
So I don't think a curve is possible.
Why would you think that we as individuals would just say this from an argument from incredulity? I mean, that would be, why would you say that from all the people that are here talking to you? Like, you're the only one that knows that. No, which person are you asking?
I'm asking Heretic for one, and it seems that he doesn't have a way to disprove it definitively, which is kind of
disprove what?
Anything really. Really doesn't matter what the subject matter is. I'm just curious.
Well, I mean,
that's why I want to know.
You're the guy who doesn't even know if he's real. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This motherfucker's you don't even know what he's talking about.
That's not self-defeating.
No, it's not self-defeating. I mean, but you. Hey,
so
check this
why is
out,
that a critique?
Check this out. Calm down, everyone.
Well, I mean, how am I supposed to prove anything definitively to somebody who doesn't know if anything is even real?
Because I can grant possibilities to it.
Okay, you can grant possibilities. Can you grant the possibility that water is just level and flat as it appears?
Well, duh.
Okay, well, fine.
So my question to you is, where do we go from here?
I don't know. Where do you want to go?
Where we can go from here.
The thing about, as I understand it, the way science works is that when you don't know something, that's time for research, right?
But you can't do science in Discord. We can talk about it.
Yeah, hold on, dude. The largest myth in the history of mankind has only been debunked within this decade. Relax.
I mean,
no need to do anything.
How are you measuring debunked?
Excuse me? Well,
what is the method?
What is the claim of the Earth's size?
Now it's non-Euclidean, so
no. Dude,
it's like
it's non-Euclidean.
He said measuring debunked. That's okay. Measuring debunked. You said, can we do measuring debunked? That's what he said. That's okay.
Sure. How do you do that?
Dude, the world
don't have to.
You don't have to measure the Earth to debunk it?
No.
That's not spherical? How?
No, because Earth is Earth.
No, you have to measure curvature to confirm that the sphere exists.
If the Earth was a sphere, which it's not.
I don't know if I grant that.
What do you mean? Okay, listen, dude. They gave a specific size for the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's grant that.
What do you mean? Let's grant that. What does that even mean?
Because I don't know it. So.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if you know it. It's a lot smaller. Anyways.
Well, it might.
Listen, they're dealing with the
numbers. Right. Go ahead, old Hoss.
They're dealing with the ball. They're dealing with a ball that they claim is a 3959 spheroid. Right?
I believe so.
Okay. You've seen the pictures. You've seen the globe. How much of the Earth's surface do they say is covered by water? Let's see how much you paid attention.
No. It's like
okay, well, that's fine. They're always they're given a number from 70 to 74 to 72. So if the majority of the Earth were covered in water, okay, what would that water be doing?
I don't know.
Well, if the Earth is a sphere, what would that water have to be doing?
I don't know.
Do you know what a sphere is?
Let's say yes.
Have you ever held a basketball?
Let's say yes.
Okay. What is that leather doing on that basketball?
What do you mean?
Well, when you're holding it in your hand and you're looking at it, what's going on?
What do you mean?
Well, is the basketball round?
I think by definition of a sphere.
Okay,
sure.
The basketball is a sphere. So what is the main characteristic of a sphere?
The shape.
What about the shape?
I mean, it's going to regress into circularity, but it's spherical, right?
Yeah, the surface is doing what? Is the surface flat or is the surface curving?
Did he say circularity?
Yeah, whatever. But just hold on. I'm trying. He's almost there. Is the basketball, is the leather flat or is it curved?
It's curved.
Okay, so they're claiming the Earth is a sphere. So what is the main characteristic of this water ball then? You just told me with the basketball, so replace the leather with water now.
I guess the shape, Okay,
what about the shape? We'll do it step by step again.
It's a sphere, so now it makes sense why you're looking for the curve. Sure.
I'm asking, yes. Whoa, but ding, 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 ding. Because they claim it's a sphere.
It feels like we're making a chocolate
I'm almost
bar
there with
here.
you, dude. Tired. Water. Water. Are you aware of what water is?
I think.
Okay.
Probably maybe water.
Ever been to a swimming pool?
Maybe Cocoa Puffs. Chocolate. Let's start from step one. Let's go from step one.
Do you mind formalizing the argument?
He knows where this goes. Here's the thing,
I know.
dude.
That's why I'm calling bullshit because he already knows.
It's just we know the story they told us.
He's an actor on the play. It's just like
yeah, it's good.
Die.
It's good though. It's good though that this is his last resort to play.
Well, can you tell me
so what's the second stage? It's just like you going through that old house.
Do you mind telling
that
me the
was
argument?
fucking awesome. It was just like walking step down, step. It was like everybody was patient, listening to not your bullshit, but his bullshit.
If I may ask.
Yeah, I want to play to get along. I want to, play along to get along. Nigga, we ain't fucking. We don't get.
You're borderline speaking
buy
his
your
language right
bullshit,
now.
bro. I ain't buying his nonsense.
What is the argument formally?
My argument is I ain't buying your bullshit, bro. I don't think you're real. I don't think you really want to learn a goddamn thing about the flat earth. I think you're just fucking filling us full of nonsense and wasting our time.
If I may ask again, what is the formalized argument?
That's the reason that I think you're wasting our time, because you're a fucking idiot wasting our time.
What do you think about his guitar, Ilya?
If I may ask, what is the argument?
Regresses into circularity.
What is the?
Okay,
Actually, I have the
if
same
you guys
question.
want to
Yeah,
fucking
what
play
is
with
the
this
argument?
idiot, go ahead and play with
he's
him
got,
again.
he's got another question.
So the shape of the Earth is spherical. Water does what?
It would have to curve.
How so? Like
just like the basketball.
Well, the water is on the
So-
surface of the ball, and the surface of the ball is curved, right? So the water must curve around it if it's staying on the surface of the ball, right?
I question the empirical standard for that. How
Well,
do you know that?
That's just what would happen on a ball. Where
Look how it started over.
Right? Well, he knows what a ball is. He knows what a ball is.
Haas,
right?
man, you see how it started over? You see how it started over? The rebound? You see that?
So, are you looking for the circumference of the
No,
sphere?
I'm not talking
No,
to
no,
you.
no.
I'm talking to Haas.
No, we're just talking about the shape of a sphere.
Oh, basketball.
Yeah.
I got it.
Started over. It's the rebound.
It just started over, yeah.
Started
Some
over.
sort of weird,
No.
like.
Oh, I thought you were making a
probably-
basketball reference, but yeah.
Telling you, bro,
Popularity, right?
that's what this idiot is here for. That to waste
Well, here's the
everyone's
thing.
time.
He just asked. He goes. I question the empiricism of this claim. Well, no shit. That's the whole point. They
Yeah, and I
claim
told
it's
you,
a water ball.
motherfuckers, that's what he was gonna do before this started.
But what he was saying that he questioned is that a ball with the surface being mostly water would have curved water on it. That's the part that he questioned.
And then you guys said, "Did you ban him?" And I said, "No, I didn't ban him. He left for a minute, then came back in, and then the shit started. And now, watch, it's going to happen again. Now he's got Bong talking to him. It's going to happen again. It's the same fucking cycle. Don't
Dude,
do
that
it. Don't
sounds like
let
a
him
mouse
do
and
it.
chainsaw on
Don't
that.
fucking let him do it.
Okay,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna
but-
ban him. Y'all motherfuckers
ban
can go
him.
through the fucking same cycle.
Okay, but right now, flat earthers are spiraling, so let's cut it out.
Yeah, you're right. That's what he doubted, that a water ball would have curved water.
Y'all motherfuckers better recognize these assholes. Dude, I recognize it every day.
Okay.
Well, he's
So
made it
you
clear.
better recognize when that shit is happening to you.
Yeah, we recognize that he's whatever, but
Can I ask a question?
I mean, it's fun to play, but you
I don't
know,
know. Can you?
How do you
I don't know.
test the
Sometimes you
curve?
can, but I mean,
How do you test the
You
curve?
may.
he's got a good
What?
question. How do you test a curve? Do you want to help him with that, or should we just rant about him?
Please, Benedict.
go ahead. I'm done ranting. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, how do we test a curve? Well, I think you would measure
I
drop
don't
over
know.
distance,
Like how?
right? You don't know?
Well, that wouldn't necessarily follow. How
No?
do we test? Like it would fall. Like we would have to measure the circumference of the planet, right? Because it's a vector of pi.
No. You wouldn't have to go
Yeah.
all the way around to see if the thing is curving.
You measure an arc segment, right? And then you would try to
So-
calculate the overall circumference from that. You get a bunch of those arc segments, right? And you figure out, okay, this thing seems to be curving everywhere at roughly this rate. It must be a ball of this size, right? That's the kind of thing you would do.
So can we get that in equations? Like imagine, would that be? We would like use that for trig? Like we could do like a sine cosine thing.
Has this guy ever seen the Earth curve calculators? Are you privy to those? Tired.
I never seen one of those. No.
Well, they tell you what the Earth is.
How do we know they're correct?
We are pretty sure that they're not, because the Earth doesn't match the claim of the Earth calculators or the Earth curve calculators.
So what would it be? How do they work? What is like the science behind those, if any?
Well, they're just going to give you the expected rate of drop off, and they'll factor in a few other details like your observer height and stuff, and they'll tell you how much of an object in the distance you should see, how much of it should be blocked by the curve, where the horizon should be, stuff like that. They'll give you those sorts of things, right? And then when we
How
go
are they
out,
calculating that?
so you want the equations that they're using to calculate that stuff with?
I mean, ideally.
Like, there's a bunch of different equations. Are you sure those are going to help you right now? I mean, there's like the distance to the horizon.
I find it a little hypocritical that you're going through this and you're not telling me how they know what they think they know, and you're telling me how you. It just. Do we have how are they making their claims? Do you know how they're doing it?
How are they making their claims? Well,
yes,
they're assuming it to start with.
How do you know you're assuming it?
They just assume that there's a sphere to measure in the first place. That's never.
Do you know
What's
that they're
that?
assuming it? Do they tell you you're assuming that, and thus you know, or are they making you knowledge?
Well, when you look into where the claims come from, it always starts with them simply just assuming the globe in the first place, and then looking for some sort of a way. Why? No, I don't know. I'm not going to divine their motives. I have no clue why this started allegedly thousands of years ago. People decided it's a sphere, and since it's a sphere, that means the sun has to be this size, and it's got to be roughly this far, or infinitely far, or whatever they said, right? The light must be parallel. Therefore, the shadows are telling me that there's this much curve on the Earth. I don't know why they decided to do that, but that's kind of where the claim came from. And
sounds like
so
you got some homework to do then, huh?
I do? What part did I miss?
It sounds like you're claiming something that you're actively claiming that you don't know what the people that you're arguing against think.
Oh no, I just don't really care about what their motives were. All I really care about is what's the claim? Listen. I don't care really about what their motives are. It's not what I'm talking about. It's not what I'm about.
We're talking epistemology. How do the globe truthers make these claims? How do you know?
Yeah, what are they substantiated by? Well, that's what we're asking. That's why we've been asking you that question all this time. Is where did they get these dimensions? Right?
You truly don't know, then, right?
No, it's pretty clear that they just assumed it. That they're begging the question. That it's just made up. It didn't come from anywhere in reality.
And how are you measuring that these people? Is it just like people you run into, or?
Oh, brother.
People that we run into, it's people on this server that we run into, Globers that come in here and try to defend their ideology, or it's just in textbooks. It's the stuff that's written about, right, that we're given trying to argue this globe to us, right?
Okay.
So it comes down to basically sticks and shadows from the ancient Greeks. That's pretty much the beginning of it. And there's a bunch of different stuff from there. I mean, there's measuring angles to the horizon. There's different ways that they try to do it, right? But none of it actually directly equals a curve or a globe, right? That part is never actually confirmed. It's always just assumed, and then it's inferred from these other sorts of things that they do.
So what I'm hearing is that I think what I'm hearing is that you're claiming, well, I guess kind of demonstrating, is that these people just come in, say whatever, and you don't even have a reason to even grant the presuppositions behind those ideas, right?
Yeah, we don't. We don't have a reason to grant those presuppositions because they're exactly that. That's right. They have never confirmed it in the first place. They just assume if it's a globe and this is like that and the sun is like this and whatever, then we'll get the shadow angles that we have here and then we'll calculate the size of it, right? But they don't know that the shadows are diverging the way they do because it is a globe and because the sun is where they assumed it is. They just assumed all of that, right? See what I mean? They never actually confirmed the premise in the first place that the Earth's really a ball. It was always just assumed, and then they look for something indirect to infer it from.
So how do you contend with the fact it sounds like, so obviously let's take this metaphysics. It sounds like
well, you said contend with the fact, and then you said metaphysics.
Well, look.
Well, I'm asking, how do you contend with, like, let's take this like philosophy, science / metaphysics. People don't have privileged status to reality, and so there has to be some presuppositionary knowledge to metaphysics to even begin to test metaphysics. We see this acknowledged sides. Like, we can go down the whole reasoning. It's like you have to presuppose a god in order to like even go about metaphysics. I know a lot of Christians like that one.
But bro, it shouldn't be that convoluted. You're going a little bit too deep on this because we're literally just talking about a shape, right? And their claim about how they came to the knowledge of that shape is fairly simple, right? It should be testable and repeatable.
Humans.
Dude, it's geometry, and you're drifting off into metaphysics.
Well, that's inevitably where it has to go. We have to talk about
not really.
No, it doesn't have to. Maybe everyone's already gone there.
It's just geometry. We don't need to go into metaphysics, right? To do geometry and to work out shapes, right? We don't need to.
The planet and space.
What planet? See, this is the problem, right? This is the problem.
Planet.
You're presupposing planet.
The Earth is.
Do you acknowledge that you're presupposing that Earth is a planet?
I mean, I just use planet as a stand-in.
Yeah, that's what everybody calls it. But
as a stand-in for what?
That's what
water ball.
That's what we stand on, right? Allegedly.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I keep saying that the globe is just presupposed, it's just imagined and assumed, and this is another example of it. Like, even in our language, right? You're saying it right now, planet, you're just presupposing and imagining this thing that when we try to figure out how do we know that it's this thing, nobody knows. I mean, you came here, I thought, to argue that that's what it is, right? And that's not what's ended up happening, right? And nobody knows, right? Nobody has the answer. Nobody does. And that's why I'm saying the things to you that I am, because we have this Discord server to try to get the answer. And every single Glober that comes through, nobody ever has it, right?
So, granting all that, what would be a good empirical standard moving forward? Because you say the curvature of the planet, but that just, to me, if you're talking geometry, you're just measuring the circumference of the planet at that point, which is not going to be sufficient.
Planet. You see, again, what planet? We don't know that there's a planet to measure a circumference of.
Well, it will just follow inevitably. Like, it's an if statement. If it is the case, then Y, then B, thus concluding C. It's an if. And so you're the
a spheroid curves. That's not an if.
Hold on. That is an if. That is
no, it's not.
It's a predictive model. It's an if.
If sphere of radius of 3959 miles.
Whoa. You're talking about the globe now. A basketball in your hand. Is that an if? If that's a sphere?
If spheres exist, we can calculate.
No. Is the basketball in your hand, is it if it's a sphere?
I mean, we already ran down this line of thinking.
We're going back to the basketball. This is a different line of thought.
Well, it's
the basketball. Listen, simple. The basketball that you hold in your hand. Is it Is it still an if it's a sphere, or it's a sphere?
I'm gonna say if, but let's grant it.
Personally, what do you mean? Personally, you're gonna say if. So you're just gonna say something nonsensical just to save your ass.
It's not nonsensical.
It is nonsensical.
It's not nonsensical.
Because look, this
can you measure a basketball?
Hold on.
Yes.
After all of everything we've been through, all that bullshit we've been talking about for hours, tired, man. Come on, man.
Well, I'm trying.
They gave us a number. Hold on. Do you agree with the heliocentric model? Earth is third rock from the sun, 24,901 miles in circumference.
I don't know shit.
Around the sun.
I don't know shit. I'm trying to understand what's a good empirical standard.
Yeah, we can tell you don't know shit.
So exactly. What is a good empirical standard?
But look, here.
How
This
do
is
you
the
measure the curvature of the Earth?
Right.
If you can't acknowledge a basketball is a sphere, you can't enter into the conversation.
See, this is the question that we have.
It's just like,
hold on.
This is the question that we have. It's this or that.
Hold on. This is the question that we have. You're asking our question, right? How do we measure this, right? This is what we ask Globers day in and day out. We're waiting for the measurement. We're waiting for the method. Nobody has ever brought a method for actually directly confirming that there's any curvature. And when we go to test and check for it ourselves, we don't find or observe or measure any, right? So exactly how, what curvature, what are we even measuring for?
So how do you measure the curvature of a sphere?
You can measure it directly with a drop over distance
What's the
using a
equation for
straight
the sphere?
edge.
What is
Sorry?
the equation? How do you measure the curvature of a sphere? How do you do
So
that
you measure-
mathematically?
How do you do it mathematically?
Measure the
You
curvature.
would do it in the real world with direct measurements.
What is the equation for that?
What I'm not going to start just by using an equation on a piece of paper. I'm going to go and directly try to measure something.
How do you go about that?
Right? It's like if I'm going to measure my height,
What's
I'm
your
not going to
method?
just start with an equation, right?
Well,
I'm just going
I
to take
think-
a tape measure, right, and compare it to me.
So, well, if a basketball is a sphere and we can measure the curvature
Okay,
of the
look,
sphere,
this is what I wanted
could
to
we
say,
not
though.
do the
This
same
is the
thing
thing
for
I
a
wanted
planet?
to say, right? With basketball being a
we all
sphere,
agree
right?
with that, right?
With a basketball
so how
being a
do we
sphere.
measure the curvature of
Hey,
the sphere?
can we just get back to Old Hoss? Old Hoss?
No, heretics got him, but
all right, in heretic, whatever.
There's one thing I want to say about
here's
this
the thing.
basketball.
Are you now
I don't
acknowledging
want
that a
this to
basketball is
turn
a sphere?
into a shit show. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, dude. Hey, Tired. Are you now acknowledging that a basketball is a sphere?
For the time being, yes.
For the time being. Okay, for this time being, you're here in reality with us. A basketball is indeed a sphere. You would be able to measure that it's curving. They claim the Earth is a sphere.
How do you measure the curvature of a sphere?
Big basketball.
How do you measure the curvature of a basketball?
Weren't you the one lecturing on pi a while ago?
Yeah, but look, here's the deal with the basketball. This is the important thing that I've been trying to say to you, right? With the basketball, before you even begin measuring its dimensions, its size, right? You already know that there's a basketball because you saw it in the first place. You've already confirmed the shape. You know the basketball's there. You know that you have a ball to measure the curvature of, right? Understand?
None of this answers my question.
You track with
about
me,
how
though.
you measure the curvature of a sphere. How do we do that? I want to know how to do that so I can try to apply it to the Earth and see if it still works.
Okay, I'm telling you then to measure drop over distance. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Take a straight edge, try a laser. That's probably the best way to do it because a big, long, like metal straight edge or something like that probably isn't going to work. So just do it with a laser. Try to measure a drop over distance.
Measurement of a sphere is done on a piece of paper.
But there's a problem though. This is what I was trying to get at with the basketball thing. This is what I was trying to get at with the basketball thing. We don't know, in the case of the Earth, that there's a sphere to actually measure.
Yes.
Right? That hasn't even been confirmed in the first place. So it's always begging the question.
Do you grant that if it was possible to measure that curvature, then it would follow that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
Would that be evidence?
That's the whole point.
Okay.
If there was
how do you
evidence,
measure the curvature of a sphere?
All right. So
Do you
how
do the
would you
equation for
find out if Earth is the sphere that they told us it is? 24,901 miles in circumference.
Well, we grant, everyone here grants that, like, if it were possible to measure the curvature of, let's say, the metaphorical Earth, then it would logically follow that the Earth is a sphere, right? We all grant that.
So, but the reason that they gave us that number is because it's the third rock from the sun. In the solar
Let's ignore all
system.
that. Let's ignore all that. Let's just focus on.
Well, let's not. Let's not, because if you're going to bring up gravity, you're going to have to consider.
I'm not
that.
bringing up gravity. I don't tend to prove anything over this talk show. I'm just trying to figure out
So we're all on Earth, but they gave us these measurements, and they have to be considered. So if you say don't consider that, then you're just wrong.
Empirical.
Yes. All right, empirical standard, which is 24,901. Let's go over it.
Grant. So 24,901, right?
Yep. And miles.
And miles. Cool.
Yeah, well, I can post while you guys are talking about this. I can post all kinds of fucking.
Is that including the exosphere or ionosphere?
No, this is just direct measurements across Earth.
How is that? How is Earth measured? Is it like considering the atmosphere? Is it just like
no, the
water,
Earth,
or is it like,
that 24901 measurement didn't come from direct measurements of Earth.
okay,
That didn't come from direct measurements.
I'm asking about method, right? I'm asking about method. How
did they come up with that measurement?
How do we go about that?
No, I'm asking, do you know how they came up with that measurement?
No, but I'm interested in like
it's not
how
a measurement at all. It was a calculation.
How should we go about that?
How should we prove that the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference?
Yeah, how do we go
in relation to the solar system?
How do we go about that? Yeah.
No, we shouldn't and shouldn't consider the Earth to be a sphere in the solar system at all.
Well,
it's because it's not.
Well, you're saying you should.
I know how they did. I know how they came up with the calculation, but I just don't. I don't think it should be considered as something that's real.
So, okay, let's say it's not real. Let's just do this for the sake.
I know it's not real.
Okay, cool. How?
So you want to know how they think it's real?
Well, not even that. I want to know how to like maybe even recreate
No,
it.
you don't even want to know how the people that are lying to us about this Earth. You don't even want to know how they came up with these stupid calculations about our third rock from the sun's shape of the solar system and all. You don't want to know anything. What do you want to fucking know? Or what do you want to know? Friggin', come on, Tried.
Respectfully,
you're trying.
Lying, right?
I'm going to change your name to Trying, but you're not even trying to understand the real fucking shit, bro.
How should we go about testing this? And
testing it from Earth?
Yeah, how should we go about testing it, disproving it?
Disproving what?
That the Earth is not spherical, I guess.
Go make an observation for yourself. If the Earth were curving, okay, if the Earth were the ball it were,
not getting me where I need to go.
You're asking me a question.
And that's not nuanced enough for me, unfortunately. I'm looking.
What do you mean nuanced enough for you?
I'm looking for
nuanced.
So you just want some gobbledygook.
No, I'm looking for method.
Well, why do you want nuance then?
Because method is going to teach us the way of how we can do this.
You cut me off after 2 words. Would you like me to explain something to you?
Please.
If the Earth were a spheroid, okay? Things go bye-bye eventually around the sphere. If an ant were walking on a basketball, eventually that ant would go bye-bye over the edge of the sphere, correct?
Sure.
If an ant were if you're holding a basketball and an ant were walking on the basketball, would it eventually go as it's walking around? Would you lose sight of the ant?
Well, how do we? Let's grant that to be true.
Is that nuanced enough for you? I mean, what is this grant that bullshit? Just listen.
I'm granting possibility to what you're saying.
If the Earth were a sphere, it would be curving always. You are able to see things that do not comport with the claim that they claim it is. Do you understand that?
If
the Earth were a ball, things would be curving away eventually.
My question is,
can you grant that?
The method to test
Can you grant that if the Earth were a ball, it would be curving?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, go make an observation. Find out where the geometric edge would be if the Earth were a 3959 sphere. You will be able to see far beyond that.
How do we test that? What's
your eyeballs?
I mean,
figure out what they claim the Earth is first. Figure out the size that they claim it is first. Wrap your head around that.
Sure, but like
that's your first step. Go study that. Go study the claim that they made. See it, then go out in reality and see if that's happening. Because if the Earth were a spheroid, there would be a geometric horizon, meaning the Earth would curve away to the point you would no longer be able to see it. That's just a fact.
Don't you think
that's a fact of life, whether you like it or not?
Don't you think?
I know it's not nuanced, but if the ant is walking on the basketball, eventually it will drop. It will go around the basketball and come back, and then you will see it again, and then it'll do it again. That is not happening in reality.
Okay. Do we know?
You're not.
Why?
Nothing is being.
But why?
There is no geometric horizon.
Do you know why the other side of this argument are saying why that's the case?
Why? What's the case? Yeah, all kinds of bullshit.
So yeah, the other side of the argument.
I'll touch you off at the pass here. If you're going to start chanting terrestrial refraction, well, you need R for that. Because if you're going to claim that you're seeing around a ball, you got to know how big the ball is.
And that's why we were bringing up the numbers earlier.
For someone who doesn't know anything, you sure do know all the damage control buzzwords.
He certainly does, doesn't he?
So why don't you go figure out what they claim the Earth is? I know it's not very nuanced, but they claim the Earth is a 3959 mile radius spheroid. You wish it were nuanced. You wish it were also a lot bigger of a number. It's not.
I mean, I wish you listened.
They screwed up. You don't even have to do any kind of observation. If you can just apply your brain, I know it's in there. Apply some logic. Think about water. What is water doing?
What is the control variable for...
What does water do? What's the nature of water?
What's the control variable?
The control variable of what?
No, don't answer that.
I'm trying to understand, how do we test how do we test this on both sides? So for the curvature of the Earth,
listen, just measuring across Earth is not scientific.
Hey, Tyler, this is the last thing. I promise. The last thing I'll say to you.
I don't.
You already told us. You told us a half an hour. You don't even know how big the Earth is.
Facts.
So go study the claim.
No, he knows exactly what we're doing. He's a fucking troll.
I don't know that.
He thinks I don't know what he thinks, but go figure out what they've claimed, dude.
He's already exposed himself as a troll by just subtle thing.
What is the scientific method for testing
this? Isn't a scientific question. It's a geometry question.
You just look across Earth. It looks flat. Therefore, it is flat.
I know you would like to run back into the weeds of nuance. There is no nuance here. They gave a specific. They gave a specific size of this thing. It just isn't that.
Do we prove that?
Who's we?
How do I prove that false?
Well, apply your brain. Have you not listened to the last 30 seconds? Open your ears. Do you listen or do you wait to talk?
I'm looking for an experiment to prove this false.
Well, I tried. We don't need an experiment. This is geometry.
So you're just eyeballing it like cavemen.
Oh, now you're going to cope.
I don't think it's coping to...
Well, I know you wouldn't... Excuse me?
This empirical standard's not good. You're just eyeballing it.
Okay. Well, I hate to break it to you, pal. You were a lot more palatable when you were riffing on your scales. Now you're turning into a little crybaby. So go figure out what they claim the Earth is. You told us a half an hour. You have no idea.
Get it, boss.
Where should I start with that?
Now you're coping more than you were coping before.
Am I seething too?
What?
Am I seething too?
How would I know?
Well, I
Sounds like you are. If you've identified it yourself, then you must be. But, you might be a brain in a jar, remember?
True. So
True. True. Now there's truth. The only truth is you might be a brain in a jar. The only truth is complete nonsense.
I don't think it's nonsense to acknowledge.
I know you don't. I know you don't. You're brainwashed. You've been brainwashed by an ideology so badly you won't even acknowledge you believe it.
I'm brainwashed.
You're so it's so ridiculous that you have to come here tap dancing. Non-Euclidean nuance, non-Euclidean nuance, non-Euclidean nuanced.
I'm brainwashed because I grant logical possibility to the fact I'm a brain in a jar.
Well, whatever you need to tell yourself, brother.
Hey,
it's probably as simple as the globe that was in your classroom.
I mean, I don't necessarily
be nice.
Globe.
Hey, you tried. I mean,
I'm just trying to
Does anyone feel like any conversation with Tried has any benefit to any conversation here? Anyone else? Because I'm gonna mute him. If not, do you want to keep talking to him, Haas?
No, he can play himself out with a scale, though. That'd be nice.
Man, I'd rather he just leave. Oh, I think he did. All right, cool.
I mean,
I don't like to mute anybody or ban them. Hey, Tried, man, you just sound like a dipshit. So I'd rather push you out than ban you or make you or mute you. So Tried, if you wouldn't be such a dipshit and a troll, then just leave. Why the fuck are you here? You're not helping anyone on the globe side or the flat side. You just proved yourself a fool. So, I mean, why would you even want to be here?
Are you looking for a response?
Give him the black swan.
All right, yeah. Or this is your last response, and
Helio, first give him the black swan. Just do it. I just want to see what happens.
Posted. Good fucking luck with that. But anyway, go ahead, try give your response, because I really think you're just here to troll. You already know everything about the black swan. You know everything. You're just I already know.
I genuinely don't know shit. I never claimed to. And I genuinely just wanted to argue logical possibility and compare epistemology. That said, we can't even agree on what a good empirical standard even is.
Wait, you said we.
Well, yeah.
Who's we? You and others?
I mean, well, everyone that responded to me, so yeah. So it's kind of hard to compare epistemology
when you say logical possibilities. What are you acknowledging that the globe doesn't exist? Are you looking for an alternative? Is that what you're wanting to do? Just talk about what could we be? What could this be? Are you even? You're not even concerned with the globe. Well, that's sort of what we're concerned with. You told us you don't even know how big the globe is.
I'm agnostic on both sides. I'm just arguing.
That doesn't make any sense.
I can't be an agnostic to an idea.
Idea about Earth can be something, but an idea about shape of Earth, which Earth, in my mind, I can't speak for everyone, it's not a shape.
So when you told us that you didn't want to answer if a basketball was a sphere, and then you conceded, was that you being agnostic about that?
That was me being skeptical that the sphere even exists.
Skeptical? Sure. That's not being skeptical. That's being nonsensical.
You doubt it. So
well, how about you be honest?
You told me that a basketball.
Be honest with yourself. Just give us an honest answer. That's what we do.
See, that's why I don't even think the Black Swan matters to this guy, because he won't even acknowledge that the Earth is claimed to be a sphere, and he told us he doesn't know how big they even claimed it to be. So I mean, what the heck? If you want to talk to dude, you can go down to Chill Chat and talk about all kinds of nonsense.
That's what you want to do. He said we, as if he was amongst.
He might have a mouse in his pocket.
It's like he's got a fucking cockroach in his pocket. We don't think this, and it's like, it's like.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, like,
who the fuck is we? Hold on, who is we? Tired? Who's we? Tell us who we is.
Understanding and put forth a empirical standard, and see where you guys are at.
All right, so you're part of a club that is trying to understand where we are at.
If you don't even know where you're at on it's a basketball.
Find out we argue with each other all the time, so we're not on the same page. So what is this we? Who is this we you speak of, Tired?
I mean, I'm just trying to establish an empirical standard at this point.
Okay, but here's the thing, Tired. How would you be able to compare anything to anything if you can't acknowledge that a basketball is a sphere? How would you be able to compare it to anything?
I grant it.
You grant it. We're not playing. What are we playing? Dungeons and Dragons?
I grant logical possibility to it, and so
logical possibilities to it. What are you talking about?
Well, you have to grant logical possibility to reality. If you're just
we're talking about the basketball in your hand.
I don't have a basketball in my hand currently.
You said earlier that you said that you had held it. You said, well, let's say I have held a basketball in my hand.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's a hypothetical. So I grant logical possibility.
No, that's not a hypothetical.
You're saying if I had a basketball, you'd be able to.
Have you ever held? I said, have you ever held a basketball? I didn't say. Let's say you're holding a basketball.
I mean, if you're going to ask me if I ever held,
be nice, dude.
You have everyone's held a basketball in their hand. You don't have to be fucking.
You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before. So.
You probably held a basketball or a soccer ball. I mean, it's balls.
So
yeah, Tired. You need to go and learn what they've claimed the Earth is. But come back another time. I mean, but now you're just sort of like saying a bunch of nonsense.
Well,
and you even said caveman.
We've been doing this for 2 hours with this idiot.
So just go figure out what they claim the Earth is. Go. You seem like you've got an active mind. So just spend 20 minutes.
Yeah, my bad. Call him an idiot.
Study what they claimed it is.
He's not an idiot. He just.
Hold on. Tired.
He's got an attitude. He's got the wrong attitude. He's not.
You said that you've never touched a ball before.
Yeah, that
seems like it.
That's what he was.
Seems like it. Okay, you're a robot.
I won't say he's an idiot. He's just so obtuse that there's no way we can ever have a conversation with someone like that. Yeah, I take back the idiot term because he's obviously not.
I think it's just got to be a bot. It's got to be a bot. Who else would not have touched a ball in their whole life?
I mean, sounds like a skill issue. Personally, how do you test that?
There's that again.
So you don't know.
All right, well, Tired, tell us that you've touched a soccer ball or a basketball. Yes or no?
I have.
Have you kicked a soccer ball?
I think.
What, dude?
Think you might have kicked a soccer ball? Maybe.
I mean, you're arguing from memory and anecdote, so both are right.
Have you touched a basketball? Have you taken a basketball?
Have you lost your marbles?
Have you lost your ball?
I lost my D&D dice. I'm pretty sure.
You're pretty sure.
Have you seen my baseball?
Yeah, they claim the Earth's a ball, Tired. That's the whole point of this thing. So why don't just go learn about this big whopper of a lie they've fed everybody.
Why not just tell me what the truth is and tell me how to test that?
Hey, we already told you, bro.
I told you ad nauseum.
You're ad nauseum. Yeah, we've been talking to you for 3 hours about what the actual.
So how do you control for?
Let's give him a black swan at
It's
least.
not about the arguments. It's about what's real.
Well, if it's real, then it's testable, right? So
Right, well, it's right in front of your fucking face every day.
how do we know that is?
We can't prove what we're saying is true on the internet.
Why?
You have to go fucking look at the earth. Walk outside.
Why can't
That's
you
your
prove
answer.
what you're saying?
Hold on. Shh. Fucking hang up the call and walk outside. That's your
Why
proof.
Why can't you demonstrate that?
I can't. Walk
How do I
outside.
know it's true?
That's your evidence.
I have to do more than just walk outside.
Really? How
It's
do you
reality,
do that?
so-
You gonna fucking go to Fort Lauderdale and launch up in a rocket?
I mean, sounds like a cool idea. Seems like fun.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
If God wills it. Inshallah.
Oh, so you believe in God now?
I'm agnostic.
Oh no, you said if God wills it, so you believe in God now. So, have at it. Told you this guy's a waste of time. This fucking idiot. You see my baseball? Yeah, that's right. Anybody
Thinks he may have touched the ball.
Anybody that feels bad for this Trud guy, I don't.
I don't know why you would feel bad.
Franks and beans. I mean,
It's either you don't want to be.
either you get the fuck out of here, or I'm gonna mute your ass. How about that? Bye. And he didn't leave, so I muted him. So I can sit here and listen to real people talk instead of disrupting everything. Or maybe he won't talk and he just has to listen to some music bot shit. Because I'm totally fucking tired of listening to that idiot. Hey Chris, you got a recommendation for music bot? Put something on, man. I see you in here. Franks and Beans. I love that movie. I need to watch it again. It's so funny. I can't believe we wasted so much time with that idiot, man. But it's okay. It do what it do. I mean, you know, it's progressive. We're doing progressive shit here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, live, talking to trolls, wasting our fucking time with fucking idiots. Anyway, let's see. Hey Chris, I thought you were gonna put a good video on. Okay, is that one good? You wish. Oh, that was earlier. That's funny. I'm not gonna put. As you wish. See, I clown because I fancy myself a little bit of a comedian because I'm a huge comedian fan, but and I'm not that creative comedian.
Yeah, you're gonna roast him for saying this, but he's not sure he's ever touched a ball.
Ooh, that's a good one. Man. Never touched the ball.
That's what he said. He's like, you might roast me for saying this, and he says, I don't think I've ever touched the ball.
Touched the ball. Not even my own. Now, we can't roast him after the fact, but we can roast the shit out of him because he came on live stream. So we can do that later. Yeah, look, no, he said, literally right here, he's like listening. Look at it. Man, dude, nobody gives a shit if you're still listening.
I kind of get like a chat bot kind of vibe from that character, though.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah, it's just like.
And when he said, "I've never touched a ball,"
unending. It doesn't matter what you say; it's just gonna roll over. It's not like you're gonna have any genuine conversation with that idiot.
Well, when he said, "I've never touched a ball," it was like, okay. That's kind of the kicker for me. I was like, the only way that's possible if this thing is just like a machine.
No, it was done. It was done. Dude, it was done for me a long time ago. And that's why, dude. And it was done for me a long time before that. Because I knew as soon as he jumped in and started talking to people that if you gave him time, he's going to take it, Going to take every opportunity, and when I jump in, people are like, Helio, shut up. And it's like, dude, this dude's a fucking troll. What the fuck are you gonna tell me to shut up? I'm like, yeah, I want to talk to this troll. I was like, why the fuck do you want to talk to this troll for an hour? What the?
Expose the insanity.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, man. What's up?
Oh, I see that. All I know is I woke up and I see that a man, he said that he never touched the balls before. That's all. I woke up and that's what I see.
Come on, Smurf.
I clicked on it. It's like, it says, hey, I know you're going to roast me for this, but I've never touched balls before. What? I woke up and this question. Wow. Wow, what happened last night?
Hey, Smurf, go back to sleep. I was trying to find a good video to play because it's kind of slow right here right now. But let's try to find something that's like an hour long to listen to.
My imagination, I got a wild imagination that just starts filling in blanks that don't exist. but somebody said they've never touched balls. That's all I know.
Hey, Smurf, if you want to have something to listen to, click on a live stream and listen back about an hour.
Oh, yeah. They probably just missed the good stuff.
Yeah, you missed some stuff. So listen about an hour and a half back on the live stream on YouTube.
Oh, I'm still waking up over here. I literally just woke up. But
all right, cool. You literally just woke up. Mute your microphone, and then hit the YouTube live stream. Go back, click back about an hour and a half. You'll have something to listen to.
Hey, Roger that, but
because I'm about to play something to fill a little bit of time before I restart the live stream.
Cool, man.
All right, cool. But I guarantee you'll dig it, bro. I promise you'll dig it because it was fun.
Yeah, I'm still waking up over here. I just say good morning to y'all, and for those Globers out there that have never touched balls, wow. But hey, good morning to y'all.
Good morning to all the Globers that haven't touched balls.
I'm just gonna roast every one of them.
They
there was You know what? You know what's funny? You know, speaking of that, I don't know why this came up, but they have the testicle festival where I live. They have bull balls and pork balls, like they call it the testicle festival. You know, in Fayetteville, it's just like a big festival. They have bands. No, well, it's just like they have bands and shit, and then, you know, it's like everybody. Well, I mean, it's not just testicles, but you know, but they roast testicles and shit. You know, bull balls and pork balls and shit. Anyway, through you know, it's a festival. Shit, whatever. They call it a testicle festival.
You know, when I hear the word, I like test or tempo or tempo.
I ain't gonna eat no bull balls. I haven't done it. I haven't eaten bull balls, but I don't know. I wouldn't be against trying it. You know, it might be decent. You know, it might taste okay.
Hey, isn't that interesting in the Bible that they tested Eve, the serpent, or the tempted, or the tempo? You know, they got the tempo, and the serpent is perhaps the electricity. Anyway, I get confused. But that's what when I hear the word test, I think of
Yeah, sure, yeah. There's energy in the word test, right?
Oh,
yeah,
probably. Man. I realize there's an astrological.
I mean, like it's just like when humans, or at least an American, you know, like you have to take a test. When you're tested.
Well, I realize there's a pattern in the sky, in the night sky, with language, and I noticed that there's a reason why similar meaning words fit together. You know, is the geometry in the sky. You know, and I realized that. You know, I mean that's a bit of an overgeneralization, but it's true. You know, there's drift with meaning etymologically.
With that, I mean, you know, with the test, was just like, you know, they have the testicle festival. Just like eat cow's balls and see what you got. You know, just like, hey, who knows? You might get some testosterone.
What I was saying, yeah, you know, I realized recently words are even more funny than I previously realized. Because I've known my whole life the modular nature of words, and the average normie has trouble spelling. But I know how, anyway, I realized recently.
Let me ask you, hold on. The average normie has trouble spelling. So,
I mean, compared to me, I'm the master of spelling. I can spell words I've never heard before.
Okay, so why would you claim something like? In my experience, for the most part, people know how to spell.
I'm overgeneralizing and giving I was saying comparing myself from my own experiences to other people. Generally, I can spell better than them, like a multiplier. You know, like they say, hey, how do you spell that? I go, yeah, easy, man. I never heard that word before. I can spell French word, Italian, whatever, man. I just know how. My point being is, I know how to fit together modularly. I've always known that my whole life.
Modularly.
Yeah, I just made that up.
Modularly.
Yeah, I just show you I can invent words. Now I was saying that all the words fit together. I'm overgeneralizing, but basically most of the sounds, phonetic sounds, fit together in the stars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because all languages are connected and they come from an original, you know. But anyway, we know that.
I don't know that. I don't know exactly where they all originated.
Oh, it was the Tower of Babel. We know that. God damn it! You know that. Don't. Yeah, you've heard of the Tower of Babel?
Yeah, I know of the story.
Okay.
But I don't know the original meaning. I found that the Bible seems to have an original meaning that other meanings resonate from. Biochemical. It seems the pattern is really.
I don't think it comes from biochemical. I think it's from expansion of cultures. But
that may be it. That may be more accurate. But I was saying how there's a veiled meaning in the language, veiled in the language of symbolism, or if I say that right, I'm trying to describe that right. A lot
Sure.
of the Bible is parable.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it too. Yeah.
Yeah. So but your way you said make more sense that they've absorbed a lot of different things.
Yeah, it just depends on where they expanded to and how they established each. I mean, and the languages change, through different.
What I was trying to say though is that even though all that may be so, and there's drift too, with the meaning of word, but generally, I'm overgeneralized, but generally, all the words fit together like a geometric puzzle.
So you overgeneralize by generally overgeneralizing.
But it's true. Now, so since the words kind of generally roughly fit like a puzzle, like a big geometric cube, I mean, generally. So I noticed people are casting spells, and then they make their own spells, and they call it things like corporate brand name. I give you some basic example. It seems to me that is a positive sound, but like Jehovah is not a good sound. But like I made that. I give you an observation that I don't know what's going on, but I just gave you an observation of two different phonetic sounds that I'm skeptical they mean like good and bad or similar like that, like Jehovah or some or Jehovah. See, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm trying to explain that.
I get all that. Hold on. Were you in here earlier asking people to move to biblical?
That wasn't my point, dude. That was an example.
No, I get that.
I'm talking about language.
And
I think
I totally get.
I'm not talking about the Bible.
That's an existential kind of.
I'm talking about sonic sound waves and the effect on the mind and perhaps reality, and that's what I'm getting at.
That's where language actually makes a difference inside your body, how you communicate. But that's another thing. And so, if we want to get deep into it, which I don't right now.
No, I was just sharing with you that there's different sounds have different effects, like you're saying.
So when you move people into the biblical Discord, were you guys talking about some deep shit like that?
Oh, that's for talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the effect of sound waves on the body. I just use the Bible as example. Never mind the Bible. I say,
hey, when people say, certain words, frequencies. I mean, it affects their sound waves and frequencies.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's spirit and body.
You're right. Yeah, because everything is spiritual.
Yeah. So it's see that's deep for me and a lot of people, but
that's where my mind is.
It's really shallow too for a lot of people, because you can use those frequencies to control, and that's happening in like in the government and churches. It's just kind of a standard thing.
Well, recently I have been overwhelmed with wondering. I've been wondering a lot about words and all the words that, like at church and, for example, television, everywhere. People selectively choose words, and the words have a combination of different polarities. Like sonic waves, and these sonic waves have different effects on the body and also the environment, because the ether. Makes holograms. I think the liquid net. That is the humidity in the air. Whatever, the water vapors in the air create holograms. Our thoughts in our mind, in our blood, interface holographically. Holograms. The words are holographic too. And I say we're overwhelmed with words all day, and I wonder, No,
I think if humans were all connected and really understood what was really happening to them, the spirit energy could actually affect all of that shit. Like, if we were on the same page.
Oh, I think they're trying to do that with the vax. They're trying to get everybody.
No. We're not going to do that. Yeah. I'm talking about the positive. The positive. It's like if we were all on the same positive energy page, instead of like being in the religious cycle, but we were on the humanity cycle of spirit energy, just saying, hey, we're done with this. Boom. We could change the world in a heartbeat.
Well, that sounds nice. I couldn't hear the last few words you said. You sound tired.
No, I said if we were on the same positive energy. You can't hear me?
I hear you. I just didn't hear I heard you there. It's just
yeah, we can change the entire world. I mean, you said you threw me off with the V word. I'm
too blunt.
Dude, I mean, it's just like that. That's just a fluctuation. That
word itself is an evil word. It's
not evil, but it's just like look, it's just a dust in the wind, right? Yeah. This is like the positive energy of people like actually knowing where they are and how they're being manipulated by religions and government.
I agree. But remember, what we were talking about is connecting everybody. And I never mind. I'm sorry if I chose the wrong word. But yeah, I think we are divided. I think the devil might mean division. It might mean Deville or of the city. I think the city might mean division. I think what it means is divided. What's up?
What's up?
Oh! I was just trying to. Hello.
I woke up. I had to take a pee, and I turned this
What's
on.
What's up, Wave Mixer?
Your mic is not very good, Wave Mixer.
Yeah, Wave. Can you get closer?
Is that any better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had it pointed up
now
towards
we can
my head.
hear you. Now we hear you fine.
So I woke up. I had to pee, and I couldn't go back to sleep. I turned Discord on, and you guys are talking about touching your balls.
Yeah, I mean, what's really freaking cool is that Smurf wants to touch his balls all the time. He was talking about how much he likes to handle his balls.
I fear hurting my kundalini, man. I keep my kundalini like a phoenix.
It's just like cradling his balls. I mean, it's just like that's what it's all about.
I'm not a glober like that, man.
I'm just fucking.
That's the whole point of the globe. The globe is to make people think of balls all the time, and then
there's balls everywhere. There's balls everywhere in the universe, right?
Well, when they think about balls all day, there's cerebral fluid sitting down their spine, and they become a 0 degree. It's the path of descension. The descended master as it was not too much of balls.
Hey, Wave Mixer, you listened earlier. We weren't talking about that. I'm just giving Murph shit.
The descended master that sins with the synergy. What do you call the sine wave? The sine waves. I mean,
sine. Yeah, S-I-N. S-I-N with the sin. With
too much.
Hold on, though. That's not negative energy, though. Don't fucking get it wrong, bro. Don't fucking get it wrong.
It's the lack of energy.
No. It's
actually, I jumped
energy.
in.
Zombie.
Actually, I jumped in right. I guess you're muting the guy or something like that. So
what?
Anyway, it sounds like I missed something good, and I'm too lazy to go back and rewind and listen to the live.
Fuck it. There's good shit happening every day. So
that's right, brother.
So is it raining any place else where you guys are, or am I the only one in the middle of the second coming of the ark?
No, it's not raining here. I'm in Arkansas. It's not raining here.
I heard the weather's gone crazy recently. Is something about a big storm's on the way, or?
Well, no, it's actually right in the middle of it right now. It's pouring outside.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention, but I saw a lot of news headlines that I didn't look closely at. Something about major weather catastrophes happening. I didn't pay attention. I live in Virginia, where I think it's calm.
Okay.
Where are you at?
I'm California, Los Angeles.
Oh, that's what I was.
What the fuck? Oh, so it never rains in California. So.
Exactly.
Some kind
So,
of.
you know, I think it's all part of this global warming.
Fucking rocks and shit all over the road. I lived in Vegas for like 9 months. I think when I moved there, I took the rain with us, and freaking there were all the rocks washed off the hills and they were all over the roads because there's no drainage.
Dude, that's funny. I just remembered I lived a year in L.A., Long Beach, Los Angeles, and I don't remember it raining. Now that you've mentioned, I lived there all
desert. It's pretty much desert, but it literally gets over 90 degrees there.
We're expecting snow down to 1,000 feet.
Wow. Well, not at that point.
Yeah. I heard about it. As a matter of fact, since you brought that up, I heard it was snowing in Southern California.
Yeah. It's all because of this global warming, don't you know?
Yeah. Don't you know? Now you sound like a fucking North Dakota motherfucker. Don't you know?
Not North Dakota, just old.
Oh, it's snowing over here, don't you know?
Actually,
that's crazy, bro. So you guys are getting some fucking weather over there, finally, in fucking Southern California.
Well, it would be nice if we could collect some of this water, but the way everything is set up, it goes down into our drainage systems and washes everything down into the ocean. So all the crap from the roads and the oil.
No, I bet they have a system to catch that shit.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's like
it'd be nice if we
a
keep
lot
it
of the
arrested.
vegetables and shit I get from California. So
let me ask a dumb question.
The only dumb question is the one never asked.
Well, nobody ever asked this question. What happens if everybody in Los Angeles had a well and a septic tank? What would happen? I mean, where reason
that would be impossible.
I'd say you'd have some pretty shitty tasting water.
Well, think about it this way. Water goes up from the natural aquifer, and then it supposedly filters through the yard and maybe tens or dozens or hundreds of, maybe over 100 layers of feet of earth and soil. So the whole city, though.
Everybody, you say everybody in LA.
Everybody for a reason. Like, I mean, some skyscrapers is not reasonable, but every single house and every small building, had its own well pump and also a septic tank.
No.
What happened to the natural?
He's right. It would be shitty water because you couldn't even filter it enough. Well,
okay. What if everyone had a well pump, but they also had the sewer line that was? What if they had their own personal well, but they had the sewer?
Have you ever been to Los Angeles?
I've got an answer about what if everybody had that water.
Yeah.
And it's simple. It's called water distillation. You get a distiller, and you don't worry about it.
Well, that's an idea.
Yeah, you have to distill it, but you also have to have enough. But I mean, you couldn't. I mean, you have to have, like, if you're going to distill the water.
Sense.
There's plenty of water. I mean, we have the LA River, which is not even a river.
Let me change my question now that y'all upgraded my question. What if everybody had their own personal well, but they instead of a septic tank, they had a sewer line, and they also had their own personal, or that's optional, where they may have a distiller. But let's say everyone had their own well and a sewer line.
What if I told you that that's impossible in
Why?
Los Angeles?
That's the question. Why is it impossible? Is there enough water in the aquifer?
Hey, do you want to answer that question?
Well, I think it is possible because there should be enough water in the natural aquifer more than the man-made one, right?
Well, for the fact of the matter is I've never dug down and found one,
Yeah, you're not gonna dig a well in fucking Los Angeles.
I thought that the water tables overlap depending on the elevation.
No, not over there. No.
Oh, well, maybe that's why it wouldn't work then. I thought water was everywhere.
No shit. Have you ever looked into what Los Angeles is?
Up in the Antelope Valley, in the middle of the high
Especially
desert.
with fucking 50 million people. No, it's not gonna happen.
Oh, okay. Well, I told you it was a dumb question, but I didn't know why. I used to.
All right, that's why.
Well, yeah, the reason being is that water tables are not everywhere.
In a desert. Yeah, 50 million people live in a desert.
Up in the high desert. Up in the high. Okay.
It's just not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, if I went to the Mojave Desert and if I were to drill really deep endlessly, wouldn't I eventually? I may never hit water. Are you saying I may never hit water?
No, but that's not how wells work, though. Either.
I thought so.
So you don't know shit about wells either. So why the fuck are you even talking about it?
I thought I knew a lot about wells because
Well,
I
you
had
don't
my
know.
own wells.
All
As a
right,
renter on different.
So you have a well.
I know how it works on the.
I live on a well, but I didn't need that motherfucking well. I just rent it from somebody.
Well, I
live on a property where I rent the property
I
and
know
I have
how the well works. I believe I know how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you obviously don't. So
No, I can go and explain, but not to waste your time. There's a well pump submerged anyway, but I don't know whether or not.
no, sure. I mean, listen, in the desert, it's very rare that you'll find water, no matter how.
Can I make a comment as somebody who lives in the middle of this desert?
Sure, yeah. As a desert dweller, tell us how you can find table water in the desert.
Okay, so well, I used to live in the Antelope Valley, which is right up by Air Force.
I'm not saying it was impossible. I'm just
up there in Lancaster, in sections of Lancaster. It's in Los Angeles County in the north end, just below Kern County. A lot of people have wells up there. I didn't. I was on city water. But I had a friend that lived right up a little bit farther north of me, and he had a well.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it just depends on the water table. It's not, in the desert areas. I mean, it's.
So I
in
used to have
those areas.
Used to have a neighbor up there,
valuable. Yeah.
And he was a well witcher, and he would go around to the properties up there and tell people where to dig, and he'd do it with a divining rod. I never saw him do it, but he was a neighbor that was fairly well respected that we knew, and he was known to have done that stuff. So,
well, I
that's an
presume
interesting
that
subject.
we know how the waters were separated and the world exists. Well, I suspect there's a lot of water out there. Now, I think that there's water. I think that if you dig deep enough, you should be able to find it eventually anywhere. But that's an assumption, and I don't know that. But
Sure.
I assume.
Well, sure.
that.
Couldn't you?
Well, one of the problems that they were having up in the Antelope Valley was aquifers. They had people that were cooking meth. And what they would do is they just go ahead and dump all the chemicals and stuff down in the well. And pollute the aquifers. So, people downstream were getting crappy shit.
Why would anyone, whether they're on meth or not, why would anyone do that when you could just throw it somewhere else?
It's fucking California, bruh.
Yeah. People do find a way to do a little bit of everything.
California knows how to party.
Well, he's got Fornia in the name. You see, I was talking about.
No, sure, but I mean that shouldn't have been a big deal. It's definitely less of a big deal than the houses disappearing, through the forest fires when the trees were still.
Before we were talking about well water in the thirsty people there. After whatever the word is for that, I was saying all the words seem to fit together, and California. Hey, I think that people are casting spells on us and through the media, and that they choose their brand names, and all the phonetic sounds are precisely chosen for the psychological impact.
Yeah, I'm quite I'm quite certain that that is the truth. Yes.
Yeah. I guess to think a lot about it the last maybe 3 days or a few days.
Really? A few days? I've been thinking about that shit for like 10 years. I'm certain that they're manipulating the entire population through majestic and magic spells.
Yes, I've been somewhat skeptical of the idea vaguely. Only the last few days have I really got, whoa, dude.
Hold on. No, that might be important because, if there's something that's going to happen in the next few days, I mean.
So, did I sleep all the way through Saturday?
If it's starting to ramp up, maybe something major is going to happen.
Well, you misunderstood. What I mean to say is that the last few days it's been more apparently obvious to me that they're casting spells on us.
What I'm saying is if you're noticing that it's ramping up because you've been aware of it and so have I, maybe there's something like major going to happen.
I hadn't thought of that.
I don't want it to, but I've always known it's going to happen. So
yeah, that's why I'm not going to be surprised when it does. But I'll be surprised what it is that happens. But I expect the big thing going to happen.
Like we talk about often here, the normies. It's like you conspiracy theorists. It's like, why do we always do the conspiracy theories? So when we do like conspiracy, why do we do the TH? Conspiracy. You know why we do that? Because people that are unintellectual is like, I'm just so stupid. No, the conspiracy theorists have been telling you about this shit the entire time.
Yeah.
And you think we're stupid. We can say ST. We can pronounce ST. You think we're stupid and you haven't been listening or paying attention to our warnings.
I just got what you said. They put sounds in like conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Conspiracy theories. See, like they even I don't want to say the word retard, but it's not retard. It's just like they want to make conspiracy theory something that isn't real. Hold on, that's not real, but it actually is real.
Yeah.
The shit is coming down. Y'all motherfuckers better look out because it's coming fucking down. Hold on, with this bullshit in Ukraine and Russia and this fucking upcoming election in America and Trump is going to be elected again, watch the fuck out.
I think
everybody's going to lose their fucking shit.
I think they're trying to steal as much money as they can through stuff like you just said, like Ukraine.
Dude,
because it's.
I mean, do you guys think that Trump's going to get elected again?
No.
Really? Who do you think's going to be the next?
I think they're going to try to bring the Floridian dude governor. I forgot his name at the moment, but these people are legit at first, and then they betray us later, and that's the whole plan, dude. That's the whole point. So DeSantis, that's his name, DeSantis. I think
that fucking Floridian guy.
He seems great. I don't know what he says, but then he's going to betray us later, like Trump. Trump did the same thing.
Well, it's not about betrayal. It's about what we already fucking know. It doesn't fucking matter.
They're all agents. They're all sycophants.
Actually, I want Trump to be elected, and the whole fucking shit just falls apart. Fuck them. We're already ready. We're already fucking ready.
It's gonna fall apart regardless of who's sitting in that office. It's gonna fall apart.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Republican next time.
Well, Zimbabwe is gonna happen eventually because it always does. But I believe they've softened up the battlefield with the fake psyop that we're not allowed to talk about, and so they've softened up the population, and then the real games, like the Hunger Games, well, that's beginning now. Now that
Everybody, the whole population, I mean, it's just like
4 train
that
derailments.
shit. To be honest, that shit breaks my heart. What they did, with what happened in 2020 and all that shit really breaks my heart. And with Biden and who the fuck is Biden? This fucking cartoon president.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're all actors. They're from Central Casting.
Not even with Trump too. I'm not saying presidents mean shit, necessarily, especially lately. But I mean, everything since through Trump and through Biden, it's just like we're roasted as a population. It's like we're on.
Hey, so my point is that everything we're talking about right now, the whole thing, and right now the last few days, I've been thinking about how they're what we're talking about. They're pulling it off with the power of magical spells and with the phonetic. It's the phonetic sound.
It always has been, but it comes through the media. It's like you're supposed to know. You're supposed to. I mean, it's heartfelt. Oh, the damage has been done.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It's an emotional connection they make with the spell.
Now the damage in society but connected with, guess what?
Oh,
Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that. Yeah, you're right.
My heartfelt damage is with Ukraine.
I don't watch any
television. Yeah,
but
don't get me fucking started. Our side should be with Russia, and that's my opinion.
You know, I agree with. Check this out. They did that through the television. They made people's hearts hurt for Ukraine.
That's exactly true. And see, this is shit that I shouldn't say, but I said it. So fuck it.
And the way they say things, I've noticed this the last few. You might wonder this all the time, but I noticed, I think L, like electricity, L is probably a very good and positive phonetic sound. That's an example. Now, opposite being LE is like level. It has or 11. It has So I've been thinking a lot about this the last few days, and I wonder if my mind's been blown. Because this is.
Let me ask you this: have you looked much into Putin?
A little bit, yeah. More than most people, yeah.
Yeah.
But not as much as other people here. More, yeah. I've read a lot of stuff.
So with all this bullshit with America, Ukraine, and Russia,
I've read his speeches.
I know that America's gonna fuck Ukraine.
Yeah. We have been. Yes, we have been fucking it hard.
But no. Listen, they've been claiming to be on Ukraine's side the entire time, but they're gonna fuck them in the end.
I think both Russia and America were planning to be on Ukraine's side.
Well, they weren't supposed to be. I mean,
you're probably right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was never supposed to be like that. I mean, it's all commercial.
Yeah, they agreed. America and Russia agreed that let Ukraine be its own thing.
Yeah.
Which is like.
But you know what's going to happen at the end? They're going to make an agreement with Russia, and they're going to be part of Russia, which which is not a bad thing.
Well, Russia does have more legitimacy than us because it's their backyard and they're closer culturally and genetically and all that traditionally.
Well, I can't speak for Ukrainian dude. if Ukraine wants to be an independent country, I mean, trying to fight against Russia and the United States, good fucking
agree with
thought,
your
you know,
logic.
but
I was
at
saying
the
that
same time, you can be your people, but you can also be part of Russia. It's all good.
I was just saying that we have less legitimacy as we're more alien and foreign than that, you know.
Yeah, but why we fucking sticking our nose in their fucking business?
I was saying we have less legitimacy than Russia, which, you know, we can debate, talk about who you know, Ukraine be independent or not, or should it have sovereignty? Well, I think that's really between Ukraine
I don't
and
know.
Russia.
Well, to be honest, I mean, you know, as far as leaders of Russia that we've been through, like looking through, like with you know,
the names of countries themselves have magical words. America's like
yeah,
a
they
miracle.
all do.
You know, America's like a miracle.
Well, it was USSR when we had fucking Reagan. What was it? USSR with the guy with the fucking big shit on his head. What was his name? Birthmark on his.
Gorbachev.
No, not Stalin. Stalin was
The shit on his head. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. The dude with the stain on his face.
Gorbachev.
Yeah.
Gorbachev.
That's his name.
Actually, Gorbachev was looking back. I mean, it's just like when I was growing up, it was like Gorbachev. He's Russian. He's a bad guy. And actually, Gorbachev.
I got a tattoo. I'm sorry, I said tattoo. I have a birthmark that's exactly like his with the exact same shape, but it's not on my head. Now, it's on my head, but not of my head. It's on my other head. I swear, with God as my witness.
I don't want to know about this.
With God as my witness, dude. It's huge. I have this huge on the head of that. Sorry, pardon my language. It's the exact same shape and color.
I think I've seen you in porno flicks.
No. But I'm happy you know what I was saying because I don't want to describe it. I try to keep the channel clean. But it's true. It's true. The exact 100%
never mind.
Color.
You like that way?
But Gorbachev.
It's not me. I've got the same exact
Gorbachev was in KGB before he was before he, but it's also his family. Just like with these families, they all go through government. Like, who's the leader? Who's this?
Hey, I'm not joking. It's not even 90%. It's 100% the same pattern. So there may be a deeper biochemical meaning, I
don't want to talk about patterns on your dick.
Okay. Sorry. I was more concerned about the pattern itself than the location. Could have been on my knee or my ankle or my elbow. Anyway, never mind that. I was saying, though, the last few days, I've been thinking a lot about words. Like you say USSR, Yeah, I was about America, a miracle. You know what? I think, talking with you, I had this idea. We should have a phonetic table, similar to the periodic table of elements or conductive and resistant and electromagnetic tables, and we should have a table of phonetic words, and we should figure out also their somatic symbol along with that. Like the periodic table symbol. What do you think about that?
Speaking of bringing words to the table.
Yeah.
I first came into the table and you guys were talking about balls, and then we went to dicks. And I was just like, guys' night out.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I try to keep my mind out of.
I was just talking about,
Here's me.
leaders of governments that I was talking about.
And Gorbachev.
I take the blame for that. My fault. But that's just
listen to this conversation. You guys are talking about politics, and I still see it as left hand or left wing, right wing. They're all part of the same bird. It's a game.
Agree completely.
You look at the
Hold on.
Still being held up.
Let him speak, please.
Okay, so what I was saying is, you guys are talking about politics like it's something really real, like, we're going to vote and change things. The bottom line is that, all the people that run everything are all in bed together. The Arctic Treaty, that's the only treaty that's, still going, but it's all a bunch of enemies that are conflicting and fighting all the time. So, it's all a big stage.
I was about to say those words exactly. I was about to say the world's all a stage. That's funny. I agree.
Right. And hold on. And the political leaders that you're given options to vote for are part of elite families. So you don't actually really have an option.
I'm not trying to craft the phonetic spelling table, semantic table
Hey, Smurf, I wasn't talking to you.
Well, you were earlier.
Well, I was earlier about the phonetic table.
You told me to stop talking.
Yeah, when I told you to stop talking, I meant stop talking.
Well,
so now a new person came in, started talking about, the elite people that are connected to the families. Bro, we don't get a choice when these people are in these families. It's like, hey, the Bushes, the fucking Kennedys. No.
Rothschilds, Rockefeller.
Yeah, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Trump. Now, Trump seems like an anomaly, but not necessarily. So it's just they're playing a game on that.
Looking at it, if you want to follow along with a docudrama or what's going on in the politics. Even if somebody goes in and wants to be a good guy, I think that once you get high up enough, they've got enough power over you, over your family, that, you do what they want you to do. And that's, the way it goes.
Sure, but if you're subject to it, and it's like you watch the news and it's like, ooh, this is interesting. Ooh, I'm affected by this social media element. And I'm like, oh, I support Biden. I support Trump. I hate fucking Trump. He's such an asshole. These Trump rallies, what the fuck is wrong with this shit? The Trump, as a matter of fact, those Trump rallies fucking boosted my confidence in humanity. But people that hate Trump, they're like, and they come in here and, it doesn't matter who you are. Like, why do you like Trump? Well, I don't like Trump. I just think it's funny that y'all motherfuckers are so pissed off that this exists.
Well,
so I'm watching y'all motherfuckers just react to it.
What I find interesting is I remember a few years back when Trump was accused of grabbing a female by her crotch and talking with this other news guy, and they were talking
what
about
did he say? Grab her by the pussy.
And so that's okay, and everybody was all, oh, Trump, he's the worst guy ever, and if you mention something like that at your church, they'd say, oh yeah, that's the Satan, that's devil in him. But then all of a sudden,
everybody in that church
has got all the Christians voting for him. I said, well, what about when he said this? Well, this and he's doing this and he's doing that, and it's like, okay, and
they go to the Trump rallies too and be like, Trump, Trump, Trump. It's just like, wow.
So what we have on this world, it's not a political battle, it's a spiritual battle, and that's all there is to it.
Once and that's what I was telling Homeboy earlier. Yeah. Did you hear me telling the other dude earlier that is not here now? I'm like, dude, we're not in a freaking political battle. All of us are. We're fighting for our spiritual lives.
Well, I'd like to.
We have to work and make money here, but spiritual lives.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you get? Well, that's what, like, dude that's not here now. I was just like, I was giving him so much shit earlier. I was trying to make him leave. He finally left. Who was
That was the guy that never touched the ball.
Yeah. And I was just like, am I the only person that's trying to make this motherfucker leave? Because I don't like to ban people. It's like, fucking, I'll give you so much shit that you want to not be here anymore. And the motherfucker kept sticking around. All right. I'll stick around. And I was telling everybody else, see, I told you this motherfucker's a troll. He doesn't even give a shit about the entire conversation. He's just sticking around here to give us shit.
Well, I guess that could be some entertainment value when there's dead air. So just to keep the live stream flowing.
Yeah, that's cool. I get that.
I personally, I kind of like listening. At work, I listen all day long. I can't really talk because I'm at work, but I keep it on my computer there, and I listen to Miggy go off on people and Indio. It's
Dude, Wave Mixer, I love your voice, man. You actually should do a show or something, man. Like,
well, I'll tell you. I don't know. I'd have to come up with the content.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. I like to talk if it's something that I'm interested in. But as far as having to come up with content on a weekly basis, I've been involved with that kind of stuff, and that's too much like homework, and I've got to work. I work a 40-hour job, and this past week I probably put in an hour or an hour and a half in each day overtime.
Yeah.
On top of that, I've got my own business that I run from home. So, it's, and I used to be part of a radio show out here in Los Angeles. So that was some interesting times, but nowadays people don't really listen to radio that much. They listen to live streaming stuff over the internet. And it's, that's something I was thinking about just a little bit ago is,
hey, your voice is awesome, man. I think you could do a really good job hosting the show. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I talk for a living. That's what I do. I talk and I think. So now that I'm off work right now, I'm sitting here talking and thinking, and I'm not even getting paid,
bro. See. Pretty cool.
I lost my train of thought now. What the heck? What am I doing up? It's 3
No, we were bitching about that idiot that everybody wasted everybody's time.
Yeah, so it's entertainment. I learn a lot of stuff, and actually, at work, I've come out of the closet as the FE guy. I drive a Subaru.
Well, I mean, in your
Subaru has these
circles, do they know you're the FE guy?
Yeah, the family too. I've got my son's brother-in-law into it. And he's actually going to be coming with me to the meet out here that we're having out at Huntington Beach next month with Mark Sargent. Excuse me. But I drive a Subaru. And a Subaru has a flat engine. It's a pancake engine like a Volkswagen or a Porsche where the pistons go up or go back and forth left to right instead of up and down. And so one of the stickers that a lot of Subaru owners have says it has like a circle representing the crankshaft and a piston and rod coming out on each side. Then underneath it, well, I've posted the picture up on there before, the bumper sticker. I'll post it later. I'm laying in bed right now, just resting. So, but what it is, it just looks like just imagine this. Close your eyes. Imagine a circle. Okay. And do you know how an engine works with the connecting rods and the pistons?
Not really. I don't know much about that.
Anyway, so it represents the horizontally opposed engine as opposed to like a V8 or a straight 6 or straight 4.
Is there like an extra rod at the back or something? Like a racing thing?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Do you know anything about motorcycles?
Not much.
Okay. Have you ever seen a BMW motorcycle, how the engine lays out sideways? No. All right, never mind. But it says the world is flat. And it's got the Subaru logo inside of where the crankshaft would be and the pistons. And that's like a thing like, because the engine is flat, it's horizontally opposed instead of a vertical or a V8. So I got that sticker on the back of my window because I thought that's a cool sticker to have. And some of the guys...
You have a fucking Subaru sticker.
Yeah. So anyway, I put this sticker on the back of my car, and some of the guys at work noticed it. And so they started saying, hey, yeah, Wave Mixer, the world's flat. And so I started talking to them about it. And I'm planting seeds. And they all think it's ridiculous. But the thing is that, like, I'm the jokester. I come in every morning at work, and we all get together and near our cubicles, and I have the joke of the day. Every day I've got a new joke. And I've got the kind of I don't know, whether personality or whatever, but I come off things just like off the cuff. Like someone will say something, I don't know, like a couple of days ago, I was getting ready to walk by the guys and said, hey, do you have the joke of the day yet? I said, well, just a minute, I got to go to the bathroom first. And one of the guys says, hey, do you need a hand? I said, yeah, sure, it takes 2 hands to handle a Whopper. And so, that had them all busting up laughing. And just, little things just roll off.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's just like everybody I know knows I'm a flat earther. But I don't, the people at work, people, my family, whatever. But they don't bring it up. They don't bring it up. But when they do, I'm the go-to guy, because they see shit, it's like, what do you think about this? It's like, okay, I'm glad you asked.
Well, my son's brother-in-law, what happened is we were at a family party in the backyard, and we were up looking at the moon. And so, I mentioned to him, how come we can see the moon and we can see the sun, but the moon isn't a full moon, it's just like a crescent?
Yeah, I've been through that.
Now, when I was in school...
too. I've been through the same thing with my brother as well. Yeah, go ahead.
So, and when I said, so what causes this, or first I said, how come, what causes the dark spot on the moon? He goes, well, that's the shadow of, the Earth being between the moon. I said, yeah, that's what I was taught in school too. But, if you take a look at it, and you look at it, make a triangle. Okay, here we are. There's a moon up there, and there's a sun up there.
Yeah, we're both looking at the moon and the sun at the same time.
Yeah, so how can we be casting a shadow? And all of a sudden, a light bulb just popped on his head, and he goes, you're right. And he goes, how can that happen? And I said, well, I don't know. And here's some ideas that I've got. He goes, really? He started looking into it. And now, I see him at family meetings. He goes, hey, brother flat earther, how you doing? And it's...
your brother's a flat earther.
Yeah. So, well, he's not my brother. He's my daughter-in-law's brother.
Oh, your daughter-in-law.
Anyway, so, like I said, he's going to be going with me down to the meet, which is really cool. And you probably heard this story before, but, I heard Mark Sargent and B.O.B. and Odd Reality, when he was Odd Reality, I think.
Yeah. Always going to be there.
And when this is back like late 2017, early 2018, but then there was a bunch of critical life-changing events that happened in my life at that time.
You guys have a meetup in California.
Yeah. Well,
and
anyway, so
going to be there too.
I was never all in until that same meetup where we're going now, but until about 6 months ago. And I had bought a P1000, and I went out there, and I pulled the ships in for myself. But just before that, I'd taken some videos of the stars, and of course the stars, the ceiling doesn't tell you what the floor looks like. I got that. But it does tell me that wasn't what I was told it was. And so that's opened my eyes to saying, and a lot of these, shows that I saw on YouTube videos, they said, hey, don't take our word for it. Try it for yourself. And when I did that,
but you already did a couple of times. Right?
Well, 6 months ago is when I actually was able to go ahead and prove that for myself and not just see it and believe it, know it. And there's a big difference between believing and knowing. And that was a critical stepping point for me 6 months ago when I could prove it for myself and said, okay, now I know, I'm all in. But this meet that I'm going to, I met Flat Earth Man there, dude, or not Flat Earth Man, Flat Earth Dude. And I met Sonny over there. And I'm looking forward to seeing them again. And Flat Earth Dude was the one that, invited me to come over here at the last meet we had about 3 months ago. And it seems as though they have a meet 4 times a year on the 2 equinoxes and on the 2 solstices. So going for the equinox, and actually the equinox is going to be a few days later on a Wednesday, I think it is, or Thursday, but we're going to do it earlier on a weekend just because more people can make it to the meet on a weekend than they can in the middle of the week.
Me want to go to California. I'm fucking in Arkansas.
He's got the guy that's hosting it. He's really cool. His name is Renee, and he's got a house right on the beach. So his backyard is a Pacific Ocean. So total camera, photography there, right there. It's perfect spot. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to that. I've met a couple of other flat earthers recently, and I'm hoping they're going to show up. And I just met them on the street at a market. It's like a Friday night farmers market.
I have a feeling there's going to be more than a couple. Probably going to be at least 30.
At least 30? There's probably going to be at least 100.
100? Okay, baby. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah.
Well, anyway. There was probably 50 people. And they come and go because it's like
50 people last time. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're right. It's probably gonna be double that this time. Yeah, especially with Flat Earth Dude and Sonny promoting it. Man, that shit's gonna be on time. Right on the beach. Damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a potluck, so different people are gonna be bringing stuff. And that's always good if you like to eat. I'm diabetic. I got to be real careful what I eat, so I can't eat all the chips and dip and all that kind of crap.
Type 1?
Type 2. And it's all my fault. It's adult onset diabetes, and it's because of my way of living that I brought this upon myself, don't you know? And don't you know, that's an old... I used to do two-way radio.
That's a northern, like northwest, northern Midwest term. Don't you know?
I used to talk on CB radios back in the 60s and 70s and even through some of the 90s. And that's people would talk like that. Breaker 10-4, good buddy. Don't you know? Bring it back.
Yeah, the only reason I asked if it was type 1 or type 2 because I only know one person that's type 1. And, it's a different situation. So I know for shit. I know too many people that are in type 2. Now, the only reason they're diagnosed with type 2, I think, because they go to the doctor.
Well,
because I might be diagnosed with something if I go to the doctor. But guess who doesn't go to the doctor? Me. I don't go to doctors to be diagnosed with anything.
And I would never go to the doctor unless I was really sick or injured or hurt.
Well, last time I went to the doctor, my blood pressure was super high, and I promise you, it's super high now. I don't feel like I'm going to die. But when I went to the doctor and they prescribed me drugs, started taking those drugs, and then I started shitting blood.
You know what?
Oh, they were like, maybe you should try something else. Well, I'm not your fucking guinea pig.
I worked in the medical industry. I was in the IT department for a very big, one of the biggest medical companies in the world.
Yeah.
And I learned there, number one, that's where I was working when I found out that I was diabetic. And number two, I heard some people above my head, saying that we're not in the business to cure diabetes. We're in the business to maintain diabetes.
Oh, I'm quite aware of that shit.
So, and everything, I believe that a lot of these diseases, type 2 diabetes, when I was a kid, there was no such thing. I went to school with a kid that was diabetic, and he'd have to take insulin. And
no, type 1.
Type 1. He was type 1.
Yeah.
But now you hear,
is a different story.
It seems like 50% of America is type 2. And that's all because we're lazy and we're fat and, we overeat and blah, blah, blah. But it's the nutrition that we're putting in our bodies. And the nutrition is what's made available to us. We get it from the stores. We get it from McDonald's.
Just
we get
like
it from
you have a little beater. You just like test yourself. It's like I can eat a candy bar now. Oh, I need an anti-candy bar. No, but type 1 and type 2 are completely two different animals.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now they're saying that there's a type 3 diabetes. I forget what they were saying that was, but what I was going to say earlier, I was mentioning about technology and stuff, and you're asking about sticking myself. So I actually wear a sensor. It's a Libre. You might see the commercials.
Yeah, my mom has one.
Yeah.
I already know.
So
you can just pull it up. There's a little sensor that she has on her arm, wears all the fucking time, and she can, monitor her fucking diabetes, sugar levels and shit.
And I can see how, the way I look at it is the way my system maintains my sugar level is kind of like an old pair of underwear that you've got that the elastic doesn't work anymore. So, and it's not holding it, tight anymore. So what happens is that tonight I had a shrimp cocktail for dinner because it didn't have any carbs in it. And I had a few of the chips just so I could taste some of the salsa. And then I've got sugar-free cookies, and I'm a chocoholic. Even though
sometimes I feel like shit when I wake up in the morning and I drink a lot and everything. I'll be 50 years old this year, and I don't have a general practitioner to practice medicine on me or diagnose me with anything. And I'm just a guy, just going to work. I'm halfway through my life because I plan on living into at least 100. And I don't have to stick anything in me or test anything. I just, I'll tell you, one pill I take a pill every morning. For heartburn, it's the
Nexium? Purple pill.
Yeah, the purple pill for Nexium. Because I do have but I take 20 milligrams of Nexium every morning, and for the most part,
I used to take that too, and I found a way to get to the point where I don't have the acid reflux. And what I do is I try not to eat past 5 at night.
Yeah,
and give my body 4
since
hours.
I drink late, and then I get hungry, I get the munchies, and I eat late, and then I wake up in the morning and I feel like shit.
Well, you got your choice. You can change your lifestyle, or you can take the drugs.
Oh, all right. But what I'm saying is that I don't go to doctors to diagnose me with anything.
So how do you get the Nexium?
I buy it at fucking Walmart.
Oh, I thought you had to have a prescription for that stuff.
No, it's over the counter.
Okay. I used to have one that I had to have a
prescription for. It was when it first came out. It was Nexium. But yeah, it's over OTC now, and I get it at Sam's Club now for I get 3 months for $12. So, yeah, it's pretty cheap. I just take one every morning, and it works pretty good for me. But anyway, I don't have regular doctor's visits I can't even name a doctor. I don't even know a fucking doctor. I don't even have an insurance plan. I don't go to doctors. I'll be 50 this year. I don't even have a fucking doctor.
Well, I'm going to be
knows
65.
my name. I don't have a doctor that knows my name, and I don't even know the doctors' names. I have no fucking doctors that know who the fuck I am.
That used to be the way I was once upon a time.
All right, well, was it when you're 50 years old?
No, I'm 65 now, and
All right.
you know, I've got
All right,
a company that I work for that pays my
when
medical
you're
insurance.
65, all right. So, is that going to change for me?
Well, I don't know what's going to happen in your life. You're the one that leads it.
I guess. So I didn't realize you were that much older than me. So I'm just wondering, and I'm trying to make a change, because the job I'm working now, it's sort of, they're going through transition, and the work is kind of getting slow, and I'm not getting as many hours, to.
Do you mind if I ask what kind of work you do?
Yeah, I'm a woodworker. I'm a cabinet maker. Yeah, I'm really good, and I'm fucking badass at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like wood myself. I work with guitars. I've never made a guitar from scratch, but I've done some work with guitars. I do a lot of work on modifications and stuff to them, mostly electrical and stuff like that.
You know what else I can do?
What can you do?
Have you ever heard me sing before?
I have heard you sing. As a matter of fact, you played one of your
songs
for me not too long ago.
Yeah. Anyway, so I play and sing, and I mean as far as making a living, I build cabinets for rich people, but whatever. For other people that are contractors for rich people. That's what I do, and I'm good at that. But
do you like what you're doing? Do you love the work that you do?
If I have the right, if I have the right equipment, and I know that the people that I'm building it for or do appreciate it, that fulfills me. It's like, God dang, that looks badass.
You know what? That's the important thing. It's one of these catchphrases that you hear all the time, but I find that it's really true. And it's, if you enjoy what you do for a living, you'll never have to work a day in your life. And where I'm working at right now, I'm doing technical support type stuff, but the area of expertise where I was when I first started there, I didn't really enjoy. I didn't have a passion for. And the area of expertise that I'm in now for the same company in the same department, I'm enjoying very much, and I'm shining at the very top of all the, if you go by stats, and how many cases I take and resolve, and the customer relationship that I have with the people that I deal with, I'm nailing it. And it's all just a matter of, I didn't really enjoy the other position that I was at, and the new position that I'm in now, I'm just, rocking in it. I don't like the fact that I have to drive through the middle of downtown traffic, LA, every day. It takes me an hour and a half to go 20 miles. It kind of sucks.
I worked for, you ever heard of Falcon Jet? It's a French company.
No.
Yeah, it's custom aircraft, like personalized custom aircraft.
It's like small 6-8 passenger.
Some of them, no, it's bigger than that. But I used to build the interior cabinets for. Yeah, it's more like 12 to 24 passenger jets. Like fucking huge plush shit.
I never really did any high quality finishing.
Yeah, I did that. I did that shit for 9 years, and
When I was younger, I used to work for
and
an
I
RV
built it
shop.
off a 3D model on computer, and I could zoom in within fractions of a millimeter. And I had to work with engineering, and your laminate fucking button this shit up. Your 2 millimeter laminate is fucking this up. This is why I can't figure, so I had to fuck with engineering and shit. It's like, it's like the engineers like, well, I didn't think about that because your ass ain't down here where you're trying to put the shit together, where I'm trying to put the shit together that you were, I've been on rants on here sometimes about that. But yeah, I used to build interiors for these badass corporate jets. Did it for 9 years.
Oh, once upon a time, a whole lifetime ago, I used to work for a company called Bell & Howell in the Avicom division. And we used to take commercial RCA color TVs, and, they were all running on DC, but they had a transformer in there to run off of AC. And we'd convert them back down to 24-volt DC, put them in a fireproof case, make the wiring harnesses to go all the way through for all the entertainment systems in the jet, all the way through the 747.
Nice. So you worked on airplanes too.
Well, I didn't work on the airplane. I worked on some of the equipment.
You worked on the design of it. Yeah.
Well, I didn't do anything with the design. I just followed the blueprints and the schematics, the stuff together. But I also used to work.
I was actually working on the jet. It's like I'd build the cabinets. I built the frame of the cabinet, and then other people would install it, and I'd be like, can you come over here and fix this? And I was like, well, I can do my best, but I didn't design this shit. I just built it the way that they told me to design it. So, they put it in there, and there's just like bolts and shit, everything like framed inside the fucking jet. Yeah, it was fun. It was a really good experience, dude. It was an arduous experience because I would get the whole cabinet, like a galley or different parts of the interior cabinet in a big box. And then I had to put the whole shit together, put laminate, fucking veneer, and put the entire thing together, take it all apart. Each piece was, labeled, sent to the finish department. Then we get it back, put it all back together, put it off, send it to where it's going to be installed in the airplane. It was a very arduous process.
So in my early 20s, I worked at a custom van and RV shop. And this was back in the 70s when vans, out here in California, everybody had to have like a little porthole cut in their van and turn the back of it into a bedroom.
Sure.
And we also worked on RVs.
Did some interior work on something similar.
Oh, well, not only did I do that kind of stuff, but I took a 1957 flexible school bus that was retired, turned into a church bus, which was retired and bought by someone who wanted it converted into a mobile home. And I went ahead and put in a queen-size bed with a color TV in the back, put in a generator, cut a hole in the floor to put in a generator, put all the cabinets and everything in, and got it all set up. And turned a school bus into a mobile home. Nice. And that was my crowning achievement when I worked there at that company. But I worked on holding tanks and had to mess with people's blue water stuff and
how'd that work
had the crappy stuff
man?
too.
How'd that work out? They dig it, man.
Well, they did. I did all of the hard work, and the final finishing touches, that was the gravy work, the owner of the company did. So there were the big pieces of change that he didn't have to pay me for that was super easy. And I ended up leaving the company just as he was doing the finishing touches. I went ahead and I got a job offer to work someplace else, and I took that job. And
I'm kind of in that place where I am now. I was just like, they fired me from that other job because I worked there so much. I got fired for falling asleep on the job because I was working like 70 hours a week, 60, 70 hours a week. But anyway, and I'm looking for another job now because I'm not getting enough hours. And anyway.
Well, I've been blessed. I went through this deal 3 years ago, and I ended up getting fired for stuff that wasn't my fault. Ended up going to court, and I won my case. So I had to rebuild my life, but where I'm at right now, I'm working for a really good company. And this is the one where I said, the department that I was in, or the area of expertise that I was in, I didn't have a real strong love for. And now where I'm at, I do. I've been blessed to have had a variety of different types of jobs. And I've learned how to do a lot of different things. I was an auto mechanic for almost 20 years. I'm certified by a couple of manufacturers, including the Maserati Import Company of America. And I got tired of working on cars all the time, and I got an interest, in computers. And so I got a computer, and I lived, eat, drank, everything was all about computers. And I was part of a radio talk show here in Los Angeles about computers. I wasn't the host. I was a frequent guest and co-host. That brings me into, first of all, I've had a lot of experience in electronics, computers, mechanics, and stuff like that. Those have all been hobbies of mine that I've worked on, and I've been fortunate enough to have been able to get jobs in that area to actually even learn more about that and be really involved with it. But that brings me into technology. And one of the things, I've got this love-hate relationship for technology. Every street corner I see has a camera. I know that the local police station has this system in there. I forget the name of it right now. But what it does, it's like a cell phone tower.
Wait. I have to jump you back. Let's say. So you say this local police station has a camera.
Oh no! No, that's not what I said. You missed what I said. We've got cameras on every street.
No, sure.
The local sheriff station has a tower. They have a cell tower, and it works as a cell tower to go ahead and transfer calls around when people are driving around.
I guess I heard you wrong then.
Well, yeah, I didn't finish my sentence.
I mean, of course, there's street cameras in LA, whatever.
But what I'm talking about is the technology that I see with the cameras on the streets, number one. Number two, knowing that the police stations have cellular repeaters there, and they intercept and can track anybody at any time that they want. The fact that you leave a digital footprint every place you go. The fact that we've got, I think it's an Amazon Prime store out here, and you can go ahead, you go through one aisle, and you shop normally, and you put stuff in your basket. But they've got in all the aisles, they've got these things, they call them sensors, and there's like one every 6 feet up above on the ceiling, pointed down. There's a rod that comes down, but it doesn't have one sensor. It's got like 4 sensors. And as you walk through, if you come through a second aisle, you don't even have to pay or anything. You just take your shopping cart, and it senses when you pick something off the shelf and puts it in your cart. And that way, it's it checks you out.
I live in fucking Walmart country. I live in Bentonville or Fayetteville, which is right next to Bentonville, where Walmart. It's like they're like, hey, all you have to do every time you pick up an item, scan it, boom, it's in your cart. Just walk fucking out. You don't have to check out. It's all.
Well, they've gone way beyond that.
Yeah, I know.
It's not just a checkout.
I want this.
As you're walking through the aisles, if you take something off the shelf and you put it in your cart, and let's say you decide that you don't want to keep it and you put it someplace else, it senses you putting it in the cart. It doesn't sense that you put it back, and you will get charged for it.
Well,
so you better make sure
that's a fuck up on that. Because don't you do that sometimes? I changed my mind, and then somebody else is going to put that back where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but they'll charge you for it, so that prevents them from having to pay a clerk to put it back.
You know, that's what I'm saying.
But that's the way it is. So they've got two different aisles you can go into the store the way you enter. One of them is you go shop normally and it doesn't scan that, and the other one you go through, you put the stuff in your cart and you leave and you're done.
Well, that's what with the Sam. I'm talking about Sam's Club. It doesn't work with Walmart, but Sam's Club, you can pull up the Sam's Club app, fucking walk in there, everything that you're ready to buy, boom, boom, put it in the cart, boom, boom, scan it, boom, scan it. And then you walk through, and then you just freaking check out on the app, and then walk the fuck out. So, you don't have to go through checkout.
So
as long as you have everything that you actually were looking for.
So technology, and that's what I was talking about. I have a love-hate relationship. So earlier we were talking about the sensor that I wear on my arm. Okay, so I'm plugged in, right? Now, also in my car, when I'm driving, I've got my cell phone, and that's got Bluetooth, and that's got quote-unquote GPS tracking going from cell tower to cell tower. And then I've got a radar detector, and that's got GPS on it. And I've also got like a front and rear camera system that records as I'm driving, and that's got GPS on it to go ahead and mark my location. So I'm thinking my car, it also, because it's a Subaru, it has the Starlink, and that's in communication. So I'm thinking, here's
Starlink.
here's my phone.
California knows how to party.
Starlink is available all. It just ties to the cellular systems.
It started in California, but I don't think.
I don't know about
Arkansas.
That. But the bottom line is what I'm talking about is I've got tracking going on my car, the way it comes from it, my phone that has it, from my camera that has it, from my radar detector that has it, and I got a sensor in my arm.
Yeah, me too, especially since I buy shit from Walmart almost every day. They know exactly where the fuck I am. And
you know what's fun to do? You ever go into Walmart, you see those little tags with the barcodes on them that they stick on them for tracking? I would never do something like this because that's bad. I've heard that some people will take those barcodes off the package and they'll go ahead and stick them on the bottom of a cart. So when people go to leave, it starts sending off the sensors and they're setting the alarms. I would never do something like that.
You're such a bad boy. It's so bad. It's so...
Just because I laugh at it, though. I have never done that.
I don't fuck around. I mean, it's just like when I go to Walmart, I'm just like, I need this. I walk and get that shit. And, get the fuck out.
So I don't shoplift. I don't recommend shoplifting. I highly advise against it. I will say, Walmart's the best you ever want to get caught shoplifting because they watch that stuff like a hawk, and I see people getting busted there all the time. I don't shoplift. I don't have a need to shoplift. But if I were a shoplifter, I'd stay the hell away from that place.
Well, I don't shoplift. Well, maybe where I'm at, probably couldn't get away with it, at Walmart. But there are some places that you could get, like in some Walmarts, you could get away with it. Not the one that I shop at.
I prefer not to shop at a Walmart.
No, well, I mean, I'm not a thief anyway, so I don't even.
Yeah.
I just fucking go in there and get the shit I need, and then I fucking walk out.
So I don't shop.
Probably get away with it a little bit if you really because they got fucking 15-year-olds fucking manning the whole fucking self-checkout shit.
But they got cameras everywhere. I mean,
I know. I have cameras in front of. Yeah.
Almost every time I've ever been into a Walmart, it's like there's a cop car outside caught somebody.
That's why they hire these fucking teenagers. You don't have to do anything. We got this covered. And it's just like, I want to buy a beer. It's like I have to wait fucking 10 minutes for somebody old enough to fucking let me buy fucking beer. You know? It's like, God damn.
I have an opposition to Walmart because I've seen what happens to towns when.
I have no choice. I live in fucking Walmart country.
Well, yeah.
I live in where Walmart came from. That's where I live.
And they're trying to take over here, and I see, the big companies taking over. Corporations. I see small little mom and pop businesses dropping off. The whole thing with COVID that closed so many mom and pop. I said something bad. The whole thing with that. That happened a couple of years ago. Shut down a lot of mom and pop. It closed down a lot of mom and pop businesses. And, they're not opening back up again. They're hollow shells there.
And now they depend on Walmart. So, yeah,
that's like a Walmart will move into a town and they undercut everybody's price. And that puts all the mom and pop shops out of business. Then all of a sudden they raise their prices.
We're just kind of like, even though the quality of food would be better, with the local farmers or whatever, however you were buying.
Bill Gates owns more
like half or a third of the price. Fuck that.
Bill Gates owns more farmland in America than anybody else.
Really?
Check it out. Believe me. Search it.
No, I don't. You're gonna post a link.
I'm sitting here.
A third of the farm area in the United States. I mean, that's a fucking lot, bro.
I didn't say a third. I said he owns more farmland than anyone else.
I thought you said he owns a third of the farmland.
I said he owns more farmland in the United States than anyone else. Any corporations. He is the largest owner of farmland. Of farmland in America.
Which part of the country? Like Midwest or?
I don't know where it's located, but you know what?
Well, farmland would be Midwest.
We've got farmland here in America, and we got all kinds of stuff. Once you get above Los Angeles,
hey, do you know where most of the rice that you eat comes from?
A lot of it comes up from Sacramento. They have rice farms up there that they grow, or rice paddies, or rice fields.
China buys a shitload of rice from Arkansas.
And we got a lot of Chinese markets moving in here to the Los Angeles area, and I see the big bags of rice they have.
You've heard of rice. You've heard of Riceland, right?
No.
You never heard of Riceland?
I've heard of Smogland. I live here.
Okay, well, Riceland is the largest contributor of rice, I think.
Where is Riceland located?
It's southern Arkansas. Almost every area south of Little Rock, it's all plains. It's owned by a company called Riceland. It's soybeans and rice. That's where the freaking China buys rice from Arkansas.
And I never realized how many products have soy.
Yeah, soybeans and rice in Arkansas, that's our biggest products, as far as farmland goes. Yeah, I mean, it's corn in Indiana, and fucking, but in Arkansas, it's fucking soybeans and rice.
Up here, we've got all kinds of stuff. There's places up here that grow strawberries.
Oh, wait, in northwestern Arkansas, Tyson, chicken. Well, I go to work every day and there's freaking chicken trucks just all day long.
You guys get Farmer John out there?
Then it's Tyson chicken. This is Tyson country right here.
Yeah, we eat Tyson chicken out here.
Tyson chicken.
We get that out here.
That's where it comes from. right here where I live, city I live in, Tyson Chicken.
Ever eat Farmer John products? Farmer John sausage, bacon, any of that?
No. Is it pretty good?
No, it's just there's a big slaughterhouse out here. If you remember that movie Carrie? Decades ago.
Stephen King. Yeah, I'm a huge Stephen King fan.
Okay, well, you remember they went to go get some blood, and that was at the Farmer John slaughterhouse or whatever.
Makes his stories in Maine.
Well, I don't know about that, but they were when it was filmed out here in the Los Angeles area. Okay. It was
they filmed it in L.A., but it's set. It's supposedly set in Maine.
Okay, yeah,
that's where. Yeah, that's what Stephen King. He always writes his stories in Maine. But anyway, not always, but most. Like I said, I know Stephen King.
Yeah, living out here in the LA area and being familiar with a lot of the scenery, I watch a lot of movies and TV, and they show it's always supposed to be like down in Mexico or out in New York, and there's all these different places, and I recognize them as being here in the Los Angeles area.
Yeah, I've only been to LA once, and can't experience LA just going there 1 or 2 days.
Well, if you remember, okay, I know you don't know about Teenage Power or the Power Rangers, but on Star Trek there was an episode where Kirk was up on this big pointed angled rock. It's like a mountain rock. And what else was that on? There was that show about the kids that were the Roswell, the original TV series of Roswell, not the new one that just came out recently.
What are you saying? You're an extra on one of those shows?
No, I'm saying that was filmed out here in the Los Angeles area. And just the scene in the background, if you remember this.
I thought you were telling me that you were on one of those shows.
Oh, no. I'm talking about Los Angeles and filming and stuff.
No,
and cool. We were talking about how they used the slaughterhouse at Farmer John. You were saying that was in Maine. I'm saying a lot of stuff that you see in movies, and they say it's in a specific area.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's filmed out here. Fantasy Island, and, the plane, and when he's landing in the little lagoon right there, that's at a place called the Arboretum in Arcadia, and they've got like a whole bunch of different flowers and peacocks running around and all kinds of stuff. But it's interesting.
Don't get me started on TV shows, because
and I'm trying to get away from that. That's something.
Yeah, well,
I was raised on that, just like everybody else.
No, sure. Check this out, though. I'm not embarrassed to be into. I'm a huge fan of fiction, so I don't.
I was a big Star Trek fan.
This is like people in the flat earth community like, I got away from TV. I don't watch that shit anymore. Well, guess who does? Me. I watch a lot of TV. I watch a lot of TV shows. As a matter of fact, I can't wait to stop talking to you so I can continue the TV show I was watching before I started fucking talking to you.
Hopefully that you can pause it and come back to it later, and I haven't.
No, yeah, of course I can, because I got freaking subscriptions to every fucking. And if I didn't have a subscription, I have a fucking pirate channel I can watch everything on. So I have everything all together. Hey, have you? See, but we're on live
let me do this.
I'm not going to talk about this on live stream.
And I need to put this conversation on pause for just a minute. Because I got some business I need to take care of, but I'll be back in 2 and 2.
No, well, I actually need to. It's 6 a.m. for me, so I actually need to go too. So.
Okay. Well, it's been fun. I got to go pee. So if you're not back here, I'll talk to you next time.
And I need to smoke and Wave Mixer, man. This has been a good conversation. People have been waiting for me to play. As a matter of fact, since it's 6 a.m., usually I'll start the live stream again at 6. It's 6 to 6, 12-hour. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, I'm already 12 hours in. Somebody's supposed to let me know. Hey, Helio, it's 12 hours. Doesn't last again. I'm bored with you and Wave Mixer talking about nonsense. This. So it's approximately 6 a.m. Saturday morning here, Central Time in the U.S. What I want to do is go ahead and I'm going to end the stream, and then in a few minutes, I'm going to restart the stream. And in the meantime, I'm going to find, unless y'all want to talk about something, I'm going to find something to play that's really cool.
So are you going to go back to when I first came into the conversation and the guy that had never touched a ball? Is that where you're going to play?
No, I'm not going to play that. Who was that would say that?
I don't know, but that's what woke me up.
That was
I got up to pee a couple of hours ago, and I just happened to turn this on, and I heard that.
Oh,
and so now you woke me up.
Troll. That dude was trolling us for a few hours, but that was funny though. It was funny.
Well, Helio, listen, it's been fun talking to you. I'm wide awake now. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably go in the other room and play on a real computer.
Well, hey, man, while you're playing, go ahead and